you are only 18 years old, and you have already cultivated to the peak of the great emperor realm. Such talent and achievement can be described as shocking and extraordinary. However, fate plays tricks on people, as you have sealed yourself in a coffin with your own hands, sleeping for thousands of years, all because you are infected with a strange and peculiar disease. For every day you sleep, your cultivation will increase by a year. In this long period of time, you are about to ascend to immortality. But unexpectedly, your unworthy descendants blew up your coffin at this moment. Ancestors, I have offended. The current emperor, Su Zhan, showed a respectful expression on his face, bowing deeply towards the coffin. The great Su divine dynasty is currently under siege by various forces, on the brink of destruction. He came here this time seeking the protection of your imperial power. However, in an instant, Su Zhan stood still in shock. The coffin slowly opened, revealing a peaceful corpse lying inside, appearing to be a young and handsome youth. The most peculiar thing is that this corpse has endured thousands of years, yet shows no signs of decay. It is worth noting that even if a saint falls, after such a long time, it is extremely difficult for the body to remain intact. And what made Su Zhan wide-eyed and speechless was that this corpse not only had no signs of death, but was full of vitality, with fragments of time dancing around it, as if in a dream. This is really unbelievable. Su Zhan shook his head inwardly, speculating in his heart. Could it be that the ancestors' cultivation far surpasses that of the saints, and has already reached the level of a great accomplished saint king? At this thought, he couldn't help but take a cold breath. The years are too distant. The historical records of the Su God dynasty's emperors do not detail your cultivation. Only knowing that you attempted to forcefully break through, suffered a backlash from heaven and earth, and died violently. Ancestors, I have offended. Su Zhan steadied himself, slowly reaching out his hands, intending to search your pockets. Shocking, faking death. A voice like a dream suddenly sounded. Su Zhan startled like a wildcat, goosebumps rising all over his body. What year is it tonight? You slowly opened your eyes, full of confusion. Ancestor, ancestor. Su Zhan, suspended high in the sky, carefully called out, Ancestor, I am the 1002 ND successor of the Su divine dynasty, now in the 1st century of the Wugang era. What? You, who were still calm, stood up in an instant. An era of 1 million years? This is also the longest time limit that the God Emperor can survive. Back in the day, you were the 2nd generation king of the Su God dynasty. Your elder brother Su Dao was obsessed with cultivation and had no interest in the throne, so he passed the throne to you. Who would have thought that you have extraordinary talent? In less than 1,000 years, you have become the youngest saint king, just one step away from becoming an emperor. People think you are eager to succeed, and in the end, you will perish from the backlash of heaven and earth. But they do not know that this is just your plan to shed your skin like a cicada, only because at the moment you are about to prove the way, a primordial sacred mountain suddenly awakens in your body, and endless myriad rules cascade down like waterfalls. Since that day, you have understood this strange illness. With each day of sleep, your cultivation increases by 1 year. Therefore, you resolutely pass on the position of the monarch to your father, and then peacefully lie down in the tomb. Unexpectedly, this sleep lasted for thousands of years. Disaster. How are my father and my elder brother now? You stepped out of the coffin and asked eagerly, Are you asking about the founding king Su Qianquan? There is no detailed record in the ancient books of my Su family. It seems that this is just a tomb with clothes and hats. Su Zhan respectfully replied, I really can't believe it. Slept for thousands of years. You twitched slightly at the corner of your mouth, saying helplessly. Then you closed your eyes slightly and looked inward at your own cultivation. This exploration, however, shocked you greatly, simply because you could no longer determine your own realm. If the cultivation in the body was like a hair during the time of the Sage King, then at this moment, the cultivation in the body is like a vast sea of the universe, already stepping into the unknown realm. Without warning, you raised your hand and slapped Su Zhan on the head, clear and loud. A good start. Ancestor, why did you hit me? Su Zhan looked puzzled. You unfilial descendants. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? You were speechless. Originally just wanted to sleep undisturbed for hundreds or thousands of years, but unexpectedly, with one blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Ancestors, this is the resting place of my Su family ancestors. Who dares to come and dig the graves? Besides, no one knows if you are still alive. Please go back first. I will come to meet you later. You shook your head inside. Ancestors, I will have someone prepare to welcome the ancestors back. Su Zhan was excited and ran off. Su Shan dynasty was saved, and he no longer needed to be on edge. After a long dream, upon waking up, the world had already changed beyond recognition. As you take a step forward, standing on the cemetery, your eyes shine brightly. sweeping across the entire cemetery. You see the sun, moon, and stars evolving and changing in your eyes, witnessing the birth and extinction of all things in the world. Indeed, it is just a tomb of clothes and hats. You are still alive. The divine light in your eyes shines brightly, as if traversing through ancient and modern times, seeing through all the past of the emperors of the Sugod dynasty throughout history. What shocked him was that many of these monarchs were not dead, but at the moment they're in a very bad state. Ancient Forbidden Land? At that time, this seat will personally go for a walk. Suzi's eyes flickered as he looked at the extreme south of the eastern wasteland, muttering under his breath. The ancient Forbidden Land is a recognized Jedi in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. No one who has ever gone deeper has ever come out alive. Someone on the outside has come out, originally with mediocre credentials, but after coming out he left to become a top supreme heavenly pride. This has tantalized countless people. All the major powers also competed to send their disciples in, and the instructions were that it should only be on the periphery, not deeper, otherwise lives are at stake. Chapter 3, it's time to overthrow the Sugod dynasty, but even on the periphery, it's hard to get out alive. But the major powers are willing to do so. Due to the bizarre state of those successive kings now, Suzy wanted to figure out the beginning and end of these things, so for the time being, he decided to deal with the Divine Dynasty first. When the Divine Dynasty was done, he would personally head to the Forbidden Land to see what was inside. But now Suzy was sitting in the void, and in front of him was a long river of time. The long river of time was incomparably wide, with a foggy chaotic aura filling it. It makes it hard to see and feel. Suzy is evolving the karma of the Su family. The disappearance of so many successive kings of the Su family was certainly no accident. The point was that no one in the entire Sushan dynasty even knew about it? That would be quite abnormal. Is it? Suzy murmured softly as her pupils shrunk. At the same time, the desolate ancient forbidden zone in the extreme south of the eastern wasteland. Boom! The ancient forbidden zone shook. In the center of the forbidden zone a huge vertical eye slowly rose. This eye was enormous and gave off a breathtaking aura. The moment the eyes rose, the entire eastern wasteland shook. Oh my god! What is that? A giant eyeball. I feel my divine soul cracking. Some cultivators were pale and horrified. They felt that their divine souls had suffered a terrifyingly heavy blow just by looking at it. What a massive pressure! Even at the God Emperor realm. A glance with it feels like it's going to break your soul. There were God Emperor powerhouses secretly trembling. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the impact on the senses. Realm division, martial apprentice, martial artist, samurai, martial master, grand martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial Zun, Zun Shur, void Dao, Janai, transported one, supreme, celestial god, divine king, divine emperor, saints, great saints, saint king, quasi-emperors, great emperors, true immortals, red dust immortals, immortal kings, immortal emperors. What kind of existence is inside the ancient Forbidden Land? Saints? Great emperors? There were ancient powers stopping to watch. They were deep, with great powers sitting in their midst, watching the giant eyes from a distance of tens of millions of miles. Even so, it felt as if his eyes were about to burst. In a time when saints don't come out and great emperors don't show up, can it be that there's a great emperor of the day inside? There are dying saints whispering to themselves. I've reached the end of my lifespan, and I don't have much time left, so why don't you let me go on a journey to meet the supreme being inside, and there might be a glimmer of life. Today, a great change has occurred in the eastern wasteland. An ancient sage has broken the seal and is trying to extend his life. The only way is to enter the Forbidden Land. He was simply too old, and had originally come to the end of his life long ago, but has refused to die, using the power base to forcefully seal himself for tens of millions of years. Once you enter the world, your life force drains quickly and you won't last long. Elder ancestor, the great power of this saint was palpitating with grief. This is their heritage and backbone. In this era where saints don't come out and great emperors don't show up, one saint is enough to suppress all. Do not grieve, those old men are quite calm. And if the old man is gone forever, you will seal the mountain. And do not open it until you reach the saints. The aged sage turned around after his explanation and tore through the void to leave. Prepare to seal the mountain. Watching the old sage leave, the Lord of the Great Power drank solemnly. He knew that this trip would be almost 10 deaths. All the great powers of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands were watching. They all fixed their gazes on this old sage. They all want to know if he's going to make it or not. After all, as opposed to the Forbidden Land that was like a pool of dead water in the past, there was a sudden movement today. This had to move the old guys whose lifespans were approaching. At this moment, Suzy was sitting in the void staring straight at the giant eyes. He knew that the giant eye was looking for him because he had touched karma. Wait for me. Soon I'll be there for you, Suzy said softly. In the middle of the ancient forbidden land. What is seen? Who is peering? A hoarse voice rang out from the center of the desolate ancient forbidden land. Holy Emperor, I have seen a man, and I wish to trace his position, but he is clearly there. Yet I cannot feel his presence. He is terrifying, as if he does not exist in this time and space. Another voice rang out. No one could be seen, only voices coming out. Don't mind him. This generation of monarchs from the Su God dynasty is a bit of a crotch puller. They're only at the God Emperor realm until now. Find a way to help him break through. At least at the Saint realm he'll be qualified to become a cauldron. The Holy Emperor's icy voice came out once again. Yes, Holy Emperor, it seems that someone is far away. Soon, the Su family's bloodline must reach the Saint realm before it awakens some. Their bloodlines contained the power of the rules of the Taiku Divine Mountain, and now they had gathered 1% of it. When all are gathered, this emperor, invincible in the world. The Holy Emperor's voice loomed large and finally disappeared completely. Su Shinchao. Su Zhan went out some time ago, and when he returned, he had not yet recovered from his serious injuries. Now is a perfect time to overthrow the Su God dynasty. In the Divine Constabulary, Lin Divine Marquis Lin Xiaoran sat in the main seat and looked at the surrounding indecisive ministers and said, whether Su Zhan's serious injury is real or fake is yet to be proven. After all, no one knows who seriously injured him. What if it was a trap? Marquis Nantian Nangong's servant said with a grave expression. Yeah, this is no joke. Once we fail, we'll be gone forever. Sun Ji, the Marquis of Donyang, concurred. We've been preparing for this day for so long, haven't we? The opportunity is now before you and me. Take him while he's sick. Su Shin has ruled towards the Su family for too long. It's time for someone else to sit in that position, even if he, Su Zhan, is in the God Emperor realm. So what? Don't forget that my Lin family's old ancestor is still alive. Lin Xiaoran was full of ambition. What? Lin Yun is still alive? Wasn't he already vaporized 1,000 years ago? The hearts of the various ministers set off huge waves. Lin Yun was the Lin family's #1 powerhouse, who failed in his attempt to reach the God Emperor realm 1,000 years ago, resulting in his sitting down. But now Lin Xiaoran was telling them that Lin Yun was still alive? Even if it wasn't the God Emperor realm, I'm afraid it was still a half-step God Emperor. That would really bring them some security. After all, right now at least it looked like Su Zhan's injuries were serious. I just don't know how many % of his battle power can still be utilized. With a half-step Divine Emperor sitting in their midst, they relaxed quite a bit. Apart from Su Zhan, there's another difficult character. The Li family of the War God's mansion. Someone said gruffly. The Li family was loyal to the Su family. Full of loyalty, and only the Li family was hereditary in the entire Su God dynasty. The ancestors of the Li family all had great achievements towards the Su Shin dynasty. Moreover, the Li family's contemporary god of war, Li Baojun, was also at the peak of divine king cultivation. Unlike other god kings, Li Baojun's cultivation was truly beaten up. His foundation was simply too strong, and he had great hopes of becoming a divine emperor. At the same time, he had tens of millions of soldiers, and almost one person had the entire Su Shin dynasty in his hands. It can be said that where he has ambitions, half of the Su Shin dynasty will have to be surnamed Li. In order not to be successful, he has repeatedly taken the initiative to want to dilute the military power in his hands. For this reason, Su Chop said something. If the war god Li family has any second thoughts, I will stretch out my neck for you to chop. The words brought tears to the eyes of Li Baojun. 10,000 million years have passed, and the heaven and earth aura of the eastern wasteland has become so thin? Walking out of the mausoleum, Suzy frowned. No wonder the current Su Shin dynasty can't produce any strong men, with the aura of heaven and earth being so thin. Even those with outstanding natural talent would find it difficult to advance. That's a far cry from 100 million years ago. Chapter 4, Half-Step Divine Emperor. Walking out of the mausoleum, Suzy raised her eyes and looked out. It's not just Suzy. There were also many great powers that similarly utilized various means to cast their eyes towards the ancient Forbidden Land. At the edge of the desolate Forbidden Land, an old man with a withered body was standing there. He was the same sage who had ordered the mountain to be sealed earlier. The desolate ancient Forbidden Land is being perverse today, and he sees this as an opportunity to, maybe take this opportunity to extend your lifespan. In case there was enough chi, one might even be able to advance to the great sage realm and extend one's lifespan by tens of millions of years. Ha! Want to use the old immortal to scout the way? You life-hungry old things. The saint's head hangs low. He naturally sensed that there were several existences around him with cultivation levels no less than his. These people had been awakened this time, presumably because they wanted him to act as a pawn. Boom! An overwhelming aura abruptly erupted from within him. This wrinkled and withered saint's body blossomed with a terrifying light. In just an instant, the light dispersed and a middle-aged man with black hair flying appeared. He used the last bit of his essence blood to raise his state to the extreme. Unless he finds a chance, he will die. Either roll or fight. The man looked up to the sky, and the pressure of a saint steeply skyrocketed in his eyes. Why should Dao brother be shocked? We are just spectating. We don't mean anything else. Someone was hidden in the void and did not leave. You old undead. Since you don't want to leave, let's fight. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, a long spear appeared in his hand, with rust stains all over it. I don't know how many years it hasn't been used. His entire body then tore through the void with his lance in hand, appearing high in the sky in an instant. It then stabbed down into the void. Bang! Wherever the lance passed, the void exploded. Couldn't take the shot. Put. There was crimson blood dripping down from the void. Fellow Daoist, do you want a fish to die? There were angry, frightened voices ringing out in the void. Get lost if you don't want to die, or else the old man will fight to the last drop of his blood and force you to fight with all your might. All accompany the old man to his death. The middle-aged man said harshly. Excuse me. The saints hidden in various parts of the void left one after another. It wasn't that they were afraid, but they were worried that if they struck out, their chi and blood would fail and it will result in a major reduction in the few lifetimes they have. Want to pick a peach? Where could it be so good? The middle-aged man was no pushover. It's unlikely that they will do something that burns themselves and illuminates others. When the saints here had disappeared, he looked into the distance, his eyes flickering and, in the end, he let out a sigh and turned around to enter the desolate ancient forbidden land. He won't last much longer. He possessed some sort of saintly magic treasure that concealed his form. After he went and all the major powers lost him. Unless a great power used an observation-type emperor soldier, it would be difficult to find him. Su Zi was unaffected, and he was able to see that after the saint entered the forbidden land of desolate ancient, he had just stepped into the inner perimeter, and before he reached the core area, he was swallowed up by a cloud of black mist and his corpse was gone. A saint, like a mole cricket. Marquises, what is the purpose of your late-night visit to the temple? I wonder. Outside the golden palace, an old eunuch with a shrill voice sat on top of the alabaster steps while drinking wine and asked at the three figures that suddenly appeared. Naturally, I'm meeting with the king, Lin Xiaoran said indifferently. The monarch has taken a rest. Do not disturb, all divine lords. Please return. The old eunuch spread his palms and made a please gesture. Old eunuch, it's just the usual thing. Remembering that you're the king's side's big man, is it possible that you think we are afraid of a filthy eunuch like you? The Nandong servant's eyes erupted with a terrifyingly cold aura, causing the temperature of the air around him to drop quite a bit. The old eunuch wasn't annoyed either, showing a smile that didn't care. The divine constabulary is joking. This is a rule set by the king. Please return. The old eunuch raised his pale hand and drank the strong wine in his hand. And what if, say, we must see the king? Then the old slave can only use this remnant of his body to hold you all back. The old eunuch remained unchanged. Ha ha, since when does an old eunuch dare to run wild in front of us? Sunjai was so angry that he laughed. Is that so? The Yusha would also like to learn from the superior skills of all the divine marquis lords. The old eunuch, Phantom Chakra, stood up and his aura changed. The mighty pressure rolled and crushed towards the three divine constables. What? You're the Phantom Chakra? Aren't you dead? Lin Xiaoran and the others' faces changed wildly. Not only was he shocked by the name of the Phantom Chakra, he was even more shocked by the Phantom Chakra's cultivation. Surprisingly, it was a half-step god emperor. This made Lin Xiaoran's trio feel as if they had lost their lives. Wait, Lord Phantom Shade. Misunderstanding, we'll retreat now. Servant Nangong hurriedly shouted out. If you're here, don't leave. But the king said that visitors are guests. You can't even drive them away. Then don't go. Wait until the people behind you show up. And then you can leave. The Phantom Chakra smiled, lightly sealing the three people's cultivation. The three were then lifted and disappeared into thin air. Chapter 5, The Saints of the Current Generation Sitting. Your Majesty. Outside the side hall, Phantom Chakra's voice rang out. Bring it in, Su Zhan said indifferently. Your Majesty. You, just after entering the house, Lin Xiaoran's three people's complexion changed drastically. At this moment, where was Su Zhan still a trace of serious injury? He had a full head of black hair, and was very dignified, and his whole person had a kind of imperial aura emanating out of him. It made a few people tremble. Surprised? Do you know that I have been waiting for you for a long time? Don't leave after coming this time. Su Zhan just lightly glanced at a few people and said, Your Majesty, my Marquis Lin's family is loyal to your Majesty. Heaven and earth can tell. Lin Xiaoran immediately said, The Southern Marquis is equally loyal to his Majesty, and to the Su Shan dynasty. Never dared to have second thoughts about the Su Shan dynasty all these years. Nandong servant's face turned pale and hastened to express his loyalty. They really didn't expect Su Zhan to be such a dog that he would pretend to be seriously injured. Fortunately, they had only come today to test Su Zhan and had not done anything rebellious yet. Lin Xiaoran was kneeling on the ground in death. His eyes had a brilliant light flowing through them. Their Lin family had other backhanders, and now they were afraid that relying on the power of a few of their marquises would not be enough. Go back and redeploy. Go, throw a few people into the black water prison for me, and release a message to the public declaring that today the assassin entered the palace. Although I captured him, but he aggravated his injuries and will return to heaven in a few days. Su Zhan said to Yusha, Your Majesty is trying to force out the people behind these families? The phantom chakra's eyes glowed, and he hastened to lead the way. At the same time, he was a little frightened in his heart, being able to control such a big family as the Lin family. I'm afraid the power behind it is not simple. At the very least, there was the figure of a god emperor in its wake. As for the Lin family's old ancestor, Lin Yun, who was a half-step divine emperor, the intelligence system of the Su divine dynasty had poked around clearly. Only the Lin family still thought they were hiding it well. And another thing, it doesn't matter if they come out, or if they don't come out. Decorate the entire palace in a festive manner for me. I'm going to welcome a big shot. Ha ha, Su Zhan erupted into a hearty laugh. Yusha couldn't help but be a little dazed. He had been following Su Zhan for many years, and had never seen Su Zhan smile so happily. Su Zhan has been working diligently since he came to power, fearing that a single mistake would lead to the destruction of the Su Shan dynasty. This also led to the once #1 heavenly pride of the Su God dynasty, whose cultivation rose slowly to death after succeeding the throne. The many forces surrounding the Su God dynasty had long been eyeing the Su God dynasty. If they hadn't been confused about something, the Su Shan dynasty might have long ceased to exist. You kid, you still have the heart for this nonsense? A gust of wind blew into the main hall and Susie's figure appeared. Your Majesty, be careful. The phantom chakra's face changed wildly. The moment Suzy appeared, almost without thinking, he directly blocked in front of Su Zhan's body. This man is unbeatable and unfathomable. Yusha's eyes were dead set on Suzy. Even if Suzy didn't show a single trace of aura on her body, but phantom chakra felt like he was an abyss, capable of swallowing him up in an instant. You are loyal enough. Suzy kindly smiled. He then pointed out a finger, and a golden light instantly disappeared into the body of the phantom chakra. The phantom chakra was shaken. There was a surge of vitality within him that swam throughout his body. He felt the thing that had been cut, surprisingly slowly begin to grow. This pleased him greatly. It's even quite a bit bigger than it used to be when it wasn't cut. A severed limb is reborn. This is a saintly means. Why don't you hurry up and thank the old ancestor? Su Zhan naturally understood at a glance, and immediately said with a smile, Many thanks, sage. Yusha is grateful. Phantom chakra fell to his knees in an instant and cowed out violently. He grew up in this divine palace and became a eunuch by chance. Su Zhan had said more than once that if Yusha wasn't a eunuch he could become the grand commander of the divine palace. Phantom chakra accepts the order. Su Zhan opened his mouth. Minion Yusha accepts the decree. The phantom break had just stood up and hurriedly knelt down towards Su Zhan. Effective immediately, you are appointed as the grand commander of the divine palace. And the safety of my divine palace is in your hands. Su Zhan said with a smile. Minion, no, the last general leads the way. Phantom chakra was grateful. If you apply it well, it might improve all your roots, help you ascend to the God Emperor realm. Suzy nodded and said to Yusha, with a single glance, he was able to see through Yusha's roots and past. Mindful of his loyalty, Suzy didn't mind helping him out. Phantom chakra left in excitement. He knew that the Su Shan dynasty had truly risen, with a saint of the day in attendance. Who dares to be reckless? There are only two things he has to do. Over there is loyalty and guarding the shrine. Tell me in detail how today's Su Shan dynasty has become like this? Seeing Su Zhan standing up, Suzy nonchalantly sat up and asked, Old ancestor, in that era after you, the Su Shan dynasty experienced splendor and there were even quite a few saints once. Suchop seemed to be in deep thought when he said this. At that time, the Su Shan dynasty was thriving, and there were even more celestial pride. But for some reason, successive kings seem to have died one after another after reaching a certain realm, or not see a body in life or in death. Chapter 6, The Holy Monarch Suzy. Hearing this, Suzy couldn't help but think of everything he had projected. The desolate ancient forbidden land is targeting the Su God dynasty? But why didn't they just step in and destroy the Su God dynasty, instead of arresting all of these monarchs? It's hard to believe that Su Shanchao's origins are not simple, with something that even in existence like the desolate ancient forbidden land would covet? Suzy tapped the armrest lightly. No, what even they would covet? I'm afraid I'm the only one in the entire Su God dynasty who has it in me. That is the Taiku divine mountain in the bloodline. Suzy muttered to herself. Take a drop of your essence blood. Suzy gently waved his hand at Suchop. A drop of blood that emitted a radiant glow immediately appeared at the center of Su Zhan's brow. Only strangely enough, the drop of blood was a golden color. Su Zhan said breathlessly, "Old ancestor, well, at least wait for my permission before you take it." Although he lost a drop of essence blood, it didn't have much effect on Su Zhan. The drop of golden-colored blood was dripping and spinning in front of Su Zi. Boom! Su Zhan's huge divine thoughts instantly disappeared into the golden blood droplets. Su Zhan, who was on the side, blanched. Su Zi merely spilled out a trace of divine thoughts. He felt like he was freezing cold and about to die. Although he had some guesses about Su Zi's cultivation, but at this time really feel that the cultivation of this old ancestor must be shocking the world and weeping God general existence. The aura of an immortal. The Su God dynasty Su family is actually descended from an immortal. A divine light shone in Su Zi's eyes. He had never studied the origins of the Su Shan dynasty before this. After all, a sleep is a million years. Although it's deeply hidden, there is a hint of the rules of the Taiku divine mountain. Su Zi understood that this was someone rushing towards their bloodline. Now that the trace of rule power in Su Zhan's body hadn't been activated yet, even Su Zi could barely project it. Perhaps only when Su Zhan's cultivation truly becomes a saint, this trace of the immortal Dao rules of the Taiku divine mountain would then be activated. The kings of the Su Shan dynasty through the ages are presumably gone in this way, taken captive by a powerful being. The purpose was simple enough. It was for that trace of immortal Dao rule power. Their family, the Su family, comes from an uncomplicated background. He's been asleep for 100 million years, and every year counts as 365 days. One day of sleep for him was equivalent to a year of practicing. 365 days equaled 365 years, and 100 million years equaled 35. 600 years of Su Zi's cultivation. That's over 30 billion years. It was a pig that had cultivated for so long that it had become an invincible immortal. Moreover, Su Zi could feel that his lifespan was already endless. He, indeed, lived forever, cultivating to his realm. Every move, every word, every action is a word that follows the law. There is no such thing as a heavenly kung fu imperial law. It also doesn't use any divine spells at all. Shoo! Su Zi finished reading and pointed a finger on top of the golden-colored blood. While he activated the power of the immortal Dao rules as much as he could, he also left Su Zhan with a strand of the great emperor's imprint. Su Zhan's qualifications were very good. It was that his cultivation was delayed by the divine dynasty. This great emperor's seal comprehension was enough to allow him to quickly advance to the saint realm, or even great saint. With the activation of the immortal Dao rules in his body, he would also be able to quickly become an immortal in his future cultivation. Tens of thousands of years for less, tens of millions of years for more. Although Su Zi had a way to make Su Zhan instantly become a great sage king, or even a great emperor of the current generation, but he wouldn't do that. This way Su Zhan would have no foundation to speak of and would be trapped in the great emperor realm for the rest of his life. This was not something Su Zi wanted to see. Su Zhan thanks the old ancestor. The moment the drop of blood returned to Su Zhan's body, Su Zhan's aura began to skyrocket. Almost instantly, he broke through to the saint realm. Su Zi gently waved his hand, and the heaven and earth visions directly dissipated before they even appeared. Becoming a saint, there will be astounding heaven and earth visions. The aura of heaven and earth feeding back. The golden lotus in the void blooming. The saintly vapors manifested in the world. But at the moment it's calm as water. Su Zhan naturally understood the old ancestor's intention. Su Zhan quickly suppressed his cultivation after rejoicing. Su Zi nodded darkly. Su Zhan did not lose his mind by the rapidly increasing cultivation. He suppressed his rapidly rising cultivation and stabilized his realm at the early saint stage. Enjoy the restful time, Su Zi said with a smile on his lips as he looked at Su Zhan. Although Su Zi's smile made him feel like a spring breeze. At this moment, Su Zhan was a little chilled. Fighting at the same realm. Whether it's you or the younger generation of the Su God dynasty, I don't care. Being dead just means it's too trashy. If you can't even defeat the same realm, don't say you're a descendant of the Su God dynasty's imperial family. Su Zi had projected and seen some glimpses of the future. But he wasn't worried. After all, he was back. He had nothing to say if he lost in the same realm. But if any old miscreant dares to make a move, then don't blame him. After all, he hadn't killed anyone in years. After so many years had passed, I'm afraid that the world had forgotten about him. The holy monarch, Lin Yuan Holy Land. Here a temple floated in the air, and all sorts of rare birds and beasts ran around. It looks gorgeous. At this moment, all the major powerhouses of the Lin Yuan Holy Land gathered together. I think that the Su Shan dynasty can no longer support the name of the Eastern Wasteland Sacred Power. The Eastern Wasteland Power that. It's time to shuffle the deck. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said softly as he looked at the major powerhouses underneath with no expression on his face. I think the Holy Lord is right. What virtue does the Su God dynasty have? A mere God emperor wants to dominate a party and be equal to us? Ji Wuhan. the Grand Elder of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, immediately agreed. He had been looking at Su Shinjiao unfavorably for a long time. Chapter 7, Plotting in the Holy Land. I don't think it's right. The Su God dynasty has produced saintly deposits in the past. You know that although a saint's lifespan is not so long as to live forever, it's easy to live for 10 million years. An elder continued after musing. Who knows if Su Shinjiao is showing weakness? In case this is a trap, even if we are able to take down the Su God dynasty, our Lin Yuan Holy Land will definitely suffer a heavy blow. At that time, the fish and mussels will fight for each other, and the fishermen will benefit. The second elder of the Lin Yuan Holy Land thought it was inappropriate and shook his head. Where exactly have the past saints of the Su God dynasty gone? Without a word. Nor have I heard of any deaths out there. They all disappeared at the height of their powers without a whiff of a breeze. Strange. There were strong people mingling and talking. Could this be a trap? All of their saints are sealed in immortal crystals, waiting for the great age to come? Tens of millions of years have passed, and the Sushin dynasty saints have never appeared. Not dead. It's just self-appointed. So what? They're all ants in front of this holy lord. Saint Lord Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. Besides, the several great clans of the Su God dynasty are all under the watchful eye of this holy lord. After so many years, even their generations haven't seen any saints from the Su God dynasty. This holy lord suspects that they don't have any saints at all now. The Lin Yuan holy lord said once again. All in all, the powerful below had a mixed statement, with a 50-50 split between agreeing and disagreeing. I think it might as well be. The Lin Yuan Holy Land joins forces with the Netherworld Holy Land, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Ancient Market Holy Land, and the like to travel to the Su God dynasty to explore the depths on the grounds of a young generation sparring match. And if the Su God dynasty doesn't have any saints, then we'll annex it. Grand Elder Ji Wuhan proposed. What the Grand Elder said is very true. The aura of heaven and earth in the eastern wasteland has become thinner and thinner over the years. A Su God dynasty has taken up too many cultivation resources, and we have no choice but to do this. An elder smiled grimly. In that case, then this seat will repair a letter and send it to the Netherworld Holy Land, the Heavenly Sword Sect, Ancient Ruins Sacred Ground. When the four major forces depart for the Su God dynasty, the sacred lord of Lin Yuan clapped his hands. Holy Lord is wise. Many elders loudly agreed. By the way, since it's a contest for the younger generation, it's only natural to fulfill it by bringing the saint son of Lin Yuan, the candidate holy sons, holy maidens, etc. All gather up. The holy lord of Lin Yuan gave the order. Sacred Lord, I've heard that there's already a break in the war power of the Su God dynasty. This time it will completely exterminate their younger generation. Ji Wuhan shook his eyelids and said with a smile on his face, there's been something unusual about the Emperor's soldiers these years, and it seems like a great world is coming. Before the great world comes, we must be prepared for everything. In this life, I, the Lin Yuan Holy Land, will pour out all I have to produce a great emperor. Great emperor? I don't know how many epochs there hasn't been a great emperor. One great emperor is enough to shelter my Lin Yuan Holy Land for tens of thousands of years without falling. Lin Yuan Holy Land, forever. Hearing the words of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord, everyone shouted in unison. Awaken the progenitor, there will be a place for him in this great world. It's also time for the world to recognize and know him, to let them know what it means to be a true demon. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said once again. What? Rinjin? That countless epochs ago was once known as the Lin Yuan Holy Land's #1 demon. Lin Jun, who was the most capable of being a great emperor in the eastern wasteland. I heard that there was no hope of becoming an emperor in that era. The pride of many great powers have sealed themselves in immortal crystals, using this to wait for the great world to come. In this way, the Lin Yuan Holy Land will definitely shock the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The many elders of the Lin Yuan Holy Land looked uplifted. By the will of the Holy Lord, the cultivation of my Su family's descendants is too poor. Su Shin dynasty, Su Zi's huge divine thoughts instantly covered the entire divine palace. Not even a saintly grand formation could stop his divine sense. He covered the entire divine palace, viewing every blade of grass and tree clearly. The cultivation of the Su family's descendants was really a bit miserable. The highest cultivation level of the younger generation in the martial arts arena is only at the Void Dao realm. The age of his bones was 800 years old. It's going to fall out of the younger generation's sequence in another 200 years. Such a cultivation level could only be described as a genius, not a heavenly pride. In the outside world is an unimaginable existence, but behind the Su family bloodline is a bit intolerable. There's some significance to have an inheritance fused with the Emperor vein, as well as the bloodline of my Su clan. Bone age of 430 years old. Cultivation level of the Zunshur realm. Not bad. There's finally a good seedling. Realm division, martial apprentice, martial artist, samurai, martial master, grand martial master, martial sovereign, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Zun, Zun Shur, Void Dao, John I, Transported One, Supreme, Celestial God, Divine King, Divine Emperor, Saints, Great Saints, Saint King, Quasi-Emperors, Great Emperors, True Immortals, Red Dust Immortals, Immortal Kings, Immortal Emperors. When the aura of heaven and earth is weak, the Sushin dynasty bears the brunt of it. It has become an existence at the bottom of all the great powers. As the saying goes, the great world has come. Su Zi sighed, then strolled towards the martial arts arena. Chapter 8, The Sage Comes. 10,000 million years had passed, and there were many branches of the Su family bloodline descendants. The middle of the divine palace is the main vein, also called the ancestral ground. The remaining branches are distributed throughout the areas governed by the Su God dynasty. Every 5 years, the Su God dynasty would put the most talented offspring from each branch through a talent test. Those who are gifted and qualified will be accessed to the divine palace for training. At the same time, this branch would be rewarded with quite a few cultivation resources from the divine palace. What Su Zi was going to do was simple. He was going to activate the bloodline within the Su family's offspring. It came pretty fast. Su Zi stopped his steps and looked into the void. 1,000,000 miles away, a figure came tearing through the void. This figure was extremely fast, and his cultivation was so strong that he could tear through space at will, traveling through the void storm. This is a tactic that only saints have. In barely 10 breaths of time, this figure had already appeared outside the Su God dynasty divine palace. It was an aged old man, dressed in plain clothes with his hands hanging low. The weird thing is that he's a human head with eagle claws, and it looks astonishing. Someone from the Forbidden Zone. Susie gently shrugged her nose, then said, "Since we're here, let's settle the matter of the desolate ancient forbidden land first." After Suzy finished speaking, this person slowly dissipated in place, as if he had never appeared. Surprisingly, it's already a saint? Su Zhan is in seclusion at the moment. In the place of his retreat, the old man figure slowly emerged. A face of surprise said, "Who are you?" Su Zhan's body was hairy. He had already become a saint, but he hadn't thought that someone else would be able to appear inside his retreat room unknowingly. Although this person presented an old appearance, his eyes were sharp and frightening. If you look closely, one would realize that these eyes seemed to be the same giant eyes that appeared in the ancient Forbidden Land. And at the same time, the great formation of the Su God dynasty did not react in the slightest. This means that this person is frighteningly strong. At least a great saint cultivation. Su Zhan instantly stood up and sweat. It's really a step in the right direction. I had thought that I would have to wait for at least another 1,000 years, but I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. The eagle-clawed old man said indifferently. It's very plain, but there's a powerful sense of oppression that Su Zhan's sage cultivation was completely inadequate in front of him. He was originally ordered to come to help Su Zhan become a saint, but he didn't expect that Su Zhan had just become a saint already. This was something he hadn't expected. At the same time, he always felt something was wrong. It was reasonable to say that becoming a saint would trigger a vision of heaven and earth, but he had not captured it. That was something that puzzled him. But at this point he clearly didn't want to care that much. Make an edict of succession, and come with me. Eagle Claw old man looked at Su Zhan and said, "Who the hell are you? Where are you taking me?" Su Zhan was horrified to realize that he could not move a single muscle, and was imprisoned to death. "You'll know when you go, and you'll see your ancestors then," the eagle-clawed old man said indifferently. "What?" Su Zhan's face changed drastically. He also recalled the ancient records that the successive kings of the Su family had been born without seeing their bodies. Is it possible that all the ancestors of his Su family have been captured in this way? The moment this thought came out, cold sweat broke out on Su Zhan's forehead. The idea is just horrible. All the generations of their Su family monarchs were like piglets, bred to wait until the time was right. Then someone shows up to take them away. It is not known what they were taken for, but Su Chop knew that it was definitely not good. No wonder the Sushin dynasty's fortunes have declined so much over the years. One saint appears and is taken away. One appears and is taken away. No major power can afford to be caught like this. Treating my Sushin dynasty as your breeding ground? Right at this moment, a flat but rage-containing voice exploded within the retreat room. Su Zhan's face was instantly ecstatic. The eagle-clawed elder, however, instantly shrunk his eagle eyes furiously. There are still strong people in the Su God dynasty. The old man's eagle eyes erupted with radiant to the extreme light, seemingly reflecting the heavens. But no matter how much he pushed, his eagle eyes couldn't see Suzy. This made the eagle-eyed old man feel bad. His body is an ancient divine eagle. A pair of eagle's eyes can reflect the heavens when cultivated to great completion, seeing through the fog of the world and pointing directly to the origin of all things. Even the traces of great emperors could be spied, but these days those eyes seem to be failing. It also made his heart sink and his face harden. 10,000 million years have passed, but I didn't expect that there would be a change today. Rip. The eagle-clawed old man was about to vanish almost instantly by tearing open the void rift. He was going to tell the Holy Emperor about this variable. Come when you want and leave when you want? Do you really think I, Sushin Dynasty, am a vegetarian? Susie's figure slowly emerged. As soon as his words fell, the void seemed to become impenetrable in an instant. No matter how hard the eagle-clawed old man tried, he could not escape from this side of space. At this moment the eagle-clawed elder was sweating like a pig. He knew that he had run into a real powerhouse today, but he couldn't figure out who was helping Su Xianchao. It couldn't be someone from the Sushin dynasty anyway. There was no way that someone from the Su God dynasty could have grown to this point under their noses. This was something that the eagle-clawed elder was still confident in. The only other possibility is that the Sukin dynasty has hired outside help. Although their desolate ancient forbidden land was powerful, there were still forbidden lands that stood shoulder to shoulder with them. For example, the Taichou Forbidden Area, the Immortal Ancient Forbidden Area, and the Ancient Forbidden Area. Who is your excellency? I am the Eagle General under the Holy Emperor of the Ancient Forbidden Land. Could it be that your excellency is trying to make a feud with the desolate Ancient Forbidden Land? The eagle-clawed elder forced himself to calm down and looked at Su Zi and said, Who is this seat? The first monarch of the Su God dynasty, Su Qiankuan, whom you have captured, is my father. Who do you think I am? Su Zi's face was expressionless. Su Qiankuan is your father? How can that be? Su Dao has long been taken captive by me. And you can't be Su Dao. Are you Saint Ruler Su Zi? The eagle-clawed elder was appalled. The most powerful person in the Sushin dynasty was the then founding king, Su Qiankuan. One's strength was unfathomable, reaching the peak of Sage King. At that time, they didn't know that the bloodline of the Su God dynasty's Su clan contained fragments of the Swidden Mountain, so it didn't go after Su Xianchao. They waited until Su Zi succeeded to the throne and died from the backlash of his failed attempt to cross the threshold before they began to act. The dead Su Zi was naturally not their target. The eagle-clawed elder was also at the peak of Sage King, but he was no match for Su Qiankuan and coughed up blood in defeat. But afterward, he came carrying a great emperor's decree and suppressed and captured Su Qiankuan and Su Dao. But they hadn't expected that Saint Ruler Su Zi had swindled his way to death? And one death is 10,000 years. The outside world's aura was so thin, but he surprisingly didn't even show his old age. If it was sealed into the immortal crystal, it definitely couldn't escape his eyes. This is very unusual. The eagle-eyed old man could no longer maintain his composure. This was a terrifying existence that was able to easily suppress him. This person's cultivation was at least that of a quasi-emperor. The gap between a sage king and a paragon emperor was an unbridgeable chasm. Chapter 9, Sage King Gotham. The eagle-clawed elder knew that this time it was really planted. What's worse, he didn't have the great emperor's decree with him. Otherwise, even a quasi-emperor would only be able to kneel and beg for forgiveness under the great emperor's decree. His cultivation was enough to gain a foothold in the 4 seas and 8 deserts, so he had let his guard down over the years. It was originally thought that the aura of heaven and earth had declined and many powerful people had sealed themselves off. Although he was a sage king, his lifespan was naturally not endless, but there were great emperor rules in the desolate ancient forbidden land that could suppress the speed of the flow of years. There was another reason. It was an ancient race, and its life force itself was longer than that of the human race. That's why he was able to live for so many years and still have surging chi and blood. These eyes of yours? Stay. Su Zi didn't say any more nonsense, only to see him stretch out his index middle finger and a downward snap against the eagle's clawed eyes. Humph. The eagle-clawed old man instantly let out a muffled grunt. His eyes were hollow and dark inside. Black blood then gushed out wildly. His eyes were snapped hard across the room by Su Zi. These eyes were a light golden color and could be considered a supreme treasure. Not only could it peer into the 8 directions, but it even had a terrifying kung fu technique hidden in it. It was only that the eagle-clawed old man was imprisoned by Su Zi, and the technique could not be used. Boom! A purple flame instantly appeared in Su Zi's palm, continuously searing the eyeballs. He then threw it directly to Su Zhan and said, "It's already been sacrificed. If it's utilized well, it can instantly kill saints and seriously injure saint kings. Even quasi-emperors would have to be seriously injured if they were unsuspecting." That's right. Set up another big formation. Su Zi waved his big hand, and at once, densely packed immortal gold, sacred weapons flew out from the treasury of the Sushin dynasty. These were the accumulations and underpinnings of the Su God dynasty over the years, but now it is directly consumed by most of it. But Su Chop was not sorry at all. This is the supreme means of the old ancestors. The Sushin dynasty has, indeed, risen. Su Zhan played with the 2 eyeballs in his hand, although it was a bit diabolical, thinking that this thing could seriously injure a sage king or even a quasi-emperor, and he felt excited beyond belief. In the imperial capital of the Su God dynasty, A ray of light continued to blossom in the surroundings. There are gold, blue, purple and so on, incomparably bright. The light penetrates the sky, dazzling people. A large formation rose from the ground. An attack array, a defense array, and a spirit-gathering array. The Sugod dynasty's 10,000-year heritage was enough to support this horrifying consumption. What's going on? Why do I feel that the aura of heaven and earth has suddenly become more than 10 times thicker? Su Chen, the number one powerhouse of the younger generation of the Sugod dynasty, slowly opened his eyes while sitting on the ground. More than 10 times? This concentration is still increasing. My Sushan dynasty's aura is feeding back. This is a sign of great prosperity. In just an instant, countless people within the imperial capital city broke through their cultivation levels without warning. Some cultivators stuck at the bottleneck instantly broke the mirror. This, Marquis Lin's residence. Lin Yun paced the hall with an anxious face. Suddenly the aura of heaven and earth instantly became thicker, which was more than enough to prevent him from having peace of mind. Although news had spread within the palace that Lin Xiaoran and the others had sneak attacked Su Zhan, causing Su Zhan's serious injuries to worsen. Lin Xiaoran and the others were also captured by all means, but Lin Yun didn't dare to travel to the Divine Palace alone. He was afraid that this was Su Zhan's treacherous plan. Now that the aura of the imperial capital of the Sushan dynasty had suddenly revived, it was even more anxiety-inducing for him. He's been sending people to follow every move of the Divine Palace and the War God's mansion. As soon as there is a breeze from either side, he is going to run. But now that there is no movement in the Divine Palace, Li Brejan of the War God's mansion has already entered the Divine Palace to meet the king. So Lin Yun was still in the Marquis Lin's residence. He felt vaguely uneasy inside. Men, pack up your things and leave the Sushan dynasty immediately. Thinking about it, Lin Yun immediately ordered. He felt that there was something abnormal about Sushan Chao nowadays, making him very uneasy inside. He gave a direct order. As for Lin Xiaoran, if he's dead, he's dead. After all, it didn't matter if the large Lin family lost one person. Old Marquis, where are you going? Just as Lin Yun was about to run away, a voice instantly caused Lin Yun to freeze in place. But when he saw who was coming, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's just the chief eunuch of the palace. Nothing to be afraid of. You think the Divine Palace doesn't know that you swindled your way to death? The king doesn't know? The Grand Commander of the Phantom Sharks looked at Lin Yun with a disdainful expression. So what if I know? You guys think I'm still in the peak God King realm? Lin Yun was first shocked, then he laughed up at the sky. Su Zhan had underestimated him after all. I didn't know that he was already a half-step God Emperor. A Dane superintendent was just that. Not a threat to him. If it was Li Badian, perhaps he would still be a few points of fear. Kill them, let's go. Lin Badian pointed one hand at Yusha, then turned around and was about to leave. Go, you're afraid you won't be able to leave. The Phantom Chakra appeared in front of Lin Yun in a single step with a calm demeanor. Lin Yun was horrified. The speed of the Phantom break was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react. He instantly understood that the cultivation level of this great inner chief was above him. What realm was above him? Naturally, it was the God Emperor realm. This discovery shocked Lin Yun. Since when was there a divine emperor hidden in the Divine Palace? And a eunuch? Lin Yun's face was filled with despair. He didn't put up any resistance and could only fold his hands. He only hoped that the one behind him would be able to save him. One could only hope for that great man from the Ling Yuan Holy Land. But it was clear that he had underestimated the ruthlessness of the Phantom Chakra. He thought he wouldn't be tortured much if he tied his hands. But reality bloody well told him that was impossible. The sound of skin and flesh being shredded resounded through him. A stabbing pain reached his soul, causing Lin Yun to nearly faint. His peepa bone was directly penetrated by the soul-snatching hook in Yusha's hand. The entire soul-snatching hook was dark and looked like it was emitting a ghostly black gas that made one's body cold. Yet this is only the beginning. You also taste this commander's soul-devouring needle. This is what happens when you betray the king. This commander wants to feel this despair in sobriety. Only two large needles of about 10 centimeters emitting a cold light appeared in the palms of the Yusha's hands. This kind of needle Lin Yun felt like his soul was going to be frozen when he even looked at it. This kind of needle was reasonably useless against a god king, let alone a half-step god emperor. But the current Lin Yun was imprisoned. His body's cultivation completely unable to be utilized. Chapter 10, Sage King, abolished. Yusha threw out the two soul-devouring needles in his hand. The soul-devouring needle landed directly on Lin Yun's head and then penetrated down. Lin Yun couldn't stand it any longer and roared in pain to the sky. The soul-devouring needle penetrated his skull and stirred in his brain. This pain goes to the bone. If the cultivation was weaker, he was afraid that he would die of pain alive. It was just that Lin Yun was a half-step god emperor, so he wouldn't be killed by the pain alive. But that's precisely what tortured him the most. You can't die if you want to, and even fainting has become a luxury. The Sai chakra tugged at the chains of the soul-snatching hook in his hands, dragging Lin Yun along the streets of the imperial capital as he did so. Behind Lin Yun were the tortured Lin family members. Broken arms and legs were normal, and there were several people who were cut into sticks, wailing in their mouths. They were all securely bound with chains around their necks, and even if they became human sticks, also being dragged on the ground. It's really too bad. People were coming and going in the streets of the imperial capital, and everyone was talking. What is this? These people are so miserable. They're like this. How dare you be dragged around in chains? Yeah, it looks like they're wearing official uniforms. When did people from the palace become so tyrannical? The Sushin dynasty's chi seems to have run out. Someone sneered. Clank. A sudden piercing sound of a sword coming out of the body buzzed one's eardrums. Put. In a flash of cold light, the man who said that the Sushin dynasty had run out of gas was instantly pierced by a sword, deadly nailed to the spot. He couldn't even speak, and instantly gasped. The Sugod dynasty shelters you and others. If you think the Sugod dynasty is bad, you can leave. Yusha didn't even look at the body that was nailed to death by the sword, but turned to look at the crowd of the imperial capital and drank, while peacefully enjoying the shelter of Sushin Chao. He says that Sushin Chao is not. A dog knows he only has one master. These people, who tried to conspire against the king and even entered the palace to assassinate the king, have committed countless crimes that are too numerous to mention, and their crimes should be put to death. Yusha finished pulling the wailing Lin Yun as he continued on his way. What? Plotting against the king? Assassinate the king? The crowd couldn't help but shiver. That's a big crime, especially monks, because of their long lifespan, not to mention killing their 18 generations. 88 generations may be alive. Nowadays, the imperial capital's aura is so dense that it's almost dozens of times that of the previous one. It was quite a bit denser than even a normal Holy Land. How could they leave the Sugod dynasty? As with the Marquis Lin, 2 marquis houses, including the Marquis Nangong, were copied. All of them, from the oldest man in the world to the youngest child in the world, have been arrested. The entire imperial capital was shocked for a time. Marquis, but the existence of great power, called a party of vassals, but this time 3 were directly uprooted. In fact, all 3 of them are still preparing for a rebellion and have not yet put it into action. After all, their family head hadn't come out again after entering the divine palace, and they had scruples. The only reason they're not running is because they haven't started plotting against each other yet. Naturally, he is not afraid of the king's condemnation, but they forget that since the beginning of time the powerful side has never needed evidence or reason to kill. You control the grand formation yourself. I plan to go into the desolate ancient forbidden land for a walk. Suzy handed over the control of the grand formation to Su Zhan and said slowly, Old ancestor, I heard that great emperors have been born in the desolate ancient forbidden land. There are great terrors inside. Su Zhan said in a hurry. He was really worried. It was because it was difficult for even a sage king to survive inside. There's no harm in it. It's time to recall the successive kings of my Sugod dynasty. Suzy shook her head with a breezy expression. The Su family's ancestors are really still alive? Su Zhan was a little excited and apprehensive at the same time. The excitement was that the Su family's ancestors that Su Zi's old ancestor had said were really still alive. The apprehension is that after so many years, even a saint would probably have a hard time surviving this long. After all, if you are taken captive, it is hard to believe that others will still be kind enough to seal you in the immortal crystal, keep you alive. By then, will the ancestors still be the ancestors of the Su family? Will they have changed their souls? Su Zhan did not dare to think about it in detail. It's better to let the old Suzy ancestor have a headache with all this. Anyway, old ancestor Suzy's cultivation was extremely strong, so nothing should happen. The eagle-clawed elder on the side was overjoyed. This Su Zi was too arrogant to want to break into the Forbidden Land alone? What's wrong with that? But he wouldn't be stupid enough to say it, because it was the only way he had a chance of surviving. As for you, Su Zi looked at the eagle-clawed elder who interrupted him before he could finish his words. I can lead the way, the eagle-clawed elder hastily stated. Wow, I don't need to lead the way. The district is forbidden. Just level it. Su Zi's words were bland, but they caused the eagle-clawed elder's heart to set off a wild storm in shocking waves. What kind of person is this? Opening his mouth to say that the Forbidden Land is destroyed is. The ancient Forbidden Land had existed for an incomparably long time. Even some of the Dao lineages in the world had not existed for as long as the Forbidden Land had. Even in the chaotic ancient period, the warring era when great emperors came out side by side, no one dares to say that leveling the Forbidden Land is. Even great emperors didn't want to freely feud with the Forbidden Land. One could imagine how terrifying the existence inside the Forbidden Land was. Now a random person who doesn't know what's good for him jumps out and dares to provoke the Forbidden Land? The eagle-clawed old man wanted to laugh, but he held it hard, because he didn't want to die yet. or he would have been hilarious, laughing at this Suzy who doesn't know any better. He was now looking forward to Suzy's expression after traveling to the Forbidden Land. Just thinking of Suzy being rubbed on the ground by the Holy Emperor, the eagle-clawed elder felt a wave of relief. What are you fantasizing about? Suzy glanced at the eagle-clawed old man and said casually. The eagle-clawed elder's entire body was struck by lightning. With a mere glance, Suzy directly nullified his cultivation. That's right, just by looking at him. In an instant, his cultivation level was like a dam that had been swept away. The eagle-eyed old man was filled with horror. He was still thinking of bringing Suzy a way out in exchange for a way to live. By the time they arrived at the desolate ancient Forbidden Land, Suzy would have to die even if he didn't. That's when he'll be saved. But now that he was wasted, he who was already showing his old age was even worse at this time. His hair began to fall out almost instantly, and then he was covered in folds that could pinch a fly. The skin is even looser. The old man with the eagle's claws could barely stand up, his cultivation disappearing. Almost instantly his lifespan came to an end as well. At the moment he should have 100 or so years to live. This is the limit of mortal lifespan, but in the eyes of a monk there is no difference from a day. It's over. It's all over. After playing with eagles all my life, I didn't expect to be pecked blind by them in the end. The old man dropped to the floor. It slowly revealed itself. An ancient eagle that was almost bald without a few hairs, only without the eyes. Chapter 11, Sage King Flesh and Blood Treasure. Although its cultivation is all scattered, it is extremely strong, having reached the peak of Sage King. This blood and flesh is a great tonic. After you get rid of it and slaughter it, you can boil the sinews and polish the foundation for the descendants of the Su family. The meat is a little older, but it's highly nutritious. This thing is enough to lay a solid foundation for the descendants of the Su family, and becoming a saint in the future is almost a certainty. Suzy said to Sujan. The divine light in Sujan's eyes skyrocketed. Looking at the eagle-clawed elder was like looking at a superbly delicious dish. Anyway, it's not in human form, so there's no pressure to eat it. The blind divine eagle on the side was trembling all over. What are these people trying to eat it? I didn't realize that there was such a catastrophe coming at the end of my life, but it had no chance of resisting now. It understood itself very well that it was an ancient god seed, and its flesh contained the divine splendor of the holy Tao. Although his cultivation was lost, the essence of his flesh and blood did not dissipate. It's hard for him to escape death this time. The holy emperor will avenge me. It couldn't let go of any other harsh words, so it could only say this. If the holy emperor you speak of is non-human, I think he'll be coming to keep you company soon, Suzy said faintly. The moment these words came out, the eagle-clawed old man's massive body suddenly trembled. You're thinking too much. The holy emperor was born far earlier than you can imagine. Even great emperors have to bow their noble heads before the holy emperor. And you? Ha! The eagle-clawed old man sneered unwillingly. It's a pity. It couldn't see the moment when Suzy was pressed and rubbed on the ground by the holy emperor. I'll wait for you in the Yellow Springs. After saying this, the eagle-clawed old man stopped speaking. Old ancestor, why don't we think long and hard about this? After hearing the words of the eagle-clawed old man, Sujan became even more worried inside. If the eagle-clawed elder wasn't bragging, how terrifying should that saint emperor be? An existence that can make even a great emperor bow down. Great emperor? Not one has appeared in 10,000 years. In the 4 seas and 8 wastes that was a figure standing at the top of the pyramid. Such a big shot didn't dare to go against the holy emperor, and Sujan was really worried. There's no harm in it. From now on, all of the Sushan dynasty will give this seat a high profile, and the district great emperor. But, before Suzy's words finished falling, his entire person had already disappeared. Sujan was already accustomed to the old ancestor's godly presence, but the old ancestor's words shook him to his core. What do you mean? A mere emperor is nothing more than that? Hear thou, do men speak? I'm afraid this old ancestor has blown his load. At the same time, an unspeakable sense of pride surged in Sujan's heart. The oldest member of my family is just awesome. Voice breaking, he acted immediately, slaughtering the eagle-clawed old man and throwing him into a cauldron hundreds of meters wide. Start boiling the great medicine up. What precious stan herbs, great medicines, all through to the inside. This time the Su family has really risen. Gather everyone from the royal family, as well as the god of war, Li Baojun, and call them all to me. Sujan excitedly commanded. Your Majesty, are you all right? My general Li Baojun is late to rescue you, please punish your Majesty. As soon as Li Baojun saw Sujan, he immediately kneeled down on one knee to apologize. He did his best to get here. By all rights, with his cultivation level, he should have arrived long ago. But Li Baojun is a man who abides by the rules. He walked in step by step from the palace entrance. No cultivation was used. It was because he received a message from Sujan that he was unharmed. Otherwise, the matter would have been urgent and he would have shown up a long time ago. Ha ha, Broken army. Why are you doing this? I told you that you don't need to salute me when you see me in private. Su Zhan laughed brightly when he saw Li Baojun. As it happens, you have been summoned for a heavenly good. Su Zhan pointed to the cauldron that was cooking with divine fire in the distance and said, you will call the 10 most talented descendants of the Li family, and I will send them great opportunities. Li Baojun looked in the direction Su Zhan pointed to. There was a sudden blush. He couldn't sense it before because of the reason of the big formation that Suzy had laid down, nor did he release his divine soul at will. But at this moment, he released his divine soul, but his face instantly turned white. He hastily withdrew his divine soul, and even if he died, but that kind of pressure nearly shattered his divine soul. Your Majesty, what was the cultivation level of that divine bird when it was alive? Li Baojun asked with a trembling voice. Not high. The old ancestor said it's just the peak of Sage King. Su Zhan said with a smile. What? An existence at the peak of Sage King? Li Baojun immediately broke his voice and shouted. Calm down. Look at your unseen face. Su Zhan had a look of contempt. Gulp. Li Baojun swallowed hard. Your Majesty, that's an existence at the peak of the Sage King. Li Baojun smiled bitterly. By the way, sire, what old ancestor did you just say? Li Baojun reacted to the old ancestor that Su Zhan had just spoken of and hurriedly asked. He was one of the few people who knew the secrets of the Divine Palace. He knew that Sushan Dynasty Su Zhan was the #1 powerhouse. And as for the previous monarch, it's long gone. Old ancestor is of course my Su God Dynasty's founding monarch, Su Qianquan's second son, old ancestor Su Zi. Oh yes, this Sage King demon was beheaded by old ancestor Suzy. Su Zhan said as he looked at Li Baojun with a smile on his face. What? Saint ruler Suzy? That youngest saint in history as recorded in the ancient texts? Li Baojun was stunned. The news I saw and heard today was more powerful than ever. Congratulations to your Majesty. Congratulations to the Divine Dynasty. The Su Divine Dynasty finally has a Sage King of its own. Li Baojun's words carried too much sourness and helplessness. The Sushan Dynasty had become more and more precarious over the years. The bitterness of this can be imagined. Now there's a great Sage King sitting in the middle of the town. Su Xianchao would no longer have to worry about the jackals and tigers lurking around him. But your Majesty, this great opportunity is something that Broken Sky can never accept. Li Badian refused to call the descendants of the Li family into the Divine Palace to receive the baptism of precious flesh. This stuff is too precious. The Li family is not yet worthy. Broken Sky, putting aside our vassal status, you and I are also brothers. Besides, your Li family has been loyal to the Sushan dynasty since the founding of the country. I can see that. And so can the entire Sushan dynasty's people. Su Zhan patted Li Baishan's shoulder and continued after a pause. So, this chance, your Li family deserves it. There's no need to say more. And I thought 10 places was too few. Your Majesty, 10 places are too many, too precious, and I, with gratitude, I thank you in place of the Li family. Li Bantian, an 8-foot man at this time, even choked a little. It's only because Su Zhan said I instead of I. Alright, you arrange it down. By the way, it's not only your family's outstandingly talented geniuses that, and you and the Li family's warlords who have meritorious service to the Sushan dynasty. Call them all here. The Su family will never treat those who are loyal to the Su family poorly, Su Zhan said as he looked at Li Badian seriously. Chapter 12, Back from the Dead. Li Buntian left excitedly at his orders. This was definitely a great opportunity for his Li family. Beyond the ancient Forbidden Land, Suzy stopped by. It wasn't just Suzy. People from all the major powers appeared on the outskirts of this place. All of these forces knew that all of them appeared after that old sage went in and waited here. They don't want the old sage to succeed in living out another life. Yet they were incredibly hopeful that the old sage would live out another life. In short, these people are incredibly conflicted. The fact that the old sage was not able to walk out meant that the Forbidden Land was as dangerous as ever. Not something they can covet. The old sage wouldn't be a threat. If the old sage managed to make it out, it means that he really has attained great fortune. Let him live out a new life. That means that the Forbidden Land is no longer a place of death, and that there are many great opportunities inside. The dying saints of all the major powers could take a shot at it. Even the great saints among those ancient Taoist systems, terrifying existences such as the Sage King, might all appear to compete for a chance. This led to the incomparable bustle outside the desolate ancient Forbidden Land right now. Susie's appearance did not attract the attention of these people. After all, Suzy looked like she had nothing but good looks. Even the cultivation fluctuations on his body could not be felt. Many people who saw Suzy appear only glanced at him before withdrawing their gazes. Out. It's him, he actually succeeded. A great opportunity has arisen in the ancient Forbidden Land. And with life, it means we can renew our lives. Suddenly, a cultivator in the crowd made a horrified sound. One word stirs up 1,000 waves. It's like a little boy falling out of a calm sea. instantly destroying the wariness within everyone. All of their gazes looked towards that incomparably powerful figure. The owner of this figure was none other than the old sage who had previously entered the forbidden land of desolate antiquity, Lin Ran. At this moment, where was Lin Ran half as old as he was? It was clear that he had reached his peak state, and his chi and blood were thick, and his cultivation had skyrocketed. Everyone could see that at this moment, Lin Ran was definitely not just as simple as a saint. He had definitely broken through the cultivation barrier and become a great saint. This caused the eyes of the many old saints hiding in the void to heat up. It seemed like flames were about to erupt from their eyes, and the sizzling heat inside them could no longer be held back. They were going into the ancient forbidden zone to look for a chance to extend their lifespan. Fellow Daoist, stay back. Dare I ask you what exactly is in the desolate ancient forbidden land? The void cracked. An old man with a figure as withered as a haggard man wearing a purple and gold Taoist robe very politely called out to Lin Ran, who was about to leave. What's in there? Won't you go in and see for yourself? Lin Ran's expression was indifferent as he condescended to look down on the purple and gold Dao-robed old man. Fellow Daoist, are you going too far with this? The purple and gold Dao-robed old man's face instantly turned unsightly, his eyes staring at Lin Ran in death. He was the old ancestor of the Violet Sun Holy Land, known as the Violet Sun Sage. The Dao lineage of the Violet Sun Holy Land had existed in the world for an unknown number of years and was very ancient. Thus outside, few people did not give him face as the Violet Sun Sage, which made him very embarrassed. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Lin Ran's aura changed and his entire body became sharp. The Xiang Sage's face instantly turned pale. He originally thought that this Lin Ran was just a saint, even if he had gotten some chance in the Forbidden Land. At most, longevity increases. Even if his cultivation level was raised, it would only be at the early stage of Great Sage. You must know that he is the oldest ancestor of the Purple Sun Holy Land, a genuine Great Sage. It was even the peak of the second stage of Great Sage, just 1 foot short of the threshold to go one step further to become an existence of the third stage of Great Sage. A mere Lin Ran, he could suppress with a backhand. But now, his entire being was stunned by Lin Ran. At this moment, Lin Ran's erupting aura directly pressed him to the point where he was about to lose his breath. Now, do you still think that what this saint has said has gone too far? Lin Ran asked gently as he looked at old Xiang ancestor with cold eyes. No, don't dare. The Xiang sage's eyes were lost in thought as he lowered that high head. He knew that if he dared to show one more word of disrespect, the next moment his soul would be scattered. It's humiliating, but it's all about staying alive. After all, he really does want to live, or he wouldn't be all close to dying of old age. Not yet daring to enter the forbidden zone alone in search of a chance, he was convinced that as long as he was alive, then anything was possible. If it dies, it spawns. If you know, why don't you get out of the way? Lin Ran's words were like knives, and they carved into the heart of the Violet Sun Sage with sharp words. The Xiang Sage's lowered head eyes were filled with humiliation. Had I known, when Lin Ran had gone in and forcefully elevated himself to the peak of the, he should have applied a hot hand and killed him. It was just that at that time, he and a few great saints didn't want to care about that at all. They just want to know if this saint will come out alive or not. The Xiang Sage walked to the side in humiliation, not daring to say more to Lin Ran. Kind of funny. Susie's face was full of playfulness. He had seen this Lin Ran just enter the inner circle before, and he had directly gone up in smoke. The one in front of him was naturally not the Lin Ran from before, but a double, an imposter. Chapter 13, The Sage King appears. But Suzy clearly had no interest in this, and he merely glanced at it. Fellow Daoist, if you don't give a clear explanation today, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to leave this place. Why don't you, fellow Daoist, come back to the Western Wasteland Taishan Holy Land with this seat and have a seat? How about a good discussion with this seat? Lin Ran's feet lifted up before they could fall, and a voice directly froze him. Surprisingly, it's the Western Wasteland's Supreme Holy Land? Someone sucked in a breath of cold air incredulously. This fellow Daoist, I've known you since we first met. You and I must drink 3 big bowls of agar after this incident. But why are you so surprised by what you said about the Western Wasteland Taishan Holy Land? A big man asked in disbelief. He naturally knew about the Western Wasteland's Supreme Holy Land, but he didn't understand it. The so-called holy places he knew were all naturally the same. Just as the Lin Yuan Holy Land in the Eastern Wasteland, the ethereal Holy Land, the ancient Void Holy Land was generally a transcendent power. The world in which these forces existed had long been untraceable, but he knew very well that these forces looked down on the world. The so-called Holy Land naturally had saints sitting in it. How can 3 big bowls of agar be enough? At least 10 big bowls. That skinny guy who just exclaimed in shock remembered the immortal dew inside the heavenly immortal building. The harumph was about to come out. Oh, naturally, that's natural. The Hanyo's face was a little unnatural. Tianxian Lu's immortal du agar jelly is one of the best on earth, and the price is naturally extremely expensive. 3 large bowls were already the highest limit that Han could bear. 10 bowls? That's not even worth the price if you sell him. He had already made up his mind to play disappearing when he heard it later, leaving aside the fact that he wants to hire Skinny. Isn't Skinny at fault? Greed is the original sin. As far as he was concerned, the thin man already had a way of taking his own life. It is rumored that 2 great emperors once appeared in the Western Wasteland Tai Shan Holy Land. Each of them had suppressed an era and was a well-deserved great emperor Dao. In the Western Wasteland, which one dares not give face to the Supreme Holy Land? Even nowadays, in the era when great emperors are not visible, the depths possessed by the Supreme Holy Land are absolutely frightening. I just didn't realize that the Western Wasteland is so far away from here that even the saints of the Western Wasteland have come to the Eastern Wasteland, the thin man said with a sigh. He then shook his head and turned to the Hanyu behind him and tried to say something else. But he was shocked to find that he was long empty behind him. In the distance it seemed that an ant-like figure could still be seen gradually vanishing into the void and disappearing. Slim felt his entire body go numb. What happened to being honest and open? What happened to the promised 10 bowls of fairy dew? Lin Ran's originally expressionless face also rippled. This person's cultivation was powerful, at least above him. This old man had a head full of silver threads, but he was red-faced and had an immortal look about him. One look and I knew he had a long life ahead of him. At least it's not going to die anytime soon. In the future, when I have time to arrive in the Western Wasteland, Mr. Lin will definitely go to the Supreme Holy Land to pay a personal visit. Lin Ran arched his hand at the old man to lower his stance. Then tell this seat what's in there and if it's dangerous. Sage Taiyuan, sage of the Supreme Holy Land, opened his mouth. Sage Taiyuan then set up a soundproof shield. He obviously didn't want everyone else to know. Taiyuan, you've lived a long life. Why are you still so selfish? The void exploded as a voice directly penetrated the soundproof barrier arranged by Taiyuan. Several figures with extremely powerful auras then descended. The leader was a rather robust old man. His joints were thick and his body was filled with explosive power. His fiery red hair was especially dazzling. It's like the fire of heaven. It's going to burn the heavens. Even the surrounding void couldn't withstand the flames from that fiery red hair. Old devil Tianyan, I didn't expect you to have a good nose and come so soon. Since you're here, you'll all listen together, the Supreme Sage said indifferently. Exactly. Tianyan and the 3 people behind him had already appeared inside the soundproof enclosure between their steps, being able to hear some of the things that go on in the Forbidden Land. He also disregarded the Supreme Sage's insinuation that he was a dog's nose. Surprisingly, it's the Heavenly Flame Sage of the Southern Wasteland. Even he has come out. There were murmurs of light erupting from the cloudy eyes of old men who were frighteningly old. The Heavenly Flame Sing King, the old ancestor of the Southern Wasteland Emperor Flame Sacred Land, who had been self-appointed for millions of years, had now also come. When the Yen Emperor came out of the Emperor Yen Holy Land, he amazed a small half of the era, although he eventually fell. However, the D Yen Holy Land was not to be underestimated. Quite a few cultivators had already appeared around. They saw several Sage Kings inside listening to what Lin Ran was saying, scratching their ears anxiously. Not only them, but also some hidden old saints and great saints and so on. All of them are impatient, but at the moment they're not in a position to get involved, because the several people inside were all Sage Kings. They really didn't dare to participate. Don't prolong your lifespan without finding a way to do so, but instead lose your life here. It's just not worth it. They could only wait quietly in the void as well. If all these Sage Kings dared to go into the Forbidden Zone, then they were bound to follow in its wake. Let's see if we can forage some opportunities. Chapter 14, Cannon Fodder. What should be said and what shouldn't be said? Mr. Lin has already informed all of you seniors in every detail. Mr. Lin takes his leave at this point, as the crowd waited anxiously for the soundproofing to dissipate. Lin Ran cupped his fists at the Heavenly Flame Saint King and the Supreme Saint King several people and was about to leave. You're afraid you won't be able to leave now, even if everything you say is true. There's no guarantee that you won't pit against this seat and the others, the Supreme Sage King said expressionlessly. Not bad. You'll have to follow us in again. The Heavenly Flame Sage King nodded in approval. Seniors, Lin Ran's face changed and changed. Naturally he wasn't afraid, but right now he had more pressing matters to attend to. That was what the Holy Emperor had explained, and that was to travel to the Su God dynasty. Hawkeye is dead, a powerful being at the peak of the Sage King. Without a word, he died in the Su Shin dynasty. The Holy Emperor didn't send any more Sage Kings to probe for fear of alerting that powerful being from the Su God dynasty. That's why he was allowed to take over Lin Ran's body and travel in disguise as Lin Ran. What's the point of talking so much? If I tell you to go in and lead the way, you lead the way. This seat and the others will naturally not treat you poorly. After we come out safely, we will naturally let you go. and we can also shelter the force you are in. Why not? If you refuse any longer, you will have the way to your death." The heavenly flame sage king coldly grunted. Today, the ancient forbidden land has changed, and it is suspected that a heavenly opportunity has appeared, and this seat and the others are sad and compassionate. It also grants you and others the chance to follow us into the forbidden land to seek your chance. Keep all the proceeds for yourself. Tianyan flew into the void and said to the surrounding cultivators. There was an uproar all around. The Diyan Holy Land is worthy of being one of the top powers in the southern wasteland, and to act in such a manner is truly atmospheric, a cultivator said in a loud voice. Countless others chimed in. Bunch of idiots. There's a chance they'll leave it to you? You guys have gotten a great deal of luck to be able to live until today. There were also many people who looked at the heavenly flame sage king and the others with a wary expression. They know that there is no such thing as a free lunch. When things go wrong, they go wrong. These sage kings, they were afraid that they didn't believe Lin Rant's words, and wanted to let those of them take the lead. Cannon fodder, right? The thought stirred up goosebumps. There are quite a few smart people who have been quietly exiting this place in the dark, don't want to get involved in the muddy waters of this one. To them, what the heavenly flame sage king said was so ridiculous. What do you mean? All the chances you get are yours, even if you don't die? Can the opportunity gained really be pocketed under the watchful eye of the sage king? It's a dead move. You really don't want the chance that this seat gave you? Still want to sneak away? There are saints in the void who want to escape by tearing through the void. However, the heavenly flame sage king's words caused their bodies to stiffen. Anyone else who wants to leave, go ahead. You're the ones who have no shame. Then don't blame this seat for being ruthless. The supreme sage king drank as his eyes blossomed with killing intent. There could be no more delay. They had to get in there right away. Hell knows how many more sage kings, great sages are on their way. The thing they had to do was to enter it ahead of time and get their hands on the chances inside. Maybe there was a method to become a paragon in there as well. Even though they were a great power of imperial unity, the imperial laws of the Holy Land were not suitable for them to cultivate. Moreover, the emperor's law could only allow them to cultivate to the sage king realm. It didn't allow them to go all the way to become a quasi-emperor or a great emperor. Someone who could become a great emperor was an existence that had amazed an era. That was an existence that hadn't lost a single battle since his debut, singing all the way to the top and beating everyone in the same class. Even killing the enemy across the ranks that was as simple as eating and drinking water. They all wanted to go further, not seeking to be certified as emperors, but only to be able to become quasi-emperors, semi-invincible in the world. Everyone, all of you, into the Forbidden Land. Tianyan once again spoke indifferently. Sage King Tianyan, I'm an elder of the Northern Wasteland's Donghuang Sacred Land, and there's an urgent matter inside my home. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth, so I hope you will grant me permission to leave? There was a dying sage looking at the heavenly flame sage king with a fawning smile on his face, a look of anticipation on his face. Although the Eastern Brilliant Sacred Land in the Northern Wasteland had not produced any great emperors, it was at least a sacred land. I thought that the heavenly flame sage king would be able to give a face. So it's an elder of the Eastern Brilliant Sacred Land, but it's a big flood that has destroyed the Dragon King's temple. Upon hearing these words from the heavenly flame sage king, the saints from the Eastern Brilliant Sacred Land instantly rejoiced. But the next sentence directly made his heart turn to dust. Your daughter-in-law giving birth is none of your business? Do you think that this seat will put the Eastern Brilliant Holy Land in its eyes? Since you want to leave, this seat will give you a ride. The heavenly flame sage king flexed his fingers, and instantly a faint cluster of small flames shot out explosively, toward the elders of the Eastern Brilliant Sacred Land. They flew. No, Holy King, I'm willing to stay. The saint from the Eastern Brilliant Sacred Land shouted in horror. The moment Tianyan struck, he felt a boundless pressure descend directly upon him. He didn't have an ounce of resistance at all. He was, after all, just a saint, and a single strand of hair dropped by a saint king was enough to decapitate him countless times. Chapter 15, The Great Emperor. Ao Tian. The flames looked flat and, however, only the saint of the Eastern Brilliant Sacred Land knew that this seemingly weak flame contained a heaven-destroying energy. He couldn't move at all, and could only watch as he was burned into nothingness. The process was quick. So quick that he didn't have time to let out a single scream. The surrounding cultivators were completely appalled. All of the people who had previously said that Heavenly Flame Saint King was atmospheric were silenced. They looked at the Heavenly Flame Saint King in horror. Until this moment, they realized they were just like a little cutie. It was also kindly thought that these sage kings would grant them opportunities. How could they not realize by now that this was an attempt to use them as cannon fodder? But how dare they? There are hundreds of thousands of monks here. They come from all the holy places. From all the holy dynasties, disciples of the superpower of the divine dynasty, and even heirs. The casuals they could care less about. but one or two of these big powers might not roll over with them, but such a number of even the Imperial Yen Holy Land, an existence such as the Supreme Holy Land, which was at the top of the power scale among the Holy Lands, couldn't afford that much Holy Land accountability, could it? Aren't they afraid? That was the question mark that popped up in everyone's head. They really can't figure out why. Could it be that a Dayan Holy Land? A Taishang Holy Land, together with the few Saint Kings around them in their Holy Lands, they would be able to fight against all the Holy Lands in the 4 seas and 8 deserts? Enter. Naturally, but there is still a difference between entering on your own and being forced to enter. This young man can enter if he wants to, and if he doesn't want to, even a saint can't force him. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence of the place. When these words came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Most of the cultivators couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up and exclaimed in their hearts, "Little man, have a good trip." Yes, in their eyes this youth was already a certain death. Even saints are killed when they say so. How dare you, a little Karami of the Void Dao realm, speak to the Sage King like this? From the moment the words were uttered there was already a way to take death. But what is puzzling is that no matter if it's the Heavenly Flame Sage King, or the Supreme Sage King, or perhaps the Sage Kings around them, at this moment, these Sage Kings were choosing to remain silent. This couldn't help but shock everyone. The bloodline of the Dragon Clan, or such a pure bloodline of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon Clan, and a hint of familiarity. Suzy stopped his footsteps that were about to step into the Forbidden Land and turned his head to look at the youth with some surprise. The bloodline of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon had already severed its inheritance back in his time. At that time, he raised a miscellaneous bloodline dragon, which did have a trace of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon's bloodline inside its body. But to awaken the 5-clawed Golden Dragon bloodline would be a fool's errand. But in this side of heaven and earth, why would there be a 5-clawed Golden Dragon with such a pure bloodline? Could it be that he had slept for 10,000 years during which time some earth-shattering changes had taken place? Suzy wasn't aware of it, and he didn't bother to go to the Time River to watch it. For him, it's none of his business? Earlier he had just felt slightly amused. Suzy shook her head, intending to enter the restricted area. Mr. A.O., you can make yourself at home. While everyone was wondering, the Supreme Sage King opened his mouth, his voice not too loud, but it appalled everyone. What exactly is the status of this Prince A.O.? Even the high and mighty Sage King has to call out to him as Prince? Dare not be offended? A.O. surname? Could it be that this person is? Someone reacted with an unbelievable cry. What happened to the A.O. name? You say it clearly. Someone's heart was as insecure as a cat scratching, and he asked in a hurry. Oh, A.O. surname? Do you know what the A.O. surname represents? The A.O. surname is representative of, well, the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, the man muttered in general. Boom! When these words came out, it was like a storm sweeping through, and everyone was shaken to their core. Gulp! Surprisingly, it's the East Sea Dragon Clan, that 5-clawed Golden Dragon Clan that is known as the #1 power in the 4 seas? Everyone was horrified. Although they had never seen this 5-clawed Golden Dragon Clan, yet they had heard the great name of this clan like a thunderbolt. It is recorded in the history books that the East China Sea Dragon Clan has produced a returning ancestor bloodline whose name is A.O. Tian. Awakened the 5-clawed Golden Dragon bloodline. His talent is amazing, and the world knows that dragons have a long lifespan. The longevity of a Sage King was then almost comparable to that of a great emperor, but their cultivation is extremely slow. But A.O. Tian is breaking the mold. No one knows where he came from. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Even the East Sea Dragon Clan at the time didn't know where he had appeared from, only knowing that he carries the pure bloodline of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon. At that time, there were also Dragon Clan bigwigs who hit on his bloodline, but they were suppressed by him. According to rumors, he was only a few thousand years old at that time. To be able to suppress a Sage King at the age of a few thousand, his natural talent was enough to be considered earth-shattering. Since then, A.O. Tian soared into the sky and directly certified as an emperor in just 10,000 years. That wasn't all. With the help of his bloodline, he was invincible at the same rank. He had entered several forbidden zones alone when he first became an emperor. There was speculation that he was fighting some existence in the forbidden zone, though not witnessed. Chapter 16, The Little Loach becomes a heavenly emperor, but many have looked away from the forbidden zone. There, chi and blood rushed to the sky, and 2 chi and blood channels ran through the sky. It was 2 great emperors fighting. Even though they were separated by hundreds of millions of miles, they were still able to feel the terrifying to the extreme pressure. Just the aura alone was able to shatter 10,000 miles, causing all lifeforms for 10,000 miles to instantly become null and void. This is the might of the great emperor. That day's booming sound continued to spread in all directions, and even the entire great domain shook. If it weren't for the great emperors sweeping around the periphery, canceling out the imperial might, It was feared that the 10 million miles of territory beyond the Forbidden Zone would become a scorched earth. No one knows the outcome of that battle, only that Aotian retreated in one piece, although his body was stained with blood, but imposing. After he left, there was a roar of fury sounding out in the forbidden area that did not subside for a long time. You have to know that Aotian was only entering the Emperor realm for the first time, although there is no such thing as a first or second order in the Great Emperor realm. Initial late grade. But the one in the Forbidden Zone was in existence that had lived for an unknown number of years. It should have been easy to suppress Aotian, but it wasn't. This made many people understand that even if Aotian had become an emperor, he was afraid that he would still be the topmost great emperor. Since then, the East China Sea Dragons have unified the four seas. Even the major powers of the Eight Wastelands didn't dare to easily mess with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan's prestige is growing with each passing day. And, after all these years, from those times when Aotian entered the Forbidden Zone after all of them returned in one piece, the Aotian after that never appeared again. 10,000 million years had passed, and no one knew if Aotian was still alive. There are rumors out there that Aotian has been seated. There were also rumors that Aotian had broken through to the realm above the great emperors and had become a heavenly emperor, dominating the four seas and the eight wastelands, with an endless lifespan. No one knows if it's true, but the 10,000 clans became more and more cautious and did not dare to provoke the Dragon Clan at all. It is important to know that the great emperor's means are beyond imagination. Although the lifespan of a great emperor was also limited, it was impossible to live forever. But who knows? Which of the great emperors in the Forbidden Zone is not in existence that has lived for hundreds of millions of years? From the immortal ancient, to the chaotic ancient, to the present, none of the great emperors in the Forbidden Zone had ever died. They have the means to be able to not die. There have been many great emperors from the four seas and eight wastelands. Although these great emperors have not been visible for so many years, who can guarantee that these great emperors must have sat down or been killed? Such as the Taishan God Lord of the Taishan Holy Land, the grandfather of the present-day Taishan Sage King. Who dares to say that the Yen Emperor of the Emperor Yen Holy Land, Fading Yen, etc., have sat down? They just disappeared. Not died. Your last name is Ao? Do you know a little loach called Aotian? At this time, Suzy looked at Ao Yi and opened his mouth to ask, but then he smiled and shook his head again. Aotian might only have died of old age in the River of Ages, right? How can you be alive? How dare you? Who are you that you dare to call my Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor by his name? Ao Knight's eyes bloomed with a cold aura, and his body was filled with killing intent to rebuke. The little loach has become a great emperor? It's really a matter of the world. A large intestine wrapped in a small intestine. Suzy froze, then kindly smiled. Not a great emperor, but a heavenly emperor? This little loach has really gotten his creation from me. Suzy came to be interested, and chaos alternated between his eyes, and in no time at all he had gained insight into the past and present. Knowing everything about Aotian, he was all but invincible in the world, and watching the long river of time was a snap. At the same time, in the deepest part of the East Sea, the splendid to the extreme Dragon Palace secret place. Who is spying on this emperor? A pair of immense and incomparable golden eyes instantly opened and an unspeakably overbearing aura surged in all directions as the eyes opened to the sky. In just a moment, these pressures instantly disappeared again. Who the hell is it? Could it be an immortal? Aotian put away the pressure of the whole dragon talking to himself. His huge divine sense couldn't detect the slightest information at all, and he was in seclusion. Suddenly he felt a stirring deep inside that woke him up. The fact that an incomparably powerful existence was actually observing him across the long river of time caused him to be shocked and angered. He was surprised that such a being had noticed him, and wondered if it was a blessing or a curse. Angry that he had disappeared for so many years, and that his cultivation had reached this point, he was deliberately downplaying his presence. But now it's being targeted, and that's a bad feeling. It was because he knew that there were true immortals that existed above the heavenly emperor. Immortals, who are the ones who live forever, are the ones who can truly live forever. Back then, the holy monarch failed to cross the threshold, suffered a serious injury, and instead sat down and, a trace of my heart's blood has in turn accomplished me. And now, although my bloodline is pure and flawless, I've always made no progress above the heavenly emperor. The words gradually returned to calm, and the golden giant eyes slowly disappeared. In its place was a middle-aged man shrouded in golden light. He wore a five-clawed golden dragon robe, and his entire person had an indescribable majesty, especially his eyes, which evolved the rising sun and setting moon, were appalling. His entire body then instantly disappeared like a ball of bubbles. It didn't occur to me that casually spitting out a mouthful of blood back then had in turn made it whole. It's really convincing. Suzy was speechless to the core. At the time, He casually spat out a mouthful of blood in order to put on a full show. Didn't expect to vomit on his adopted Aotion. Chapter 17, Killing the Sage King in Seconds. At that time, he was precisely transiting above the Sushin dynasty. The blood that casually bit through his cheek and spat out unexpectedly fell on Aotion, who was tilting his head back to cultivate in the middle of the aqua sea pool in Sushin dynasty. At that time, Aotion was nothing more than a small demon that had just become enlightened, and the bloodline on it was just too mixed and varied. Even if Suzy had wanted to refine it at that time, it would have been too hard and too difficult. But it didn't occur to me that Suzy's mouthful of blood actually contained a trace of the rule power of the Swidden Mountain. It was this hint of rule power that allowed Aotion to metamorphose and directly soar to the heavens, become the supreme among dragons. Let the East China Sea dragons or even more transformed into the head of the four seas. Whether it was the heavenly flame Sage King, or the supreme Sage King, or even the forces behind them, all absolutely did not want to provoke the Dragon Clan. Kid, this young man is talking to you. Are you blind or deaf? Ao Knight looked at Suzy as not very old, at most 20 years old, a little handsome, at first glance, he was the same age as himself. His anger was still building up at this point, because Suzy wasn't paying attention to him. He directly took a step towards the desolate ancient Forbidden Land. Uncle Long, abolish him. Let him know that my Dragon Clan's ancestral heavenly emperor is not something that anyone can arbitrarily make up. When these words came out, the surroundings were in an uproar, including the heavenly flame Sage King and the others. From Aoya's mouth, they learned extremely important information, that Aotion was not even a great emperor. Instead, it's the celestial emperor. Aoyi had wanted to rush up himself to teach the Suzy, who didn't know the heights of heaven, a lesson, but on second thought, this person was making such a big deal out of it, so maybe his cultivation level was very high. After all, he couldn't see through Suzy's cultivation. He was just like an ordinary person with no cultivation fluctuations. The more this happened, the more cautious Aoyi became. This is surrounded by cultivators. Where are the ordinary people mixing in? That in itself is not ordinary. Young lord. A voice that was thick to the core came from the void. The void then cracked open, and a four-clawed golden dragon whose body blossomed with a light golden color appeared in everyone's eyes. The dragon race is proud and has always disdained to transform into human form. They believe that dragons are born noble and should be above all races. So why bother to transform into human form? Why night that was all illusion for the sake of walking around? Four-clawed golden dragons. This is the legendary dragon clan of the East China Sea. Such a pressure is surprisingly quite a bit stronger than the heavenly flame Sage King and the supreme Sage King. Some people's eyes were horrified as they looked at the four-clawed golden dragon behind Aoyi almost collapsing to the ground. The four-clawed golden dragon's body was more than 10,000 miles long, giving a very strong visual impact. The depth of the dragon clan is truly beyond our reach. Even the protector of the way is in existence at the peak of Sage King. The scorn in the eyes of heavenly flame, Tai Shong, and the other Sage Kings was even greater. The head is like a camel, the horns like a deer, the eyes like a rabbit, the ears like a cow, the neck like a snake, the belly like a mirage, the scales like a carp, claws like eagles, palms like tigers. Its back has 81 scales, with the extreme number of 99. His voice is like a bell. He has a beard around his mouth and a reverse scale under his throat. This four-clawed golden dragon did not hesitate in the slightest and opened its claws towards Suzy. The gazes of the surrounding people looking at Suzy were a mixture of contempt, celebration, fear, and dread. And there is also sympathy. If you piss off the dragons, a few lives won't be enough to pay for it. Not to mention, Aoyi was still the crown prince of the dragon clan. This identity was enough to allow him to walk sideways in the four seas. At the same time, they thought Suzy's brain was broken. And even the Sage King had pointed out Aoyi's identity. Why are you still messing with him? It's not like the old man hanged himself. Suzy appeared that small in front of the huge dragon's claws. It was as small as a grain of gravel cupped in the hands of a giant. Anon, the moment the dragon's claws were about to grab Suzy, the four-clawed golden dragon violently let out a loud and clear dragon roar. Then in the midst of everyone's incredulous gazes, the four-clawed golden dragon instantly shrunk to the size of an earthworm and fell to the ground. It all happened so fast that no one knew what was going on. The four-clawed golden dragon that was still towering over the others instantly turned into an earthworm-like miniature golden dragon. It made all around them giggle. Aoyi was even more horrified as if he had seen a ghost. A Sage King was instantly knocked back to his original form? How could they not see that the breath of the four-clawed golden dragon at this time was weak to the extreme? At any moment, he could just die. The pupils of the heavenly flame Sage King and the supreme Sage King contracted violently. The same deep fear was on their faces. You have to know that the two of them are only at the early stage of Sage King. Instead, The dragon race's Sage King was at the peak of the late stage. But right now, this peak Sage King superpower was dying at this moment. Get a box lunch anytime. What's even more horrifying is that no one saw who did this. Although many people suspected that it was Suzy, Suzy just kept standing there quietly and, it's not ever a shot, not even a flutter of the sleeves. It makes a lot of people suspicious. I can't even see through him. Does this person have no cultivation? The Heavenly Flame Sage King used his fire eyes to try to see Suzy's cultivation clearly. However, he couldn't see or feel Suzy's cultivation at all. At this moment, Suzy really looked like a mortal. It made the Heavenly Flame Sage King couldn't help but want to probe his reality. Chapter 18, Death of O'Night. But the Heavenly Flame Sage King didn't act presumptuously. He didn't dare. Longbottom. Aoya's face changed drastically as he appeared next to Longbow. Who, in the end, is it that you dare to go against my dragon clan? Are you afraid to show your true colors? Aoya looked at the surrounding void and drank in color. He didn't think it was Suzy who had moved and automatically ignored Suzy. No one responded to his words, which made his face even more gloomy as water. Today was truly a heavy loss. A Sage King protector of the Tao had been wasted just like that. This was no small loss for any of their dragon clan. A rat who hides his head. Rats who stay in dark corners all their lives. Aoya continued his tirade. Although the protector of the Tao by his side was gone, he wasn't the least bit afraid of the powerful people in the shadows making a move against him. He dared to do so because he still had the life-preserving charm unused. He now wanted to be able to provoke out that person who had secretly made a move, even if the other party was a paragon. What a racket! I don't know what to do. Suzy stretched out his little thumb and pulled out his ear somewhat impatiently. Shoo! Then only Suzy bent his little thumb and flexed his fingers. The object that had just been pulled out of his ear directly pierced through space and instantly appeared in front of Aoya's head. I can't believe it's you. You're hiding. Aoya was first startled, then looked bashful again. An existence that could kill a Sage King in an instant without God's knowledge was only a quasi-emperor. As for why it's not a great emperor? Nowadays those great emperors of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands haven't appeared for a long time. There was no way it could be a great emperor. Humph. But I have. Put. Aoya had not even finished speaking when the object passed through a curtain of light and pierced his head directly, and the object was permanently parked in Ao's mind. His own eyes were disoriented, and his divine soul was even obliterated in an instant. A golden 5-clawed golden dragon miniature appeared on the ground. Only it was dead at the moment. Just now, Aoya wanted to say that I'm protected by a strand of divine thought from a quasi-imperial powerhouse, but before the words came out, they died straight away. That curtain of light was an amulet left to him by a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Even a quasi-emperor of the same rank wouldn't be able to break through it in a moment. However, it couldn't even block Suzy for an instant. As if it was nothing, a virtual void. Aoya, dead? Someone around the room froze. Hiss. Maru Spice. Aoya is dead. Things are definitely big. That's the crown prince of the East Sea Dragon clan. That is, the next successor to the Dragon King. And it was also a 5-clawed golden dragon with a pure bloodline. Once he died, the dragon race would absolutely go crazy. Golden dragon lineage. Can be born 4-clawed golden dragon is already fortunate. 3-clawed golden dragon are the best of the dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon was even at the supreme level. Even the dragons of the East China Sea, after all these years, it was only 3 or 4 5-clawed golden dragons that had been born. If we take out one of them this time, the entire dragon race would have to go crazy. As for Suzy, everyone was looking at him like he was a corpse. The dragon clan would definitely send a terrifying existence to take revenge. At the very least, you have to be a quasi-imperialist. After all, the Sage King one was dead, so perhaps only a paragon emperor would be able to take Suzy down. Although Suzy killed Aoya, but these people still weren't sure if Longbow had killed Suzy or not. After all, Suzy killed Aoya at least, but he didn't make a move against Longbow. Don't think that this seat won't kill you just because you're a descendant of that little Lo Cheotian. Suzy coldly glanced at Aoya's corpse, turned around and entered the restricted area. He took one step out of the bucket, and his entire person instantly disappeared. Quasi-Emperor, the Heavenly Flame Sage King was horrified. Even he couldn't capture how Suzy disappeared. There was only one possibility. That was that this youth was a quasi-emperor powerhouse. That wouldn't be surprising. It simply wouldn't be too easy for a paragon emperor to want to kill a Sage King. There were times when a single look from a powerful paragon emperor could cause a saint to die. Tian Yen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he had not targeted Suzy earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll be added to those lying on the ground today. At the same time an angry voice erupted from the Dragon Palace. Who the hell killed Aoya? I want your whole family to be buried with you. It took millions of years for a pure 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline to appear in my East Sea Dragon clan. Ah, you deserve to die. No matter who you are, This Dragon King is going to kill all those related to you. There were many dragons coiled densely outside the Dragon Palace. The colors vary, representing status and bloodlines. Red is the lowest ranked hybrid dragon and gold is the highest ranked. But at this moment, all of these dragons are prostrate on the ground and all of them trembled when they heard the roar of the one from the Dragon Palace. Subsequently, a golden light in the Dragon Palace rose up to the sky, reflecting the entire outside of the Dragon Palace into a gilt color. A giant golden dragon hovered over the Dragon Palace. This golden dragon is many times bigger than Long Bow. The pressure on his body was even more incomparable to Long Bow's. This is the present-day lord of the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. Aoshin, a quasi-imperial powerhouse. Chapter 19, Dragon Race Paragons arrive together. It's been many years. It's been many years since anyone dared to provoke my East Sea Dragon Clan. Now that the young master of my East Sea Dragon Clan has been brutally murdered outside, and even a wisp of this seat's divine thoughts couldn't protect him, the person who killed him must be a quasi-emperor powerhouse. The immense and incomparable golden dragon stared at the eyes that were even more gigantic than mountains. The majestic voice spread throughout the four seas. Pass on this throne's order that all of the four seas dragon race paragons come out to capture the one who provoked my dragon race. This seat will extract his tendons and refine his soul, so that he can't beg for his life and can't beg for his death. Ashin hissed. The entire four seas were all abuzz for a time. Someone dared to kill the Dragon Clan's young lord Aoe? This is a big deal. All of them knew that Aoshin was a purebred five-clawed golden dragon. This kind of bloodline will become a great emperor in the future. That's the nail in the coffin. Once Aoe died, it meant that the Dragon Clan would have one less great emperor in the future. That was a great emperor, an existence capable of suppressing the world for tens of thousands of years. It was not even possible to become a heavenly emperor. After all, the present-day Dragon Clan's old ancestor, Aotian, was the heavenly emperor, even though he had disappeared for a long time. But the divine soul jade plaque has been lit up for ages and has never been extinguished. And this is the bottom line of the dragon race. They are fearless of all the great powers of the world. Being all a heavenly emperor sitting on the ground was enough to make them forget what fear and despair meant. Soon, all 7 quasi-emperors in total from the Four Seas Dragon Clan were all gathered in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea had 4 of them alone, and the remaining 3 major seas each had only one quasi-emperor powerhouse. The East China Sea Dragon Palace is a 2-clawed golden dragon, 2 4-clawed golden dragons with a 5-clawed golden dragon. The North Sea is a black dragon, the South Sea is a purple dragon, and the West Sea is a yellow dragon. Golden dragons are at the top of the dragon food chain and have a very strict hierarchy. Even the 2-clawed golden dragon is more noble than other colors. Target: the desolate ancient forbidden land. No matter who it is, this seat will make him pay a heavy price. Aoxin opened his mouth with an icy killing intent that instantly spread out. Desolate ancient forbidden land? Dragon King. The desolate ancient forbidden land is that person's dojo. I'm only afraid that person is not to be messed with. The black dragon Long Tianqing frowned his face a little unsightly and said, he's a big old man. He's really getting back to his old self. He's not to be messed with in the desolate ancient forbidden land. Is my dragon race so easy to mess with? So afraid of death? Why don't you just go back and hug your wife and children? The 2-clawed golden dragon Ao coldly snorted, his face full of disdain. You! Long Tianqing's face was gloomy, but he couldn't say anything. Although Aoli's bloodline was impure and he was only a 2-clawed golden dragon, to be able to cultivate to a quasi-emperor was a stroke of luck. But it can't be helped. Who let someone else get their hands on the word golden dragon? What? Could it be that this seed is wrong? He has great emperors in the desolate ancient forbidden land, but my dragon race doesn't? Aoli said proudly. When these words came out, Long Tianqing and the remaining 2 dragon race paragon emperors fell silent. Aoli was right. The dragon race had a great emperor, only named the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea, not the great emperors of the other 3 seas. Although the 4 seas are currently united and are all subordinate to the East Sea, the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea doesn't treat them as dragons. Originally, the South Sea, West Sea, and North Sea had the highest number of paragon emperors. Although there were no great emperors, they were definitely not to be underestimated among all the great powers. At its peak, the number of quasi-emperors in the 3 seas exceeded 15. This is an extremely frightening amount. It is because the 4 seas are one. Almost all the dangerous things the East Sea Dragon Emperor had the 3 major seas paragon emperors on. It eventually leads to death and disuse, leaving each of their 3 major seas with a paragon emperor to hold up the facade. Even if the 3 seas were indignant and had complaints, they didn't dare to speak out and could only swallow them. Who made their bloodline patchy and impure? And their ancestors hadn't produced any great emperors? The East Sea Dragons were originally the weakest of the 4 seas, and since Aotian appeared they have directly become the strongest. In the end, it was even more of a unification of the 4 seas. At his command, no one on the four seas dares to disobey. Moreover, the three major seas were truly subservient to Aoteon, because Aoteon never favors one over the other, and almost always treats them equally. However, ever since Aoteon disappeared and the Dragon Emperor came to power, he began to enslave the three major sea regions in a big way. The methods are bloody and tyrannical. It has long been a source of complaint for the three major seas. Nowadays, it has even weakened the top fighting forces of the three seas by an unknown amount. Go on. This is the image left behind by Aoi night before he died. Find him, catch him and bring him back. Several millimeters of light instantly drilled into the minds of the 7 Paragon Emperors. Aha! How can you not see it? A blur that can't even be deduced from his true face? The 7 Paragon Emperors viewed the glow, and within the glow was Suzy's portrait. But the portrait is blurred. It's like there's a layer of heaven on it that's clouded over. Let them always be unreadable. No matter how much they pushed, they never got a clear picture. This person has a heavenly opportunity to cover up. We can't even deduce it with our combined efforts. I'm afraid that his cultivation is far beyond ours. Long Tianqing, who was dressed in black, said with a heavy face. Once Long Tianqing said this, the purple dragon paragon and the yellow dragon paragon all nodded their heads heavily. It's just a small tactic. Since we know it's a forbidden land of the desolate ancients, isn't that a good thing to do? There are quite a few people in the picture who saw this maniac who killed my young lord. Won't we know who he is by the time we arrest a few random people? Aolai said disdainfully. Chapter 20, A Great Emperor's Decree. Aolai's words caused Long Tianqing and the purple dragon quasi-emperor and yellow dragon quasi-emperor to turn pale. Are they talking about who saw Suzy? They are saying that this person was able to get the cover of the sky. That's pretty unusual in and of itself. How high did that cultivation have to be, so that even they, the quasi-emperors, were unable to gain insight? The other party was definitely a meritocracy, and it was even possible that the other party was a great emperor. This was something that Long Tianqing worried about with the purple dragon and the yellow dragon. They didn't know how War's brain grew. Could it be that the Golden Dragon clan could also have an existence with a bad brain? As expected, Aolai, who had become a quasi-emperor by sheer luck, was really an idiot. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a member of the East Sea clan, Long Tianqing really wanted to get the other party killed. Even so, Long Tianqing was even thinking that wasn't it this Dragon King who wanted to get rid of their only 3 remaining Paragon Emperors again? He had to think so. As for the remaining 3 Paramount Emperors beside Aolai of the Eastern Sea clan, they were all high and mighty the entire time. It seemed to feel that talking to the Black Dragon, Purple Dragon, and Yellow Dragon was a matter of losing face, cold face the whole time. The Black Dragon really wanted to throw his dragon whip in his opponent's face the next moment. Let the other side know what cruelty means. The East Sea Dragon clan was indeed powerful, but that was only a 5-clawed golden dragon. The dragons of the 3 seas had given birth to dozens of quasi-emperors in less than 10 million years. And the East Sea? But it's only 5. The most powerful one is the current lord of the Dragon Palace. Black Dragon thought to himself that he would not be weaker than him. After all, out of the dozens of quasi-emperors, the 3 of them were able to survive It's impossible without some means. The heavens are covered. This man is not to be underestimated. This seat grants you one of the great emperor's edicts. Aid in your endeavors. As soon as the Dragon King's words came out, Long Tianqing's eyes that had lowered his head in an instant rose in coldness. He seems to be seeing a way out for the North Sea Dragon clan. If it succeeded, the North Sea Dragon clan might not have to live in such a groveling state. As for failure, the price is extermination. Ancient Forbidden Land. Suzy has vanished into thin air, but everyone outside the desolate ancient Forbidden Land seemed as if they hadn't returned to their senses. All of them stood still for a moment, including those sage kings. It's not that they don't want to go, it's that they don't dare to go. Suzy had already entered the Forbidden Zone, and the Dragon clan would definitely come in force with a dead successor. If they dared to leave now, the dragons came if they were upset that they couldn't find Suzy to find them to vent their anger. That would be the end of it. It would be better to wait here and tell what you know and still have a chance of survival. They're just so conflicted. When the difference in strength and power is too great, they will find ways to brainstorm all of the other person's ideas. To be sure, although the Heavenly Flame Sage King, the Supreme Sage King, and the others were calm and without waves on their faces, but inside, the waves were turbulent and agitated. The Dragon clan was a big deal, and even if they were the top echelons of various holy lands, they didn't dare to offend the Dragon clan. This time, because Suzy took out the young master of the Dragon clan, the Dragon clan's great powers will surely arrive in person. Although they weren't the ones who decapitated them, Tianyan and the others could hardly be blamed. After all, they were the ones who brought everyone together. If it wasn't for this, Aoyi would not have stood out to show a wave of superiority. Suzy was even less likely to compare Dragon Supreme Aotion to a small earthworm. That way, it won't anger Aoye, and Aoye won't let Longbow kill Suzy. Suzy wouldn't have made a move. So, they are still responsible. Although the responsibility was small, who knew if the Dragon Clan would liquidate them all together in a fit of rage? They, the Sage Kings, didn't have a clue in their hearts either. So much so, that they had asked for help from the power they were in earlier. They hoped that there were Paragon Emperors among their own forces who would come to their rescue. After all, how could the Paragon Emperor be so high and mighty that he would arrive in person just because of them? Little Karami? To be able to send a piece of paper with a decree is already a great gift to them, but they both guessed wrong. The quasi-emperor of the power behind them had more than just arrived in person. There were even quite a few heavenly treasures prepared as an apology. Offending the Dragon Clan, that's a big deal. This man, truly damned, has involved us in this vortex, and now self-preservation is a problem. And talk about finding a chance? When the Dragon Clan's strongest person arrives, I will definitely charge this person with his egregious brutal behavior. The Supreme Sage King gritted his teeth and whispered, "Shu, be careful what you say. That one's cultivation is definitely at the Quasi-Emperor's realm. If he accidentally overhears it, it's hard to keep you alive." A Sage King hastily silenced his voice. The Supreme Sage King's face changed instantly upon hearing this, and then he looked east and west. He breathed a fierce sigh of relief after not seeing Suzy. The Supreme Sage King looked at the Heavenly Flame Sage King with a gloomy face. If it wasn't for this old piker, he would have charged into the Forbidden Zone with Lin Ran all by himself. There simply wasn't that much later. This old piker wants to use these cultivators to scout the way and fill their lives, when it's really a spoiler. Who knows if there are still holy sons and daughters of various great powers and the like in the crowd. The others they're not afraid of. Fear is afraid of encountering those great powers' designated heirs among them. Chapter 21 Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Earlier, they were swept away by the great opportunity to, at the moment calmed down, could not help but break out in a cold sweat. They already can't afford to mess with one Dragon Clan, and if a few more great clans jump out at this time, sacred grounds, imperial clans, royal clans, etc., then they really might only be able to thank their sins with their deaths. Fortunately for Suzy, he only killed one Aoye and the others didn't suffer the repercussions. The sad thing was that the one Suzy had killed was Aoye, the one that was a Dragon Clan with a heavenly emperor in place. But for now they all just have to be silent and wait here. When the dragons came there was no other way but to lower their stance and give thanks. Of course, in a split second the Heavenly Flame Sage King had even entertained the thought of directly exterminating these people at the scene. As long as we could drive all of these people to extinction, perhaps we could escape the Dragon Clan's probing? By then it will be heaven knows and earth knows and he knows and a few saintly kings know. But the idea only popped up for a split second before he snuffed it out. One dragon race makes them tremble with fear. If we add a few more big powers to the mix, the forces behind them are in danger of being exterminated. And ordinary small sects or loose cultivators are okay to exterminate. It's hard to say about the heirs of the great powers. All of these people must have amulets on them. And even more so, protectors who might be even stronger than them. Even if they weren't better than them, running away would still be possible. When that happens, they'll die at the end of the earth. That's what it's really like to be up in the air and down in the air. Boom! Suzy had already appeared in the core area of the Forbidden Zone with a single step. Prior to this, the core area was densely covered with endless Empyrean rules. Even a quasi-imperialist would perish on the spot if he touched it. But Suzy regarded it as nothing. It's eerily quiet in the Forbidden Zone. There's no sound at all. It creates a slight uneasiness and stirring in the heart. Get out! Suzy reprimanded lightly. The voice was not loud, but it instantly spread throughout the forbidden area. The forbidden area glowed, and a large formation rose up, trying to block Suzy's voice. But it's futile and useless. The entire forbidden area was a huge dojo with traces of the great emperor's enlightenment on it. There was a single emperor's Dao rune. If an ordinary person were to obtain it, it would be enough to ascend to heaven in a single step after comprehending it. But these emperor Dao runes were no different from trash in Suzy's eyes at the moment. Fellow Daoist intruding into the core area of my forbidden zone. What is the meaning of this? The void rippled, and then a figure slowly solidified. It was a rather large man. He wore a golden Dao robe, a golden crown on his head, and his eyes were like electricity. His aura was horrifying. His whole body stood there as if he were the center of heaven and earth. One can't help but want to worship. This person was the sacred emperor prisoner of heaven, the lord of the forbidden area of the desolate ancient region. The ancient forbidden zone had existed in the world for an unknown number of years, and it could be said that it had almost existed with the world. Even prisoner Sky didn't know how many years he had lived. The ancient forbidden zone has always been mysterious. No one knows its message. Why? You really don't know? Suzy said softly with her eyes lowered. Doyle, Prisoner Sky's tone was a bit heavier as he continued. You trespassed into this emperor's forbidden area and still come to question this emperor? Where on earth did you get the courage from? Fellow Daoist? The imprisoned Heaven-Sane Emperor was convinced that the young man in front of him was definitely in existence on the same level as him. He also didn't want to break out into a conflict with it, so he didn't directly offend Su Zi in terms of words. So many years have passed. He's been living with it for so many years. Not that he wants to. Rather, he's doing something big, and if it comes to pass, he'll get a qualitative metamorphosis. That metamorphosis is absolutely amazing. Fellow Daoist, please still leave. Or don't blame this emperor for making a move. The Holy Emperor sent the guests directly. Are you seriously going to let this seat leave? Su Zi looked at Prisoner Sky with a smirk. A secret power then flowed out from him. The face of the Lord of the Forbidden Area, Prisoner Sky, changed drastically on the spot. You're from the Su family. Prisoner Sky's pupils contracted violently as he felt an emotion called to fear. Such a strong aura of the Taiku Divine Mountain. But there's no aura of immortality on his body. You're not from the immortal world Su family? Ha ha, God help me. God help me. Prisoner Sky looked up to the sky and laughed madly. This time he was truly relieved. The hard work of waiting for billions of years was to captivate the people of the Su family of the Su God dynasty in the lower realm. As soon as the other becomes a saint, he'll capture him and it was for that meager to extreme sliver of the Taiku Divine Mountain fragment within the other party's body. Prisoner Sky's gaze towards Su Zi changed. Getting wild and excited is more dangerous. The power of the Taiku Divine Mountain in Su Zi's body was something he had never seen before. It was that dense. Fascinating. Su Zi's eyes were as unruffled as a clear spring from the beginning to the end. In that case, you don't have to leave this place anymore. And when this emperor refines you, this emperor will soar to the heavens and return to the immortal realm. Prisoner Sky was so excited that he was trembling. I think you've got one thing wrong. Su Zi's voice pulled Prisoner Sky back from his imagination. You don't think that just because you're in the heavenly emperor realm that you can compete with this emperor, do you? Chapter 22, False Immortals. When Prisoner Sky finished speaking, his aura changed abruptly. An instant of incomparably berserk aura surged out wildly from within his body. The sky and the earth changed in a flash, and the wind rose. There were purple electric arcs crackling above the 9 heavens, converging into a river of lightning. All the powerful people of the 4 seas and 8 wastes awoke at this moment. Who, in the end, is going to cross the threshold to become an immortal? How could there be such an existence in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands? One boulder actually made a horrified noise. The boulder then cracked open a slit, and a green light shot up into the sky. This was an ancient heavenly emperor. He's been sitting here in meditation for I don't know how many years. All of the dust that had accumulated on his body wrapped him into a giant boulder. He had been sitting withered for many years in order to penetrate that glimmer of mystery and then ascend into immortality. But the mystery of it was never realized. Now that he was awakened by this ray of immortal Tao Qi, his face was filled with horror. One could only see this ancient heavenly emperor standing in the void, his gaze looking in the direction of the ancient forbidden zone in the eastern desolate. His eyes looked like they could pierce through the sun, moon, and stars, just staring fixedly like that. It's actually him, the lord of the desolate ancient forbidden zone. Ugh, it seems that this lifetime this emperor will not be able to penetrate the secret of becoming an immortal. The cyanide heavenly emperor sighed softly. This emperor came from the red dust and will eventually return to the red dust. He didn't go back and continue to sit withered, but stood in the void just watching. As of today, he is going into the world. Surprisingly, someone wants to become immortal before me? I'd like to see who it is. Aotian instantly appeared outside the desolate ancient forbidden land in a single stride. It's not you. Who could it be then? Aotian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked into the middle of the ancient forbidden zone. He had challenged many forbidden zones after becoming a great emperor, and this desolate ancient forbidden land was naturally included. But back then, the person he challenged was an aged great emperor who was simply no match for him. The other party is dying, his lifespan is running out, and his cultivation and battle power is going downhill. Long gone are the days of the peak. Aotian didn't kill anyone painfully at that time, because he sensed a pair of eyes always on him. As long as he moved to kill, the owner of those eyes might just appear to kill him, so he chose to make a draw and then leave as fast as he could. Today, it is not that aged great emperor in the forbidden zone who has cultivated into a false immortal. That was the same being that had been watching him from the shadows back then. His feeling was not wrong. The reason why the forbidden zone has survived for ages, it's because there's no telling what kind of ancient presence is in it. Such an existence would have to be at least at the heavenly emperor cultivation level. Otherwise they couldn't suppress those great powers in the outside world, and they didn't deserve to be called a forbidden area. Aotian suddenly frowned. It was because he had discovered the corpses of 2 dragons outside the forbidden zone. One of them was even a 5-clawed golden dragon. And it's still his first blood, his grandchildren's generation. Who did this? Ao Tian's eyes instantly turned cold, the coldness in his eyes almost condensing into substance. His cultivation was completely restrained, like an ordinary person. He's the oldest ancestor of the 5-clawed golden dragon, and he's the one who led this clan to rise to power. He was also the one who made the frequency of 5-clawed golden dragons appearing in this clan higher. Now that someone had killed their clan's purebred 5-clawed golden dragon, this was simply unforgivable. RIP! Without waiting for these people to reply, the void was suddenly torn apart, and a massive pressure descended directly. This. 7 figures as if they were ancient gods and demons stood in the void, their gazes coldly looking down. It was as if the space around their bodies had come to a standstill, and each one of them had an incomparably terrifying aura. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators below felt like they couldn't breathe anymore, and it was a bit hard to breathe. After all, these paramount emperors are still holding their auras. And if their auras were fully open, more than 90% of the people here are going to die. Paragon Emperors? It's actually 7 Paragon Emperors. The heavenly flame Sage King's face directly changed wildly at this instant, and fear directly erupted within his eyes. It wasn't just him, the few Sage Kings around him were all like that, their faces turning blue with, the heart is as good as dead. They knew that these were the strongest of the dragon race. This time, the Dragon Clan had made such a big deal that they had 7 Paragon Emperors in one strike. I'm afraid they're all going to be accounted for here. Ao Lai's face was full of condescension, his eyes looking down disdainfully at the many cultivators below. He felt it was an insult to look down on him, so he's just eyeballing down. There's no need for this seat to say anything, is there? Whoever killed Ao Yi, come out and die yourself. Ao Lai had a cold smile on his face. He was a Paragon Emperor, high above the rest. He felt that once he said this, the person who beheaded Ao Yi was bound to be scared less, even crawling and running. He came out on his knees begging for mercy, and then be bowled over by your own lust. Long Tianqing's eyes were lowered. At this time there was simply no discourse for them to speak in the 3 major seas. One could only let Ao Li perform. But all of a sudden his eyes looked as if he had seen something, and his whole body instantly gave a jolt. When he went to look closely again he realized that the figure had suddenly disappeared. He didn't think he was hallucinating. That figure was clearly the Ao Tian Emperor who had disappeared for a long time. Chapter 23, The Shame of Ao Tian. He couldn't be wrong. That figure was Ao Tian. Their 3 major seas enshrined Ao Tian's idol. The figure was already etched into the depths of his mind. Long Tianqing fell into deep thought. What caused Ao Tian to appear here? Could an Ao Yi really be able to make this heavenly emperor, who hadn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years, show up? No. Even if Ao Yi was important, it definitely wouldn't be important enough for the heavenly emperor himself. Long Tianqing's originally stupid heart fell directly into the abyss at this moment. Ao Tian appeared, and his plan was directly aborted. Could it be that I, the North Sea Dragon Clan, have always had to submit to the East Sea? My North Sea Dragon Clan will never be able to turn around again? Long Tianqing hissed in his heart as he was filled with unwillingness. The Dragon King of the East Sea Dragon Clan has been suppressing the Dragon Clans of the remaining 3 seas, causing their peak battle power to decay again and again. If this continues, perhaps all 3 major sea regions will gradually be assimilated, or even, outright extermination. Originally they had the backbone to resist, because there had been great emperors in their ancestry as well. But none of these great emperors showed up. Perhaps it has sat down. Perhaps it has ascended. No one knows. All Long Tianqing knew was that their great emperor had given up on them. If Ao Tian didn't come because of Ao Night, then it was only possible that he came because of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Long Tianqing took a deep look at the forbidden area. Their group came here and didn't notice anything strange in the forbidden area. But that flash of mighty pressure made them quite appalled and fearful. That was definitely a pressure that only great emperors had, and it was simply not something that they, the quasi-emperors, could carry off. The good thing is, it comes and goes quickly. I am invincible in all the world. What can you fight me with? Prisoner Heaven put away his half-immortal might and looked at the young man in front of him and asked, I know. Are you the saint ruler who tried to attack the emperor realm back then but suffered a backlash and sat down? I just didn't realize that you had faked your death and thus escaped the first big manhunt. Even if you cultivate into a heavenly emperor after such a long time, you will have to obediently contribute your blood to me today, as long as we absorb and refine your precious blood. From now on, the heavenly emperor will be the starting point for this emperor. Even if I were to ascend to the immortal realm, I would still have the backbone to fight for that supreme position. Prisoner Sky's eyes were filled with a fervor that seemed to burn through the entire heaven and earth. He's been waiting for this day for far too long. Originally, according to this progress, he would have to wait for at least billions of years before he could have a chance to gather all the fragments of the Swire God Mountain. but now that Suzy took the initiative to deliver the goods to his door, would he have a reason to refuse? I thought who had cultivated into a false immortal, but it turned out to be you. And you were the one who hid behind the curtain back then, weren't you? Aotian appeared behind Suzy with his hands clasped behind his back, standing in the air and looking at prisoner Sky. Because Suzy's back was facing Aotian, Aotian did not see Suzy's front face. He didn't even remember Suzy. The only thing he remembered was that he was once the spirit pet of that Sushan dynasty monarch named Suzy. He even wanted to make a move to directly wipe out the Su God dynasty after he claimed the title of emperor. This way no one in the world would know that he was Suzy's spirit pet. But in the end he didn't. Not because he was mindful of the meager feelings he once had, but because he suddenly felt something in his heart. The hint of immortal Tao divine splendor contained within a mouthful of Suzy's blood could have cleansed him. The bloodline even directly metamorphosed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. How terrifying should Suzy herself be? That great emperor's calamity himself was able to cross it easily. Couldn't Suzy? He thought back to the scene when Suzy crossed the threshold at that time. Although it was countless times more powerful than the robbery he had crossed, Suzy could have been all lighthearted earlier and not an ounce of damage was done. Not even the robes were torn a bit. It was the last thunderbolt that directly hit Suzy hard enough to kill him? No way. This was the answer Aotian got. What does that mean Suzy is plotting? He doesn't know. But all these years he didn't bother Sushin Chao. He was afraid that Suzy was still alive. Back then, Suzy was the youngest sage king in history. The terror of the talent. Let a person fear. Can be said that the young generation look up to not see the back of its neck. Even many old monsters cultivating for a lifetime could not compare to a human Suzy cultivating for a few hundred years. But there was never the slightest word from Suzy for so many years. Aotian himself was hibernating. He was a heavenly emperor, an existence worshipped by all the races. It's the Lord of the Dragons. How could he return to Suzy's side and continue to be a spirit pet? The experience of once being a spirit pet beside Suzy could be said to be the shame of his life. Now he felt it was time to end the shame. After the matter of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, he was about to head to the Su God dynasty. Now that he was a heavenly emperor, he wanted to see if Suzy was dead or alive. You little mudskipper won't go and stay put, and you still dare to come to this emperor's forbidden zone? Back then, this emperor was in seclusion to a critical juncture, or else a single finger would have been able to crush you to death. Where else is it your turn to come to the forbidden zone and spread your wildness? The memory of the moment prisoner Sky saw Aotian came flooding back with a sneer. You seek death. Aotian's face became incomparably ugly the moment he heard the little loach. Because it's taboo for him. Once upon a time, that was what Suzy had called him, and it was the shame of his life. Chapter 24 Aotian wants to kill Suzy? Once he was Suzy's spirit pet, and he was the little loach. But now that he was the supreme celestial emperor, the title of little mudskipper was a disgrace. He would never allow anyone to call him that. Not even Suzy, the former owner. That's his bottom line. Boom! Aotian's aura was in full swing, and the heavenly emperors might instantly surge towards all directions. Almost at the same instant, all of the people in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses all felt this terrifying to the extreme pressure. This is the might of a great emperor. Has a great emperor revived? No! Even my holy land's imperial weapon is wailing. This isn't a great emperor. This is still a heavenly emperor. Surprisingly, a heavenly emperor has appeared. The great world has truly arrived. An ancient existence broke through the seal from within the immortal source and emerged, filled with horror. Almost at the same time, Celestial Emperor Lapis appeared on the outskirts of the desolate ancient forbidden land. Out came Aotian's mighty pressure to ward off as much as he could. The mighty pressure of even a great emperor is enough to panic the entire eastern wasteland. Some weak cultivators were even burst on the spot by this pressure. Not to mention the heavenly emperor's pressure. Aotian Dragon Emperor? Surprisingly in the middle of the desolate ancient forbidden land. Is this a desire to fight the Lord of the Forbidden Land? Celestial Emperor Qingshi took a step into the depths of the Forbidden Zone. He also wanted to observe. Little mudskipper, put away your intimidation. Just when Aotian wanted to have a great battle with prisoner Sky, a single word was what made him almost kneel on the spot. Aotian looked at the figure in front of him with his back turned in astonishment. The expression on his face bright and dark. The original dusty memories awakened with a bang. The original everything, where he forgot about it. It's just that he sealed it in the deepest recesses of his heart and doesn't want to face it. The figure with its back to him now gradually overlapped with the one he remembered. Saint, Aotian's voice was hoarse, yet it was tinged with incredulity. You're not dead. You really are alive. Aotian felt his words tremble. He's obviously already a heavenly emperor. But at this moment, facing Suzy unexpectedly gave birth to a thought of pulling his legs and running away. How can this seat die when you, a little loach, are still alive? Suzy slowly turned around and looked at Aotian. Words were flat to the extreme. Boom! When Suzy turned around and, the moment Aotian saw Suzy's face, the entire person's mind resounded with a boom that seemed to subdue him. The face in his memory overlapped with the person in front of him. This person is the holy monarch Suzy. How are you still alive? Aren't you dead? No. No. You must be an imposter. Aotian muttered to himself in a maniacal tone. Are you deceiving yourself or not? Or are you deceiving me? Suzy's eyes were as calm as water. Go to hell. Even if you live. So what? I am now the heavenly emperor Aotian. Not some little mudskipper. You are the shame of my life. Today, wash it away with your blood. Aotian's eyes glowed red, and his entire aura instantly climbed to the peak. Aotian didn't have the slightest reservation and struck out with a killing move. He appeared in his own body. It was a 5-clawed golden dragon covered in gold and filled with majesty, but at the moment it was boiling with murderous intent. The 5-clawed golden dragon's head was covered with threads of heavenly emperor's laws dropping down. This was a symbol of taking the heavenly emperor realm to the extreme. Anon! Aotian yelled up to the sky. Its sound waves are enough to shatter the stars in the sky, and the sun, moon and stars will all be reduced to pieces in an instant, only to see Aotian's body covered in dragon chi rushing to the sky, and his golden chi and blood shattering the void. It turned into fragments and exploded in all directions. This was the heavenly emperor. Just his chi and blood alone was enough to collapse a paragon emperor to death. Golden light raged, and the endless rules of the heavenly emperor transformed into a heavenly sword as Aotian charged and killed. Scary as hell. But Suzy still had a breezy face and didn't even make a move to interrupt Aotian. Looking at Suzy, who didn't even move in the face of Aotian's attack, prisoner heaven even wanted to directly step in and save him. This is his blood food. After all, he's relying on Suzy to ascend to the immortal world. There can't be any accidents. Just as Aotian's attack was about to strike Suzy, Suzy finally made a move. But it was only out of one finger. One pointed out that it seemed like an eternity. Even heaven and earth were frozen in an instant. This finger doesn't seem to have much power, but only the few heavenly emperors at the scene knew how terrifying this finger was. When this finger came out, it would surely cause the heavens to crumble and cut through the sky. Prisoner Sky was the first to change his face. The terror of this finger was so great that even he would have a hard time blocking it. And this was just a random move by Suzy. Prisoner Sky is not a little cute. And for the first time he felt what it meant to be afraid. This second-generation monarch of the Su God dynasty was a bit frighteningly strong. I'm afraid that the cultivation level isn't as simple as just being a heavenly emperor, right? It might even be a true immortal. But where in this world is there a true immortal? When you reach that realm, you'll be guided by immortal light. It doesn't stay down at all. At this time, Aotian was even worse. His entire dragon body was trembling. He faced Suzy's attack straight on. And only he was qualified to say how strong Suzy was. It was just one finger, and just out of it his attack directly collapsed. The heavenly emperor laws even instantly collapsed into a rain of light that was incomparably bright. Chapter 25, Heavenly Emperor Willing to be a Slave. Aotian's entire dragon froze instantly. He didn't expect his full strength strike to be so easily neutralized. Not only Aotian, but also the two heavenly emperors, Changshur Tian Di and Prisoner Tian. All of them froze at this point. Aotian and Prisoner Sky. They all knew Suzy's bottom line. Knowing that Suzy had lived this long was certainly not simple, but I didn't expect it to be so uncomplicated. Easily defusing Aotian's attack, Prisoner Sky thought to himself that dealing with Aotian would not be so easy. Although there was a trace of immortal Tao rules in one's body, it was only a trace. Although he would win in the end, it would never be that easy. A hint of immortal Tao rules is a false immortal, not even a half immortal. The immortal content is really too low. As for Celestial Emperor Changshur, at this moment, he was even more appalled. What the hell? A fake immortal just showed up. Now there was even another person who couldn't see his cultivation. When did the Four Seas hide so many powerful people? Are you kidding? Truly, the Celestial Emperor of Lapis dares to swear that, having lived countless years since his birth, it hadn't shocked him as much in all that time as it had today. Only one great emperor would appear in one era in the Four Seas and 8 deserts, let alone a heavenly emperor. Every great emperor was extremely gifted and was able to suppress all the heavenly prides of their generation. Bang! A loud bang came, only to see that Aotian had already transformed into a human form, and then fell into the ground from his knees high in the sky, just straight down on his knees, 2 giant craters below his knees. Dense cracks spread out in all directions with Aotian's knee as the center. You must know that this is the dojo of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Every inch of land contains an unearthly great formation. Even a great emperor couldn't hurt a flower or a bit of dirt half as much, but now hardened and rotted by Aotian's knees. One can only imagine the gold content of this kneeling. Sage, I was wrong. I'm just a little loach. It is that I have been blinded by my inflated strength all these years, and I hope you will forgive me for having eyes that do not recognize MT. Tai. From now on, I will remain your spirit pet. A little loach. Aotian no longer looked like he was bitter and unruly with Suzy. He was now as a devout believer, kneeling beside the faith of his heart. The incredible devotion and loyalty. I will follow you from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never dare to go west. You told me to hit the Lord of the desolate ancient forbidden land, and I definitely wouldn't dare to hit the son of the Lord of the desolate ancient forbidden land. The prisoner Sky on the side was filled with questions. Why don't you just show your loyalty and bring me along? Are you afraid I won't die fast enough? Yes, prisoner Sky had been afraid, but he knew he didn't have the slightest way back. There was a deadly enmity between him and Suzy, and there was absolutely no way it could be resolved. He had captured hundreds of successive kings of the Su God dynasty, and among them was Suzy's father. These people have not died over the years, but they have suffered immensely. Their cultivation was sealed and they were imprisoned in the immortal source. Day in and day out, he had to endure the pain of condensing his essence blood. It's reasonable to say that even a sage king wouldn't be able to hold out for so many years, but the successive kings of the Su God dynasty were surprisingly still alive. You're not regretting it. You're just afraid of dying to go. Also, blaming this seat. Back then, there was a trace of essence blood caught in a mouthful of tainted blood that was casually spat out. It's what allowed you to metamorphose into a five-clawed golden dragon. Suzy's words were plain but caused the remaining two to be struck by lightning. A trace of essence blood can create a heavenly emperor? Heavens! What kind of god is this Suzy? Countless fragments flashed through the cyanide heavenly emperor's mind. Prisoner Sky was right. The blood on Suzy's body can directly make him fly up in the daytime. Moreover, true immortals were only the starting point, and his achievements in the future were limitless. So yeah, you might as well return to your little loach body. No, don't, please. I really know I'm wrong. I am willing to serve you as my lord for the rest of my life, and I am more than willing to offer my divine soul brand to be a servant for the rest of my life. Please don't waste my cultivation. After Aotian heard Suzy's words, he hurriedly shouted out. He's really scared now. His all-out killing move didn't have the slightest effect on Suzy. You can imagine how powerful Suzy is. It was ridiculous that he thought Suzy was at most in the same realm as him. The gap between them was just too big. So big that he couldn't even see it for himself. You're wrong? If you're wrong, then die for your sins. It just so happens that the younger generation of my Su God dynasty is too weak. Just give them a boost with your flesh. As soon as Suzy's words fell, Aotian's heart trembled dramatically. Suzy, this is not wanting to leave him a way out. No, Aotian roared up to the sky, but it's all futile and useless. Let him push his cultivation as much as he wants. It was as if his body was frozen and he couldn't use half of his cultivation at all. Perish! Suzy just spat out a word from her mouth. Instantly, Aotian's face became terrified. It was like seeing something horrible to the core. His eyes then gradually emptied out, turning him into a soulless corpse. This is good stuff. Don't waste it. Aotian's main body was a five-clawed golden dragon thousands of miles long. It was enough for all the direct lineages of the Su God dynasty to all be uplifted. Words come out of your mouth. Surprisingly, who the hell are you? How can words come out of your mouth? Prisoner Sky looked at Suzy with a pale face and stumbled on his feet. In the Four Seas and the Eight Wonders, people have always thought that the great emperor is the one whose words follow the law. But Prisoner Heaven knew very well that not only great emperors, even heavenly emperors could not follow their words. They're just driving a little bit of the will of this little world. Then it is said that words follow the law. Prisoner Heaven knew very well that even true immortals couldn't follow their words. The current him only had endless fear and panic towards Suzy. Bang! Without warning, there was a loud bang. Both Suzy and Prisoner Sky looked towards the direction of the loud noise, only to see the celestial emperor of Greenstone kneeling straight on the ground. Suzy looked at the cyanide heavenly emperor with a questioning face. This was because the direction that the celestial emperor of Greenstone was kneeling in was exactly the direction that he was in. Kid Qingshi, greetings to the supreme immortal. Qingshi is not talented enough to implore the superior immortal to accept the kid to stay by the side of the superior immortal to saddle up for the superior immortal. Aoshi fell to his knees and lowered his head deeply to make contact with the earth and said in a high voice, "You're a big old man, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a kid in front of this seat?" The corners of Suzy's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He could tell at a glance that Aoshi was older than him by an unknown number of years. "Don't worry, Supreme Immortal, I'm definitely not of Aotian's ilk. I'm willing to offer up my divine soul, serve you for life." Celestial Emperor Qingshi's expression was solemn and firm as he uttered these words. "There's no need. Divine souls or anything else doesn't interest this seat." Chapter 26, The Ancient Ten Fowls, Prisoner Cow. There are no secrets as well as voices of the heart that you can hide from this seat. This seat happens to be short of a handyman. You're quite resourceful, so stay by this seat. Su Zi's eyes were really poisonous, and with one glance, he saw through Celestial Emperor Qingshi's life. This person is still considered to be pure in nature, and has never done anything harmful in his life. A lifetime of specializing in the path of meditation. Thank you, Supreme Immortal. Aoshi was respectful. The prisoner Sky on the side was moved with intent. He would be willing to become Suzi's slave if he didn't die. But, obviously, he doesn't have that qualification. There was no way Suzy would give him the chance either. All the generations of my Su family's strongest cultivators will awaken a strand of the Swift God Mountain Seal when their cultivation reaches the Sage Realm. And it is this strand of imprint that you are looking at to make a move against my Su family. So not only are you going to die, you're going to die horribly. Su Zi turned to look at prisoner Sky, who was standing not far in front of him, and said softly. At this moment, where was the prisoner Sky with half the aura of a fake immortal? The entire person was shaking like a sieve. Wait, you can't kill me. I know the hidden secrets of the Su family. You just have to promise to let me go. I'll tell you. I can tell you with certainty that the Su family is not simple. Even after so many years have passed, all the generations of your Su family's kings are still alive and not dead. Of course, I'm not easy. Aren't you curious at all? Although the Heavenly Emperor's lifespan is long, it will never be a long life. But I've lived from the ancient times until now, and I've survived the deaths of I don't know how many great emperors, celestial emperors, and today my lifespan is still very long. Prisoner Sky was truly afraid of death. Seeing that Su Zi was going to make a move on him, immediately told him some hidden secrets, trying to trade this for a chance to live. Curious? Perhaps, but this seat doesn't need to know that for nothing in the world escapes the eyes of this seat. If this seat wants to know, all it needs to do is stand at the end of the long river of time and watch. Suzy's words were domineering, and he thought he had the strength to do so. Impossible. The long river of time can't, even immortal kings can't, even red dust immortals can't walk to the end of the long river of time. They can only stay for a while. Furthermore, the red dust immortal would have to suffer a terrifyingly heavy blow if he wanted to watch or even change the long river of time, or even fall. Prisoner Sky looked at Su Zi incredulously. He didn't believe that Su Zi even had this kind of cultivation. One must know that the rules of this world would never allow a realm above the Heavenly Emperor to exist. When the cultivation level is reached, they will be forcibly extradited to ascend. Earlier, he had thought that Su Zi's realm must be that of a half-immortal. It was only a step away from even being a true immortal. But it didn't occur to me that Su Zi would dare to speak out of turn like that. Still want to swim in the river of time at will? And walk to the end of the river of time to watch? Are you kidding me? Prisoner Sky said so much just to get Su Zi's attention, so that Su Zi would think that he had a great use for him. Won't decapitate him. It also made Su Zi realize that he was able to know so much, and that his background was not simple. You talk so much, but you just want to live. But you know what? It's really hard for a little outcast like you to make the seat take you seriously, even if you are the prisoner bull, one of the 10 fiends of the Swire. Suzy shook her head and said softly, "What?" Prisoner Sky's mind instantly roared in his head, causing his mind to go blank. He hadn't told anyone about Prisoner Bull's identity, but only his children in the Forbidden Zone knew about it, and since coming to the lower realm, he had never revealed his original body. All of those who were able to reach the Forbidden Zone thought that he was a human, but now it was seen through by Suzy at a glance. You're strong. I'll give you that. But since you've seen my identity, you should know that you can't afford to mess with the Swire 10 murderers, even if I am an outcast. Prisoner Sky forced himself to calm down after the shock and drank at Suzy. He was going to use this thing as a killer to save his life, but it didn't occur to him that he didn't have the slightest bit of privacy in front of Suzy. The Taiku Prisoner Bull clan, rumored to be one of the descendants of the ancestral dragon, but then it gradually formed its own clan, and even vaguely stood shoulder to shoulder with the Taiku dragons. The Taiku dragons themselves are known as one of the 10 fowls. The Prisoner Bull clan relies on its own strength to squeeze into the ranks of the 10 fierce. As for the 5-clawed Golden Dragon clan, it is considered the topmost clan in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. But in front of the Prisoner Bull, it really wasn't worth mentioning. Every one of the 10 fowls of Taiku was ferociously famous, with immortal kings having appeared in their ancestry. This seed has already said that you, an outcast, really doesn't have the slightest value. Suzy's words caused Prisoner Sky's face to turn incredibly ugly. Yes, he was an outcast of the Prisoner Bull clan, or else he wouldn't have been discarded in this barren lower realm. His own bloodline is impure, with impurities taking up 90% of it. Even the Prisoner Bull clan had given up on him, but he was the biological son of the current patriarch of the Prisoner Bull clan. Even though he was a hybrid, unpopular, but it's also the man's own son. If he dies, Suzy won't be safe either. Too much bull *******. you're not gonna die easy. For as long as the successive generations of kings of my Su family have been tortured by you, you will have to endure the torture for as long as you can. Shoo! As soon as Su Zi's words fell, a ray of light shot out from his fingertips to land on Prisoner Sky's body. Prisoner Sky couldn't even resist. The strongest man in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, a generation of heavenly emperors, is actually powerless to fight back. One can only watch. No, I'm Prisoner Gon's own son. You can't do this to me. Do you know who Prisoner Gon is? That's the Prisoner Bull clan's most powerful person. Prisoner Sky was now really panicked. The finger that Su Zi had pointed out had directly caused him to lose all of his cultivation. He couldn't even feel life passing him by anymore. This means that the other party can let him live like this for 10,000 years without dying. But with it must have come endless torment. Torture will? Let him beg for his life and die. Suzy looked at Aoshi and asked. Don't worry, my lord. Qingshi has also dabbled in torture and punishment. He once obtained a book of torture techniques. The level of torture is also above par. Aoshi nodded his head in a hurry. Okay, over to you. Suzy said the whole thing and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in a blood-colored palace. Everything here reeks of blood, and there are hundreds of immortal sources, large and small, floating in the air. They form an eerie bond with each other, seem to have established some connection, and an occasional vascular connector between them. It looks spooky as hell. Beneath these immortal sources were pools of blood, reflecting the entire palace in blood red. It looked no different from a haunted house. Su Zi knew that this palace was a magic treasure, infinitely close to an immortal weapon. Then quenching all this blood, wanting to quench that hint of the rules of the Swift God Mountain from all that blood. Chapter 27, Su Zi's Disciple, Heavenly Wasteland. Su Zi's face was gloomy. It was the first time since his awakening that he had developed anger. All the generations of the Su family's monarchs have been captive in this immortal source. That's right, captivity. They look no different than livestock, while feeding them heavenly treasures to ensure activity. All the while, they were frantically condensing the essence blood in their bodies. All of the people inside the immortal source had fallen into a deep sleep, and it was unknown how long it had been since they had awakened. They also know nothing about the outside world. They were unconscious and didn't even know they had been having their blood drawn. Each one of them was as good as a human stem, not much better than a dry corpse. The skin was lusterless, like the bark of a pale tree, and was already chapped, and as for the look of it's so unforgiving, you can't tell it's a human face anymore. Break! Su Zi waved one hand. Hundreds of immortal lights surged into the immortal source. This was his origin, containing endless power of vitality. Cultivation has reached his level, and the origin is all endless and unending. Not to mention that this little bit of origin was equivalent to a single hair of the entire Tarzan. If these people were to be released straight away, losing the immortal source seal would directly turn them into flying ash as soon as they touched the air. Suzy of course had other ways to awaken him, but he didn't want to. After all, it's all descendants of the Su family. He's going to resuscitate their vitality in addition to sending them a great creation. Help them cast the perfect foundation. As for the immortal Su family, what happened to the Su family in the lower realm was actually the same as Prisoner Sky, both being outcasts. Otherwise it wouldn't have been brutally driven away from the lower world. That's right, it's brutal. Because in the lower realms you have to cultivate to a true immortal. It's harder than a mortal ascending to heaven. It's different in the immortal realm. The immortal realm is covered in the laws of immortality. Can you cultivate to true immortality? Although it also depends on talent, it is too easy than the lower realms. And these cultivators' physical body for years and years under the immortal rules were subconsciously changed and baptized. Compared to the lower realm is enough to make them the same class truly invincible. It's fine if the Su family in the upper realm never shows up, but if they dare to come looking for trouble, then I'll just have to take care of it altogether. Ka-ching! The sound of an immortal source shattering rang out. Subsequently, more than 200 figures hovered in the air. Immortal light blossomed on their bodies, and a huge stream of vitality erupted within them. The damaged body recovered almost instantly. What was even more shocking was that the loss of chi and blood they had suffered for so many years was actually recovering at a terrifying speed. Here? A hoarse and obscure word rang out. It was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and tattered clothes covered in blood. His voice was raspy because he hadn't spoken in many years. Father! Suzy called out softly. Kid, pronounced Purple. Homophone. Why are you here? Go now. The memories in Su Qianquan's mind revived like an ocean the moment he saw Suzy. He hissed and growled towards Suzy. He himself knew exactly how horrible the people who detained him at the time were. He was a sage king, but he didn't even have the strength to fight back, and was captured almost instantly. He became the founding king after coming to the lower world alone with his 2 children. I didn't realize it was still being missed. Su Qiankuan had never been able to figure out who had targeted the three of them, father and son. He guessed that it should be the Su family from the upper realm. Father, it's all right already, it's my child who's late. Suzy sighed softly. After today, the forbidden zone will not exist, and an earthworm will have to be split vertically. Suzy's words were morose. Yes, Lord. As soon as his words fell, the void around him squirmed, and then Qingshi appeared carrying prisoner Sky in his hands. Where was the prisoner of heaven at this moment that had the slightest bit of human appearance? It's covered in bloody scabs. He had been tortured by Qingshi for quite a while. Originally he was a heavenly emperor with an incredibly powerful physical body, but at this moment it was like a lost dog, not just scorching his divine soul with imperial fire. His divine soul was even used to experiment with mortal inventions such as 3 knives and 6 holes, frying in a frying pan, and splitting a horse in half. Su Qiankuan was just about to speak, when he suddenly saw the person who detained him in this state, unable to help but freeze. That's a great emperor, or even a heavenly emperor. Now like a dead dog, he was paralyzed. Su Qiankuan had always thought that prisoner Sky was in the great emperor realm. Who dares to act recklessly in my restricted area? A thunderous voice exploded in the ears of the crowd. The great emperor's mighty pressure then surged even more. An old man with white hair strolled through the void, but without waiting for this old man to pretend, he directly stumbled on his feet and planted himself from the void. It wasn't Suzy and Aoshi who made the move. He was the one who got scared. What did he see? His father, prisoner Sky, was actually lying on the ground twitching like a dead dog. In that instant, prisoner Ren only felt that his Sky had directly collapsed in an instant. The prisoner's Sky is his Sky. He is very old and has very little life left. Before that, it was even after the battle with Aotian that led to the decay of his chi and blood, and if it wasn't for imprisoned heaven sealing him off, maybe he'd have sat down long ago. Now his father, the man at the top of the heap, the man who had once sworn to become an immortal king to go back to his clan to wipe out his past shame, had been tortured into this state. His worldview collapsed. One must know that the heavenly emperor was absolutely powerful in this world. It can be called the lower realm battle power ceiling. Now it's being rubbed against the ground. Originally, he had felt something in his heart, and that was why he broke the seal from the immortal source. Now this scene was literally tearing his liver apart. Let us go and I can tell you a shocking secret. Prisoner Sky watched his own son fall, and cried out weakly at that moment. Do you remember your disciple, Heavenly Wasteland? Seeing Suzy's expressionless face, prisoner Sky gritted his teeth and said, Heavenly Desolation. A youth wearing clothes sewn from animal skins appeared in Suzy's mind. That youth was called Sky Wasteland, and was the most talented person Suzy had ever seen besides himself. He had the heart of a red-blooded man, and his divine soul was pure and unblemished. It was Suzy who met and taught in a small world on one side back then. Although there is no name of master and disciple, there is the reality of master and disciple. He struck across the long sky with the invincibility of youth, beating the heirs of the major royal clans who didn't dare to raise their heads. Among his peers, he is even unrivaled, and has never tasted a defeat since he was a child. You know, he was born in the wilderness. Back then, when the small world was trying to defend itself against the foreign races, Suzy was also trying to sharpen the heavenly wasteland. That's what ended up creating that situation. At that time, Suzy was also only at the beginning of the Sage King realm, and had not yet inherited the throne of the monarch. Chapter 28, Confrontation. Sky Wasteland's life was very hard, and he never slacked off for a moment in terms of cultivation. He desperately cultivated, wanting to change the fate of the human race. Nay, heaven forbid, there is always someone who wants to harm him. Suzy's gaze was languid, as if he had returned to that year then that world. That year, the small world suffered a heavenly crisis. Boom! At the heavenly abyss, a figure stood between heaven and earth like a god or devil, his body bulging with magical power. A suffocating aura erupted from within their bodies. Crane Wushwang, you people of the otherworldly realm presume to step through the heavenly abyss and enter my 9 heavens and 10 lands today. You guys are dreaming. The 9 heavens and 10 places shouted at an old man dressed in white and immortal. Suzy, one of the few great powerhouses in the 9 heavens of the human race, with an unfathomable cultivation level. Behind Suzy were 10 young men and women. Look at the cultivation of the body to know that it is a rare young talent. Suzy, I don't care where you came from, but it's just around the corner for us to step through the heavenly abyss. Just wait until the last border wasteland king passes away, and the heavenly abyss will naturally break without attack. The 9 heavens and 10 earths are sheltered by heaven and earth. After so many years the power of the heavenly abyss laws is already starting to diminish. How long can you guys hold out? Crane Wushwang was indifferent and bland. Behind Crane Wushwang there were also 10 unparalleled heavenly prides of the otherworldly regions. There are no saint kings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and the most powerful ones are the saints. But there were more than 10 sage kings in their foreign realm? As long as one steps through the heavenly abyss, the 9 heavens and 10 earths can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. Is that so? Even if the power of the laws of the heavenly abyss were to subside, wouldn't the sage king still not dare to step in? After Suzy said this, Crane Wushwang fell silent. Indeed, even as the power of the laws of the heavenly abyss was gradually weakening, even though the sage king's strength was heavenly, it wasn't impossible to forcibly cross over, but the price to be paid would have to be weighed even by a sage king. But the waiting process is nothing more than waiting to die. The people of the 4 seas will not help them. There is no chance of them surviving. That's right. They're just waiting to die. Because everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 lands knew that the heavenly abyss would shatter one day. And when the sage king of the otherworldly realm personally descended at that time, even the desolate king over there would be powerless to fight against the sage king. Right now, the existence of the border wasteland king was merely sustaining the power of the heavenly abyss. But there would come a day when the power of the laws of the heavenly abyss would disappear. And by that time, the imperial pass would have no one to guard it, and it wouldn't be able to hold it at all. It's just that this last remaining border wasteland king has the certainty of sustaining the heavenly abyss for 500 years. The saint kings of the foreign lands could not easily pass within 500 years, even if the sage king wants to come over now. But paying the price was definitely not something they could afford, even if he was a sage king. That kind of price was just too much. Otherwise the sage king would have broken the heavenly abyss a long time ago. The fact that the sage king hasn't come over yet is enough to show that even the sage king doesn't want to touch that kind of price easily. 500 years will pass in a flash. We can afford to wait. Suzy, you should consider whether you can leave alive today. Behind Crane Wushwang, a youth sitting in the void indifferently spoke. As soon as this youth opened his mouth, the 9 exotic region celestials who were by his side were silenced at the same time. This young man was wearing a purple robe, and his face was grim and cold. It was like resonating with heaven and earth between one breath and the next. The sound was horrifying. How dare you? Is King Su also something you can make up? Behind Suzy, an imposing young man chided. This person was a heavenly pride of the Heavenly Tao Academy in the 9 heavens, named Ho Yu. A person's strength was already at the heavenly god realm and was powerful beyond compare. Realm division, martial apprentice, martial artist, samurai, martial master, grand martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial Zun, Zun Shur, void Tao, John I, transported one, supreme, celestial god, divine king, divine emperor, saints, great saints, saint king, quasi-emperors, great emperors, true immortals, red dust immortals, immortal kings, immortal emperors. Boom! The youth behind Crane Wushwang's eyes erupted with brilliant pillars of light shooting towards Ho Yu. This gaze was full of destructive power, capable of determining life and death with a single glance. Ho Yu's face changed dramatically in an instant, and this youth had only lightly glanced at him. He sensed an aura of shadowy destruction in that glance. He was forced into a lock and couldn't get out of it. Ho Yu was sweating profusely, his face covered with panic. This was the first time in all the years since his debut that he felt so powerless against a pride of the same level of heaven. This man is not to be trifled with. Put. Ho Yu ran his entire body's mana, but he was still penetrated and spat out a large mouthful of blood straight away. If it wasn't for Suzy gently waving his hand next to him to protect him, he would definitely die. Suzy's face was pretending to be grave, and those 9 heavens and 10 earths celestial pride behind him were even more horrified. Alas, it's still too hasty. The depth of the 9 heavens and 10 lands still lacks too much. Suzy originally didn't want to interfere, but seeing a good seedling behind him was a bit unbearable. He had just come to the small world just a few decades ago and became the head of the Heaven's Path Academy. All of you take a good look. This person is named Mo Tianxiu, the first son of the Sage King. It's also the existence that has been hailed by the otherworld as the most promising to become a saint in the future. Suzy's pupils contracted violently when Ho Yu and the others said this. The first son of the Sage King. This kind of identity was definitely a dazzling to the extreme existence no matter where it was placed. Moreover, to be able to become a saint in the future, this kind of natural talent was enough to astonish the world. Today, we will not talk about anything else. The people of the 2 realms will compete and spar. You will win, and we will retreat. Hand over the 2 tattered Great Emperor magic weapons you have on you. Crane Wushwan looked at Suzy with an unchanged expression. This void was located in the heavenly abyss, and saints below were not affected by the rules of the heavenly abyss. This competition was proposed by the foreign domain, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths won the emperor's peace and security for 500 years. The 9 heavens and the 10 lands lost, and the kings of the foreign lands all came out to break the imperial pass. Chapter 29, Unknown Origin. Look carefully, you guys. This one on the opposite side is the most representative existence amongst the extraterrestrial heavenly pride. He's not just the descendant of a sage king. He's a representative of the younger generation outside the domain. Mo Tianxiu, the first son of the sage king. Rumor has it that when he came out, the domain shook. The black mist fills the air. These may seem ordinary, but these black mists are ominous origins, and wherever the black mist passes, all spirits are lost. Even the heavenly god realm can't stop its erosion, losing their spirit and degenerating into darkness. Hearing Su Zi's words, none of the heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands were creeped out. This wasn't just the first son of the Sage King. His own cultivation was already terrifyingly strong, and now he seemed to have quite a bit of mist in his body. These mists made Mo Tianxia even more unfathomable and unnerving. The Sage King's cultivation was through the heavens and on the earth, and every word and action was a rule of the Tao. The Sage King's cultivation is heavenly, and glorifying his true name can make him manifest his sainthood. The first son of the Sage King. Just that one identity. It would be enough to make Mo Tianxia an existence that everyone feared. Seeing the prideful people on his side each showing fear, Su Zi frowned. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were already in a weakened state, and their heritage was not as good as that of the exotic regions. His move was just trying to get them to know their shame and surge forward. But it seems, this time it backfired. If it wasn't for the sake of honing the heavenly wasteland, he would have wanted to slap these foreigners to death to count the pleas. Especially Crane Wushuang Crane Invincible. Their names were really too pretentious. Crane was expressionless. Did they really need 2 broken and tattered Great Empress artifacts? No. A mere 2 broken Great Empress artifacts were not worthy of Mo Tianxia personally sitting here. All they had to do was to suppress the pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands and make them despair. Let the 9 heavens and 10 earths take a good look at what it means to have an insurmountable gap. Let them be afraid. Let them live in endless fear for the next 500 years, waiting in fear for a foreign land to descend. Death isn't scary. It's knowing when it's coming that's scary. The process of waiting for death to come. 500 years is enough time for us to grow to a realm that is now unattainable. And when that time comes, what is a saint in the district? A young man behind Suzy spoke softly. The sound was not loud enough to be soul-stirring. This man's face was handsome and resolute, and there seemed to be the sun and the moon changing in his eyes. There was Qian Kuan evolving, and the end was profound and incomparable. The originally gloomy complexion of the 9 heavens and 10 heavens instantly brightened. It might not be possible for others, but it was entirely possible for this man who spoke. He was Su Zimmer's personal disciple although the two had never called master and disciple. Yet it is a little closer than master and disciple. Knowing that this young man's heavenly wasteland talent is earth-shattering. Surprisingly in this day and age it hardens itself out of its own way. Such an existence was enough to be called an unearthly heavenly pride that shook the ancient world. As long as he doesn't fall, and he steps into the Sage King realm in the future. Even the great emperor was on the board. But it's ridiculous that such a heavenly pride was ruthlessly suppressed by all the major powers in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Or even get rid of it. If it weren't for Suzy being one of the most powerful existences in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, this youth is afraid that the grass on his grave is several meters high. Kunichi, you go fight. Mo Tianxia opened his mouth indifferently while sitting in the void. Yes. Koani respectfully arched his hand towards Mo Tianxia and appeared in the heavenly abyss. This place was covered in oceanic power of laws, but it had no effect on saints below. My name is Kunichi. Who comes to die? Koan Yi's expression was haughty, and his mouth was full of banter as he looked at the pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands with a disdainful expression. It was as if the other party was not a strong man, but a group of dogs and chickens. In his opinion, he can destroy it with his hand. I'll fight you. With a loud shout, a silver-white lance appeared in Ho Yu's hand. Slanting finger Kunichi appeared on the Tianyuan battlefield. Ho Yu, will take, today. Ho Yu was imposing and opened his mouth to Koan Yi, but he hadn't finished his words yet. It was then directly interrupted by Kunichi. For a dead man's name is not worthy to be known by me. A sneer slid across Koan Yi's face as he looked at Ho Yu with a look of disdain. You! Ho Yu's face was unsightly. His entire face flared red, which was infuriated. Take your life. Ho Yu was holding his breath in his heart, having been subdued by one of Mo Tianxia's glances earlier and spitting out blood. It's a shame. He couldn't even catch a single glance from his opponent. Now to be belittled by an unknown nobody from a foreign land. Ho Yu felt like he was going to vomit blood again. At least, he was considered a renowned heavenly pride in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He took the lead, and a silver-white spear instantly pierced through the void. God appeared directly in front of Koan Yi. Koan Yi's face remained unchanged, and the sneer on his face became even more intense. A heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands? It's nothing more than that. Just as the silver spear medicine nailed through Konichi's head, a sudden change occurred, only to see the void in front of Koan Yi suddenly begin to wriggle. The lance that was originally supposed to pierce through Kuan-Yi then strangely appeared in front of Ho-Yu's head. Ho-Yu instantly paled. Chapter 30, The Void King Clan. Ho-Yu instantly tried to draw away, but the time was too short for him to retrieve his spear. He was too familiar with his lance, and once it was out it was difficult to retrieve it in an instant. He was never able to figure out how his lance suddenly appeared in front of his head. Ho-Yu with doubt, with endless unwillingness, and with bleak blood flowers, his godly soul was destroyed. His head was pierced by his own lance, and he died by his own hand. The art of void transformation. This is the untold secret of the Void Koan clan, the king race of the otherworldly realm. The ability to instantly move a piece of the void so that one cannot feel or see through it. Being able to move an opponent's attack without God's knowledge. It can be described as being god-awful and defensible, Suzy said with a grave expression. Meanwhile Suzy was a little frustrated. The difference in strength between the young generation of prides from the 9 heavens and 10 lands was too great. He actually didn't really want to intervene in all of this and could only pretend that he was in the Great Sage realm. The Void Koan clan was originally a great clan in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but unfortunately, of course, they resolutely defected to the foreign realm. This is a disgrace to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. They become kings in foreign lands and are worshipped by all spirits. They are ashamed that they were once of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Sky Wasteland was silent. Such a traitor can only be cleansed by blood. Waste. Koan-Yi snorted softly with condescension before turning back behind Motianxia. Crane invincible. You go for the rest, and kill them until they are cowed. Motianxia still spoke indifferently. Yes. Crane invincible opened his mouth. Crane invincible? This man is not to be underestimated. He is the son-in-law of the great sage Crane Wushwang. At the same time, he is one of the leaders of the younger generation of the foreign domain, with an immense talent. Such a heavenly pride actually all listened to Motianxia's dispatch without complaint. It seems that the assessment of Motianxia will have to be redone, Sky Wasteland said with a solemn face. Crane invincible, as his name suggests, has not suffered a single defeat since his birth, and is invincible all the way. Among the foreign domains the reputation was sky-high, being the object of worship of countless foreign domain prides. It was unbelievable that such a lofty person would willingly listen to Motianxia's dispatch. You have to know that the Crane family is not a royal family, but that high and mighty imperial family. A true emperor had once appeared in its ancestry. I'll do it. A heavenly pride among the 9 heavens and 10 lands stood out and bit his teeth and drank. He was in the heavenly god realm, and Crane Peerless was also in the heavenly god realm. Even if there was a gap, how bad could it be? No, you guys, together, Crane Invincible said with his hands behind his back, standing quietly in the middle of the heavenly abyss with a joyless and sorrowless expression. He stood there as if he were one with heaven and earth. Arrogant, just too arrogant. This is not putting all of us in our eyes. Arrogant. Hearing Crane Peerless words, the remaining heavenly prides of the 9 heavens and 10 lands instantly exploded. They're all heavenly prides. They all have their own arrogance. Crane Invincible's move was tantamount to rubbing their faces hard on the ground. Only Heaven's Desolate frowned slightly. His intuition told him that Crane Wuxia was not simple. What? You're all afraid of me alone? In that case, I'll let you have another hand? Crane Wufei had one hand behind his back and one hand in front of him. It wasn't that he was pretending. It was the confidence that came from powerful strength. In his eyes, the so-called heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands? No more than that. Too arrogant. Let me meet you. A celestial pride behind Suzy appeared in front of Crane Wushwan with a single leap. I'm in. I'll do it. In that case, add me. In less than a moment, there were already 8 celestial pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands who appeared opposite of Crane Peerless. Strike, or you won't have a chance to strike. Crane Peerless was still bland in the face of the 8 celestial pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He was of the Emperor clan, and he himself had the pride of being an Emperor clan. He also has an invincible heart. Asshole. A heaven-opening bronze greatsword appeared in the hands of one of the celestial pride. The whole thing has a potent depth to it. The bronze greatsword in his hand was a void Dao weapon that was incomparably powerful. Only to see the bronze greatsword's blade blazing, slashing down towards Crane Invincible without any frills, like a huge mountain directly about to suppress Crane Wuxia directly. Even the void could not withstand the sharpness of this blade, and a void crack appeared steeply. Crane Invincible was breezy, with one hand behind his back, just a split second before the big knife was about to cut on his head. He struck. There's no extra movement. Within his wide sleeve robe, a slender palm like white jade appeared. His palm formed into a claw unexpectedly grabbed directly towards the bronze greatsword. Seek death. That heavenly pride shouted angrily. Crane Wuxia dared to use his physical body to resist a void Dao realm weapon. He was only in the heavenly god realm. How could he dare? He thought it was just Crane Invincible belittling him. That's why he revolved his entire body's mana. and his entire body erupted with a terrifying blade intent. It made the bronze greatsword more and more terrifying. With this slash, he was going to make Crane Peerless, who had belittled him, pay the price. He was going to directly decapitate Crane Invincible with a direct slash. Clang! And then the imagined beheading of Cranewater didn't occur. Instead, there was a piercing sound of gold and iron. Crane Invincible's hand steadily grasped the bronze greatsword. His 5 fingers were glowing, and there was great mana running through his palms. Chapter 31, Stealing a Beam for a Pillar. He actually wanted to wear out this bronze greatsword. The void was distorting, and silk cracks actually appeared on top of the bronze greatsword. This caused the proud faces of the 9 heavens and 10 lands to change drastically. Is this Crane Invincible really in the heavenly god realm? To actually wear down a void Dao realm weapon with his bare hands. How terrifying was that? Retreat! Seeing that Crane Peerless had actually directly worn out his own weapon, he looked fearful, directly abandoning the big sword. The whole person was about to retreat rapidly. Can't go. Crane Invincible's index and middle fingers came together to pierce through the void with one finger. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! You! That Heaven's Pride's gaze was dull as he looked at Crane Peerless with lifeless eyes. His head was directly pierced through by 2 fingers, and his Yuanshan was covered in cracks before exploding. His body then exploded into pieces. What? The faces of the remaining 7 heavenly prides changed drastically. Their cultivation was not on par with the dead one, and even if they were strong, they were not strong enough. Such a cultivation level unexpectedly couldn't last a single move in the hands of Crane Invincible. It sent chills down their spines. Come back. You are no match. Sky Wasteland stepped out. He was going to make a move. Come back. This will only lead to a wasted life. Suzy said with a sigh. The difference is just too great. He didn't want to interfere too much in the development of a small world. Staying here is as far as it goes, and he stayed here just for Sky Wasteland alone. Although the 7 Celestial Pride did not want to leave the battlefield, they also knew that Suzy was right. They would never be able to receive a single move from that terrifying Crane Invincible from the other world. Their figures flashed towards Suzy's direction. Leave when you want to? Come when you want? It's ridiculous. This is a battlefield. A battle of life and death. Crane Invincible's face showed sarcasm. His entire body then disappeared as if it were nothingness directly in place. Put. Touch. Ah. Dean. Help me. Blood constantly dripped and dripped from the void, and limbs and broken arms constantly appeared. With a single strike, Crane Peerless would take away the human life of a 9 heavens and 10 earths heaven's pride. Boom! Suzy was glowing. On his body, the 2 tattered Great Empress artifacts erupted with immeasurable light. Illuminate this side of the universe. He took one step out of the time shards surrounding him, a step that was tens of thousands of miles away. He was going to make a move to save the heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. They might die, but definitely not senselessly at the hands of Crane Invincible. Even if he died, he would die on the future battlefield with the foreign lands. Moreover, these were all good seedlings from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and their future achievements would be very high. Suzy, are you looking for death? Crane Wushwang stood in the void, his robes hunting, only to see him casually wave his one hand. The universe in front of Suzy directly exploded. The terrifying fluctuations instantly blocked Suzy. Get out of the way. Suzy bellowed. His sleeve robe glowed, and a great emperor's aura was awakening. This was a great emperor's broken magic weapon on him reviving. After all, he was only playing the role of a saint, not a great saint yet, and he could not fight against a great saint yet. He could only resort to the broken great emperor's magic weapon. It was a sleeve robe. It was the personal robe of a former great emperor, drenched in great emperor blood. A spirit is born. After countless thousands of years it was sacrificed and refined into a great emperor's magic weapon, a protective magic weapon. But now it was in tatters, with only this arm's length left. Although it had the aura of a great emperor, it had long since ceased to be a great emperor. Suzy, you're really looking for death. Crane Wushwang's face was cold. The entire person took one step and instantly traveled billions of miles. This was not his extreme speed. He just appeared outside the heavenly abyss in one step. He also didn't want to easily touch the power of the laws of the heavenly abyss. Boom! Crane Wushwang didn't put up a fight. He was a deterrent in his own right. His immense strength was instantly displayed. The void shattered. The dark thunder fell from the sky in the middle of nothingness, shattering a 10,000 foot cliff. The vault of the sky rioted, and the clouds instantly exploded directly into the air. This was the great sage. Not only was his life long, but his means were even more powerful. Crane Wushwang stood right in front of the heavenly abyss. Suzy stopped in her tracks. He's struggling. He's hesitating. These are good kids. They don't deserve to die here. He could feel Crane Wushwang's shocking killing intent. But if he made a move, Crane Wushwang will surely die. The 9 heavens and 10 lands had long since changed drastically. and there hadn't been a great saint for an unknown number of years. He was playing a peak saint, not a great saint. Now Crane Wushwang not only had his killing intent locked onto him, but also onto Heavenly Wasteland. He could tell that Crane Wushwang's killing intent towards Sky Wasteland was even stronger than his. It made him stop in his tracks. Sky Wasteland was his most favored junior, bar none. Even those powerful heavenly prides of the Su God dynasty couldn't compare to a single Heavenly Wasteland. He only wanted to preserve the Heavenly Wasteland. As for the development of the world, let him go. It seemed to him that if he gave Heavenly Wasteland time to, one day Heavenly Wasteland would become one of the most powerful group of people in heaven and earth. This, Suzy was convinced of. So, he hesitated. It's still too soft-hearted. Steal the beam to preserve their divine souls. Suzy sighed inwardly. Although he had always emphasized non-interference and non-intervention, when it really came to it, he still stepped in. Of course, he only struck out to make the other side think that these celestials were dead, actually stolen by him. Chapter 32 Emotion says might. Touch. The last heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands fell and exploded into streams of light. With Suzy's hesitation, 8 renowned celestial pride from the 9 heavens and 10 lands completely fell. Suzy threw himself up to the sky. He wanted to go mad with hatred. Secretly several divine souls were directly collected by him into the tattered Great Emperor's Dharma artifact for warming. It wouldn't be long before they were able to remake their physical bodies with the help of an imperial artifact. In order to sharpen the heavenly wasteland, he had to pretend to be hesitant and had to stop striking out to rescue these heavenly pride. There's a big bang in the cosmic galaxy ahead of Suzy. Countless large stars turned into pieces and floated away in the void under Suzy's roar. Dean, I can still fight. The 9 heavens haven't lost yet. Sky Wasteland stepped forward and walked straight to Suzy's side to speak softly. He has a heart of invincibility. He's a go-getter. He hasn't lost a single fight since he started out. Take a different path to invincibility. He was born in the twilight of time, and fought in the 9 heavens in a fierce battle against the heavens. Any enemy he has defeated is never seen as an opponent. Sky Wasteland looked sad and choked. These are his old friends. Several of them had promised, before they left, to get drunk on their return, drinking in pain. But now, it's all become a passing fad. All of them died on this battlefield. Invincible. Back off. Emotion said to Crane Wushwang as he appeared on the Heavenly Abyss battlefield at an unknown time. Crane Invincible's gaze was fixed dead center on Sky Wasteland, and he smelled a hint of danger from him. I can battle him, Crane Invincible said with some stubbornness. Stand down. Chilliness flashed in Emotion's eyes. In an instant, Crane Invincible only felt goosebumps rising all over his body. It was as if Emotion's body contained an indescribable might and great terror. It made Crane Invincible chilled. Yes, Crane Invincible winced fiercely, then lowered his lofty head. Crane Wushwang outside the Heavenly Abyss frowned slightly. Crane Invincible was his own son, one of the leaders of the younger generation of their foreign domain. But when it came to facing Emotion, Crane Invincible didn't have a trace of invincible might. Instead, he feared Emotion for a few moments. This made Crane Wushwang upset. Very upset. His son, Crane Invincible, was gifted with great talent and had the appearance of a great emperor. Which one of such people is not a supreme talent? But it was such a gesture in front of Emotion. Even though Emotion was the first son of the Sage King, giving some respect would be fine. There's no need to stoop so low, is there? I don't know why, but I'm tempted to kill you. Your blood should be delicious. Emotion said softly as he looked at Sky Wasteland. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'd really like to break your neck. Skydrake opened his mouth. Sky Wasteland felt like his blood was boiling and active. The man in front of him was definitely the strongest person in the same realm that he had encountered since his debut. If he was taken out, he would definitely be able to strike down the many unearthly heavenly prides of the otherworldly region. Let the foreign domains not dare to underestimate the 9 heavens and 10 lands. If he was able to get rid of the other party at this time, the 9 heavens and 10 lands might have one less terrifying enemy in the future. A great enemy that is terrifying to the core. Come back. Heavenly Wasteland followed suit and was about to head to the Heavenly Abyss battlefield. But as he took a step out, he was called back by Suzy, the new Dean. Dean. Sky Wasteland looked at Suzy in disbelief. It seems that the other party's purpose today is you. Some of your deeds seem to be known to them, and they're trying to get rid of you. Even if you win now, you won't be able to kill Emotion. He has a great sage behind him, and Crane Wushwang will never stand by and watch him be killed by you. Otherwise the Sage King's anger is definitely not something he, Crane Wushwang, can withstand. As long as you go, it's a desperate situation. If you don't go out, I can guarantee you 100 years of peaceful cultivation. Sky Wasteland was silent when he heard Suzy's words. As long as he goes out, either he gets killed by Emotion, or else Crane Wushwan would rise up and directly strike to obliterate him without regard to the laws of the heavenly abyss. He's still too weak now. Knock on the border. When Emotian Xia saw that heavenly desolation was stopped by Suzy, he immediately drank. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke rolled thickly in the direction of the foreign domain, and an imposing black torrent rolled in. At the same time the heavens and earth shook, and in the direction of the foreign domain 10 or so auras shot straight up into the sky, like a great sun illuminating both heaven and earth. Boundless sage pressure covered the sky. The saint who shone as brightly as the great sun. That mighty pressure, as long as it was tainted with a little bit of the heavenly wasteland, felt like it was going to instantly burst into pieces, and it simply couldn't afford to withstand such a mighty pressure. Luckily, there was Suzy beside him to ward off all this pressure. Suzy's face was serious. Was this the saints of the foreign realm trying to force a war with the 9 heavens and 10 lands? I don't know how many sons and daughters of the 9 heavens and 10 earths are going to die in battle this time. At the same time, he looked at Emotian Xia. This birdman's position was not ordinary. Being able to directly command the saints of a foreign realm to go to war, no one would dare to disobey. Suzy only felt that his hands were really itchy and wanted to expose his strength to directly put him to death. But on second thought, he wanted to push the potential of Sky Wasteland. Emotian Xia's expression was cold. Since Sky Wasteland was not going to fight, it would be good to force him to fight. You have to know that in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, there are still quite a few people who have defected to the foreign domain. The role of these people was to constantly hunt down the most dazzling celestial pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Let there be a break in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chapter 33, The Great Sage of the Foreign Lands. Suzy's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Emotian Xia. If this person is not removed, there may be no peace in the 9 heavens and 10 earths from now on. Because he knew that people like Emotian Xia were the most intractable, he'll go to great lengths to achieve a certain end. You will never stop until you get what you want. He wanted to get rid of Emotian Xia at this moment, but he didn't want to interfere. The first son of the Sage King, and the only son at that, although he had a frighteningly large number of life-preserving talismans on him. But once Suzy made his move, even a Sage King would have to drink his hatred. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly the heavens and the earth began to shake. This was the Tao of heaven and earth resonating with certain powerful existences. The Tao of heaven and earth was leaping and cheering. Heavenly Wasteland, however, instantly changed his face drastically. Several silhouettes with breath so powerful that it caused shivers loomed at the end of the sky. They were as if they had existed for eternity, living the same life as heaven and earth, and a terrifying aura that devoured the heavens and split the earth erupted from each of them. It was impossible to see their faces. They seemed to be in darkness, surrounded by great fissures in the void. Cutting the void in front of them apart. Great saints. So many great saints. What is the foreign domain trying to do? At this moment, several saints appeared on top of the walls of the border gate and roared out of breath. Are they trying to forcefully cross the heavenly abyss? Aren't they afraid of backlash? A sage asked incredulously. I wonder if the border desolate king will still make a move this time. Someone in the crowd murmured in a low voice. Border wasteland king? It's been a few hundred years since I last played. It's hard to say if the king of the borderlands is still around. Someone sighed. In any case, this time it looks like the foreign domain is coming in hot. Everyone, prepare to meet the battle. Some old sage who was frighteningly old said, Die fighting, die fighting. Countless people drank with steely eyes. This is a battle to defend the homeland. Though death is not an option. A battle to the death? Are you worthy? A sneering voice rang out quite abruptly. Instantly all the soldiers up and down the city walls looked towards the silhouette that made the sound. It was an old crone with a head full of silver hair, who hunched over and, pestle and mortar of a golden snake head scepter. The whole person looks trembling, like a candle in the wind about to go out at any time. But the moment these generals saw it was her, all of them chose to remain silent. No other. This old crone can be said to have dedicated her life to the border. She's done a great deal of good, to say the least. She's entitled to say that about anyone here. Ugh. In any case, gentlemen, prepare to die. All the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands are all counting on us. Everyone, please. Snake Taijun finished solemnly bowing deeply to all the border generals. Boom! All the generals' hearts and minds were shaken. This is a high and mighty saint, and today he bows to them. Some indefinable sourness spread out in their hearts. Their hearts were sore. And, knowing that this time, the 9 heavens and 10 lands might really be going through a tragic battle, but they were fearless. For the sake of the mountains and rivers behind them, for the sake of their families behind them, they are willing to die fighting. Seeing what the Snake Taijun said, all the saints' gazes flickered. Snake Taijun is worthy of being a veteran saint, able to drive the heart of the army with a single word or action. It makes everyone's morale soar. If the great sage is determined to knock, the border is in danger. A teenager looked out in the direction of the foreign land and sent a message to all the saints, saying, even if they suffer backlash, even if they die after suffering backlash, but even if that's the case, they will definitely die only after all the saints of my 9 heavens and 10 lands have fallen. At that time, the 9 heavens and 10 lands will fall. It will fall to a breeding ground for foreign domains. The young man, named Yue, looked like a teenager, with clear eyebrows and eyes that contained the vicissitudes of life. The truth is that he is frighteningly old, and he has survived 100 catastrophes to become a teenager in Nirvana. Although he is a teenager, his cultivation is unfathomable. It's said to be only half a step away from being able to touch the Great Sage realm. This was an old monster from the same period as Snake Taijun. Is it true that people from that place don't show up? A sage asked unwillingly. Feather Sage, you have the bloodline of the Emperor clan. You've always been well informed. Tell me, up here, do you think they really care about our deaths in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Or are you still hoping for someone else? Putting our lives on someone else's shoulders? Have you lived to be a dog for a handful of years? The Snake Taijun viciously stomped the golden snake-headed scepter in his hand into the void. The colorful man droned. Snake Taijun doesn't have a very good temper. She was especially furious when she heard that someone had placed her fate of the 9 heavens and 10 lands on that nebulous 4 seas and 8 wastes. I'm angry with them and I'm sorry for them. That saint's face flushed red, wanting to open his mouth to retort, but he still held back. The Snake Taijun was at the peak of sainthood, and his battle power was terrifyingly terrifying, and it was by no means something he could contend with. The old body here does not ask you to be able to fight for the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I only hope that some of you don't drag your feet, or else my old self will kill you with a thunderbolt. The Snake Taijun said with a face full of killing intent undisguised as she looked at some of the saints among them. Chapter 34, Crane Wuxuan's Foulness. There were saintly gazes flickering, but they disappeared in an instant. Fei Yi's face was bland and he didn't say anything. Everyone knew that the Feather Clan had a great Emperor's Cave, and that the Feather Clan had almost no rivals in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. There's also a legend that the Feather Clan was, in ancient times, after the great emperors of the 4 seas and the 8 deserts. I just don't know what kind of reason I've been sent to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. On the contrary, no one doubted that the Feather Clan was the descendant of a great emperor. There were saints who wanted to get the answers they wanted from Fei Yi's mouth, and apparently, Fei Yi didn't want to open his mouth. Everyone knew that even if the 9 heavens and 10 earths were broken, the Feather Clan would most likely remain unharmed, because they were after a great emperor. The energy behind them was something even the foreign domains had to weigh. Buzz! The void squirmed, and Su Zi appeared on the city wall with Sky Wasteland. Dean Su, why are you two the only ones back? Where are the others? A sage asked in a hurry. Because one of the 10 great celestial pride was descended from his children and grandchildren with amazing talent. It is expected to step into the saint realm. Murphy, Snake Taijun's face instantly became serious. It occurred to her that it was estimated that all of these heavenly prides had fallen. Are the exotic heavenly prides really so terrifying? The Snake Taijun still issued a query. Terror? Suzy laughed at herself. Crane Invincible is alone, fighting the 8 great heavenly prides of my 9 heavens and 10 lands, and no one is a match for him in a single move. Suzy shook her head. What? One person fighting 8 people? In the same realm? Suzy, did you see it clearly? Is it really the same realm? A saint asked incredulously. You have to know that these people are all hand-picked celestial prides of the 9 heavens. A group of outstanding people in the same realm 8 surrounded us surprisingly is not a move of the enemy. Crane Invincible. What kind of horrible person is this? Crane Invincible isn't the most terrifying. Motian Xia is the most terrifying. Maybe I can go 50-50 with him. At that moment, the Sky Wasteland on the side murmured. Instantly the Snake Taijun's eyes skyrocketed and Swoosh appeared at Sky Wasteland's side excitedly pulling his arm. Well, I have a unicorn child in the 9 heavens as well. Some of the saints' faces were gloomy. All of their descendants died on the battlefield, but only one, Tian Lang, returned safely. So you fought with that Crane Invincible? A sage's breath erupted to press toward Heavenly Wasteland and asked. Heavenly Wasteland frowned lightly. This saint lineage had a not-so-small beef with him, always trying to get rid of him. Now taking advantage of the fact that his descendant died in the heavenly abyss, he actually wanted to turn on him directly. Wang Shang, I hope you will respect yourself. Su Zi took a step forward, his body's saintly pressure pouring out without reservation. It directly tore Wang Tianho's saintly pressure to shreds. At the same time, this pressure directly smashed down on Wang Tianho's body. Put, Suzy, you! Wang Tianho spat out blood from his mouth and looked at Su Zi as he roared in horror. Yue, who was on the side, likewise had a certain kind of refined light flashing through his eyes. Su Zi's cultivation. It looks like he's hiding a lot. After the essence of light Yue stayed on the side of the old god, not saying much. This Su Zi was a latecomer. Very young, but Fei Yi couldn't tell exactly how old he was. I only knew that this person seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and his cultivation was frighteningly strong. No fighting, Skydrake said truthfully. Ridiculous, a slip of the tongue, to say 50-50 without ever having fought? Wang Tianhou laughed indulgently. He thinks it was Suzy who preserved the sky wasteland. Suzy, as the same heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, what makes you only protect heavenly desolation? Is it hard to believe that the other heaven's pride isn't worthy of your protection? If you Suzy wanted to make a move, you would surely be able to bail them out. Why don't you? Wang Tianhou roared. He wasn't just talking about the offspring of his Wang family, he was incidentally pulling the other families along with him. He wanted to see if Suzy would stand up to the 3 great saints all by himself. That's right, 3 of those 9 heavenly prides that died were the direct descendants of saints. He didn't believe that Suzy dared to directly stand up to the might of the 3 great saints. Yes, no matter what, heavenly wasteland cannot die. Suzy didn't want to explain too much and just said lightly, Suzy, it's good that heavenly wasteland is regarded by you as a personal disciple, but how could you do such a nasty thing? My family's juniors do have some friction with the heavenly wasteland, but how could you put them to death? To clear the way for heaven's wilderness? Suzy, you must give us an explanation today. Wang Tianhou's words had to be said to be somewhat murderous. He stood on the moral high ground. He stood in the sunlight pointing his finger at Suzy. Oh, Suzy just said one word faintly. So, what are you going to do? Go to war with me? Suzy's words changed, and the air instantly quieted. Wang Tianhou instantly looked like a duck with its neck pinched, stammering for words. If you don't dare to fight, shut up. When do I, Suzy, need to give an explanation for what I do? If you want to fight, then fight. Suzy warily drank again. Wang Tianhou shriveled up on this. He really didn't dare to fight with Suzy for the last time. The other 2 saints did not open their mouths from the beginning to the end, nor did they question Suzy. This made Wang Tianhou quite annoyed. It's not that the abbot didn't save, but the other side has a great saint pressing the battlefield. Heavenly Wasteland didn't want Suzy to be wronged, and immediately stood out and said, Humph, then tell us which great saint from the foreign realm is pressing the formation. Wang Tianhou asked with a cold smile. Great sage, Crane Wuxuang. A few words were slowly spat out from Sky Wasteland's mouth. Chapter 35, The Eve of the Great War. What? Crane Wuxuang? That great sage Crane Wuxuang who once had a sage king try to take him as a disciple but was rejected by him? None of the saints present were unmoved. Crane Wuxuang. This was a person with a fierce reputation, and the blood debts in this person's hands were simply too many. In the last epoch, he even killed billions of living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands with his own strength, and his blood flames were monstrous. He even came close to forcibly casting a half-king artifact with the blood of billions of living beings, but ultimately failed. Although it failed, the might of this ferocious weapon is at the very top even in the Great Sage realm. It could suppress most of the Great Sage spells. Surprisingly, it's Crane Wuxuang, a sage said bitterly. In that case, it's a mistake to blame Brother Su. The other 2 saints with dead descendants spoke one after another. The other side had Crane Wuxuang pressing the battlefield, and it was good that they were able to come back. Most of all, the other party's Mo Tianxia this person's realm heavenly god. But it gave me a feeling of great terror. There seems to be a great ancient monster hibernating within his body, ready to choose someone to devour. Sky Wasteland hesitated to speak again. What? Snake Taijun and the others had serious faces. The name of Heavenly Wasteland had been heard of quite a bit in the 9 heavens and 10 lands even by saints like them. They also had to admit that in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the Heavenly Wasteland truly belonged to the leader level. The fact that such an existence couldn't see a person of the same realm in a foreign realm really shocked them all. This man is the son of the Sage King, Mo Tianxiu. Although he's in the Heavenly God realm, he's got deep roots. There is also a Sage King who personally teaches, and there is never a shortage of various heavenly materials and treasures, and there is never a shortage of various heavenly achievement emperor collections. Right now you're just short of the bottom line. Polishing yourself, developing your potential. When you grow up in the future, you may not be able to fight one of them. Suzy said gently to Sky Wasteland. He had deep expectations for Sky Wasteland, hoping that he would be invincible all the way. Make a name for yourself as invincible. Phew. Sky Wasteland took a deep breath and slowly nodded his head. He was confident that he wasn't weaker than anyone in the same realm, even if it was the first son of the Sage King, Mo Tianxia. Knock knock. The ancient war drums that made one's blood boil muffled like thunder sounded. This is a great power from the ancient times beheading a desolate savage bull of the Saint realm. A war drum made by refining its skin. Its sound is like thunder, capable of speeding up one's blood, increasing one's combat strength by 30%, capable of bringing about group gains, and it is a rare magic weapon. Here it comes. Prepare to meet it. Suzy was the first to step into the high altitude and looked out beyond the heavenly abyss, where black clouds rolled over the boundless armies opened up. Behind the army an aura tore through the heavens and the earth, each one like an ancient god or devil. The cold eyes looked down. These were the saints of the foreign realm, each of them carrying disdain and indifference. Above the great saints wait outside the heavenly abyss. Below the great saints, everyone enters the heavenly abyss battlefield. Emotianse's gaze was grim as he looked at the border and said. After saying that, Emotianse directly took the lead in crossing towards the border. Behind him several saints followed quietly. The rules of the heavenly abyss battlefield are like the sea. Above the saints who want to enter are bound to suffer backlash. The saints included under the saints but were unharmed. This was also the reason why Emotianse let the great sage wait outside. There was a dilapidated palace floating above the celestial abyss. It had the branding left by various weapons on it, or knife marks, or axe marks, or gunshot holes, scars and bruises. These are said to have been left behind by the Sage King, but the Sage King paid a terrible price for them. And back away, the now broken palace was as silent as ever, like there was no life left inside it. It's a dead city. The fact is that whether it's the 9 heavens or the 10 earths, or is it that the foreign domains all think that the powerful King Sealer inside is no longer there, but anyone dared to attack it directly. They couldn't figure it out, and at the same time they were very scared. This was a palace that made even the Sage King retreat. What can they do? That's why the armies of the other world don't even look at the broken palace above them. Directly towards the border wall. It's a waste of time to watch it. Didn't you guys say that the 9 heavens and 10 lands, sent out celestial pride to spar with the celestial pride of the foreign realm? Will you give me hundreds of years without war in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Wang Tianhou asked in a high voice with a trembling tone in his words. This time the foreign lands came in force, and such a large-scale outpouring of troops had not occurred in centuries. Even if he was a saint, he was a bit chilled. The heavenly abyss cuts, and there's another person on your side who left without a fight, not following the rules. It is natural to declare war today. Since you don't follow the rules, you'll pay for it with blood. Sneer flashed across Emotianse's demonic face. Who are you? Is a saint's speech something that a junior like you can talk to? Get lost. The Wang clan members behind Wang Tianhou loudly scolded Emotianse. Chapter 36 Hand over the heavenly wasteland and you can be exempted from battle. He is Emotianse. Sky Wasteland spoke lightly. What? Wang clan member. This recluse realm powerhouse directly lost his voice at that moment, and mischievously took several steps backward. There was still shock and awe on his face. You should know that he is a strong recluse, although he has no hope for the sage realm in this life, but it was also the strongest realm under the saints. At this moment, he was intimidated by a heavenly god realm junior, causing many people to snort. Emotianse, my 9 heavens and 10 lands are vast and there are countless celestial pride. If you want to spar, the big deal is that we'll send some more heavenly prides to spar with the heavenly prides of the foreign regions. But you have to retreat. Wang Tianhou heard that Emotianse's reason for attacking the 9 heavens and 10 earths border gate was so strange when he immediately said, what's the loss of some heavenly pride? As long as the foreign domain can retreat. Asshole. What are you doing, Sage Wang? Using my heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands as a bargaining chip in exchange? The snake Taijun drank with hatred. Actually, Sage Wang's words are not without merit. Another saint spoke. I agree. There were constantly saints speaking. There were a total of 10 saints at the border of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and at this time, surprisingly, half of them agreed. Fei Yi and the other 3 saints did not open their mouths, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Only Snake Taijun and Suzy objected. It doesn't really have to be that much trouble. At this time Emotianse stood in the void and looked at the 10 saints on the walls of the border gate and said, just hand over the heavenly desolate, and I, Emotianse, can guarantee that there will be no war at the border for 500 years. The moment Emotianse said this, Wang Tianhou and the other 5 saints instantly erupted a shocking divine light within their eyes. This, then, is the turning point. Are you serious? Wang Tianhou couldn't wait to ask. 500 years without war is enough to make them all tick. As for 500 years later, maybe the strongest people from the 4 seas and 8 deserts will come out to reinforce us? Who can say? No way. Suzy said bluntly and directly. Suzy, don't you think about the 9 heavens and 10 lands? 500 years is enough to change a lot of things. 500 years from now the 4 seas and the 8 deserts will be here. We can then cross over. A sage said directly. Emotianse's conditions made their hearts flutter. Although heaven's desolation was amazing, what kind of heaven's pride was a heaven's pride that hadn't grown up? It's just a bargaining chip. I'll kill anyone who dares to touch him. Half of a great emperor's magic weapon appeared in Suzy's hand, his black hair flying, and his peak saintly aura on display. Fellow Daoist, It's better to hand it over. Fei Yi, who had never spoken, said softly, Yui, are you going to stop me too? Suzy's body was flowing with mana, his eyes bursting with divine light as he looked at Yui. There was a big sign of a fight at the drop of a hat. Fellow Daoist, it doesn't even take 500 years to. I can assure you that all predicaments will be solved by then. Yui said softly without haste. He had the face of a teenager, but none of the saints present dared to underestimate him. Yui, I know that your feather clan has the so-called Great Emperor's Cave, with an extraordinary foundation, but I, Suzy, am not afraid either. Suzy didn't move out the underpinnings of the Heaven's Path Academy behind himself. Rather, he was going to be hard against the feather clan lineage with himself. Is that so? Fellow Daoist, it's just too easy to break. Fei Yi seemed to be talking to himself, shaking his head and sighing for Suzy. He only knew a few things about Suzy, but over the years, Suzy is really hiding herself too much, and they hadn't even figured out where Suzy had appeared from until now. It's like it came out of nowhere without the slightest heel. Shameful. To have to hand over my unicorn children of the 9 heavens and 10 lands in exchange for no war? Disgusting as hell. Snake Taijuan's face was full of wrinkles and indignation, and she wanted to stand on the same side as Suzy. Selling out the heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands in exchange for 500 years of peace at the border. This was something they couldn't do. If you want to fight, then fight. At the same time, Suzy and Snake Taijun understood even more deeply deep down that the other world isn't trying to decimate the sky wasteland. Rather, they valued the potential of the heavenly wasteland even more and wanted to assimilate it. Even the foreign domains valued it so highly, and these saints on their side wanted to hand it over with their own hands. It's just ridiculous. Suzy was also more certain that he wouldn't take it lightly, as these people were truly hopeless. Even if we have to fight all these saints, giving Heavenly Wasteland just a few hundred years to fight for Heavenly Wasteland was enough to grow to the point where it terrorized the other world. But these people are short-sighted and cannot tell the difference. Suzy felt the need to have an epiphany and directly become a Sage King, then take away the Sky Wasteland. But now there's a bit more to stimulate the potential of the Sky Wastes. Watching their situation get tense, Emotianxia was happy to do so. Instead of rushing, he watches the show. Suzy and Snake Taijun actually didn't guess wrongly. Emotianxia didn't want to kill Sky Wasteland. Rather, he wanted to take him as a follower. Fellow Taoist Suzy will leave it to me. 2 to hold the Snake Taijun, and 2 to send the Heavenly Wasteland out. Feathery said. Sky Wasteland sighed softly. In front of absolute strength, he's nothing. He was like an object. He didn't even need his consent. His life was in someone else's hands. He didn't like the feeling. Boom! Yui, how dare you! Suzy directly exploded, seemingly not holding back at all. His right arm glowed with a hint of Great Emperor pressure awakening, followed by an immortal light slashing down towards Yui. Fei Yi's face was grave as he looked at the plain and unadorned immortal light that slashed down towards him. He knew that Suzy had gone all out, wanting to split the victory in one blow and split to preserve the heavenly wasteland. Immortals show the way. Feathery Yi's heart glowed, and a small bloody knuckle emerged from his chest. The moment this knuckle appeared, the crowd only felt that the Great Emperor's mighty pressure was spreading over the sky, wanting to collapse the void in general. It was just a cut finger, but it was so terrifying. Great Emperor's finger. It's actually a piece of the Great Emperor's finger. Chapter 37, The Mighty Feather Clan. Although it was just a bloody finger, it did have the terrifying pressure of a Great Emperor on it. Although it was no longer in its heyday, it could power over saints. The gap between saints and Great Emperors had been insurmountable since ancient times. With just a single finger, a group of saints could be pressured into lifting their heads. Even those with insufficient substance were covered with cracks at the moment, about to burst into pieces. This was still the result of Fei Yi not deliberately targeting them, or else, they had long ago burst right into pieces the moment the finger appeared. Suzy's head was full of black hair, his eyes were shining, and the opportunity for his epiphany had come. You have to put on a full show. This finger was obtained by Yui in the cave of the Feather Clan's Great Emperor. He had been harboring it within himself, constantly watering it with his own essence blood. Hejiki kept the essence of the Emperor's Tao in it, and it was definitely a great killing weapon when taken out when necessary. And indeed, it does. In the 9 heavens and 10 lands where there were no great saints, a cut-off of a great emperor's finger was definitely a terrifying great killing weapon. It could be said that one could almost dry over any strong person on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Unfortunately, he had met Suzy, a sage king from the 4 seas and 8 deserts. It was also the youngest sage king in the 4 seas and 8 deserts. This is a broken magic weapon left behind by the once great emperors of your 9 heavens and 10 lands when they conquered the foreign lands. Even if it's a broken magic weapon, using it to deal with people like you is considered dirtying the great emperor's reputation. Suzy caressed the tattered sleeve of the tattered great emperor's magic weapon, and the tattered sleeve trembled. It seems to be coming to life. Suzy was able to feel the emotions of this broken great emperor's magic weapon. Strongly displeased. Is it possible that this is the kind of person his master guarded to the death? Everyone did not pay the slightest attention to Suzy's words. You 9 heavens and 10 lands. Come on. Let me see what kind of depth the descendants of the legendary great emperor have. Suzy's entire body glowed as he stood tall, and glistening white armor emerged on his body. There was a glittering light flowing from it, and it looked quite extraordinary. Suzy's aura rose and rose again, almost immediately touching the great sage realm, but it stops short. Even so, it caused Wang Tianhou and the other saints to change their faces drastically. They didn't dare to move the heavenly wasteland at this moment. At least they would dare to wait until Yui had suppressed Suzy. Otherwise, it would be easy for Suzy in his current state to kill them. Though they are all saints, the gap between saints and saints is a big one. 2. They knew very well in their hearts that a peerless figure like Suzy, even the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths could not find a few out. Fellow Taoist, are you really going to fight to the death? Fei Yi looked at Suzy with a light frown on his brows and asked. He was only trying to block Suzy. There was no intention of fighting to the death. But at this moment, Suzy was exploding to kill. A fight to the death? Yui, are you worthy? Perhaps the true sage king behind you has come to be qualified to say such things. And only just qualified. Suzy replied in a domineering manner. Arrogant. Yui's childish face carried a bit of anger. He had the face of a teenager, but he was frighteningly old and, it can be said to be at the front of all the saints here. He had returned to his old age because he had practiced certain imperial laws, and wanted to perform acts against the heavens. In one fell swoop, he stepped through the realm of the great saints, but nay, never allowed to advance an inch. Just one step short of stepping into but this step trapped him for tens of thousands of years. Big talk. Suzy, do you really think you're invincible? Is my Feather Clan ancestor not something you can just make up? My Feather Clan Sage King is also someone you can call out? For many years, no one has ever dared to declare war on my Feather Clan. You're the first. It's just right to use your blood to tell the world that the Feather Clan cannot be humiliated. Behind Yui, there was a silver-haired old man who drank with majesty. This person was named Fei Fan, was Fei Yi's own grandson, and he was wearing a golden Dao robe with an extraordinary demeanor. Currently the matriarch of the Feathered Clan. The cultivation level was just a hair short of crossing into the sage realm. A strong person. Let's go, boy. Seeing that Suzy was being held by his own ancestor and Snake Taijun was being held by Wang Tianhou and other saints, Featherfan directly stepped out with a single step, his feet stepping on the sun and the moon, and appeared in front of the heavenly wasteland. Stretching out his bushy hand, he directly grabbed towards the heavenly wasteland. The saints have someone to hold them back. Then he, an invincible person under a saint, would naturally not have the slightest difficulty in dealing with heavenly wasteland. His palm glowed, and it was filled with forbidden mana, to directly imprison the heavenly wasteland, then give it to Mo Tianxie. Fei Fan's mouth was tinged with a smile. This kid was finally going to die. Get out! Suzy's one hand glowed, and the sage laws poured out towards Yu Fan like an ocean. Featherfan burst into pieces on the spot, not even having time to react. Not to mention that you're not a saint. Even if you were a saint, you wouldn't be qualified to act recklessly in front of this seat. Suzy was bashful, but his words were domineering. With these words he was sounding the alarm for all the saints. Even if they were saints, it was easy for Suzy to kill them. Suzy, do you really not put my Feather Clan in your eyes? You are seeking death. Yui seemed to be a young man who had come out of reincarnation, and his entire person had an indescribable might. At this moment, his own grandson was mercilessly obliterated by Suzy, touching his reverse scale. Chapter 38, Saints all out to suppress Suzy? It also touched the Feather Clan's reverse scale. The Feather Clan was a well-deserved hegemon in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It had been many years since anyone had provoked the Feathered Clan. There was a saying circulating in the 9 heavens and the 10 lands that all the Feathered Clansmen lived a good life. All enemies of the Feathered Clan have repented in the cycle of reincarnation. Very domineering, very arrogant. This is the Feathered Clan. But today, they have met a tough opponent. Yui stopped talking nonsense. The finger that emanated the pressure of a great emperor violently erupted with an extremely bright light. This light was a convergence of the rules of a great emperor, like a sharp sword piercing through heaven and earth. This was a fatal strike from the great emperor's domain, and a saint could not receive it at all. Suzy took a step forward, and the time shards rotated around him in a circle. It was as if he had broken his own limits, and his speed skyrocketed. His whole being had a forward-looking sharpness, and he was metamorphosing. His body was glowing, and he extended his palms at the same time. He actually wanted to use his physical body to fight against the rules of the great empress. Arrogant and unaware of death. Yui sneered. This was a fatal blow from the great emperor's domain. Who among the saints would dare to block it? And carry it with their flesh? Even great saints or sage kings wouldn't dare. Suzy favored the unusual path and was about to use his physical body to carry it hard, taking the risk of using the rules of a great emperor as an oven to polish the extreme realm of the fleshly body. Is Dean taking that step? Sky Wasteland's entire body looked unusually agitated. Dean says he's been waiting for hundreds of years. All that's missing is an opportunity. A complete great imperial rule deed. Now this opportunity presents itself. The great emperor's sword light that erupted from that broken finger directly disappeared into Suzy's palm as much as it could. Suzy didn't put up the slightest resistance. In just an instant, Suzy's palm was directly worn down and dissolved by the powerful sword chi directly. His palms disappeared completely. The wounds were full of great emperor's sword chi, making it impossible for him to recover from his wounds. The sword chi then instantly drilled into Suzy's dantian, to churn his dantian into pieces. Make him a wreck. Put. Suzy coughed up blood, and he looked grave, because a little inattention and he really will die. Buzz. I only saw Suzy throw out 2 broken great emperor artifacts, a tattered sleeve vat, a piece of broken stick-like magic weapon. At the same time, he waved his big hand and brought Sky Wasteland to his side. The 2 tattered great empress artifacts guarded them to the death. Meanwhile, Suzy sat down on a plate and kept coughing up blood. The vitality in his body was rapidly dissipating. Suzy, you are considered a generation of heavenly pride. It's a pity. You're stupid. So stupid that you want to polish yourself with the great emperor's rules. Delusions of grandeur. How is it possible for a holy human body to withstand the great emperor's rules? Fei shook his head with a cold smile. He could see at a glance what Suzy was trying to do, but he wasn't the least bit flustered, because he knew that there's absolutely no way Suzy can pull this off. At this moment, Suzy was sitting on the ground. His body was tattered and torn, and was pierced through countless holes by the sword chi. The vitality in his body was also fading crazily, and the aura on his body was instantly weakened to the extreme. The entire person was bloody and looked as if they were wearing a blood-red armor. Acting is really tiring. I should have known to take away Sky Wasteland directly and forget about it. Suffer. Suzy's breath was weak on the surface, but inside, he was spitting madly. He's going to die, and while his breath is now weakened to the core, incomplete control over the broken great emperor's magic weapon. Open it and capture the heavenly wasteland out. Yui took the lead after saying that. It was his first real shot. The saintly laws in his body were majestic like a river in the sky, and his aura was surprisingly not weaker than Suzy's. At the peak of sainthood, strike, leaving 2 saints to hold Snake Taijun at bay. The remaining saints all struck out to take advantage of Suzy's inability to completely control the tattered Great Emperor artifact at this time, to force it to break open to first capture the heavenly wasteland out. Several saints joined hands, all without the slightest reservation, and their auras were appalling. There is an unrivaled momentum. Everyone under the city froze. What does this mean? Why are these saints in their own family the first to fight? But with the words Motiancier uttered, they instantly understood. Hand over the heavenly wasteland, and there will be no more war at the border for 500 years. It makes a lot of people tick. It also makes things difficult for a lot of people. Heavenly wasteland, a well-deserved heavenly pride, had burst into bright light on this side of the battlefield with great deeds. He had even decapitated the pride of the younger generation of the king and emperor clans of the foreign domains, and his battle records were astonishing. But now it was time to hand over such a man, and many were reluctant. Of course, there were also many people who secretly sneered. All of these people had a grudge against Heavenly Wasteland. At this time they were naturally happy, and even hated to laugh to the sky and sing to the wine on the spot. Stop! Heavenly Wasteland stood up and looked at the saints who were frantically attacking. He took a step of his own straight out of the protective circle. The current Suzy was in a moment of urgency, and if he allowed these saints to attack, the broken Great Emperor's magic weapon wouldn't be broken, but it would be drained of mana. Suzy would really be in danger then. Now he had to buy time for Suzy. It was the only thing he could do for this benefactor. Seeing Heavenly Wasteland come out, all of these saints really did stop. To them, Suzy was bound to die, and there was little point in fighting any longer. Master! Skydrake cried out softly. This was the first time he had called Suzy Master. He then turned resolutely to look at Motiancia. 500 years without war. Can it be true? Naturally. Motiancia nodded his head. Chapter 39 A Living King. Fine. I don't need them to escort me. I'll go myself. Sky Wasteland took a step off the city wall. He had his pride. He was a descendant of the Borderland King. He had an unyielding pride. He has come this far step by step, and it can be said that he has not tasted a single defeat so far, and he has pushed countless great enemies with both hands across the border. Even more so, It rises from the depths of the barren mountains. Today he has a great war record. Even the descendants of the kings and emperors from outside the domain had lost more than double digits at his hands. His natural talent was astonishing, and he fought bloody battles for the 9 heavens and 10 lands. But even so, now those so-called saints of the human race standing on the city walls were going to hand him over to the enemy. Sky Wasteland knew what would face him once he entered the domain. A farewell to the Sky Wasteland. The gates were wide open under the walls. There were countless generals who appeared to shout loudly. They are spontaneous and they are calling for the Sky Desert. But they had nothing to do but to send the heavens deserting with such cries. Alas! This is my 9 heavens' unparalleled pride, who may start a legend in the future. It's too much of a pity to fall into a foreign land like this. A terrifyingly old cultivator under the border wall said with a soft sigh. This, I'm afraid, will chill the hearts of many. The heavenly wasteland has won many battles, and being a direct descendant of the head of the Heaven's Path Academy, being able to fight against the extraterrestrial King Clan's Imperial clan without being defeated. This is enough to say a lot. A general said. Sky Wasteland. You can't travel there. Someone above the city gates couldn't help but cry out loudly with a sour heart. But Sky Wasteland resolutely turned around and firmly took one step at a time towards the direction of the domain. He knew that this trip would be bad for him. The worst outcome is not a death, but a life of torture by the people of the other world. The junior Tianwu bids farewell to the Borderland King. Sky Wasteland said as he arched his hand towards the sky. In the sky above the heavenly abyss there is a palace suspended there. That is the first blockade line that guards the border. The main purpose was to guard the great saints as well as sage kings outside the domain, preventing them from entering the heavenly abyss. Boom! The suspended palace seemed to tremble. It seemed to be angry at the inequality that had befallen Sky Wasteland. Can it be that there are still living beings in this palace that haven't died? Still guarding this place? A saint said in disbelief. In all these years, they had never seen a living being come out of the palace before. They even thought it had been devoid of life for a long time. Because even if they were saints they couldn't feel any breath of life inside. Ridiculous, ridiculous. In the midst of the suspended palace, there was a hoarse voice ringing in everyone's ears. It's a hard voice. It's a little obscure. It was like someone who hadn't spoken in years suddenly speaking. Is that a living Borderland King? Someone at the border droned incredulously. Even the 8 saints who blocked the Suzy Snake Taijun instantly felt themselves creeped out. It's amazing that there's a king alive here. The king doesn't care how you fight for power in the back of the room. You even designated my desolate clan lineage as a sinful lineage. But you should never have put my desolate clan's later generation of supreme talent to death. As he said this, the palace above the heavenly abyss began to vibrate violently. It was as if they were suppressing some kind of emotion. The living Borderland King. The Borderland King is alive. The Snake Taijun, a sage, instantly began to tremble all over his body and loudly shouted. There is even a border wilderness king at the border. What is a border wilderness king? He's a great warrior, and monstrous battle power. It turns out that everything that happens at the border is of concern to the king of the border wasteland, but it is just that he can't separate his mind from it. Even convicting the descendants of the Borderland King of the sinful vain Borderland King knows that but the king of the Borderlands did not return the favor. They know right from wrong. Besides, they need to be here. Prevent the great saints of the foreign lands as well as the saint kings from entering the heavenly abyss to invade the border. But now that these pampered saints have repeatedly challenged their bottom line, this made the Borderland King angry. They are here for the sake of all the living beings in the 9 heavens and the 10 lands, but their descendants are constantly being suppressed and even exiled. Now the dazzling pride of the desolate Vane clan was going to be sent to a foreign land for a commission? The king of the Borderlands did not agree. If you can't even guard your own offspring, then what's the point of them guarding this place? Yes, they are the first line of defense guarding the nations, but their desolate Vane's brightest scion was actually going to be sent outside the domain to beg for peace by the people they were guarding? The Borderland King. It's the Borderland King. The Borderland King is still alive. They're not dead. They've been quietly holding down the border. A cultivator shouted loudly. Surprisingly, still alive. Yui stood on top of the city wall, gazing into the air. That huge palace eyes have an inexplicable luster said. At the same time an ominousness began to spread in his heart. The border wasteland king. The existence of a sealed king. His own strength should not be underestimated. It was rumored that the cultivation level of the Borderland King could possibly be at the Sage King realm. And even if he wasn't a Sage King person, that would definitely be a top-level combatant at the Great Sage realm. Such an existence Fei Yi was still somewhat terrified in his heart. Originally, they had thought that the Borderland King had long since ceased to exist. Otherwise, why had the Border Desolate King never appeared for so many years? Even when they suppressed the Desolate Vane, the Border Desolate King never appeared. This made the minds of some people in the 9 heavens start to come alive. While they kept falsifying certain facts, they kept suppressing the Desolate Vein, through tens of thousands of years. Finally, the Desolate Vein clan was successfully suppressed to the point where they could only meticulously survive in the depths of the Great Desert. But what no one expects is that even in that kind of bad place, the Desolate Vein still had a heavenly desolate walk out, and it did so in a peerless manner. Even among the younger generation of their saintly family there was no one who could match that. This is starting to make some people sit up and take notice. King of the Borderlands, hand over the heavenly wasteland in exchange for 500 years of stability at the border. After 500 years the people from that place will come out, and then all crises will not be solved. Although Yue on top of the city wall was a bit terrified, he still opened his mouth and said with great righteousness, he couldn't help but balk at the idea that the Border Wasteland King had become famous for suppressing border. He was still a little kid, and it could be said that he grew up listening to the legend of the Borderland King. Yue was making it clear that it wasn't his intention to hand over the Sky Wasteland. Rather, he's trying to keep the border safe for 500 years, which puts him directly on the moral high ground, pointing fingers. Then the Border Wasteland King didn't pay any attention to Yue. Heavenly Desolate, my son and son of the Desolate Vein, as long as you don't want to, this king can protect you. The Borderland King's voice rang in everyone's ears. When these words came out, Snake Taijuan's old face filled with folds instantly became surprised. The Border Wasteland King wants to protect the Heavenly Wasteland. This is good news. However, Yue and the other saints' faces changed drastically. Chapter 40, Heavenly Wasteland, I'll take care of it. Border Wasteland King. I know that Sky Wasteland is your clan, but you have to think clearly. It's worth exchanging Heavenly Wasteland for 500 years of smoothness. How many fewer strong celestials can I lose in 500 years at my border gate? Wang Tianho spoke again. It's pretty obvious what he's saying. Protecting the Heavenly Wasteland would mean that the Borderland King cared nothing about the lives of the cultivators at the border pass, which was forcing the Borderland King's hand. It's better for you to be quiet when this king is talking. Boom! The Borderland King opened his mouth and said. At the same time, a huge slap flew out from the palace towards Wang Tianho on top of the city wall. Border Wasteland King. How dare you! Wang Tianho was furious. The Border Desolate King was directly trying to take a shot at him. And the first strike was an insulting strike. A slap. Wang Tianho roared. He didn't dare to underestimate the Border Wasteland King's strike. Only a golden turtle shell appeared in his hand. It was a saintly tortoise shell with amazing defense. This golden tortoise shell soared against the wind, blossoming with 10,000 golden lights. It directly enveloped Wang Tianho in it, rather like a universal law that could not be invaded. But the Border Wasteland King looked like he already knew the result after the slap and no longer paid any attention to it. Break me! Wang Tianho's Saint Realm cultivation exploded because he had sensed that if he didn't explode his cultivation, maybe the slap could have just killed him. Even with a turtle shell, it still couldn't be stopped. At the same time, he was really creeped out because this slap was merely a casual blow from the Borderland King. The surrounding crowd was horrified. This was a saint? The moment Wang Tianho exploded his cultivation, it was like they were suffocating. That radiant as the great sun. Wang Tianho. That saint's pressure, as long as it was tainted a little, they were going to instantly burst into pieces. They simply couldn't afford to withstand such pressure. Luckily, there were saints beside them to ward off this pressure as much as possible. Pop! Bang! Even Wang Tianho, who had gone all out, had his old face change drastically the moment he came into contact with the slap. This was because the golden turtle shell unexpectedly shattered apart directly the moment it touched that slap right across his face. Instantly half of his face along with half of his body instantly exploded directly. Border Wasteland King. You insult me! Wang Tianho, who flew out miserably backwards, shouted miserably. That's right, the Border Wasteland King didn't want to kill Wang Tianho directly. This slap was just a warning. As for why he didn't kill, perhaps only the Borderland King himself knew. The eyes of the Feather Race Saints on the side kept flickering when they saw this scene end. It was as if something was evolving in his eyes, finally returning to nothingness. Better keep a little quieter while the king is talking, or else, die. The Borderland King's voice once again came out and said, this time making all the living beings at the border pass stand in awe. Is the Borderland King getting ready to make his move? Who is Wang Tianho? He's a famous saintly powerhouse from the upper 9 heavens. That was a powerful person ranked in the entire upper 9 heavens, but now he could only shut up in humiliation. His eyes were all filled with a piece of resentment, as if he had a grudge against the Desolate Vein clan. The young one killed his Wang family's younger generation without a single person being his opponent, and now an old one popped up with a slap on the wrist that left him without the ability to fight. Now you can tell the king your choice. The king can protect you. They won't dare to touch you. The Border Wasteland King's voice once again rang in everyone's ears. The saints who suppressed the Snake Taijun and Suzy all looked toward Tianwu. This was a wonderful opportunity to get rid of Sky Wasteland. If they missed it this time, they would hardly have a chance in the future. Heavenly Wasteland, in exchange for 500 years of smoothness at the border, your achievements are known to the world. Some saints still didn't hold back their sorrowful words. If heaven's desolation didn't go to the outer realm, all the wars that would break out in the future would be because of heaven's desolation alone. I have to say that this old undead saint has a deep heart. The people from that place will come out in 500 years? The border wilderness king couldn't help but snicker and ask, how many years has this king been guarding the border wilderness? I can't remember. Which of the 6 kings of the border wilderness is not putting life and death at risk to guard here? Whether the people in that place will come out or not you know in your own heart. And now it's just this king left. When he said this the border wasteland king sighed in a somewhat lonely and despondent manner. Originally, there were 6 kings guarding the border wilderness, but now he was the only one left. The remaining 5 kings have long been silent. However, all 6 of them were strong in the desolate vein. They left their families and careers to come here to guard the border, and their people are treated unequally. This made the last remaining borderland king angry, going berserk. As long as you don't want to, this king can guarantee the smoothness of the border for 500 years, and no one will dare to touch you. Moving your family is a choice you can safely make, the border wasteland king said to Sky Wasteland. The border wilderness king didn't want Sky Wasteland to have a mental burden and directly broke his concerns. Heavenly Wasteland's entire body then shook with a shock. The living border wasteland king even had the confidence that he could block the enemies from outside the domain for 500 years, in which case he would not have to plunge into the domain. King of the borderlands, does this appearance cause you to carry an irreversible weight? Sky Wasteland asked as he raised his head to look at the hovering palace. Foolish child, I, the 6 kings of the desolate vein, came here without any thought of leaving alive. Today there are even some people who have extended their tentacles all the way to the body of my desolate vein. Sky sure heavenly pride. If I don't raise my voice, I really think that my desolate vein is ruined. My son, it is my mission to stay here. My promise to the 5 dead kings of the borderlands. You're still young. You don't have to be. If you can't even protect your own loved ones, even if you become an ancient powerhouse it will make your Tao heart tremble. And when you look back your loved ones are gone. The borderland king said. He's trying to get Sky Wasteland not to take this step. And they're sitting up front, waiting to die. The rear is constantly suppressing their lineage. Is this something a human being can do? That's right. They're just waiting to die, because they all know that the heavenly abyss will break one day. At that time, when the saint kings of the foreign realm personally descended, even the borderland king would be powerless to fight against that many saint kings. Now their existence is merely sustaining the power of the heavenly abyss. But there will be a day when the power of the laws of the heavenly abyss will disappear. And when that time comes, the border will be left unguarded, and will not be able to be defended at all. It's just that this last remaining border wasteland king has the certainty of sustaining the heavenly abyss for 500 years. The saintly king of the foreign lands cannot pass within 500 years, even if the sage king wants to come over now. But paying the price was definitely not something they could afford, even if he was a sage king. That kind of price was just too much, otherwise the sage king would have broken the heavenly abyss a long time ago. And now the sage king hasn't sent it over enough to show that kind of price even the sage king doesn't want to touch it easily. Heavenly Wasteland's heart is heavy. The border wasteland kings are holding the determination of certain death to hold down the fort here. They had given too much for the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but how did the 9 heavens and 10 lands treat them in the end? Ruthlessly suppressing the descendant sons of their lineage, causing the desolate lineage to continuously decline. The price of so-called power is family. After becoming powerful and defending the border wilderness, but in the end, one's loved ones and clansmen are constantly suppressed and even mercilessly wiped out. Is this really what I want? Sky Wasteland couldn't help but ask himself in his mind. If it's for the sake of the border, he's got nothing to say. But this is clearly the excuse that Wang Tianho and the others found to send him to the foreign domain. He knows better than anyone else that entering the foreign domain is a 9 deaths in 1 life. Those bigwigs in the other world will definitely not let him go. For the sake of the border not being invaded for 500 years, he willingly threw himself into a foreign land. But these people handed him over to a foreign land for their own selfish purposes. Now that the king of the borderlands has promised him that he can hold the border for 500 years, Sky Wasteland had already made up his mind in his heart. A group of ugly-faced people. Since the king of the border wilderness has promised to protect the border for 500 years, then I won't have to commit myself to a foreign land, will I? Sky Wasteland first looked at Wang Tianho and the others who had a grudge against him to sneer. Naturally, little friend doesn't need to travel. The snake Taijun looked at Sky Wasteland and said with a smile. The words of the border desolate king not only gave confidence to Sky Desolate, even more so, it gave a saint like the snake Taijun a piece of his mind. As long as the other party's great saints and sage kings couldn't get through, then all was well. The border can definitely last 500 years. 500 years is a long time to say, but in fact, it goes by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 41, Susie Murder. Ugh! A soft sigh rang out, instantly causing goosebumps to rise on all of the people present, because they were all too familiar with the voice of the person who sighed. Isn't that Susie's voice? No! You're a peak saint. Not even a great saint. Are you really able to take an attack from the fingers of a great emperor? What are you playing at? Wang Tianhou and the others only felt their necks stiffen as they slowly turned their heads to look in Susie's direction. To their horror, Susie was still sitting there, although he was still sitting cross-legged. But the injuries sustained earlier had been recovered to the fullest extent. That was the power of the great emperor's laws. A saint had survived the great emperor's laws? And healed? Master! Sky Wasteland looked at Susie with a surprised expression and shouted, "This seat just wants you to see the world clearly. There are people who can be worth putting your life on the line to protect, but it will never be these people." Susie pointed at Wang Tianhou and several other saints and said to Tianwu, "You went to a foreign land in exchange for 500 years of peace, and they, the rats, are enjoying their comfort in the great backwaters? Sky Wasteland, use your head in all things. Do you really think that they can attack now? According to their pissy nature, to be able to fight over here and still need to negotiate with you?" Susie's words were slow yet caused the heartbeats of everyone present to slow down a few beats. "Susie, don't talk nonsense. Everything we do is for the sake of the border. 500 years is enough time for me to wait until rescue," Wang Tianhou directly retorted. "For those of you who are so greedy and fearful of death, and don't think about how to break the game, how dare you put your hopes elsewhere? It's hopeless." Susie shook his head as if looking at a dead person. "Is that too much to say, fellow Daoist? Since the Borderland King has said that he can protect the border for 500 years, Heavenly Wasteland naturally has no need to go to a foreign land anymore," Fei Yi whispered with a cloudy face. He was tempted to remain as calm as he had been earlier, but it can't be done, because he realized that he couldn't even see through Susie anymore. This Susie really utilized the Great Emperor Law to metamorphose successfully, and his body was as deep as the sea. No end in sight at all. All of these saints were numb. It can still work like this? Especially Yue. He really wanted to try. After all, Susie's success was right in front of his eyes. "Sky Wastelands, you can choose to remain here. This seat guarantees that no one will dare to touch you for 500 years. If you are in the same realm, this seat will not make a move. If there are some old people who don't respect old age, this seat doesn't mind destroying his clan." Susie's words were soft, but they carried an unrivaled dominance. The moment these words came out, all of the great saints' faces changed drastically. They knew that Susie had metamorphosed, but they couldn't tell exactly what realm it was. At the very least, they are all at the level of great saints. "Susie, what do you mean by that? Is it hard to believe that we are this bad? Also, do you really want to make the 9 heavens and 10 lands a battlefield for the sake of a heavenly desolation? You tolerate my warriors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands dying in battle?" The wounds on Wang Tianhou's body were slowly healing, and at this moment, he looked incomparably oozing. Despite the fact that half of his body was still oozing blood, he still stepped forward and said, acting in a righteous and forward-looking manner. It seemed as if it was really for the sake of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. "Of course, before that, this seat will slaughter a few barking dogs," Susie said as if she suddenly remembered something. Afterwards, his entire body disappeared into thin air. "Susie, how dare you, fellow Daoist? Wait!" Wang Tianhou's face changed drastically and drank. Then Yue also cried out with a change of face. Saints such as Wang Tianhou were technically on the same side as him. Now that Wang Tianhou is suffering, it is only right for him to come forward and defend him. Otherwise the rest of the saints will be suspicious of each other. Won't support him. "Get out!" Susie appeared directly in front of Yue and slapped down towards his face. "How dare you insult me?" Yue was furious. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one had ever dared to directly smack him in the face, which made Fei Yi's face gloomy. He was a descendant of a great emperor. How had he ever been so insulted? But when he was running all his mana, Susie's slap had been imprinted on his boyish face. Put! Fei Yi was shocked. This Susie was definitely not in the great sage realm, and he actually made him powerless to fight back. Even the great emperor's finger inside him was sealed. In an instant, Yui's entire head instantly exploded. It didn't kill him, but it left him with irreparable injuries. Ignoring Yue, Susie's palm formed a claw towards Wang Tianhou. "Su Shang, don't! Let me go! I won't dare again." When Wang Tianhou saw how miserable Yue was, his face immediately changed and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "You should know that Yue is said to be the descendant of a great emperor. I do not know how many life-preserving talismans all over his body, but instead, Susie slapped his head to pieces. The head will recover slowly, but it hurts the origin. I'm afraid it will be difficult to advance in my cultivation in this lifetime. Therefore, Wang Tianho was really afraid. He was as easily as a small chicken in Suzy's palm. He kept begging bitterly, hoping that Suzy would let him live. It wasn't until this moment that he realized just how powerful Suzy was. Noisy. Boom. There was mana rippling in Suzy's palm, and then Wang Tianho's entire body was left without bones. Hiss. Everyone sucked in their cold breath. I knew that Suzy had broken through and metamorphosed, but I didn't think that it would be this powerful. Saints are all said to be killed in its hands. Sky Wasteland was thrilled that Dean had indeed succeeded. The rest of them, this seat will keep them for you, and when your cultivation is strong, you can deal with them yourself. Suzy ignored the other saints and turned to Sky Wasteland. The others who targeted Sky Wasteland with those who used to have a poor relationship with Sky Wasteland were all silenced. There was no one who could check and balance Suzy now, and his words were holy orders. You can choose to stay in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, or you can choose to go to the 4 seas and 8 deserts. Suzy once again threw down a heavy bomb and said, the 4 seas and the 8 deserts were the same in their eyes as the immortal world was in the eyes of the 4 seas and the 8 deserts. It was a level higher than their world, with strong people like forests and saints everywhere. Su, Elder Su, dare I ask how to get to the 4 seas? A sage asked stiffly. When your cultivation level reaches, you'll naturally know. Suzy's face was expressionless. He waited for Sky Wasteland's answer. Suzy, the 4 seas and 8 lands is the last straw for us in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What kept you from telling us? This time Fei Yi once again drank. His head hadn't fully recovered, and he looked bloody and horrible. But then he stepped up to the plate, because he's going to push Suzy against everyone. He didn't believe that Suzy dared to decapitate everyone. Chapter 42 Emperor Yufan of the Feather Clan. Who are the people of the 4 seas to help you? Suzy asked curiously. On what grounds? Just by virtue of the fact that my Feather Clan's great emperor was once a giant on the side of the 4 seas and 8 deserts. Yui said proudly. Oh, is the great emperor of your Feather Clan a fellow called Fei Fan? Suzy asked curiously. Since they were both surnamed Feather, that's why Suzy asked. Not bad. My clan's great emperor is none other than Elder Yufan. Suzy, it's not too late for you to admit your mistake. You injured me. As long as you follow me in the future and contribute your origin to me, I can spare you. Yui had a condescending look on his face. Great Emperor Yufan's life was quite brilliant. So how did he end up with an A** offspring like you? Suzy instantly lost interest in talking to Fei Yi. It would have been possible to spare his life for the sake of Emperor Yufan, but now, it was not necessary. Great Emperor Yufan had once entered the Forbidden Zone alone, wanting to sweep the Forbidden Zone and open peace for the human race. As a result, he was attacked from the back, encountered several Great Emperors' sneak attack, and finally sat down in the forbidden area. Suzy, you are reckless. Is the name of the old ancestor something you can call out directly? Also, how do you know my Feather Clan Emperor's real name? Yui looked at Suzy and drank. He became more and more certain that Suzy was perhaps from the 4 seas. Suzy came out of nowhere 100 years ago, crushing many strong people who couldn't lift their heads up. They could never find Suzy's heel. Now, only Suzy being from the 4 seas could explain it. Not far away, Motian Xie, who was being arched by several saints, frowned more and more tightly. What's going on? At first these people were scared less. It would have been about to hand over the celestial wasteland. What's with all the talk about the Great One now? I say you guys, if you don't hand over the heavenly desolate, we'll let the border pass bleed to death today. Crane Wao Xie opened his mouth at Emotian Xie's gesture and drank indifferently. When this seed is speaking, I am most annoyed with people gabbing on the sidelines. You, a junior, don't you even know the basic rules? Sky Wasteland. Go, tell him what it means to be polite. Suzy spoke to Sky Wasteland. Yes, master. Sky Wasteland bowed to Suzy then said respectfully. He no longer addressed Suzy as Dean now, but directly addressed his master. Suzy didn't retort either. Heaven's Desolation walked towards Crane Invincible without a care in the world. In the absence of the Sage King, his master was sufficient to protect him, and this, Sky Wasteland was confident. Humph. Behind Motian Xie, a sage coldly grunted. At that moment, the heavens and earth changed, and the saintly pressure was about to directly descend on Heavenly Wasteland's body. How dare you play tricks in front of the seat? It seems you don't want to live. Suzy's eyes narrowed slightly. Lifting his hand was a finger. This finger pierced through the void in an instant and appeared in front of the saint behind Motian Xie. How? That saint's eyes were wide open with disbelief, but there was no one to puzzle him, for in the next instant his head was pierced right through. God's soul is destroyed. Boom! The blood of saints dripped down to the ground, forming a terrifyingly huge crater, and the power of killing and destruction rushed to the heavens. Motian Xie's complexion completely changed. When had Su Zi beheading saints become so easy and comfortable? Su De Shang, I advise you not to make a mistake for yourself. Mo Tianxia was worried that this Su Zi would recklessly rush up and behead him. There's no great saint at his side. All the great saints could be outside the heavenly abyss, and there were only about 10 saints around him. If Su Zi insisted on taking a shot at him, then he might be in a bit of danger today. Of course, it's also just a little threatening. Who are you? Even if it's your father in front of this seat, maybe bending down and bowing his head to look down on this seat. Su Zi looked out of the corner of his eye, majestic and domineering. After being tempered by the emperor's finger, he had now reached the quasi-emperor realm. Simply by returning to the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, one would be able to immediately cross the threshold to become an emperor. Besides, he had awakened the Swire God Mountain within him, and he couldn't wait to go back to sleep. Don't be arrogant. It's just a mere great saint. There are more than 10 great saints in my domain. Even the Sage King has more than one palm. Mo Tianxia said meaningfully. He wanted to shock Su Zi into throwing in the towel. Snort! Su Zi did not open his mouth again, but directly waved his sleeve robe at that moment. It was as if heaven and earth were separated. Mo Tianxia and the others were instantly sent out 10,000 miles away. There was only an indifferent-looking crane invincible left in the spot. This was the battlefield that Su Zi had divided for Heavenly Wasteland and Crane Peerless. He's going to use this to home the Heavenly Wasteland. He was really optimistic about Sky Wasteland. Naturally, he wanted Heavenly Wasteland to become one of the most powerful groups of people in heaven and earth in the future. Su Zi, Mo Tianxia's face was ugly as he roared out in a low voice. He was the first son of the Sage King, and he was the leader of the younger generation of the foreign domain. The king of the younger generation. Even a great saint from a foreign domain would have to treat him with courtesy when they saw him. No one had ever dared to ignore him like that. Is this seat's name something you can call? Originally, I wanted to leave you as a disciple of this seat. You're so insensitive. So let's teach you a lesson on what respect means. Su Zi was a slap across tens of thousands of miles. Su Zi, do you think you're invincible just because you become a great saint? Let me tell you, your eyesight is nothing more than that, and it will be difficult for you to reach the realm of Saint King in this life. Mo Tianxia's black hair flew, and his windless voice was low. No one in his life had ever dared to casually slap him around. Now a freshly promoted great sage dares? This is not an insult to him that. This was an insult to his father. That one of the strongest sage kings in the extraterrestrial realm. Boom! Mo Tianxia's body erupted, radiant light rushed through the sky in the middle. An unspeakable pressure then descended steeply. An immense and incomparable shadow appeared behind Mo Tianxia. Saint, King of Saints, Mo, Dao. There were saints in the 9 heavens and the 10 lands shouting in terror. There was no way around it. Mo Chuan's might was just too prevalent. And he had become a sage king for so many years. To be able to press down other saint kings and not be able to lift their heads was enough to see how powerful it was. Just a single Saint King Divine Soul brand could cause all the saints in the 9 heavens and 10 lands to change their faces drastically. And then there are those like Yui, whose ancestors once appeared as great emperors. Surprisingly, he was afraid of a sage king. It was a disgrace to his ancestors. Who dares to touch my first son? As soon as the Sage King void behind Mo Tianxia opened his mouth, his voice shook the entire border. Pop! Afterwards, this shadow directly shattered. It was directly shattered by Su Zi's slap without even a single ripple. Mo Tianxia's face changed dramatically. It was the first time in years that he had developed an emotion called fear. Who dared to disrespect him before under the patronage of Mokshin? Even the great saints had to be pleasant when they saw him. Pop! The slap eventually landed on Mo Tianxia's face. It was loud, but there was no fatal injury. Chapter 43, The Sage King Wants to Enter the Heavenly Abyss. Mo Tianxia felt the insult from Su Zi, but he could only look up to the sky in impotent fury, knowing that this was a deliberate act by Su Zi. But he no longer dared to call Su Zi by her first name. No matter, I will kill him, Crane Invincible said with confidence as he stood in the middle of the battlefield that Su Zi had drawn out. Boom! Dare to touch my son, even if Heavenly Abyss is in the... I will also extract your soul and fall into darkness for all eternity. In the direction of the foreign domain, a fluctuation that was terrifying to the extreme came from the... What followed was Mo's voice, cold and fearful. This is the end. Mo Chuan has come out of the gate. Just now that was manifesting the Dharma phase, heaven and earth. Let's see how you're going to end this now. Fei Yi exclaimed out in shock while mocking. You are a waste. A waste has no right to live. Su Zi suddenly turned back, and the eyes of the divine lightsword surprisingly condensed 2 substantial columns of light toward Fei Yi burst and shot. With this strike, even a Sage King in person would die. No, Su Zi, you dare. How dare you kill me? Yui with a face of incredulity then directly vaporized in place. Bang! The crowd of the Feather Clan behind Yui fell to their knees with faces full of stupefaction. The Yui elder ancestor of their clan had died just like that? No! Feather Clan people's sadness lost voice cry. From today onwards, their clan will be completely to decline. Without a saint to sit on the ground, they were destined to not be able to support their entire family. They've been so used to being on top all these years. They can decide whether a person lives or dies with a single word. There are just too many people and forces to offend. Once Yue fell, their Feather Clan would surely usher in a raging storm of retaliation. Beyond the heavenly abyss, several extremely strong figures appeared outside the heavenly abyss. The leader was a burly middle-aged man, and his calm face contained a monstrous rage. Even the surrounding powerhouses at the same level as him were a bit nervous. This person was Mo Qian, the father of Mo Tianxie. Whoever it is that dares to touch my son, even if it is the heavenly abyss, I will also see if this heavenly abyss can stop me or not. As Mo stepped out, the void collapsed. At the same time, the entire heavenly abyss was like a gully with an unreadable end, and the sky was filled with runes that lit up in a crooked manner. The entire heavenly abyss glowed, forming an unbreakable shield woven from the power of rules. At the same time, the tattered palace above the heavenly abyss glowed and dropped bits of starlight. Boom! When the starlight fell into the heavenly abyss, the entire heavenly abyss began to boil in an instant. Like an instant qualitative change, an infinite amount of rule power instantly erupted. King Mo, do you really want to enter the heavenly abyss? A sage king beside Mo Chuan frowned and asked. Naturally, no one can stop me today, Mo said firmly without looking back. Alright, we'll pillage for King Mo. King Mo, please. The Sand King and the several sage kings accompanying him took up positions ready to run their full magical power to clear the way for Mo. What do you guys mean by this? Mo Chuan looked back at the several sage kings and asked in a cold voice. There's no point. Since King Mo wants to go in, a few of us will naturally go all out. Help King Mo. The Sand King said with an expressionless face. Good. Very good. Mo gritted his teeth. King Mo, just wait another 500 years. When that desolate king dies, the 9 heavens and 10 lands are naturally in our pockets. Why bother taking the risk now? The Sand King spoke lightly, but the meaning in his words was already obvious. If you want to go, you go. We'll give you some help on the periphery at most. To get us all in, all one can say is ho-hum. How terrifying it was inside. They, the Sage Kings, had a deep understanding of it. Once you force your way in, you'll be seriously injured if you're light, or you'll be injured if your origin realm falls. This life will not be able to advance an inch. If that were true, the blow to them would be absolutely fatal. Who wouldn't want to go further when they've reached this point in their cultivation? That's your son in there. It's none of our business. Besides, your son has a great talent. It would definitely be a good thing for the remaining Sage Kings if they died inside. No one was willing to see 2 Sage Kings from one gate appear in the future. Of course, if their offspring were as brilliant as Mo Tianxie, and were in there now, then they'll definitely step in and go in together. Now, in 3 words, impossible. Why risk it? Mo was silent. His son is so gifted that the younger generation outside the domain can only look up to him. The future achievements are definitely not low. It could even surpass him. Can he not save it? At this moment, Mo was silent. It was not true that he was the strongest in the domain, but he was only the strongest in battle. It is the same realm as the other Sage Kings. If it's in a wounded condition, these guys combined he'll die. If he forces his way in, he'll be fine if he doesn't get hit hard. If he suffered an irreversible injury, even if he succeeded in rescuing Mo Tianxie, he believed that these people in front of him would definitely give him the heaviest attack. So Mo hesitated. In that case, we can only let those great saints go in for a walk. Mo made up his mind almost instantly. After hearing Mo Chuan's words, a look of disappointment flashed across the Sand King's face. Crane Wushuang meets all the Sage Kings. At this time, Crane Wushuang came to the side of Mo Chuan and the others and saluted without being humble. Wushuang, your family, invincible and heavenly evil, are trapped inside, and there's a great saint inside. It should have just broken through in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The king wants you to take these great saints into it and bring out all of the 2 children. Bring it out in peace. Mo Jia looked at Crane Wushuang with a kind smile on his face. He once wanted to take Crane Wushuang as his disciple, but he refused. Crane Wushuang is indeed a good seedling, and as his name suggests, he is unrivaled in the world. What? A great sage powerhouse has been born in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Crane Wushuang's face was solemn. Not bad. This person's battle strength is average, but he has a special means of shattering a strand of this king's divine soul, and not to be underestimated. Mo nodded. Crane Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly as if he was thinking about something. What? Could it be that you don't want to go save invincible and heavenly evil? When Mo sure saw that Crane Wushuang was thinking, his words immediately turned cold. Crane Wushuang had already understood everything between the flashes of his gaze. These Sage Kings wanted them to serve as cannon fodder. They didn't dare to go in on their own for fear of being sneak attacked by another Sage King when they came out. It's a good idea to play the game. Crane Wushwang knew that. When he had been rejected by Mo because he had wanted to take him as his disciple, the incident ended up being publicized by who knows who. Mo's face is definitely not looking good. The Sage King himself said he'd take you as his disciple. But you? Blatantly refused. Although Mo had always acted charitably, only Crane Wushwang knew that. Mo must have hated to get rid of him. It's just that before he took him on as a disciple, Mo had once praised Crane Wushwang for his promising future. It's a good one. You can't just kill someone because they haven't worshipped yourself, can you? So that's why Crane Wushwang was able to live to this day. Chapter 44, Even great emperors cannot live forever. Naturally, no one dares to disobey Saint King Mo's order, and Wushwang will do his best, figuring out what's at stake. Crane Wushwang still decided to lead a group of great saints to step across the heavenly abyss by himself. He was also eager to see what kind of great saint had been born in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Could it be an acquaintance of his own? March, heavenly abyss. Crane Wushwang stood with his hands behind his back and drank in front of the 10 or so great saints. At the same time, he glanced at the several godlike figures in the rear without a trace. Someday, there must be a place for myself among them. Crane Wushwang was convinced. Besides, he could already feel the barriers beginning to loosen. That day couldn't be long in coming. Now is not the time to turn the tables on Mo. Boom! As they entered the heavenly abyss, the rule force in the heavenly abyss began to go berserk. The boundless power of the laws wanted to surge into their bodies. These great saints who looked out of the corner of their eyes in ordinary time were like weak lambs at this moment. It could be taken away at any time. Crane Wushwang also mobilized his entire body's mana, trying hard not to let these forces of law enter his body. Once these laws enter the body, something will go terribly wrong. They were like maggots attached to the bones, capable of destroying the foundation within the cultivator's body. The more powerful the cultivation, the more powerful the backlash. Ah! Suddenly one of the great saints let out a miserable scream. Everyone looked toward him. Hiss! All of them sucked in cold air, only to feel that their souls had been killed. That great saint was surrounded by the power of laws all over his body, constantly eating away at his origin. It was as if they were alive. Not just the origin, but even the flesh and blood were torn. That great saint's cultivation was already weak. Being drilled into the body by the power of the law almost instantly turned into withered bones and fell down into the abyss. This caused the other saints to swallow hard. It was said that the heavenly abyss was terrifying, but no one had told exactly how. They used to be dismissive of it, but now they are coy about it after experiencing it firsthand. What you hear from other people will always seem average, and the only way to experience it is to experience it for yourself. Only then did he realize the horror of the heavenly abyss. Wushwang, we'd better retreat. Come in 19 great saints. It's only been a while and we've lost 3 of them. At this rate we don't even know if we'll make it in alive. A great saint beside Crane Wushwang running his magic power to support himself bitterly said, "They are really scared now. Get out? Where do you think we're going to end up if you come in here and don't get the people back?" Crane Wushwang said blandly without seeing the slightest strain on his face. "What? Just for the sake of 2 little brats? It might take so many of our great saints on a ride. The deal isn't worth it in any way. There are great saints and great saints roaring. Only in this do they dare to show their anger. Humph, that's natural. My son's life is naturally not worth so much. But Motian says life is worth much more. If my son is the only one in there, I'll just go alone. Why involve you all?" Crane Wushwang's words made the surrounding great saints surprisingly feel good. It's a pity. We still have to speed up our pace. If anything happens to Mo Tianxie, all of us present will be buried with it. Crane Wushwang once again gave the great saints a strong dose of medicine. He wants these great saints to start resenting from the bottom of their hearts. And this year he will plant a seed. In the coming year, when he became a Sage King, he would naturally take root and blossom. At that time, there was no need for him to say anything. He only needed to ascend to the heights and beckon, and these great saints would naturally come to cast their lot. But if you want them to be grateful, you have to give them some help. Boom! Only to see Crane Wushwang flip his palm, and in his palm was a large blood-red cauldron. There was bright red blood boiling inside that cauldron, constantly bubbling up. It seems like it's boiling over. A monstrous aura came from within. Those who smelled it without exception just felt like they were suffocating. None of the great saints present felt panicked. Great Sage Wushwang deserves to be called the number 1 person in the Great Sage realm. Just the moment this soul-refining cauldron comes out, who can be defeated within the Great Sage? There were great saints who lamented as they struggled to fend them off. This soul-refining tripod's prestige was not even inferior to the name of a Sage King. Just because this soul-refining tripod once killed hundreds of millions of living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, All of their flesh and blood were absorbed and refined by the soul refining cauldron, which forged the soul refining cauldron's mighty name. It's a big, unadulterated weapon, and it has a reputation for ferocity. It can be intimidating, but at this moment, the soul refining tripod was surging against the wind, and soon rose to the size of a large mountain, enveloping all of the great saints and all of them. These great saints suddenly felt the pressure diminish, and all of them breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, perhaps they could walk to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Of course, if a sage king came in, the soul refining cauldron wouldn't be able to cover it at all, and it would shatter in an instant. Great sage Wuxuang, the favor of saving your life will not be repaid in words. If there is a need in the future, I will definitely go all out, a great saint said solemnly. The corners of Crane Wuxuang's mouth turned slightly upward. His purpose was accomplished. Sky Wasteland, come over and fight. Crane Invincible stood in the middle of the battlefield with an imposing presence. He was confident that he was semi-invincible at the same rank because there was a truly invincible Mo Tianxie above him. The once invincible Crane was truly invincible until he met this pervert Mo Tianxie. That battle had subdued him, which was why he listened to Mo Tianxie like that. But today, as long as we defeat or even kill Sky Wasteland, then his cracked Dao heart would be able to be mended. At that time, he would still challenge Mo Tianxie and defeat him. Crane Invincible's ambition was great. He wanted to be the number one of the younger generation, to be truly invincible. After defeating Mo Tianxie, he is truly invincible. Without a word, Sky Wasteland took a step directly into the middle of the battlefield. Let's split the difference today, Crane Invincible bellowed. He then rushed straight towards the heavenly wasteland. There was no such thing as a trial and error between them, and the moment they struck, it was a killing move. Crane Invincible's palms glowed with an inexplicable power flowing through his palms, making them indestructible. The same Sky Wasteland's fists were wrapped in golden light and sharp. One palm and one fist transformed into a trail of residual shadows as they frantically smashed into each other. A rumbling sound rang out, shaking one's eardrums. Crane Wufei's face gradually became grave. He majored in the law of flesh, and his flesh was indestructible. But at this moment, he couldn't help Heavenly Wasteland in the slightest. You have to know that he was practicing the Sage's law, and it's been cultivated to great success. This Heavenly Wasteland is a lot stronger than expected. Sky Wasteland was equally surprised in his heart. He has always believed that the flesh is like a furnace, indestructible before he can travel the world, reach true eternity. His natural talent is rare in the ancient world, and he has come out on a different path, a path that has no major. It is both cultivating the physical body and developing one's potential. He firmly believed that after the human body's potential was developed, it would one day be able to become immortal. Becoming immortal was what Suzy told him. In the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the highest cultivation level was merely a great emperor. Nor can the Great One live forever. Chapter 45, the great saints of the foreign lands arrived together. Suzy used to say that no one had ever traveled down this road of his, but if he succeeded in such a cultivation method, his fleshly body might be able to harden against immortal weapons. So compared to the flesh, heaven's desolation is not afraid. Boom! Heavenly Wasteland exploded his chi and blood. His golden chi and blood rushed straight into the sky, as if a dragon had risen out of the sea spectacularly. Drink! Under the eruption of his chi and blood, Tianwu's entire aura skyrocketed, and the void exploded under his fist, producing extremely terrifying vibrations. Indestructible golden body. Facing this punch from Sky Wasteland, Crane Peerless' face changed. Then he revolved the Undying Bible. The entire person was wrapped in purple streams of light. The Undying Bible was really strong. An ancient art of honing the physical body. The fists and palms of the two collided together again. Brilliant golden and purple light erupted. Boom! This place was shrouded in golden and purple light, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Those with weak cultivation even felt their eyes go blind in an instant. The battle inside could only be seen clearly by a god king or above. Are these really two heavenly god realms? Someone asked bitterly. Why was it that even they in the god king realm felt their hearts tremble? In their place on a battlefield like this, I'm afraid that a punch or a slap in the first round just now would have shattered them. Is this the Jedi pride? The light dispersed. Everyone rushed to look. Crane Peerless stood there expressionlessly, both of his hands shrouded in his sleeve robes. Sky Wasteland's right hand trembled violently. What the hell is going on here? The Sky Wasteland lost in the first round? Someone asked. No, look, Crane Invincible is dripping blood. A sharp-eyed person said aloud as he looked at Crane Invincible's hand hidden in his sleeve robe. Ha ha, I am very fortunate to have this heavenly pride in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Some people are truly detestable. To want to give away such a heavenly pride to the other side? This is damaging the chi of my 9 heavens and 10 lands. It is truly a blessing for my 9 heavens and 10 lands to have such a Qilin child. Snake Taijun held a golden snake-head walking stick. The appreciation in her eyes was undisguised. Only those saints who had previously targeted Heavenly Wasteland all had their faces redden with embarrassment. They didn't dare to say half a word at this time, for fear that Suzy would remember them at this time. Just kill them outright. At this moment, Crane Wushwang's face was calm, but inwardly, he was in turmoil. This collision, he actually lost? This is unbelievable. You should know that you have never lost in the flesh even when facing Emotiancia. The palm that was shrouded in his sleeve robe at this moment was covered in dense cracks, like it was going to shatter apart at any moment. The point was, he ran his mana but realized that he couldn't heal the wounds for a while. You're strong, but that's about it. Crane Wushwang's words were calm but full of killing intent. Yes? Then let's fight. Heavenly Wasteland was seething with wariness. Sky Wasteland threw a direct punch, and he still didn't use any weapon. The flesh was his best weapon. Only this time this punch contained great divine power. It's the Emperor's fist that he realized on his own. That's right. A little guy in the heavenly god realm had actually comprehended the Emperor's law on his own. How amazing was that? That's something I'm afraid no one would believe. Of course, the current Emperor's fist wasn't a true great Emperor's fist, but rather a corresponding realm's fist. The higher his cultivation level, the stronger the Emperor's fist naturally became. Even so, under one punch, no one of the same rank could be defeated. Humph. Void transformation. Crane Peerless snorted coldly and used the Void Koan clan's secret art. The Great Void Art. This art was mysterious and unpredictable, capable of moving and transforming the void, being able to move the opponent's attack without God realizing it. This was something that Crane Wushwang had spent a great deal of money on back then before exchanging it and giving it to Crane Wuyu to cultivate. Heavenly Wasteland's Emperor's fist was enough to push a strong person of the same realm across the board, but at this point it was like he was hitting the air. Even as a void portal appeared in front of him, he could vaguely see his fist coming towards his head. Relying on outside forces is not your own after all. The Heavenly Wasteland did not fluctuate in the slightest. His punch was still slamming down towards Crane Invincible's head. Arrogant people end up dead. Heavenly Wasteland, you are no exception. You will die by your own fists. Crane Invincible sneered. The art of the Great Void. A proper Great Sage spell. It is said that practicing to the extreme can move the entire starry sky. The Heavenly Wasteland was really too conceited to stop. Presuming to break all laws with one force? Unbeknownst to him, a Sanskrit script was faintly pulsing on the Emperor's fist at that moment. It's vague without ever really showing up, but the feeling it gives is ancient. Pale. Hegemony. To actually carve out a word from one of the ancient imperial scriptures? Suzy said softly as he looked at Sky Wasteland's fist with both eyes thrusting. The Heavenly Wasteland is really unusual, to the extent that he wanted to inscribe the Emperor's scriptures on his own hands or even his own body. How terrifying would it be to incorporate all of these into one's own law and Tao when the time came? Boo! The void produces a light sound. The heavenly desolate fist glow directly broke through the great void art. A fist then slammed into Crane Invincible's head. Crane Invincible's face changed drastically. It's all just so wrong that one must know that the great void art he cultivated was cultivated even more refined than the Koan clan's heir. But at this point it was a lost cause. The price of loss is life. Stop. Just then, a violent roar came from the heavenly abyss. 13 figures as radiant as the great sun appeared at the end. With a roar, Crane Wushwang's sound wave crushed down towards Heavenly Wasteland. Get out! Suzy snorted coldly, and all the sound waves disappeared into nothing. The Crane Invincible who originally had hope floating on his face was ashen at this moment. Put! Heavenly Wasteland's fist shattered his body, and Crane Invincible directly exploded. His body and bones were nowhere to be found. Originally, this shouldn't be like this. Crane Wufei still has a lot of tricks up his sleeve that he hasn't used yet, but he was too conceited to think that the Great Void technique wouldn't be enough to kill Sky Wasteland. But there's nothing wrong with delaying it for a while, so he pressed on with no protection whatsoever. Who knew that Heavenly Wasteland had broken the Great Void technique with a single punch? He didn't have time to react. Crane Invincible did die a sloppy death. As the leader of the younger generation, many of the great aptitudes had yet to be revealed. Killed directly on the spot. He died of his ego. My son! 13 great saints descended in unison, and the leader was none other than Crane Wushwang. Crane Wushwang's eyes were red and he was breathing heavily. His only firstborn son died on his watch. I want you all to be buried with me. The entire 9 heavens and 10 lands. All of you will die. Crane Wushwang roared up to the sky. It's over. This is going to be the end of us in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. All great saints. There was despair in some people's eyes. It's your fault, Suzy. If it weren't for you, how could I, the 9 heavens and 10 lands, have encountered so many great saints forcibly crossing the heavenly abyss? You are the sinner of my 9 heavens and 10 lands. Suzy, you deserve to die. I curse you for eternity. There were saints hissing with resentment. Shut up all of you. Wouldn't these great saints of the otherworldly regions come in if it weren't for great sage Su? How did the 9 heavens and 10 lands come to have you eggless saints? The snake Taijun on the side had a look of hatred on her face. A bunch of losers. Just by yourselves you dare to question this seat? Susie just said lightly. Then, in the unbelieving gaze of all those saints who had just opened their mouths all exploded in place and turned into flying dust. Chapter 46, Refining the Sky and the Earth and Yourself. At this moment, no matter if it was all the people in the 9 heavens and 10 lands or the dozen or so great saints who came from the foreign lands, all of them froze in their tracks. Not Buddy? When did such a strong man appear in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? What's the fuss? They were both great saints, but they definitely couldn't do what Suzy did so lightly. A single look could quell a group of saints. At this moment, Crane Wushwan was in a state of furious rage, his eyes scarlet red as he looked at Sky Wasteland. The fierce killing intent in his eyes all poured out towards Sky Wasteland. Bang! Suzy snapped his fingers, and heaven's desolation only felt the scenery around him instantly regressing heaven and earth. By the time he came back to his senses again, he had already appeared behind Suzy. Great Sage Wushwang, quickly take us away. Seeing Crane Wushwang appear aside, a trace of joy finally appeared on Mo Tianxi's face, but then he froze. Wushwang turned his head to look at Mo Tianxie, but what kind of eyes did Wushwang have? Without the slightest bit of emotion, Mo Tianxie even keenly perceived that the depths of Wushwang's blood-red eyes unexpectedly flashed with killing intent. This made Mo Tianxie's mood sink to the bottom. His biggest card was the Sage King Void, which could suppress ordinary great saints. But for a top-notch great saint like Crane Wushwang, I'm afraid that he couldn't be subdued and could only be injured. Moreover, his biggest card had been broken by Suzy before. He was now like a lamb to the slaughter. On one side, there's the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and on the other side, there's Crane Wushwang. Now Mo Tianxie actually felt that people on both sides wanted to kill him. Now he's in a bad place. A very bad place. Sitting around and waiting for death. He might have to drink his life away today. What are you guys waiting for? We'll talk about the 9 heavens and 10 lands later. Now get me out of here right now. Mo Tianxie's eyes skimmed over Crane Wushwang's blood-red eyes to look at the 12 great saints behind him and drank. He wasn't half as polite to these great saints. Those great saints looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing how to move. They are literally numb at heart right now. As soon as he came, he saw a great power of unknown cultivation in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, killing several saints with a single look, causing them to not dare to move at all. He could only place his eyes on Crane Wushwang and ask what to do. The young lord of the Mo clan, Mo Tianxiu, son of the Sage King of the Mo clan, died in battle in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. We should naturally avenge Mo Tianxie. Wushwang withdrew his eyes from looking at Mo Tianxie and slowly spat out a few icy characters from his mouth. Hiss! All the great saints sucked in cold air. This Crane Wushwang is really bold and incomparable. How dare you talk like that? This is an attempt to wipe out Mo Tianxie directly. Then tell Mo Chuan that Mo Tianxie was decapitated by the people of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Mo Chuan will definitely enter the heavenly abyss without any consideration, and will kill the 9 heavens and 10 lands to shed blood. There is even the possibility of genocide. Crane Wushwang, how dare you? How dare you? Boom! Before one of the great saints beside Crane Wushwang could finish his words, without warning, Crane Wushwang struck out and ripped this person's body apart, crushing his origin. All of the great saints in the foreign domain were shocked by Crane Wushwang's ruthlessness. Crane Wushwang was worthy of being the number 1 person under the Sage King realm, even if it was a sneak attack. Those in the same realm were instantly stripped of their origin and transformed into mortals, falling 10,000 meters into the air. Mo Tianxi's eyelids jumped dramatically. Things were out of control. I never imagined that Crane Wushwang would want him to accompany him to the funeral because of Crane Weiyu's death. Crane Wushwang had gone crazy. Crane Wushwang, think carefully. If you touch me, my father won't let you go. You will not be able to cover up today's incident. And sooner or later my father will know that you did it. Mo Tianxie stabilized his mind and shouted towards Crane Wushwang. And you, who should know the weight of my father? Who is the strongest in the foreign lands? If he knows that you guys are involved, no one will be able to save you from heaven or earth when the time comes. By then, the families, clans, and parents behind you will all be slaughtered. Mo Tianxie shouted with the great saints behind Crane Wushwang. As expected, all of those great saints' faces hesitated once they heard Mo Tianxie's words. Some even want to leave the place. They really didn't dare to participate in this mess today. On the one hand, the 9 heavens and 10 lands, which they have always regarded as weaklings. But it was this weakling place that gave birth to a terrifying existence. On the one hand, it was the first son of their native Sage King, and now someone was actually trying to finish him off. It terrifies them. Whoever leaves, don't blame me. Crane Wushwang, for not reminding you that Motianxia can't go back to. You'll just die if you go back. Crane Wuxuang's icy words caused all of those great saints who were beating a retreat to take a step in their footsteps. Assholes, what are you guys afraid of? He, Crane Wuxuang, is strong, but stronger than a dozen of you great saints? I promise you, as long as you can get out, I'll ask my father to accept you as disciples. Motianxia gritted his teeth and roared. With his life at stake, he couldn't help but get anxious. As expected, some of the great saints' eyes lit up at these words, having been led by Crane Wuxuang earlier. Now that he thought about it, Motianxia's words were very tempting. Shoo! Several air-breaking sounds rang out, and 8 great saints immediately appeared around Motianxia. They firmly protected Motianxia in the center. Obviously, they had already made the decision to guard Motianxia out of the heavenly abyss. Ha ha, Crane Wuxuang, you're done for. No one can save you this time. When I get out of here, not just you, but everyone in your Crane family will die. When my father wanted to take you as a disciple, you were unwilling and swept my father's face away. From that moment on, I decided that I would take your proud son under my wing as a follower. You didn't expect that, did you? He's wagging his tail in my face like a dog. Motianxia spoke word for word. Word for word. Crane Wuxuang was still expressionless. Only Su Zi discovered a hint of something. That was that Crane Wuxuang's aura was very unstable, like he was trying to force a breakthrough. Well, Crane Wuxuang is a seedling. Too bad it's not one of our own. Originally, I wanted to wait a bit until I had enough reserves to make a breakthrough. At that time breakthrough I will surely become the king of sage kings. It's a pity. It's still a sliver short. You all have to die today. All of you. A trace of hesitation flashed in Crane Wuyo's eyes before he directly exploded. Boom! The soul refining cauldron appeared and the grievances rose to the sky. Crane Wuxuang unexpectedly jumped directly into the soul refining cauldron. He's going to refine himself? What a ruthless man. Refining the heavens and the earth to refine himself. Once you break through, even if you're not the strongest existence amongst the Sage Kings, you're still the strongest of the bunch, Suzy commented with interest. Master, isn't it easy for him to refine himself to death by doing so? Sky Wasteland asked with some confusion. Indeed, failure will transform it, along with this cauldron, into a great evil weapon on earth that possesses spiritual awareness. Whoever controls this grand cauldron in the future will likely be assimilated and turned into a murderous demon, or even, taken. But if he succeeds, there will be a qualitative increase in his cultivation. Once he succeeds, he'll be able to fight with the supreme power in the Sage King realm instead of becoming an early Sage King cultivator. Suzy slowly explained. You must look carefully, and you must not use this method in the future. After this matter is dealt with, Master will be leaving. It's time for you to choose where to go. Chapter 47, Killing Motianxia, The Letter of Fame. Heavenly Wasteland's heart fluttered when he heard what Suzy said. Is Master still leaving? He knew early on that Suzy wasn't actually from this world. It was impossible for the 9 heavens and 10 lands not to record a supreme powerhouse like Suzy. Sky Wasteland had also been guessing that Suzy might have come from the 4 seas. He knew his master was young, not much older than even he was. This kind of existence was estimated to be a renowned demon in the 4 seas and 8 deserts. Master, I still want to stay here. There are still many of my friends and relatives here, and I'm going to fight alongside them. Sky Wasteland hesitated for a long time or looked at Suzy and said solemnly, Good, you have your own path to follow. Master is happy. Before my master leaves, it will give you a life-preserving talisman that can save your life at critical moments. Suzy reached out his palm and gently placed it on Sky Wasteland's head. Then Heaven's Desolation only felt something flash by instantly disappearing into his divine soul. He knew that it was something his master had given him to save his life. When your cultivation is sufficient, you can travel to the eastern wasteland among the 4 seas and 8 wastelands to come and find me. Just ask Su Shinchao Suzy, naturally someone knows. Now, I'll help you get rid of these troubles first. I'm not asking much of you, Master. 80 years to become a saint. 500 years to become an emperor. If you can't accomplish it, I'll pretend that I don't have you as my disciple. Suzy said softly as he looked at Sky Wasteland. Heavenly Wasteland felt a great deal of pressure, because the ancient records say that no one can become an emperor before the age of 1,000. That's pretty much the constant rule. Anyway, no one has been able to break that boundary since the beginning of time. Perhaps only a supreme talent from the 4 seas and 8 deserts could break it. The fact that Suzy had set this time for him meant that someone had succeeded. For example, Suzy. When Suzy was born, an illusory immortal came on a crane to congratulate him. There are immortal emperor scriptures that appear out of thin air. Suzy was already at the peak of great sage when he turned 100 years old, and now he's just under 200 years old, and he's already at the quasi-emperor realm. When they returned to the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, they could directly start impacting the great emperor realm. Cultivation didn't have the slightest shackle for him, and he naturally broke through when his cultivation level arrived. Bang! Suddenly, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be shaken, followed by an intense baleful aura that rose up to the sky. A constant whimpering sound came from above the soul-refining cauldron, which was creepy. These were the trillions of living beings that had been pitted by Crane Wushwang. They had no sanity. This was out of instinctive fear. A monstrous suction force sucked them all into the soul-refining cauldron. The top of the soul-refining cauldron then unexpectedly cracked open with dense cracks. It then directly exploded, and a blood-red figure stood between heaven and earth, resembling a god and devil. His body was covered in dense scabs of blood, which made one's scalp go numb by the look of it. An overwhelming pressure instantly descended. What cultivation level is this? Could it be that he has really entered the legendary Sage King realm? How is that possible? When did it become so simple to enter the Sage King realm? It's over. The 9 heavens and 10 lands are completely finished now. The strongest person on our side is a sage, and with the addition of the Suzy Great Sage, it's not enough for the Sage King to look at. Sky Abyss is dead. As long as the higher the opponent's cultivation, the greater the cost of coming over. Crane Wushwang preferred to choose to enter the Heavenly Abyss before making a breakthrough. This way the Heavenly Abyss can do nothing to him, but he'll also suffer a backlash from the Heavenly Abyss when he goes back. Are you out of your mind? He's come all the way here. How could he leave? Going back to endure the power of the Heavenly Abyss. Staying here is completely capable of ruling the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now, what do you choose? Crane Wushwang indifferently looked at the several great saints beside Motian and teasingly asked. Shoo! A great saint behind Motian instantly struck out, so fast that everyone froze, only to see him instantly capture Motian and confine him in the palm of his hand. Sage King Wushwang, you know me. I first deliberately pretended to defect, then take him by surprise and attack him instantly and present him to you. Wu Deshang looked at Crane Wushwang with a flattering face and said. The other great saints had expressions like they had seen a ghost. How in the world can there be such a brazen man? At the same time, they were very remorseful inwardly. How come they didn't seize Motian before them? They were rather chagrined. Nowadays, Crane Wushwang was already amongst the ranks of the Sage Kings, on par with the likes of Mo Chuan. If they had the shelter of Crane Wushwang, perhaps the Mojave Sage King wouldn't be hard on them. Yuck! Why should they go back? Wouldn't it be better to live happily in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Everything here will be theirs. Crane Wushwang, you shall not die. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you broke through the Sage King? You will never know how powerful my father is. Motian hissed with his face twisted. He hadn't actually understood until now why Crane Wushwang wanted to kill him. What the hell does he have to do with Crane's death? The only thing he could think of was that Crane Wushwang wanted him to bury Crane Wuyu with him. That's the only thing that makes sense. This king accepts your defection and kills Mo Tianxiu. Then join this king in slaughtering the 9 heavens and 10 earths to avenge my son Invincible. Crane Wushwang said with deep meaning. The remaining few great saints that stood beside Motian's face changed. Crane Wushwang was wanting them to be stained with Motian's blood, thus forcing them to go out of their way. In this way the Yellow Springs Bijou Mo must kill them, but if they don't do it, they're going to be splattered in blood right now. Kill! Wu Deshang gritted his teeth and stabbed Motian's abdomen, directly stabbing him through. Of course he didn't kill Motian directly. What a joke! There are difficulties to carry together. It is impossible for him to kill Motian and then others to watch the show. It's all a pitch anyway. Put! The other great saint expressionlessly smashed half of Motian's body with a slap. Motian roared up to the sky, not expecting that one day he would be treated like this. He was supposed to be the absolute number one of the young generation in the foreign land, and he was supposed to have a great life. Now it's all over. The third great saint even abolished his origin with a single punch. Motianxia died an extremely miserable death. The great saints who used to be kind to him, now all of them have turned their backs on him. Each one gave up a stab at him. How glamorous it used to be, and how miserable it is now. The moment Motianxia died, Mo at the Heavenly Abyss felt it, and he was overcome with grief and pain. Hearts are dripping blood. He was tempted to lose his mind and break into the Heavenly Abyss, but if he failed he was likely to be seriously injured. He would be in danger if a Sage King made a move at that time. Moreover, just now, he clearly sensed a very powerful Saint King fluctuation. That came from the 9 heavens and the 10 lands. This is a fresh breakthrough. I don't know if it's Crane Wushwang, or maybe this is a powerful person born from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He had to meddle for 500 years, and when the 500 years passed, he would kill through the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. Mo Chuan looked at the several Sage Kings by his side with a somewhat unkind expression. He then let out a cold snort as he headed towards the other land. Chapter 48, Waiting for death is the worst thing. He knew that these old Biden must have also felt the same king fluctuations over in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He's going into seclusion. He's going into death seclusion. It would be best to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. And at that time, none of these sage kings would be able to escape. The 9 heavens and 10 earths must also be bloodied. Kill. With a command, Crane Wushwan took the brunt of the charge towards Suzy. He would first behead Heavenly Wasteland and then kill Suzy. He could never forget that Sky Wasteland was the one who killed his son. This revenge had to be avenged, or else he had raised his realm for nothing. The soul refining cauldron was his bottom line. Originally, he wanted to come to a complete metamorphosis that would take at least a few hundred years. It's being brought forward now, resulting in a weak bottom end. Otherwise, if we wait a few hundred years until the soul refining cauldron completely absorbs and refines the essence blood of these hundreds of millions of people, when he refined himself there might be a chance to directly impact the quasi-emperor realm. This is a one-time boost that can only be used once. And there's a downside to using it in advance afterward, which is that it's never going to go any further. He stopped at the Sage King realm in his lifetime. All of this was caused by Sky Wasteland and Suzy. If it wasn't for Sky Wasteland beheading his first son, and if Suzy's cultivation was not so high, why would he go so far as to directly use his reserves? Forcibly raise the realm? Die for me. The moment Crane Wushwan made a move, it was a killing move. He's going to hit Suzy straight to the ground. The moment he struck, the wind roared, and the sky turned blood red, creating monstrous waves of blood. It reeks of sickening blood, and this blood wave has a very powerful corrosiveness, and wherever it passes, it is full of white bones. Phew! Suzy's mouth bulged, subsequently making a blow. Hoo-hoo! All of a sudden, the sky is breaking up and the sand is flying. Everyone felt for an instant as if the entire heavenly abyss was moved by this wind. Everyone was horrified. What kind of cultivation was this? Just one breath was surprisingly able to blow all of Tianyuan outward by a long distance, especially the few sage kings who were still standing outside the heavenly abyss at this moment. Originally they were sighing over not pitting him. They were talking and laughing, when suddenly an evil wind blew out of the heavenly abyss. At first they didn't care. After all, a demon wind. What's the big deal? What day in heaven and earth does not blow? It's just the size of it. But then they changed their faces. This was because the heavenly abyss unexpectedly enveloped all of them. All of them sage kings. In the next moment, put, it's the sound of blood and flesh melting away. As soon as they came into contact with the power of the rules of the heavenly abyss, it instantly dissolved most of their body's flesh and blood. The reacting sage kings all pulled out all the stops. Run the great mana to wrap himself tightly. It was good that they were only in the edge area of the heavenly abyss. If they were in the center of the heavenly abyss, they'd all have to sit down if they couldn't react in just that one moment. This time they were profoundly feeling the power of the heavenly abyss. How is the heavenly abyss moving? Is it expanding or moving toward us? Whatever it is, it's not friendly to us, a sage king said with an ugly face. After only a moment's contact with the heavenly abyss, they were so harmed that if they wanted to pass through I'm afraid it's going to cost a lot, and it's hard to heal the wounds of Tianyuan. The wounds left behind by just this momentary contact would take hundreds of years to heal. On the other side at this time, Crane Wushwan's entire body was frozen like a wooden chicken. He maintained his swooping position, but his entire body froze as he looked at Suzy. Not only him, but also the great saints of the otherworldly region. All of them froze in place. There was only one voice in their heads at this point. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? You're not in the Sage King realm. Where the hell did you come from? Wushwan looked at Suzy with a face full of unwillingness. This seed has never said that I am in the Sage King realm. Suzy didn't hide it and graciously admitted it. Oh, ha ha. Wrong from the start. It turns out that you are hiding an existence that surpasses the Sage King. Crane Wushwan laughed madly. It's really ridiculous and pathetic what he's doing. Originally, his math was unrivaled in the world. On one side, he had counted out the many saint kings of the foreign realm. Originally, all of this was calculated by him, and he was even ready to slaughter and take over the 9 heavens and 10 lands. But it hadn't occurred to me that an existence that had surpassed the Sage King had actually appeared in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This variable was just too big. So big that Crane Wushwan was completely devoid of essence. Revenge is out of your mind for the rest of your life. Suzy finished saying that he was about to make a move but was blocked by the sky wasteland on the side. Master, I want you to leave them alive. They have the blood debt of the 9 heavens and 10 lands in their hands. I also ask you to give my disciple a chance, and in the future I will personally go to the foreign realm to take their heads. Sky Wasteland's tone was very solemn. There's just too much blood on the hands of these people. And not just them. Especially someone like Crane Wushwan, who had pitted and killed billions of living beings. It would be cheaper for him to die like this. Yes, you can get out. You've got 3 breaths to get the hell out of heaven's abyss. or stay forever. Suzy looked at Crane Wushwang and the others and spoke indifferently. These people naturally can't turn the tide in his eyes, but it is something that can be used as a stepping stone to the Sky Wastes. This was what Sky Wasteland himself had asked for, and even if he lost and died in the future, Suzy would not intervene. The light of survival erupted from the eyes of the great saints who had already despaired. They immediately tore through space to leave. They didn't dare to make any stops at all, for fear that the other party would turn against them. Each one hated to make the most of it. Crane Wushwang's face turned pale as he took a deep look at Sky Wasteland, turned around and disappeared without looking back. He knew that from now on the identities were reversed, and that they, the other lands, were no longer invaders. Become a victim. After all, there was an incomparably powerful existence sitting in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. And, from now on, he's going to start losing sleep. Death isn't scary. The scary part is the wait for death. He would make no inch of progress in his entire life, remaining in the Sage King realm for the rest of his life. And coming into the heavenly abyss is coming in at the Great Sage realm, intact. Getting out won't be so easy. It was a nail in the coffin for Sky Wasteland to become a saint, and Sky Wasteland's name was known even to the likes of Mo Chuan in the foreign realm. Suffice it to say that it is gold. Would such a person, sheltered by a great power, have low achievements in the future? There's only one thing Crane Wushwang can do now, and that's to pray day and night. Hopefully the heavenly wasteland gifted sage is the end of the line, and if not, give him a little room to grow. The great sage is the end of the line. Don't ever become the king of saints. The other great saints didn't think that much. They just wanted to leave quickly. Chapter 49, Done For. They saw Tian Yuan dive right in headfirst. They couldn't care less about the power of the laws now. A large portion of the rule force of the heavenly abyss when he entered the heavenly abyss earlier was held up by Crane Wushwang. That's why they dare to dive in headfirst now, the weak ones having died on the way in. Now they were at best seriously injured and almost never going to die. They knew that the current Crane Wushwang was struggling to protect himself, so where would he have the heart to care about them? It was still a question whether Crane Wushwang would come out alive. It was actually just as they expected. Crane Wushwang can have a very tough time in it. The soul refining cauldron was completely shattered, not having evolved and sacrificed into a Sage King's magic weapon, so now he could only run the undying heavenly skill to bitterly resist. They came out? Did Crane Wushwang really break through to the Sage King realm? The Sand King felt the fluctuation of the heavenly abyss, immediately returned to the edge of the heavenly abyss to stare at it dead on. It's possible. That fluctuation can't be faked. There's no mistaking that it's Crane Wushwang's aura. This king knows that Crane Wushwang's natural talent is quite good, but I didn't expect to achieve the position of Saint King so quickly. No wonder that old thing Mo wanted to take him as a disciple. At that time, if he had achieved it. Now the Mo clan is 2 Sage Kings. Crane Wushwang is still very young to be able to reach the Sage King realm at such an age. In the future, we might even go up a bit. Are we befriending it? I don't think it's necessary, right? Is it hard for him, a newly minted Sage King, to be stronger than the veterans like us? Befriending? Chicken King, the more you live, the more you go back. I think King Koan has a good point. Why bother to befriend him? Knowing that a genius who hasn't grown up is always not called a genius, and wanting us to befriend him, we also need him to be able to live until that time. Gentlemen, you don't want someone to overpower you after a number of years, do you? Mo Qian and I together can still resist. If there is another Crane Wushwang, we will really have to be cows and horses, the Sand King said sorrowfully. In that case, depending on the situation, I don't believe he walked out of the heavenly abyss intact. The corner of King Koan's mouth hooked into an evil smile. Don't you guys find it strange? A Sage King is enough to kill the 9 heavens and 10 earths with rivers of blood. How long has it been now? Why are they coming back? The red crown on the Chicken King's head quivered. Anyway, see what happens. All of them were all silent. Ahem. Crane Wushwang was the first to walk out of the heavenly abyss, but his appearance looked miserable. It was so tattered and torn that you could even see his heart beating inside his chest. There were bloody holes all over his body, constantly dripping blood out. All of the Sage Kings all turned pale. They were able to clearly perceive that Crane Wushwang was in a very wrong state at this time, despite being severely injured. But the momentum is strong. He was just like a wounded wild wolf at the moment, full of bloodlust and killing intent. The original black as ink black big has long since turned gray. This caused the Sage Kings who had been foolishly moving earlier to instantly extinguish the killing intent in their hearts. Don't mess with me, and we'll all live in peace. Or else, even if I die I can still pull in 1 or 2 cushions. Don't doubt my strength. Crane Wushwang looked at the surrounding Sage Kings with bloodshot eyes. The words were extremely calm but filled with killing intent. Seeing that the people around him had no intention of making a move, Wushwang disappeared in a flash. Only a few Sage Kings were left behind looking at each other in disbelief. They really didn't dare to lay their hands on Crane Wushwang in the state he was in just now. Although the injuries look serious, they have not injured the origin. It's still more than enough to pull in 1 or 2 cushions before you die. Ugh, the Chicken King sighed. Chicken, what are you sighing about? King Koan looked at the Chicken King and asked curiously. What a failure. So many of us were intimidated by a newly minted Sage King. What a guinea tire no. Chicken King shook his head and said. Yeah, it's a real life to the dogs. Pop. King Koan was slapped by the Chicken King just as he finished speaking. Ouch. What are you doing? King Koan, a sissy with a temper, instantly quit and questioned. Who the hell lives to be a dog? It's the chickens. I am a clan of divine chickens. Chicken King retorted. It's going to be hard to think about the future. With 2 people on top. The Sand King also sighed deeply. In the past, they were still able to fight against one Mach, but they're still united. If we add another Crane Wushwang to the mix, it would be a really hard day. Say, he's a Sage King. Why doesn't he stay in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Anyone else a match for him in one move? Moreover, how come he didn't bring Emotion Xia back? He didn't even bring back his own son. Is it being held hostage? Chicken King analyzed it carefully. What's the point of thinking so much? Isn't this coming out? Just ask and you'll know. King Koan said as he nudged his mouth looking in the direction of the heavenly abyss. As soon as his words fell, several ragged figures fell down from the edge of the heavenly abyss a moment later. The 3 great saints. At this moment, all of their auras were extremely shriveled, and their origin was almost corroded clean. There is no need to think about it to know that after today their realm will definitely fall. And it's still a flurry kind of thing. Then the Chicken King and a few other Sage Kings learned the full story of what had happened from them. ***. No wonder Crane Wushwang's hair turned gray. I thought it was some kind of trendy hairstyle. It turns out that the death of his son caused the gas and blood to attack his heart. This is the end. The 9 heavens and 10 lands have actually seen a suspected quasi-emperor powerhouse? It's scary. King Koan's pretty face. Oh no. Tender face changed again and again. Calm down. What do you mean by the suspected appearance of a quasi-emperor powerhouse? Chicken King had a bemused look on his face. That's a quasi-imperial powerhouse. A breath of air can blow the heavenly abyss over. How powerful does this have to be? And chatting. Run the away. The next moment the Chicken King was wincing all over. Run? Where are you going to run? The foreign land is only so big. Can you run away from the search of the paramount emperor? Do you think the quasi-emperor will really spare us? Our hands are stained with the blood of cultivators from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Sand King held up his own trembling hands in panic. An emperor to be. That's no joke. That's a real powerhouse. An invincible person under the great emperor. Not to mention great emperors. How many years has it been since a quasi-emperor has appeared? They, the Sage Kings, wanted to go further, but they were never allowed to advance an inch. But they knew that in front of the paramount emperor, they were just a little bit bigger than ants. Commonly known as big ants. They are not even comparable to minions. Yes, with hands stained with the blood of the people of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Naturally, they cannot escape the reckoning. But I have been in seclusion and haven't killed anyone from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chicken King exclaimed with a clap of his hands in excitement. Oh, your people. Those chicken brothers are the mainstay of my foreign army. The sheer volume of numbers and the amount of blood stained can be a lot. King Koan said with a cold smile as he looked at the Chicken King. What? Then I'll go back and clean house. Chapter 50, The Coming of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. The Chicken King was furious. He's going back to arrest all the clansmen whose hands are stained with the blood of cultivators from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, sent to the border to atone for their sins. It is up to the people of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to decide whether to stay or kill. King Kun, Sand King, the King of Saints. They had to say it was a great idea. Anyway, starting today, the other land begins to descend into chaos. Susie didn't know all this, and even if she did, she didn't care. He first inflicted a will on Tian Yuan, which was able to last for a period of 500 years. This period is enough to make the 9 heavens and 10 earths worry-free. In 500 years, this will return to its original form. Whether the 9 heavens and 10 earths are dead or alive is also none of his business. He didn't do all this for the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but for the heavenly wasteland only. By the way, this is for you. Suzy suddenly remembered that the broken imperial weapon of the Heavenly Tao Academy was still in his possession, and with a flip of his palm, handing the 2 broken imperial artifacts to Heaven's Desolation, Sky Wasteland, on the other hand, took it very solemnly. It didn't feel much to Suzy, but it meant a lot to Sky Wasteland. This is a tattered imperial weapon left behind by past great emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands who died in battle. Not only to him, but also to the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths had special significance. You will inherit the Heavenly Tao Academy from now on, Suzy said to Sky Wasteland as if no one else was there. As long as your cultivation level is up, you'll naturally be able to find your way to the world where your master is. It's what you call the 4 Cs. Suzy finished only to see him wave one hand and a bronze door blooming with green light appeared in front of everyone. It gave the impression of being very old, and it was not known when it was made. Seeing the appearance of this door, many people instantly caught their breath. From the other end of the door there was aura surging wildly towards them. The richness of the aura shocked everyone. Is that the legendary 4 Cs and 8 wastelands over there? What an amazing aura. Oh my god. I saw a dragon. Aren't dragons extinct? How can there be a dragon? Someone exclaimed in surprise. He saw an earth-colored dragon behind the bronze door. Little Loach, follow this seat from now on. Suzy performed the sleeve of the sleeve with a wave of his hand and put Aotion into his sleeve. Suzy then took a step and disappeared behind the bronze door. The bronze door slowly closed. Surprisingly, he casually collected a dragon. Someone froze with a dull stare. That is one of the 10 ancient ferocious and powerful, with many legends. Only in the 9 heavens and 10 earths can only be seen in ancient books. Greetings, my lord. Snake Taijun lowered her head and shouted with her golden snake-headed cane in hand. Shoo! A ray of light pierced through the void and landed on the Snake Taijun's body. It is? The Snake Taijun was overjoyed that Suzy had granted her a great creation. This was a heavenly skill, named Undying Heavenly Skill, the kind that Crane Wushwang practiced. If she utilizes it well, she could go one step further and become a great saint. In the future, it is not possible to punch the King of Saints, though Suzy didn't say anything about letting them take good care of Sky Wasteland. But what Snake Taijun was thinking in her heart at this moment was that she must protect Tianhuang and not let anything happen to him. Sky Wasteland's gaze was firm. He had to work hard to cultivate and polish his body, striving for an early breakthrough. After taking care of things here, he was going to leave to look for his master. Suzy's got the road all paved for him. If he can't walk well like this, he doesn't deserve to be Suzy's disciple. Moreover, it was believed that no one in the 9 heavens and 10 lands would dare to take a shot at him now. Suzy withdrew his thoughts and looked at prisoner Sky indifferently. Nothing in this world can be hidden from this seat's eyes, and there is no need for you to tell this seat. Suzy didn't intend to let prisoner Sky go just like that. He said that he would let prisoner Sky die slowly in pain and despair, and that he would do what he said. As for Heavenly Wasteland, so many years had passed. If it hadn't been sitting under time, they should all be giants on one side by now. Heavenly Wasteland had his own path to follow, and he wouldn't deliberately set a cultivation path for others. Heavenly Wasteland or Aotion, or the remaining few disciples, recognizing Suzy or not. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize it or not. After all, even Aotion had turned into a sinful dragon. What about the rest of them? Would they turn into sinful sons? Suzy doesn't know, nor do I want to know. After all, if he wanted to know, it was just a matter of visiting the River of Time to find out. It's okay if you get good results, but if they're not as good as you'd hoped, maybe he would just step in and obliterate the other side. It's like slaying the sinful dragon. Suzy, prisoner Sky weakly tried to say something else, but Qingshi directly sealed his mouth with mana. Nor can the soul of God be used. As for those disciples, we'll take a step and see, and if the mood strikes us one day, we'll go and have a look. If you meet a sinner and are in a bad mood, think of it as a cleanup. Suzy thought to herself. Suzy took all the past kings of the Su God dynasty into the great world within his body. His origin can be so strong that for a moment these saints, great saints, the Sage King couldn't recover. They needed to completely digest this strand of origin, and their previous deficit could be made up for. Even the natural talents are changed radically. Meanwhile, the Su God dynasty, today's Sushan dynasty, could be described as lively. How many years has it not been this lively? Oh, they're rushing to their deaths. Sujan sat high on the king's seat, coldly looking at the light in the skywards cold. If he hadn't plowed out Suzy's old ancestor, maybe he would have really panicked this time. But now, Sujan just wanted to stand up and shout, "Hello, take your life." Even if Suzy didn't come back now, he wasn't vain at all, because there were great formations set up by the old Suzy ancestor. There were those that were mainly killing and attacking, and those that were mainly defending. Although I don't know how powerful it is, but I think that under the Sage King Gaga is messy to kill. The big formation was in charge of messy kills, and he was in charge of crunching. Moreover, he had refined a pair of eagle eyes old man's eyeballs with the help of old ancestor Suzy. That thing is a killer. All in all, Su Zhan did not panic in the slightest. Ha ha, the Lin Yuan Holy Land with Lin Yuan's younger generation has come to pay homage to the Su God dynasty. Wild winds howled in the sky and earth, and a huge bronze warship arrived above the Sushan dynasty in the blink of an eye. The warship arrived first before the sound came afterwards, and this warship was not a mortal object, but a saint-grade warship. The space inside was large enough to hold 100 000 people. At the edge of the warship, there were several figures standing with their arms crossed. They were dressed in Lin Yuan Dao robes one by one. They looked down on the imperial capital of the Su God dynasty below. These people's cultivation levels were not bad, with the lowest cultivation level being at the Divine King realm. There were also a few arrogant young men, and disdain and ridicule could be seen in their eyes. Chapter 51, Sacred Sects Come Together. Without exception, these young people were the young talents of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. There was the saint son of Lin Yuan, the saint daughter of Lin Yuan, the candidate saint son, the candidate saint daughter, and so on. Sacred Lord Lin Yuan, your Lin Yuan sacred land has come fast. To the west of the imperial capital a cloud of purple gas drifted towards the imperial capital. It was only when the purple gas arrived that I realized it was a mass of purple clouds, and above the purple cloud are 3 or 2 people on a purple cloud. They sit on the purple cloud to cook tea and discuss. The Tao is not happy. Who am I? It turns out to be the ethereal Saint Lord. The ethereal Saint Lord hasn't seen you for many years but don't come back well. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said with a big smile. Yes, after a goodbye of several thousand years. This time when we meet, you and I will drink 3 big cups later. The ethereal Saint Lord nodded with a smile. The two of you are chatting now? A huge flying auger to the east of the imperial capital flew towards the imperial capital. This flying jiao was about 1,000 feet long, and on its back was a palace that was luxurious to the extreme. Atop the large and hideous head of the flying jiao, a middle-aged man dressed in a black fancy dress spoke. As soon as this person opened his mouth, the Netherworld Saint Lord and the Lin Yuan Saint Lord hurriedly arched their hands. This person was the Holy Lord of the ancient Void Holy Land, Gulang. This person's cultivation level is not only high, but he's also ruthless and cruel. The most important thing was to hear that there were Paragon Emperors still alive in the ancient Void Holy Land. Even the Misty Holy Land and the Lin Yuan Holy Land didn't want to easily mess with this person. The ancient Void Holy Land deserves to be rich and generous, even using a Sage Realm Augur to use as a mount. Even the Lin Yuan Holy Lord was a bit greedy. In the past, they did have the idea of wanting to go to the East China Sea Dragon Clan to catch a dragon to use as a mount. That would be awesome. But since Ao Tian appeared, who dares to go against the Dragon Clan? Especially when Ao Tian unified the 4 seas. The prestige of the Dragon Clan became even louder. Who dares to mess with the Dragon Clan? Although this augur dragon wasn't considered an orthodox dragon race, it was a saint cultivation. Such an existence could even sit on a side of a great power. And now it's being used as a mount. Knowing that mixed blood augur dragons generally find it difficult to cultivate to the saint realm. This augur must have received a great creation to become a sacred augur. Ha ha, little Doyle, a mere scaly dragon. My ancient Void Holy Land is at hand. It's just a small augur, not worth showing off. Ancient Void Holy Land Holy Lord Gulang shook his head seemingly lightly, but the smug look on his face couldn't be hidden at all. Hoo! The sound of breaking air rang out, and a huge golden giant sword came whistling from the distance. Wherever it passed, Jin Gung's sword chi was strewn across the sky, and even the void was shattered by the sword chi, which went on and on. It seemed to be tearing the entire imperial capital apart, but the huge sword eventually stopped. Heavenly Sword Sect Patriarch, Jin 12. This time it wasn't just the Lin Yuan Holy Land or the Netherworld Holy Land. Even everyone in the ancient Void Sacred Land all looked grave. The Heavenly Sword Sect was not something to be messed with for all of them. Every patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect has been in existence against the heavens. Moreover, the number of disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect would never exceed 1,000. These 1,000 people are all good at practicing the sword. People are small in number, but they are high in quality. Like this time, for example, the Heavenly Sword Sect only had one person, Jin 12, taking the 2 of the Heavenly Sword Sect's Sword Son and Sword Woman. In all, 3 people came, whereas the Lin Yuan Holy Land came with thousands of people. A lot of them come for the long view in the theater. After all, the Lin Yuan Holy Land had come with many elders and old ancestors. This time they came prepared. Greetings, Senior Sword 12. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said to Jin 12 with a humble attitude and arched his hand. You guys are busy with yourselves. I'm just bringing my 2 untalented disciples forward to practice. Jin 12 swept a glance at the 3 Holy Lands and waved his hand and said, he knew what these people were here for, but what business was it of his? He had only brought his disciples to cut their cultivation. Such a good platform has been set up. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't have a good competition? Yes, Senior, make yourself at home. Saint Lord Lin Yuan laughed lightly. He knew that this Jin 12 had really come to participate in the Heaven's Pride competition. At that time, they definitely wouldn't join their 3 Holy Lands in turning on the Sushan dynasty. But this Jin 12 doesn't help Sushan Chao. Everything is fine. It would be a big headache if he sided with Sushan Chao. Although it was the Holy Lord Lin Yuan who sent the invitation to the Heavenly Sword Sect, But I didn't expect it to be this old monster who hadn't come out of the world for 1,000 years to come personally. He had thought that it was the second in command of the Heavenly Sword sect that would come, the one with whom he had some sort of friendship. Even if they don't make a move, they won't help each other. Who is it? No airborne air is allowed over the imperial capital of the Sugod dynasty. At this time a voice in the palace rang in everyone's ears. Oh, rules are for the weak. The strong never had to follow the so-called rules. Saint Lord Lin Yuan sneered. This time they're here to pick a fight, not to swim and follow the rules. Go! The huge bronze warships instantly set out at the command of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord, flying slowly in the direction of the imperial capital. Not only did he have to imperil the air, he had to do it slowly. It's still a slap in the face of Su Shenchao. King, should we shoot them down? The palace in the middle of the phantom break-face cold face full of killing intent said. He hadn't realized that not only did these people have to navigate the air, but that they had to move forward slowly. This is a slap in the face of Su Shenchao. From the time he was cured of his roots by Su Zi, his whole being was more and more in awe of Su Shenchao. The Sukan dynasty is not to be violated by others. Calm down. Let them be arrogant for a while. Let them in, and when they come and have a good time with them. By the way, you go and call all those young ones here. There should always be some progress after eating the Sage King's meat, otherwise it would be in vain. Su Zhan directly commanded. Yes, the Phantom Chakra respectfully retreated. This time, not only should we ask all of your most outstanding celestial pride to stay behind, it will also make all of you saints fall. A crazy light filled Su Zhan's eyes. A pang of fear ran through him now. Originally, I just wanted to use the mark to sweep away the spies hidden in the Sushan dynasty. It hadn't occurred to me that it had alarmed a few Holy Land sects. If he hadn't gone to dig up the grave and dug out Su Zi's old ancestor, then this time the Su God dynasty would definitely be finished. Fortunately, he used to like to read the handwritten records left behind by past kings when he was ruling the country, and knew about such secrets as digging graves. Bring them to the drill hall, Su Chop said to the air. Yes. Li Baojun stepped out of the void and headed towards the 4 Holy Land sects. Only a saint could tear through the void. Li Baojun's cultivation had clearly reached the saint realm. Looking at the way he was still unskilled at tearing through space, one could tell that he had only just broken through. Su Zhan didn't treat Li Baojun badly. Half of that eagle-eyed Sage King's heart's blood was distributed to Li Baojun. Li Baojun was originally a fierce general on the battlefield. Under the accumulation of thin hair, he unexpectedly broke through the saint realm in a blur. Even Su Zhan was a bit stunned. After all, he had only reached the saint realm not long ago. Chapter 52, heartbreakingly quiet. But the good thing was that nowadays, the Sugod dynasty already had 2 saints on the surface. Flying is prohibited in the palace, so you'd better come down with this general. Just when the huge warship wanted to fly right into the palace, a gruff voice exploded in everyone's ears. The warship stopped with it. Saints! Standing at the bow of the ship, the Lin Yuan Holy Lord looked at Li Baojun, who had just drilled out of the void crack, his eyes emitting a dangerous light. Go down! Almost the next moment, the Lin Yuan Holy Lord ordered the warship to land. The Sugod dynasty really did have saints, and the Lin Yuan Holy Lord was actually a bit confused for a moment. How many years have their scouts been in the Sushan dynasty? Can't count. But never have I seen a saint from the Sugod dynasty. Now that the saint of the Sugod dynasty had actually appeared, it caused some panic in the heart of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord. The crowd from the Netherworld Holy Land then also slowly fell down and did not engage in any conflict with Li Baojun. Now was not the time to figure out the underpinnings of the Sugod dynasty. This Holy Lord prefers to fly into the palace in the air today. What can you do to me? Gu Lang said with provocation as he sat in the palace behind the dragon. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord, the ethereal Holy Lord all stood to the side with their hands down. They wanted to watch the show. One also wonders what the Sushan dynasty will take in response to Garang's provocation. A recently promoted saint isn't enough. Now that someone was able to go out on a limb and test the waters for them, they were happy to do so. Go, little Zhao, break in for me. Whoever dares to stop give me a tear. Amir Sugod dynasty, do you really think you're a great power? Are you worthy? Garang said as he patted the Jiaolong's head seemingly. Roar! With a roar, the dragon's mouth was laced with the sickening smell of blood as it charged towards Li Baojun. Li Baojun's face did not change at all. He was about to chop down towards the ogre's head with his double axes in hand. Swish! Suddenly a white light appeared in the entire heaven and earth, and everyone's eyes were instantly blinded. They hurriedly released their divine souls to see what was going on, but the white light came and disappeared quickly, without waiting for them to explore. This white light instantly disappeared out of thin air again. Only a faint blade intent was left behind. Everyone was all at a loss. At the same time it made their hair stand on end and they were covered in a cold sweat. What is it? How dare it be able to cover the eyes of a saint? No matter if it's a saint. A great saint. All became blind in that moment. Humph. Will crooked little tricks scare this saint? Kerrang sneered after seeing that he was fine. Su Shinjiao must have been weak-minded and was pretending. But then he felt wrong. Only to see that the augur that was previously bloodthirsty was painfully quiet at the moment. Everyone was then shocked to find that a line slowly appeared on the augur's head. The line spread from its head to the tip of its tail, and then the line turned blood red. It was split in half. How damaging. And it was split vertically. Someone said in horror. Kerrang instantly had goosebumps all over his body. If that strike had landed on his body just now, wouldn't he have been split in half instantly as well? No, definitely not. They don't dare to cross paths with my ancient void holy land. Otherwise they would have just chopped me together. They must have wanted to kill the augur to make an example of me. Killing Jiaolong is still justifiable. But if you kill me, the ancient void sacred ground will be immortal. Or, that strike just now could only have killed the saint with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, and not being able to behead a great saint. That's confusing to the eyes? Gu Lang understood the true meaning of it in an instant. Su Shinjiao categorically did not dare to move him. The next moment ancient void became condescending again. In fact, it wasn't just Gu Lang. Even the Lin Yuan Holy Lord Ethereal Holy Lord thought the same way. Thinking that you can only kill saints, why else would you not behead Garum along with them? Only Jin 12 of the Heavenly Sword sect had a solemn face. The outside world knows that his cultivation is strong, and he is even honored as the Sword King. But no one knew he was the King of Saints. With that strike just now, even he could only vaguely see a heavenly blade chopping down. Humph. When I see Suzhan later I will definitely make him pay for this loss to my ancient void holy land. Gu Lang landed on the ground with the many elder disciples of the ancient void holy land coldly humming. He still chose not to walk through the air, though he's a great saint unafraid. But most of the elders among them who came this time were at the Divine King realm and a few saints. These people were afraid. Cool. Real cool. The old granddaddy deserves to be called the old granddaddy. A large formation that was casually set up is actually able to kill saints at will. I really want to try out the full power. Suzhan sat at the highest position in the martial arts arena, unable to stop the excitement in his heart. Old Ancestor went to the Forbidden Zone. I don't know what happened. Not long ago several terrifying auras erupted from the direction of the Forbidden Zone. I don't know if it was the aura of a great emperor. I don't know if the old ancestor is okay. Suzhan couldn't help but worry as he looked in the direction of the penalty area. Though the old patriarch said that the great one, Trasher, he had only just retracted his gaze when he saw Suzy standing right in front of him. It immediately scared Su Chop into a jolt. He almost flew right out of the ozone layer from the shock. Old ancestor, can you not be so godlike? This will scare people to death. Although Suzhan complained with his mouth but his movements were not slow at all. Hurriedly, he stood up and gestured for Suzy to take a seat. How is it, old ancestor? My ancestors of the Su family, are they still alive? Suzhan's words were a bit hurried, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Suzy. All of the successive kings of the Su God dynasty who were taken captive totaled 208, and all of them are still alive. Don't worry, they're fine. I've placed them in the divine palace. Quickly they'll be able to recover in a moment, Suzy said with a smile as she sat on the throne. It was the first time he had laughed so much since he had awakened. After all, after 10,000 years of slumber, the Sushan dynasty is still here. His father, his brother is still here. And the changing of the years that these people did not sit in the river of time was enough to make Suzy happy. Great. It's really the blessing of the ancestors. No, it's the blessing of Suzy's old ancestor. Suzhan was in tears for a while. The surrounding maids and guards had never seen Suzhan like this before. In their hearts Suzhan was the emperor, full of majesty in every word and action at all times. And who is this young man? How come he's called old ancestor by the king? How did he appear? Originally, some guards were just about to make a move to save the day when they heard the conversation between the two. Instantly and silently, he retracted the steps he had taken. Today is lively. The Su God dynasty also needs a baptism. This is a good opportunity. Suzy nodded as he looked at the group of people walking to the martial arts arena in the distance. This time make sure these people come and go. Suzhan stood next to Suzy full of killing intent. Chapter 53, The Four Great Sacred Ground Sects Surprise. The Su God dynasty has been laying low for many years, and this time it's going to give the world a big surprise. Suzhan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Sushin Chao is in your hands now. It's fine for you to make decisions on these matters. It's unlikely that I'll always be in the Sushin dynasty. After so many years, I want to visit the fairy world too. Suzy lazily reclined on the seat, looking up at the sky with her eyes slightly narrowed. In the end, though, Suzy was old enough that her consciousness was still stuck at a few hundred years old. Ideologically, he's still just a young man, too. He also wanted to go to the immortal world to have a look at the so-called Su family. Old ancestor, are you leaving? Suzhan was filled with dismay. It was important to realize that the reason why the Su God dynasty had risen to prominence was entirely because of Su Zi. It was also Su Zi who brought back the successive kings of the Sushan dynasty. All dynasties go through a boom and a bust, and now that the successive kings of the Sushan dynasty have returned, it can be said to have reached its heyday. But in the future, if the successor of the Su God dynasty is not worthy of his virtue, or they may be ferocious and tyrannical in nature, all of which may signal the decline of a dynasty. Besides, I can't always manage. When it does come to that, I'll just watch it go to ruin. Suzi's words were briskly seeming to be about a rare and ordinary thing. However, it was like a bolt from the blue in Suzhan's ears. He understood Su Zi's meaning. If the future successor of the Sushan dynasty's virtue was not worthy of the position, even if it was overthrown, Su Zi wouldn't care anymore. On the contrary, if his virtues are worthy of his position, then even if Su Zi and the others weren't in the 4 seas and 8 deserts, the Su God dynasty would be able to continue. Subsequent Scion Suzhan. I've been taught. Suzhan bent 90 degrees to Su Zi and said seriously. Not far away, the 4 Holy Land sects were currently walking towards the martial arts arena on foot under the leadership of Li Baojun. Li Baojun was leading the way in front of him, when he suddenly realized that the crowd behind him hadn't even followed. Thinking they were up to something again, he waited until he frowned and looked behind him. All of these people were staring blankly in the direction of the martial arts arena. Although the distance was still far away, all of them were cultivators with naturally good eyesight. What did they see? Suzhan, who was wearing a bright yellow emperor's robe, was bending down and saluting at this moment. Then who was the young man sitting in the seat where Suzhan should have been sitting? The king of a divine dynasty was actually bending down to a young man and looked respectful. Are they seeing ghosts in the middle of the day? Everyone's heart felt a little bad. Did you not read the calendar today? First, a knife flew inexplicably and decapitated the augur dragon. And now such a bizarre scene? This Sushan dynasty is really evil. Especially the Holy Lord of Lin Yuan, the Holy Lord of Ancient Void, the ethereal Saint Lord trio. For a moment they only felt their steps were so heavy. At this moment they actually gave birth to the absurd feeling of a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Yo, all of you are here uninvited. Do you want to compete and break bread with my Su God dynasty? Suzhan saw that the words of the 4 Holy Land sects were frivolous. We have met the So Divine Dynasty monarch. The doubts within them now were so heavy that they didn't dare to turn their backs on the Sushan dynasty for the time being. It can only be lowered. What I saw today was unbelievable. We naturally want to befriend the Su God dynasty, which has existed for a long time and has a deep heritage. It's natural that we won't cross paths, the Lin Yuan Holy Lord said with a smile, only the smile more or less forced. I came here to find trouble with Sushan Chao, but now it's good. Surprisingly, they couldn't see through Sushan Chao's bottom anymore. You call coming here uninvited a desire to befriend my Su God dynasty? Fine. I'll give you face today. Today, both the younger and older generations can challenge, both to divide the highs and lows, as well as to end life and death. Suzhan revealed a smile. Only this smile was like a demon in the eyes of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord and the others. A chill arose in the bottom of their hearts. What is Suzhan trying to do? To leave them all in the Su God dynasty? The Su God dynasty actually had such a depth and strength? You know, they're a top Holy Land clan. How strong is the Su God dynasty to dare to go to war with the 4 Holy Land sects? They don't believe it. In that case, I, Lin Yuan Holy Land, will take it. Ji Wuhan, the Grand Elder of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, stood out with a smile if nothing else and said, he had just seen his own Lin Yuan Sacred Lord frantically winking at him. He thought that his own Holy Lord had asked him to agree, so he directly stepped forward at that moment. The moment these words came out, the face of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord changed. I-ing let you don't agree. Can't you see that today's Sushan Chao has a billion points out of place? Even Su Chop is at the Saint Realm. Lin Yuan roared wildly in his mind. Usually this Grand Elder Ji Wuhan was quite smart. Why was he so stupid today? The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said that he couldn't figure it out. How did he know that Ji Wuhan had been salivating over Sushan Chao for a long time? A power that has the title of a divine dynasty but not the strength of a divine dynasty. The cultivation resources inside were bound to be eye-catching. Ji Wuhan had been on his mind for a long time, although the previous scene had scared him as well. But what was he afraid of if his own Holy Lord wasn't afraid? Good. So very good. Suzhan laughed out loud. Gentlemen, please take your seats. Suzhan instructed the guards to move one wooden stool to the martial arts arena, signaling the crowd to take their seats. Everyone's eyelids fluttered wildly. Can you please do the whole thing even for this? What the hell is a one-horned wooden stool? No, even if you sit on a wooden stool, how come it's still a mutilated wooden stool with only 1 foot? Suzhan's actions caused the 4 great Holy Land sects to become even more flustered. What are you doing? Did you throw yourself into the net today or what? You're not even acting anymore. Unbridled. Su Chop. How dare you make me plus the Holy Lord sit in such a chair? This is an insult to my Holy Lord's ass. Ji Woohan saw the one-legged wooden stool and instantly became furious, pointing at Su Zhan and opening his mouth to rebuke. On your knees. Li Brejan coldly grunted. The power of the saint landed on Ji Woohan's body. Ji Woohan's face changed drastically, and his entire body instantly fell to his knees, as he was suppressed to death by the sage's mighty pressure. It was hard to even move a finger. Dare to disrespect the king. What are you? Li Brejan looked at Ji Woohan with a face full of killing intent. Holy Lord, help me. Ji Woohan's face was pale. He was only at the peak cultivation level of a god king, and now he was being suppressed by a saint. The body felt like it was going to explode from the pressure. Well, at least he's an elder of my Lin Yuan Holy Land, so a little punishment will do. There's no need to rush the whole thing, is there? Lin Yuan looked at Li Baojun with an ugly face and asked. In the Sushan dynasty we must act in accordance with the Sushan dynasty's system, and in the previous matter of the imperial capital imperial heir, the Su God dynasty, don't care, but now you and the others are going to stomp on your noses? Li Baojun drank without retreating in the slightest. Oof. Since when did the life and death of my Lin Yuan Holy Land's elders need to be determined by some Su God dynasty? Chapter 54. I admit I just spoke a little too loudly. Just then, an old man walked slowly in the void. The pressure on Ji Woohan's body dissipated just as his words fell. Greetings to the Grand Supreme Elder. The crowd of the Lin Yuan Holy Land immediately got up and respectfully bent down to salute. You, the Holy Lord, really don't have a bit of courage left, and you don't dare to let out a fart even when your own family is being bullied? The old man ignored Li Baojun and the others, as if he was educating the Lin Yuan Sacred Lord as if no one else was around. The Grand Taishan Elder is right, the Lin Yuan Holy Lord said in a hurry. And you guys, you're that afraid of death at your age? Watching others bully those from the Lin Yuan Holy Land? The Lin Yuan Grand Taishan pointed at the several old things in the Lin Yuan camp and chopped his head off. The crowd rushed to say yes. I didn't realize that even you, an old ghost, had come out of the mountain. Lin Yuan Grand Taishan Lin Fei looked at Jian 12 and said, I didn't think that you, the old undead, hadn't died yet. Jian 12 said indifferently with an expressionless face, do you all think that there is no one in my Su God dynasty? You're chatting like no one else is here? Suzy asked curiously as she stretched. The heavens are vast. I can chat wherever I want. What? Su Shinchao has a problem with that? Just like the Su God dynasty, I can come and go as I please. Lin Fei said as he looked at Suzy with disdain. Gee, and you want to go wherever you want? So awesome. Why don't you go to the Forbidden Zone and talk to the Lord of the Forbidden Zone? Su Zhan smacked his lips in disdain and asked. Lin Fei was momentarily stumped for words that he absolutely could not say. The Forbidden Zone is also something you would never dare to enter. Little doll, beware that trouble comes out of the mouth. Lin Fei said with a sense of humor. Old ancestor, he's just too much to whip. Whip him to death. Su Zhan stood on the sidelines and jumped in excitement. In his opinion, Lin Fei already had a way to take his death. Old ancestor? Everyone's face changed, and all of them looked at Su Zi. Su Zi was actually the old ancestor of the Sushan dynasty? Earlier they had been speculating about who Su Zi really was, being able to make Su Chop stand obediently on the sidelines. Now everything is clear. That is the old ancestor of the Su God dynasty. Usually those with the word Laozu are not simple. Dare I ask you which dynasty of the Sushan dynasty you are the monarch of? Having been somewhat rude earlier, I admit that I spoke a bit too loudly just now. I hope your excellency will bear with me. When people get old, they just like to brag and pretend. Lin Fei immediately solemnly arched his hand towards Su Zi and said seriously, what's the point of asking blindly when you don't know even if you tell me? Su Zhan drank with a condescending face. Profi was holding back a bit, but at this time he didn't dare to lash out, because he was appalled to realize that this young man he couldn't even see through. Maybe he was just a mortal. Maybe he was far beyond his own cultivation. Profer picked the second one. Of course, after all, who the hell would allow a mortal to sit on it? Forget it, let's start the competition. They'll stay for now. There'll be a lot of people with itchy hands later. The moment these words came out, the people from the 4 Holy Land sects were shocked again. How many times have they been surprised today? Forget it, I'm too lazy to count. Anyway, they were shocked by Su Zi's words. Could it be that there were still old monsters reviving in all of the Su God dynasty? The itchy hands Su Zi was talking about were definitely not the younger generation of the Su God dynasty. They naturally still knew something about what the younger generation of the Su God dynasty was like. Apart from the younger generation, then the only ones left would be the old undead of the Sushan dynasty throughout the generations. The thought that there were even old undead being revived in the Su God dynasty, they then just felt chills going straight to the sky. Did Su Shinchao really intend to wipe them all out? Did the Sushan dynasty really dare to go to war against the four great sacred land sects? Everyone's heart is not in it right now. It was only the young disciples under their door who each had a face with a leap of faith, wanting to fight the younger generation of the Sushan dynasty. They wanted to use the younger generation of the Sushan dynasty as a whetstone, as a pedal. Begin, Suzy said with a wave of her hand. Yes, old ancestor. Sujan waved his hand, and all of a sudden, the young talents of the Su God dynasty appeared. Not bad, average. Suzy nodded. The person with the strongest cultivation before he left was Su Kan, with a cultivation of the Void Dao realm. Age 800 years. Realm division, martial apprentice, martial artist, samurai, martial master, grand martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial Zun, Zun Shur, Void Dao, Janai, transported one, supreme, celestial god, divine king, divine emperor, saints, great saints, saint king, quasi-emperors, great emperors, true immortals, red dust immortals, immortal kings, immortal emperors. Putting it outside was genius. Putting it in the Sushan dynasty was a better natural talent. His disciple, Heavenly Wasteland, was already in the Divine King realm at less than 500 years old, and it's about to break through to God Emperor. A comparison of talents shows which is stronger or weaker. Moreover, after returning to the Four Seas and Eight Wastelands back then, Suzy had traveled to many famous mountains and rivers. Several disciples were accepted, and their talents were all superb. Almost 500 years ago, he was already at the God Emperor cultivation level. If he hadn't appeared, there really would have been a break in the Sushan dynasty. The strong ones are not strong enough. The weak ones, weak enough, and at this rate, the Sushan dynasty itself will slowly be overthrown. Now that their cultivation had skyrocketed after taking the blood and flesh of the Sage King instead, the current Su Kan's cultivation level was the Supreme Realm. What made Suzy a little bit surprised was that little guy with the Emperor vein in the Su family lineage. He was actually hiding his cultivation, knowing that he wasn't as powerful as Su Kan when Suzy watched before. Now it was even higher than even Su Kan's realm. He's not very old and has pretty solid roots. Suzy nodded. Having this kid in the Sushan dynasty could renew his life for hundreds of thousands of years. But Suzy had no intention of accepting disciples anymore. He was going to enjoy life for the next endless years. Maybe he'll take disciples again, but not now. At least he'd have to know how many sinners he had now before making a decision. After so many years of not seeing each other, perhaps some had forgotten that they had a master. It's been 10,000 years now. Compared to the few short decades he taught, it was negligible. And it's normal to forget. Suzy pressed on without any hope. That's Su Kan, the number one powerhouse of the younger generation of the Su God dynasty? As soon as the younger generation of the Su God dynasty appeared, someone looked at the leader and asked suspiciously. They do wonder. Over the years, all the major Holy Land sects have had heirs walking around outside, leaving behind a notable reputation. Only the Sushan dynasty didn't. Not a single one. In the end, there were still some good people who had inquired about the younger generation of the Su God dynasty. The strongest person in the younger generation of the Su God dynasty was Su Kan. Void Dao realm. The Void Dao realm is truly a laughingstock. Surprisingly, there was not a single one in the Sushan dynasty that could hold up the facade, and the weakest cultivation of the heirs of the major powers were all in the Recluse One realm, or even the Supreme realm. But now these people couldn't laugh because they felt the fluctuations that arose from Su Kan's body. It was clearly the Supreme realm. Moreover, the younger generation of the Su God dynasty behind him all had notable cultivation fluctuations on their bodies. Chapter 55, Arrogant Su Chan. The young talents of the four great Holy Land sects all looked solemn. They really didn't expect Su Shinsha to hide so deeply. Didn't they say that the highest cultivators were only at the Void Dao realm? The waves of supreme aura on Su Kan's body couldn't be completely concealed. This was because Su Kan had only just broken through the Supreme realm and was not yet able to control the meticulousness. Su Fan in the middle of the crowd was just like an ordinary person standing in the crowd without any sense of existence. It's like a little transparency. At this moment, Su Kan could be described as a dignified person. His entire aura was very strong, and he looked out in all directions. His eyes squinted at the young talents of the four Holy Land sects. Su Kan pays his respects to the king. Su Kan slowly walked to Su Zhan's front and bent slightly. His tone of voice couldn't be described as respectful. In the Sushan dynasty, as long as one is of the first bloodline, one is qualified to inherit the throne of the future monarch. Su Chan thought he had come out on top among all the first families. He was the strongest amongst the Su family's direct lineage before his cultivation was raised. And now that he had crossed 2 realms in a row, he was naturally spirited. The throne of the future Sushan dynasty monarch would not be his. Asshole, can't your eyes see that the old ancestor of my Su family is here? How can you worship me first? Su Zhan's face darkened as he directly rebuked. This Su Chan is getting more and more asshole. Even if he can't pay respect to the king, he can't pay respect to the king, he can't pay respect to the king. How dare he automatically ignore Suzy? What's going on in his head? Su Can has met the old ancestor. After Su Can's face carried a slight surprise, he also slightly bent down to salute. We, the old ancestor, meet the king. Compared to Su Can's behavior, the others were undoubtedly very respectful and reverent. Get up, all of you. Pick yourselves, choose yourselves. Now is the time to sharpen your. In a battle of the same realm, no one is allowed to intervene in the battlefield. The winner lives and the loser dies. Suzy directly announced the rules. The moment these words fell, all of the younger generation of the Su God dynasty were in an uproar. They're all flowers in a greenhouse. They've never really been out in blood and fire, not having been through the ringer. Now they're even told to spar. This caused many of the younger generations of the Su God dynasty to turn pale. I was so excited that I thought I would make a great name for myself today. Now a little trepidation and uneasiness arose in their hearts. These people are all the proud sons and daughters of the Holy Land sect. The other side would certainly not hesitate to kill them if they lost. Suzy, of course, saw the scene. But he was not soft-hearted, a strong man who did not improve himself in battle. That's a vase. Which of the other most powerful people in history besides him? Suzy, didn't walk across mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Which hands are not stained with blood? Of course, Suzy hadn't experienced bloody battles before Paragon. Only that he was the one who fought. The others are just blood. Old ancestor, is this too cruel? None of them have experienced real killing. Su Chan frowned and opened his mouth towards Suzy. Is it because of them, or because of yourself? Suzy spared a question. Naturally, it's because of them. I am the strongest person of the younger generation of the Su family of the Su God dynasty. Why would I be afraid of that? Su Can spoke with great righteousness, completely for the sake of the others. Is it cruel for you to say? Suzy asked, pointing at Su Fan in the middle of the crowd. Su Fan froze. He didn't expect old ancestor Suzy to point at him and ask. No, strong men are never flowers in a greenhouse. They come out of war. Talent is important, but the experience of blood and fire is also inevitable. Our generation of cultivators should fight with the sky, fight with the ground, and fight with people. Although Su Fan didn't know why Suzy asked himself, but still, he said what he had in mind. Would you like to refute that? Suzy nodded and looked at Su Chan again and asked. Su Chan was momentarily speechless. He then looked at Su Fan without a trace, and the gloom in his eyes flickered. It's this Su Fan again. It's him again. How did he dare to go against me? I should have known I should have gotten rid of him when I first arrived. Su Chan growled madly in his mind. With this move, he not only wanted to undo the life and death situation Suzy had described, he also had to make all the Su family's children thank him, paving the way for his future path as a king. And he really didn't want a life and death battle. If he won it would be fine. If he lost, it would be over. Then again, the four great Holy Land sects could all have heavenly god realms and supreme realms among them alright. Suzy shook his head. He naturally saw Su Can's expression. It would have been a great change in the heavens and the earth. And at the end of the age of the end, the whole four seas and the 8 wastelands were the same. Not at all comparable to his time. Now 1,000 years ago. To be able to reach the supreme realm was already a peerless heavenly pride among the billions. Those who could reach the heavenly god realm were even more rare. You know that in Suzy's time even the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the lower world, all of them appeared with dozens of existences that had reached the heavenly god realm before the age of 500. Now that the heavens and earth had just begun to recover, the Su God dynasty had even given birth to only one demon. Su Fan, it's really going downhill. Beware of the wind that flashes your tongue. Brother Fan is so incredulous. Then let Brother Van pick first. Su Chan said to Su Fan in a conspiratorial manner. Then I am flattered. Su Fan's face was calm, seemingly not caring about Su Can's words. Su Chan then made a move that no one expected, including Suzy. Su Can, a direct descendant of the Su God dynasty, requests that old ancestor accept Su Can as his disciple. Su Chan knelt on one knee and said loudly as he arched his hand towards Suzy. Everyone froze. What is this charter? Someone cluelessly asked. Clueless fruit on a clueless tree. Clueless tree for you and me. How would I know? If you ask me? There was a rebuttal. It's really life. A big gut. This seat doesn't want to accept disciples for the time being. Start. Suzy usually referred to himself as I only in front of his own people, so it was evident that he was now a little displeased. Su Chan. This person has such a bad heart that he doesn't even know his own surname when he has some strength. Can't even do the most basic of courtesies. Do you really think he rose to the top by his own efforts? If Suzy hadn't decapitated that eagle-eyed Saint King, would they have been able to have Saint King meat to eat? Eating the meat of a sage king is a luxury. When he has some strength, He starts to expand and has no regard for his elders. If he becomes a king in the future, it's the king who destroyed the country. Old ancestor. In the future, when I become the king of the Sushin dynasty, I will definitely open up the territory, carry my Su God dynasty forward, and the domain will be honored together. Instead of backing down because of Su Zi's refusal, Su Chan began to show his cards. He's pretty much the next king of Chingachgook. He has the highest cultivation level among his peers, and he's a direct descendant of the Su family. Who else but he could succeed the king? It's the Su family's ancestral motto that those who have the ability to do so will be the ones to do it. Dang it, asshole, I'm not dead yet. Su Zhan's face reddened with anger. Chapter 56, Li Family Bloodline Curse. He had never seen anyone so brazen. He's still very young, and he's still early to abdicate. Now Su Chan is even thinking about the throne of the king? This guy really doesn't have a brain. Or has he become lawless to this extent? Oh, are you really sure that you are the future king of the Su God dynasty? Suzy asked with an expressionless face. That's natural. Who else but me? Su Chan rose proudly to stare at the 8 directions. He has that confidence. His mother's clan was a great clan of the Su God dynasty, and although he was not a direct descendant of Su Chop, but at least it is the first bloodline of the Su family. He is the strongest cultivator of the younger generation, and according to the ancestral training he is the future successor. Good. Su Zhan, listen to my order. Su Zi directly drank at Su Zhan. Old ancestor, Su Zhan is at your service. Su Zhan instantly fell to his knees just as loudly. The monarch actually knelt down? What kind of status is a monarch? Even the old ancestors don't have to be like this, do they? The younger generation of the Su family was truly stunned. No matter what kind of power it was, there was no one who said that the head of the power knelt down to the old ancestor. How high this old ancestor's status must be. Effective immediately, the ancestral training is abolished. What does it mean that the one with the highest cultivation level succeeds the king? Bad character. There are cultivators who are also kings of destruction. Now holes like this can become future kings? And so confident. I can't wait to slap him for counting begs. Su Zi pointed at Su Chan and cursed. Su Chan is a pig brain. How can this kind of person be a king? He hadn't wanted to care before today, but now that the problem was out there, it needed to be fixed. What king with a bubble in his head came up with this ancestral rule? Tell me this. If he were still alive, I'd have to hang and whip him. The more Su Zi said, the more angry he became. It really was a miracle that Su Shinchao was able to come this far. Then you don't need to look for him. He certainly wasn't taken captive and has long since sat down. Su Chop said with certainty. Su Kan on the side had long since lost his eyes and stood in place at a bit of a loss. He hadn't expected that Suzy would shatter his dream of being a king with a single sentence. He was the future king. That was pretty much the consensus of everyone. Now that the dream had been shattered, Su Kan's entire body had gone a little crazy. Ha ha, who do you think you are? How dare you revoke the former king's posthumous edict? Do you really think you're somebody? Do you know who my mother's clan is? The Imperial Li clan. Do you know Li Baojun? That's my great-uncle. Kiss my great-uncle. If it weren't for my Empyrean Li clan, who has been fighting in the outside world, and who has made great achievements for the Sushin dynasty? Can the Sushin dynasty be peaceful for so long? And do you know how long I, Li, have existed? Almost as long as the Sushin dynasty has existed. And you say you'll abolish it? Have you asked Li? Have you asked my father? Su Chan laughed wildly to the sky at this time, tears coming out of his eyes as he laughed. He laughed at Suzy for being so ignorant. The Li family of the imperial capital was a war god family, and was considered the defining pin of the Sushin dynasty. How did he grow up alive? You are given one incense stick to put him right. Suzy was a bit speechless. The war god Li family? He knew it. A very loyal family. It's been around since his day. So many years of dedicated loyalty. It was important to know that in his time, the war god of the Li family, the war god of the war god family, was actually a woman. This woman's name was Li Linglong, and her reputation had resounded through the divine dynasty since the first time she went to war on her father's behalf. She even slaughtered 10 million people in the city with her own strength, and was a well-deserved female god of killing in that era, also one of Suzy's admirers. Only at that time, Suzy was not very old and did not have the idea of wanting a Taoist couple. After all these years, I'm sure that the valiant female slayer from back then has long since entered the wheel of reincarnation. Li Baojun, get your ass over here, and Su Do guide you too. Su Zhan directly transmitted his voice, and his words were filled with monstrous grievances. It was the first time he'd seen old ancestor Suzy get angry, and this time he wouldn't give an explanation. He's hard on himself. Not too long after, Li Baojun and Su Do guide all came to the martial arts field. After learning the cause and effect of the matter, Li Baojun was furious. Asshole, from today onwards, my Li family will have nothing to do with you anymore. If my sister doesn't agree, she gets the hell out of the Li family too. Li Baojun was fuming on the spot. None of their own offspring dared to go out and talk about the Li family as a war god family. How dare you, a foreign relative, use the Li family to pressure the king and the old ancestors of the Su clan? This is a dog's brain. Can be called the old ancestor of that is not the cultivation of the world to cry God? I implore the old ancestor to spare his life for the sake of him being a descendant of my Su clan. Su Dugide let out a deep sigh and slowly knelt down. He was originally an idle prince and didn't want to get involved in these disputes, but his own son is more ambitious than the sky, and his abilities don't match his ambitions. That's what created this. Yes, he can pick a person of the same realm to compete with, and if he wins he can live. If he loses he dies. Su Zhan nodded. Su Dugide still wanted to say something, but seeing Su Zhan's icy cold face eventually swallowed. Although he was Su Zhan's own brother, he also knew Su Zhan's character. I don't mean to say that you've looked at me no less than a dozen times since you came here, and that you've wanted to talk and… What the hell are you trying to say? Su Zi turned his head to look at Li Baojun and asked with a frown. My servant should be damned for offending you. My servant just wanted to make sure that the… Are you or are you not the old Su Zi ancestor? Li Brejan immediately fell to his knees and said in panic. What? Su Zi? Su Zi? Su Zi? Saint ruler Su Zi? The second generation monarch of the Su God dynasty? But the saint ruler Su Zi who amazed an era back then? It's said that all of Su Zi's defeated men became great emperors back then. There are also people who say that those who can be Su Zi's opponents will definitely be able to become emperors in the future. But those who can be regarded as Su Zi's opponents, there are almost none. He is the holy monarch Su Zi, the one who has left a strong color in the ancient books of. He is also the youngest sage king in history, and no one has been able to match him throughout the ages. Even now, there are still people singing about him. Didn't they say he's dead? Bah! Did he sit down to pass through the great emperor's calamity? This is a really spicy pill. We kicked a titanium steel plate. After the 4 great Holy Land sects learned of Su Zi's name, all of those holy lord elders changed their faces. After living for so long, what cultivation level would Su Zi be at? Still in the Sage King realm? It's almost impossible that. Great Emperor? Heavenly Emperor? I don't know. Anyway, the minimum has to be a great emperor. What? Someone else is impersonating me? Su Zi asked jokingly to Li Baojun. Naturally, I wouldn't dare. It's just that my Li family's old ancestor once set an ancestral motto, and it said a bloodline curse that the people of the Li family have been loyal to the Su God dynasty this entire life, and if they have any second thoughts, their Tao will be broken. Chapter 57, Su Zi, don't I look better than cultivation? This spell is planted in the bloodline. Although Su Chan has the bloodline of the Li family, but even more so, there is the bloodline of the Su family, so it's useless to him. Li Baojun spilled the beans on this hidden matter. Su Zi instantly pulled Li Baojun to his side with a wave of one hand. The palm of his hand was then placed on the side of his head. It is indeed a curse that lasts for generations to come and will not go away. As soon as Su Zi got his hands on him, he felt the power of the curse that flowed through the bloodline in Li Baojun's body. Are you asking me to help your Li family get rid of the power of the curse within this body? Su Zi asked curiously. If that was the case, he could take a shot. After all, the Li family had also served the Su Shan dynasty for so many years. No. Li Baojun hurriedly shook his head. It's not just because of the curse that my Li family will never say anything to the Su God dynasty. Rather, successive kings have treated my Li family as their hand and foot. So how can my Li family be that ungrateful generation? Li Baojun's words were powerful, not hypocritical and pretentious. It is precisely because your Li family is loyal to my Su Shan dynasty that I'm giving you a chance to. Give your Li family descendants a chance to soar. Su Zi said with a smile. No need. After something like Su can happen today, it's better for my Li family to have a bloodline curse. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Baojun directly said. At the same time, he understood what Su Zi meant by that. Sage King meat is a great tonic for the descendants of the Li family, capable of polishing their flesh. It made their flesh more crystalline, and it made their foundation even stronger. A solid foundation for the future. Li Baojun thanks you. Li Baojun fell to his knees and shouted. You see, I'm more than this, right? Su Zi looked at Li Baojun's evasive gaze and asked again. Yes, and one more thing. Li Baojun clenched his teeth. His face reddened, as if it was somewhat difficult to speak. Speak boldly. Su Zi's words were like a shot in the arm for Li Baojun. It gave Li Baojun the guts to say it in an instant. Yes, it's a saying passed down from our old ancestor Li Linglong. Li Baojun's face was red and the veins on his neck were bulging. The old ancestor said that if anyone in a later life ever saw Su Zi again, to tell him one thing. The words were, Su Zi, I know you're not dead. Su Zi, don't I look better than practicing? When Li Baojun finished speaking, his entire body nearly deflated. The words of the old patriarchs letting the band remain shameful after all these years. And it's a top secret phrase that must be memorized by every head of the family. It is also one of the most important conditions for the ceremony of handing over the head of the family. Quiet. It's eerily quiet. Put. Ha ha. I'm sorry, old ancestor. I didn't mean to. I couldn't help it. Ah ha ha ha. Sujan was the first to break the awkward atmosphere. He couldn't help it as his stomach hurt from laughing. Suzy showed a rare awkwardness. The stunningly beautiful face that was breathtakingly beautiful in her country came to mind. I can tell you good news, and bad news. Which do you want to hear? Suzy thought for a moment and said to Li Baojun. Then let's hear the good news first. Li Baojun's expression suddenly became serious. He was sure Suzy wouldn't say this for no reason. The good news is that your old ancestor Li Linglong is still alive and her cultivation is not bad, Suzy said with a smile. What? Li Baojun instantly stood up in excitement and looked at Suzy incredulously. Are you telling the truth? My Li clan's old ancestor Li Linglong is really still alive? Li Baojun was trembling with excitement. But if it was alive, why did it never come back? Is it that old ancestor has already forgotten about our Li family? Li Baojun looked downcast. Since the old ancestor was still alive, how high should her cultivation be? At the very least, they all had to be at a cultivation level like Suzy's. After all, it was recorded in their Li family genealogy that Li Linglong's talent spanned the 4 seas and the 8 wildernesses. If it's such a high level of cultivation, why don't you come back for a visit? Could it be that the old ancestor is trapped in a certain forbidden place? If that's the case, even if we pour out the strength of our clan, our Li family will definitely save him, Li Brejan said firmly as he thought of a certain possibility. There's no need to think much. She's not even in this realm right now. Suzy saw that Li Baojun looked downcast and shook his head, saying, not in this realm? Then where can it be? Li Brejan looked confused. To them, the whole of the 4 seas is just too big. It was so big that a cultivator like them might not be able to finish it in an exhaustive lifetime. As for the upper world, then only the major powers standing at the top of the pyramid know something. Not in this realm? Could it be the immortal realm? The faces of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord and the other great lords of power instantly turned horrified. How could a small Sushan dynasty have become so hidden and talented? It used to be thought of as hand-holding and random. Now, it seems that the ancestor of a tiny family in the imperial capital of the Sushan dynasty isn't even simple. None of that was in existence they could afford to mess with. They really had a brain fart before they dared to join forces to find trouble with Su Shinzhao. We can only take one step at a time now. This is the reason why the power of the bloodline does not diminish in your bloodline. The stronger Li Linglong's cultivation is, the more the power of the forehead curse in her bloodline will flourish. Of course, there are benefits, too. When you reach the sage realm, there will be some bloodline talent awakened in the body. This is also considered an unexpected gain. You should have awakened your bloodline power by now, right? Su Zi had felt the inheritance in his bloodline at first, hence the question. Li Linglong's cultivation was absolutely terrifyingly high. Otherwise it would be impossible for the curse planted to be passed down from generation to generation. A long time ago it is logical that any curse should have worn off, but the Li families didn't, and instead the power of the curse became even more entrenched. This means that the person who planted the curse has not sat down and is still in the world. As long as one didn't surpass that person in cultivation, this curse could not be lifted for the rest of one's life. When I first broke through, I felt a monstrous baleful aura come crashing down on me. The smell of blood was so strong that I instantly realized the true meaning of killing from it. Capable of having unimaginable prowess on the battlefield, Li Brejan said truthfully after thinking about it. Well, not bad. Li Linglong was known as a female devil slaughtering 10 million cultivators in the city back then. It is precisely the killing of the one. In the future, most of your Li family's bloodline awakenings will be in the way of killing, using killing to prove the way. But need to know that if you want to become an emperor you can only come out of your own way. Suzy cautioned seriously. In his opinion Li Baojun, who could comprehend the true meaning of killing upon becoming a saint, had every chance of becoming an emperor in the future. But perhaps his gifted greatness will be the end of the line. And it was only because he had eaten the meat of the Sage King that he had this chance to impact the saints. Only then could one comprehend the true meaning of killing and possess the qualifications for the imperial way. Chapter 58, Battle for Life and Death. For the sake of Li Linglong, Su Zi directly transmitted a strand of the true Tao of killing among the 3,000 great Tao to Li Baojun. This strand of the great Tao was enough for Li Baojun to go far, far away. As for Su Shinchao, Su Zi wasn't worried at all. By the time they became saints they would naturally be able to open the fragment of the mountain of the ancient gods within their bloodline. The talent will grow exponentially in time. Su Fan, you pick first. Same level of cultivation realm. Suzy took a direct roll call. After Su Zi's words, Su Kan was even more pale. Originally, He'd wanted to pick someone a level below his realm and win the tournament. It's not shameful, but it's the best chance to save your life. Now that Su Zi was directly asking for a battle at the same realm, he had a chance of winning, but it was too dangerous. One slip up is death. Yes, Su Fan said respectfully. His gaze then looked towards the people in the same realm as him in the Lin Yuan Holy Land. Old ancestor Su Zi said he wanted to fight in the same realm. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to hide his cultivation anymore. I choose Lin Yuan Holy Son Lin Jun. Su Fan's voice was not loud, but it shook these younger generations deaf and blind. What kind of person is Lin Jun? That's a supreme pride that rarely comes out in 10,000 years. It's also the holy son of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. Once ranked in the top 3 of the emperor rankings, its cultivation even reached the peak of the supreme realm hundreds of years ago. I'm sure that after so many years have passed, it's likely that his cultivation has already reached the heavenly god realm. How dare an unknown person from the Sushan dynasty dare to directly challenge the progenitor? What is this if not a death wish? There were also whispered taunts. A purple-robed youth in the middle of the Lin Yuan Holy Land had an ugly face. He was the progenitor, or the holy son, and the future successor of the progenitor Holy Land, as well. But now not only him, but the entire Lin Yuan Holy Land is in crisis. It would be difficult for them to leave the Su God dynasty alive today. So, an unnamed minion dares to provoke him? He didn't know. Should he kill, or stay? If he kills him, he is afraid that what old ancestor will kill him in a fit of rage. If you don't kill it, only one person can come down from the ring, and the other will die. So Rinjin was torn and scornful. This time this seat grants you permission. If you win, you may leave the Lin Yuan Holy Land unharmed. Su Zi spoke directly to shatter Lin Jun's scruples. The divine light in progenitor's eyes skyrocketed as he sniffed. His dark hair fell over his shoulders, his eyes regal, and he couldn't wait. Boom! Lin Jun stood in the ring with a single stride, his cultivation exploding without reservation. Sure enough, it's the Divine King realm. There will definitely be a place for progenitor in the future world. Someone marveled. Such a young god king is rare even among the major powers. Isn't that so? I reckon it's because the old ancestor of the Su God dynasty is still a bit wary of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. That's why they got a little man with no name to give them a leg up. Someone's old god is analyzing it. When these words came out, even everyone from the Lin Yuan Holy Land felt that it made sense. It must be that Su Zi was jealous of their Holy Land's imperial weapon. Well, that must be it. But in the next instant they overthrew all this imagery. This was because the cultivation level that erupted from Su Fan, who stood up on the stage, was clearly also at the heavenly god realm. What? How come? The Su God dynasty actually has a demon of the heavenly god realm? Viewing the age of his bones, this person is only about 300 years old. Hiss, demon. The Su God dynasty is hiding too deep, and he's 600 years younger than progenitor Ah. When he reaches progenitor's age, how powerful should his cultivation be? Someone sucked in a cold breath. How ridiculous was what they said earlier. Would Su Zi be jealous of an imperial weapon from a holy land? This is how people have known Su Fan's cultivation realm for a long time. The 4 great Holy Land sect senior officers' faces were very unsightly, because even they didn't see Su Fan's realm. This brat must have a cultivation concealing type of magic treasure on him, and it's not of a low grade. The minimum is a saint's magic weapon. Saint Lord Lin Yuan's face was ugly. What was a 10 out of 10 is now a 50-50 split. Surprisingly hiding his cultivation? Surprisingly, Su Fan is hiding so deeply. Su Chan shouted frantically in his heart. It was to be the battlefield of his rise to fame today, and now he's drowning in a sea of people that no one will mention him because he doesn't deserve it, and it was still unknown if he would even make it out of the ring alive. If his cultivation were mine, I'd be the one who shines the brightest today. Ah, damn you Su Fan, damn you, kill him, kill him. Su Can's inner killing intent surged wildly. Even if you've hidden your cultivation, you don't have half a chance of winning. I've been immersed in the heavenly god realm for many years, and I'll soon be able to break through to become a divine king. Lin Jun's face did not fluctuate in the slightest. Now that he had a chance to live, he naturally cherished it. As long as he wins, then their entire Lin Yuan Holy Land will leave in peace. And when he's strong later on, inevitably, he would personally come to settle the score with Su Xinjiao. Cut the crap. Let's see it underhand. Su Fan waved one hand and a bronze lance appeared in his hand. It was covered in rust, and it looked like a mortal weapon, and a rusty one at that. Kill! Su Fan roared. Then his gun came out like a dragon and stabbed down directly towards Lin Jun. The moment Su Fan stabbed down the wind and thunder, the void exploded. Just the sonic boom produced made the ears of the weak cultivators around them congested with blood, and they couldn't hear any sound on the spot. Lin Jun's face was heavy. Su Fan was definitely a terrifying opponent. Earlier he had underestimated Su Fan. he put away his contempt, only to see his hands forming seals outside his body surface appeared a layer of glittering golden light, covering his entire being in it, though even more so, it enveloped him, looking rather sacred and unearthly. Sure enough, the moment Su Fan's spear touched the golden light, it was like a cow entering the sea of mud. It was very difficult and could not penetrate. Humph. Very few people in the same rank can pierce through my god's domain. You, too. Lin Jun's face was cold and his words were full of pride. There were really very few people amongst the strongest at his level who could match him. Yes? Su Fan was still as flat as water. A touch of light then instantly erupted from the bronze spear in his hand. Su Fan is starting to get the power up, only to see the originally still rusty lance instantly burst into eye-catching and blinding light. And then the light violently contracted to appear a black hole. The moment this black hole appeared, it actually absorbed all the light around it. A cycle of alternating light and darkness is created. A large Taiji diagram appeared, with extreme yang on one side and extreme yin on the other. It looks extremely mysterious. Preferably, it was the moment this Taiji diagram appeared that the lance instantly pierced through Lin Jun's defense. Lin Jun blocked his hands in front of his chest, and the lance instantly pierced his arm. Chapter 59, Divine Body and Imperial Body. Lin Jun's face was unsightly. If he hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid that the lance wouldn't be as simple as piercing through his arm. It would have stabbed him through the whole thing. I have slumbered for eons, and it is for this epoch that I was born. I am the son of Era. Lin Jun roared up to the sky, his body's mana surging, shaking the lance nailed to his arm directly away. His face was maniacal, and his entire body seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Since his debut, it was still the first person of the same rank to be able to injure him this badly. A few epochs ago, the 4 seas and 8 wastelands entered the Age of the End, with no hope of becoming an emperor, so he sealed himself and waited until heaven and earth recovered, and only then did he come out. His mana bulged, the void rumbled, and this time he struck out with all his might, no longer passively defending. He was going to crush the Su Fan with one blow, only to see a blood moon slowly rising behind him. The blood moon slowly rising above the sea of blood. It looks weird and powerful. Imagery? This is divine body imagery. Progenitor is a divine body. Someone exclaimed in shock. Divine body? It's actually a divine body. A god body that is 1 in a trillion. Capable of suppressing a powerhouse of the same rank. One can even fight across realms. I just don't know what kind of god body he is. Lord Lin is the next holy lord of my Lin Yuan Holy Land, and is of the scarlet blood moon body. Grand Taishan Lin Yuan stroked his beard and smiled smugly. What? Surprisingly, it's the scarlet blood moon body that ranks 96th on the divine body list. This type of physique once blossomed brightly in the ancient times, and was an incomparably powerful physique. Some knowledgeable intellectuals lost their voices immediately. Divine bodies on the divine body list gained the qualification to witness the Tao by obtaining one of them, so to speak. If he didn't fall in the middle of the journey, witnessing the Tao and becoming an emperor would be the nail in the coffin. If Lord Lin didn't fall, a great emperor of the day might appear in the future in the Lin Yuan Holy Land. It was enough to protect the Lin Yuan Holy Land from being immortalized for tens of thousands of years. The moment the scarlet blood moon came out, a terrifying fluctuation came from progenitor's body. Scarlet half moon chop. You'll have no regrets if you can die under this strike. This is my strongest strike. Everyone who has seen it is dead, and you are no exception. As soon as Lin Jun's words fell, the half-blood moon chopped directly towards Su Fan, like a sword that opened the sky. It was going to split the entire Sushin dynasty in half. Do you think you're the only one who is a god body? A god body is merely qualified to become a great emperor. And it's the indestructible imperial body, with a ticket to reach the great emperor straight away. Su Fan's eyes erupted with radiant light, and then Tao's body unexpectedly appeared to have inexplicable rhythms. What? An emperor body with a hint of emperor might? How is that possible? Someone yelled in horror. That's right. Su Fan was originally an emperor vein plus the bloodline of the Su family, and had activated that trace of emperor might long ago. Just a hint of it, but it was terrifying, especially Rinjin. His blood moon chop had just touched Su Fan's body surface like a snowflake touching iron, instantly disappearing into nothingness. His divine body was completely restrained, and there was no way to utilize the advantages of his divine body. My turn. Su Fan took one step out with a boom between heaven and earth, followed by the second step down. The heartbeats of all the people seemed to coincide with Su Fan's footsteps, whose sound was like muffled thunder. The heart is indescribably hard. No good. This footstep has a special rhythm. It can even cause the power of hooking heaven and earth. In just 2 steps, I felt like my heart was going to explode. Some people died covering their hearts in horror. They're just watching the fight from outside the ring. The pressure isn't coming down on them. Even so, they all felt the suffocating sense of oppression. It was hard for them to imagine how much pressure Ling Jun, who was standing opposite Su Fan, should be facing at this moment. In fact, it did. Rinjin just felt his heartbeat was surprisingly out of his control. Vibrating along with Su Fan's footsteps. He hadn't felt anything in the first 1 or 2 steps, just a quickening of his blood flow. It's just hot and bothered. But the third step directly caused his face to change drastically. As Su Fan's third step fell, the void shattered and the blood was running around uncontrollably in his body, causing many of his veins to explode outright. On the outside it looked like he was exploding all over his body, a cloud of blood bursting out. As Su Fan's fourth step fell, Ling Jun only felt a blackness before his eyes. Heaven and earth seemed to darken at this moment. Feeling bad, he ran his whole body's mana to shield himself, while sealing his 6 senses. Do not look, do not listen, do not hear. He tried to stop the strange rhythm by doing so, but it's all futile and useless. That strange rhythm was like forcing it directly into his body, making his divine soul resonate along with it. As the fourth step was taken, a large mouthful of blood gushed out directly from Lin Jun. The blood was interspersed with large fragments of internal organs. There are a total of 7 steps in the Emperor's steps, and it is rumored that when 7 steps are taken, even great emperors will fall. You're proud enough to die at the 5th step. Su Fan looked at Ling Jun indifferently. Then his 5th step came down with a bang. Lin Jian's face was bitter. What deja vu words. He was too conceited. He didn't expect that now Su Fan would send back to him what he had said. As the 5th step fell, Progenitor's entire body directly exploded. Dead. Progenitor is dead. Progenitor with a divine body is even so unbeatable. It's not that Lin Jun is too weak, but Su Fan is too strong. After today, Su Fan's name will resonate throughout the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Sajin cheered at someone. It's over. It's all over. The Lin Yuan Grand Taishang, the Lin Yuan Holy Lord, and the others all looked as if they had aged several 100,000 years in an instant, draining them of all their essence. It was as if their whole body had become cartilage, and they could no longer stand up and were paralyzed on the ground. Of course, they've thought about fighting back. He even wanted to send a message to invite the imperial soldiers of the Lin Yuan Holy Land to suppress Su Zi, but they were just thinking about it. They simply didn't dare to gamble with the future of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. If they died, perhaps the Lin Yuan Holy Land could live. If they resisted, the Lin Yuan Holy Land would probably have to be removed. At this time, Su Ken was trembling. In the past, he relied on his highest cultivation to find Su Fan's trouble. He hadn't expected Su Fan to be this powerful, incredibly powerful. Okay, now you can call for help, and whatever forces you call on, or the weapons left behind by your Lin Yuan Holy Land Great Emperor. It's all fine. Su Divine Dynasty, will take them all. Of course, you can also not invite them, and the Lin Yuan Holy Land will completely disappear as of today. Su Zi said directly to the crowd of the Lin Yuan Holy Land after the battle ended. As soon as Su Zi's words fell, the face of the Lin Yuan Sacred Lord turned ashen and his eyes dimmed. He is a sinner in the Lin Yuan Holy Land. The inheritance of the Lin Yuan Holy Land was cut off by him in his generation. He had no face to face the ancestors of Lin Yuan. Chapter 60, the last strongest underlying of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. Instead, it was the Lin Yuan Grand Taiyu who clenched his teeth and stood up. Only a light was seen rushing up into the sky and disappearing in the direction of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. Su Zi naturally knew that it was a transmission note, but it didn't matter to him. It was still the same thing that, you feel free to move help. He's invincible. It's no use. Grand Taisho, today it's all because of my bad decision, causing the Lin Yuan Holy Land to suffer a great calamity. I'm guilty. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord looked at the Grand Taishang and shook his head bitterly. Whether it's useful or not, we'll have to try before we know. That's the only chance we've got for the Lin Yuan Holy Land. Originally, our debts were exchanged for the inheritance of the Lin Yuan Sacred Land, but the Lin Yuan Sacred Land was on the verge of being extinguished. So the old man sent a message to the other Taishangs to bring my Sacred Land's edicts here. Maybe we can trade for a chance to live, and at the same time have a chance to directly destroy the Su God dynasty, and at that time, my Lin Yuan Holy Land will leap into one of the most powerful forces. Why not? The Lin Yuan Grand Taishang directly transmitted his voice to the Lin Yuan Holy Lord. Seriously? What decree? Why don't I know? Hearing the transmission, the eyes of the Lin Yuan Holy Lord glowed. Humph, that's my Lin Yuan Sacred Land's strongest reserve. The Sacred Lord isn't qualified to know. You'll be qualified to know the day you become a Taishang elder. Grand Taishang Lin Yuan said with a cold snort. The strongest underbelly? Doesn't that mean that this wave is stable? What kind of decree is that? Why didn't you bring it out earlier? Saint Lord Lin Yuan asked once again. Of course it's the true immortal's decree. That was left behind by the founder of my Lin Yuan Holy Land back then before he ascended. It can only be taken out when facing a crisis of extermination, and it can only be used once. If we use it this time, the decree will be null and void. But if we don't say anything, who knows? When we destroy the Sugod dynasty in one fell swoop, then all the powers of the world will have to have an audience, Grand Taishan Lin Yuan said in a self-satisfied manner. Grand Taishan Lin Yuan thought to himself that his voice transmission would not be known by outsiders. But all of this was not known to be of the slightest use in front of Suzy. But Suzy didn't bother. Buzz! The void behind Suzy twisted, and Qingshi appeared, standing respectfully behind Suzy. Carried in his hand was a tortured and inhuman prisoner Sky. No! Prisoner of Heaven was not originally a human race, but the ancient prisoner of Bull's clan, one of the 10 fowls. In fact, rumor has it that the prisoner bull is one of the descendants of the dragon ancestor, except that its type and shape do not resemble the dragon's. That's why he was expelled from the dragon clan and became a separate clan. Even so, the fact that the prisoner bull clan was able to rank alongside the dragon clan as one of the 10 fowls was enough to see its status. Bang! The Grand Taishang of Lin Yuan, who had just stood up, directly fell to his knees once again the moment Qingshi appeared. This time it was from shock, even wetting his pants. It wasn't just him, all of the people from the 4 great sacred lands sect all fell to their knees. Sorry, I forgot to put my breath away. Qingshi smiled in embarrassment, and then put away his and prisoner Sky's auras. For this kind of trash, you can just confine it to a small world and torture it slowly. There's no need to take it all over the world. After all, it's also the prisoner of the bulls. If one day his old father comes around and misses him and scouts out his location, then you'll be in for a rude awakening, Suzy said as he looked at Qingshi somewhat breathlessly. Qingshi sniffed and thought it made sense, then directly threw prisoner Sky into the small world. Heavenly Sword Sect Patriarch Jin 12 looked at Qingshi with a face full of horror as he recognized this person's identity. Heavenly Sword Sect Leader Jin 12. Greetings to Celestial Emperor Qingshi. Jin 12 brought his 2 disciples to kneel on the ground. Heavenly Sword Sect? A long time ago name? I was close friends with your Sword Emperor, but alas, he wasn't able to go any further and sat down for ages. Aoshi shook his head rather regretfully. My Heavenly Sword Sect has no hostile intentions towards the Sugod dynasty. This visit is just a sparring exchange. So please, Celestial Emperor Qingshi, speak up for my Sword Sect. Gen Xii's words caused all 3 of the surrounding great powers to all have their souls shaken. Heavenly Emperor, oh Heavenly Emperor, a living Heavenly Emperor. The person who stood respectfully behind Suzy was unexpectedly the Greenstone Heavenly Emperor who had become famous many years ago. No wonder even the slightest hint of breath just now made them unable to resist falling to their knees. So what if it's the Greenstone Heavenly Emperor? Hey, this time it's not a loss. Not only will we destroy the Sugod dynasty, to destroy another Heavenly Emperor, this is still a heavenly battle feat. I, Lin Yuan Holy Land, will be honored by the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. The Rinpoche Grand Taishang shouted in his heart with excitement. Not only is the Lin Yuan Holy Land saved this time, but there's also the possibility that they'll be famous for it. It might be possible to become the head of all the forces in the 4 seas and 8 deserts. Oh, you have an old relationship with the Heavenly Sword Sect? In that case, this seat can refrain from destroying the Heavenly Sword Sect's Tao. Suzy looked at Qingshi and asked, the Heavenly Sword Sect has offended the Sushin dynasty and the Lord, and that's already the way to take death. Although I have an old relationship with the first patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Sword Emperor, but that's just our personal relationship. And the Sword Emperor had also entrusted me to look after the Heavenly Sword Sect for a while, hundreds of thousands of years ago. I made good on my promise to the Sword Emperor, and after all this time, I'm not exactly breaking my promise, Aoshi said honestly. Celestial Emperor Qingshi, my Heavenly Sword Sect really hasn't thought of doing anything to the Sushin dynasty. I just want to experience the disciples under me for a bit. Gen 12 hurriedly explained. Well, this seat trusts you on this point, and indeed will not go to war with the Sugod dynasty. Suzy nodded in recognition of Gen Xii's words. Many thanks, Senior. Many thanks, Senior. Gen 12 sniffed and quickly caught out his thanks. Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword Sect would not be destroyed because of this. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Then this seat asks you, since there is no hostility, what is meant by not abiding by the rules of my Sugod dynasty? It is forbidden to fly above the entire imperial capital? Suzy was still smiling earlier, but now his face steeply changed as he drank. Don't say anything? Isn't it because you don't want to follow the rules because you see my Sushin dynasty as weak? Don't you think in your heart that my Sushin dynasty doesn't dare to do anything to you? Suzy's words were not loud, but they shook Gen Xii's brain. Indeed, what Suzy said was not wrong at all. He really didn't have the Sushin dynasty in his heart, so where would he abide by the rules of the Sushin dynasty? It was only that he couldn't look at Su Xinjiao, but he wouldn't make an enemy of Su Xinjiao either. He just doesn't realize that it's the strong who have the right to speak. The moment they didn't follow the rules, they were already enemies of the Su God dynasty. This seat will give your Heavenly Sword sect a chance to fight against Su Can in a battle of the same realm, and Su Can will win. Your Heavenly Sword sect perishes, Su Can dies, and your Heavenly Sword sect lives. Su Zi looked at Jin 12 and said, "No, not enough." Jin 12 is indeed a bit arrogant, not following the rules of the Su God dynasty. Jin 12 hereby makes amends. Put. A ray of sword light appeared from Jin Xi's fingers, directly severing his right arm. Chapter 61. Kenshir was confused. Jin 12, except for his face being a bit pale, he didn't have any expression. What a ruthless person, nah. Chopping off his right arm with his own Sage King rule, making it impossible to recover. Unless he is able to reach the Great Emperor realm, this life is considered wasted. Celestial Emperor Qingshi nodded and said, Jin 12 has the elegance of the Sword Emperor back then, and with that vigor, his future accomplishments will not be too low. And he chopped off his right hand, which he was accustomed to using with his sword. It's the same as saying that his battle power will be greatly reduced. What this seat says still stands. If Su Can wins, you die. If you win, he dies. Su Zi's face did not move. He knew that the other party just wanted to live. Misty Holy Land, Ancient Void Holy Land, they did not make any reaction. He even mocked Jin 12 in his heart. What's the point of admitting fault so early? Can't you see the Lin Yuan Holy Land is already moving in for help? What if the Lin Yuan Holy Land's rescuers were able to topple the Su God dynasty? It's so add up that they're still admitting fault and self-harming. Shang Yuan, the hope of my Heavenly Sword sect is in your hands. Jin 12 said with a pale face to the young man carrying a sword behind him. Yes, Master. Disciple will definitely go all out. Kenzie clasped his fists and said solemnly. At the same time, his gaze towards Su Can was filled with seriousness and solemnity. The point where an unassuming Su fan erupted with a battle power that he had to pay attention to. Then how powerful should this person who was claimed to be the strongest of the younger generation of the Su God dynasty be? He didn't know, but for the sake of the Heavenly Sword sect, he was willing to fight. Even though he died, he had no regrets. The Heavenly Sword sect's sword son, Lu Qingyuan, seeks advice from Su Xinjiao Su Can. Lu Qingyuan walked up to the ring and arched his hand towards Su Can. Su Can's face trembled dramatically. He would never have thought that it would be him against the Heavenly Sword sect's sword son. That's the Heavenly Sword sect, a sect on par with the Holy Land. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword sect's sword sons have traditionally been only one person, and there are no candidate sword sons. Wasn't it said that he would choose a younger generation of the same realm to fight? How come it's now become a designation? And although Lu Qingyuan's realm was the same as his, the Supreme Realm, but Lu Qingyuan had once battled the Heavenly God realm with the Supreme Realm and managed to behead him. The war record is absolutely stunning. Su Can didn't even have the courage to fight with his opponent. Old ancestor, I was wrong. It was my arrogance. It was my ignorance of the rules that offended you. Instead of walking up to the ring, Su Can directly knelt in front of Su Zi. He really didn't have the courage to stand up and fight Lu Qingyuan to the death. It's not up to you. Whatever the old ancestor says, rebellious son, why don't you hurry up and go up and fight? Maybe there's still a chance of survival? Director Su Du drank in a colorful voice from the sidelines. Su Du Gai did not dare to have resentment in his heart, nor did he dare to resent Su Zi and Su Zhan. He knew that this was all Su Chan's own doing. Originally, if he hadn't been so ambitious, the throne of the future king will definitely be his. After all, would someone as brilliant as Su Fan care about a monarch's position? Definitely not. What he cared about was the path of cultivating immortality. And his goal was definitely the visible and unattainable Great Emperor or Heavenly Emperor, or even higher. Guido Su has lived long enough to see all of this, but Su Chan was high-minded and proud, believing that he was the internalized future king, so act very bossy. He couldn't persuade him, and Su Chan couldn't change. Today is sort of a result of what was planted in the past. When director Su Du finished speaking, his entire body aged as if he was thousands of years old, and he was powerless. He knew that Su Can was either dead or dead against Lu Qingyuan. The big one is kind of a waste, so I'll just have to work on building the little one. As a sword son of the Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Qingyuan possessed a natural sword body and was naturally close to the sword. He was not far from becoming a saint when he was able to achieve the unity of the human sword. Yes, Su Chan gritted his teeth, and in his heart, he felt sorry for Su Zi, Su Zhan, and the hatred of his father, Guido Su, was at its peak. He swore that if he could survive this time, he would leave the Su Shan dynasty. In the future, he will definitely come back and take back everything that is rightfully his. What Su Zi, what Su Zhan, were all trembling under his feet. He walked to the ring with a full of hatred. He wanted to turn his hatred into motivation and beat Lu Qingyuan to death. Let's not test each other. Offense. Lu Qingyuan saw Su Can walk up to the ring immediately from the back of the sword box in the middle of the draw. A 3-foot blue blade words solemnly said, I have a sword that can cut through the heavens and break the earth. The first sword cuts through the heavens. Lu Qingyuan's first strike was his famous skill, a sword that cut the sky. The 3-foot green blade in his hand madly gulped this sword aura, and the stars fell from the sky. It turned into endless sword intent chopping towards Su Can. The roiling sword intent was as terrifying as if it had cut open heaven and earth. No, I recognize. Panic surfaced in Su Can's eyes and he wanted to admit defeat, but he didn't even finish his words. It was then cut in half by this sword. The incision was as smooth as a mirror, even to the intestines, and a great gush of blood ensued. Dead as dead can be. Lu Qingyuan was at a loss. Wasn't the Su Can in existence in the same realm as him? Why is it so unbearable? He was prepared for a bloody battle and even death. And this? He thought that Su Can was known as the strongest of the younger generation of the Su God dynasty, even though his cultivation was not as good as Su Fan's. But it won't be weak. But even his first sword couldn't carry him. He still had the remaining few swords that he hadn't executed. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan was bewildered. The heavenly sword sect may live, and the legacy may remain. Suzy said calmly, many thanks for your great favor, Senior. Jin 12 brought Lu Qingyuan and another disciple to respectfully bend down and salute. Buzz. The void is fluctuating violently. A group of people are tearing through space. These fluctuations are just too strong. Everyone could clearly feel it. The face of the Lin Yuan Holy Land's Grand Taishang was delighted. Was it their Lin Yuan Holy Land's Taishang who had arrived? It's finally coming. He then blushed furiously. Not only him, but all of them all stared blankly at the sky behind Suzy. Saints. The lowest cultivation level is a saintly power. When did so many sage powers appear? I'm afraid that this quantity is the sum of all the great powers of the 4 seas and 8 deserts combined. Too terrifying. Just too terrifying. The depths of the Su God dynasty are as terrifying as this? This is the Su God dynasty we want to conquer? Isn't this seeking death? The weakest ones are saints. I can see that there are a few others whose aura is much more powerful than our Grand Taishang. Who is in the Sage King realm? The Holy Land of Lin Yuan. The Holy Land of Misty. All of the people from the ancient Void Holy Lands, 3 great Holy Lands, all went limp on the ground once again. It's amazing that the Su God dynasty has such a strong heritage. And this lineup of, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find a second great power out of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. The entire 4 seas and 8 wildernesses is really going to change. Jin 12 looked at the figures that stood in the void like gods and devils, his eyes full of scorn. Su Zhan pays his respects to the successive kings of the Su God dynasty. These people were all at the level of old ancestors, naturally able to withstand this kneeling of Su Zhan. As soon as Su Zhan knelt, the Su family juniors behind him as well as the guards and others all fell to their knees. Chapter 62, Jesus couldn't save you. I say. Being taken captive back then was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise so many of us here would be lucky to have a few alive. Su Qiankuan, who was standing in the first place, said with a complicated expression, greetings to Elder Suzy. The many saints, great saints, and sage kings behind Su Qiankuan all shouted respectfully. There's nothing wrong with that. Su Zi is the 2nd generation king of the Su God dynasty, and there's only one Su Qiankuan above him. So all of these people were technically direct descendants of Su Dao. Suzy was unmarried all his life, so naturally he had no children or offspring. Only Suzy felt weird, and he was only a few hundred years old at heart. A group of middle-aged men bend over and call you old man. With a wave of Su Zhan's hand, hundreds of chairs appeared, and all the saints standing in the void took their seats. Father, you've broken through? Su Zi looked at Su Qiankuan. The fluctuation coming from above his body was precisely the quasi-emperor realm. Thanks to you, most of us here have almost broken through to the first rank. I didn't think that my Su Qiankuan's son would be so outstanding. Su Qiankuan said as he looked on with a smile on his face. This is his youngest son, born in the upper realm, with an astonishing vision of the, but he was suppressed by the first line of another lineage. And had he not been willing to give up his identity as the young lord, and had his talents sealed and relegated to the lower realms, maybe the child died a long time ago. Now his son was so frighteningly powerful that even the servants around him were heavenly emperors. Although for the Su family in the upper realm, the heavenly emperor didn't even have the qualifications to look at the door. But this is the lower realm, and the heavenly emperor is the end of cultivation. Originally, he had only planned to bring his 2 children to live out his life here in the lower realms. He who left the Su family would no longer be a rival of the Su family. Now Suzy gave him hope. There was hope, and while he wanted nothing more to do with the Su family, but his wife, that is, Suzy Su Dao's mother, is still in the upper realm. Your elder brother has left. He says he's going on a journey after all these years of delay. Try to catch up with you soon. Su Qiankuan said deeply. Su Dao was originally a martial arts fanatic. After being delayed for so many years, as soon as he came out, he wanted to be impatient to raise his cultivation. Su Dao didn't want the captivity thing to happen again. It's a really bad feeling, I already know, and have given him an amulet that is enough to protect him from trouble. Brother, he's addicted to cultivation. That's a good thing. There's no need to worry, Suzy said softly. Suzy had already known about it when Su Dao left the Su God dynasty. He had planted a strand of the immortal Dao brand on Su Dao's body, so he thought that even if a true immortal descended, he could not do anything about it. Besides, if you want to return to the upper world, you can't do it without some cultivation. Suzy seemed to have read Su Qiankuan's mind. I thought I had no hope of going further in this life, but a trace of your origin power directly broke the heaven-sealing seal in my body, and since I was given the chance, I naturally had to put up a fight. Su Qiankuan said very solemnly. Actually, you don't have to fight so hard. If you want to go to the upper world, let me know. I'll be there in a minute, and I can go out of my way to smooth things over for you and the Su family. Su Zi's words were plain, but they were full of dominance. He has the ability and the strength. There's no need. The shame of that year, I'm going to pay back by myself. And the honor of that year I'm going to get back by myself. Su Qiankuan threw his voice and his words were grave. He used to be one of the heaven's remarkable men of the upper realm. It's fun to get back what you've lost on your own. There was no problem with relying on his own son, but he didn't want to be the one to nibble on the lesser. Suit yourselves, perhaps I'll be traveling to the upper realm before too long, Suzy said softly. Several of his rebellious disciples were now in the upper realms. I wonder if they still recognized him as their master. And Li Linglong, leaving so soon? Su Qiankuan was a bit reluctant. After all, how long had it been since father and son had seen each other? He, the father, had not done what fathers are supposed to do, and he blamed himself. Well, in about 7 days, but maybe less, depending on when they come. Maybe it's when Qingshi breaks through, or when someone becomes a great emperor, Suzy said nonchalantly as she knocked her fingers on the chair. Them? Who are they? Su Qiankuan was curious. Just a bunch of prey who think they're hunters, who feed on the ascended. A few escape occasionally, but most are reduced to food. Suzy's words were flat. What? Isn't the place for ascension the immortal formation platform? How could it become someone else's food? Su Qiankuan was horrified. He was a member of the Su family in the upper realm and knew a lot of things. It's the immortal formation stage, yes, but at the moment of becoming immortal they directly break through the 4 Cs and the... What about forcibly taking someone captive? You know, the immortal formation platform doesn't react that quickly. Don't worry, this time they can't go where they come. Suzy was still lazy, but the words carried no doubt. This time he had even done a good deed, allowing the 4 Cs and 8 deserts to completely revive. Who dares to bully my Lin Yuan Holy Land into having no one? Just then, a roaring voice exploded. Several silhouettes arrived in an instant. They were dressed in the unique attire of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, and each of them was pale beyond recognition. The air and blood dried up, the look of a dying man, but the cultivation levels were all solidly in the great sage realm. You are capable of surviving until now, but today is just the day. Send the Buddha to the west. Send you to the western paradise. Su Zhan looked at the several saints from the Lin Yuan Holy Land with his hands behind his back and sneered as he drank. Boy, what a big mouth. Beware of breath bigger than foot odor. The Lin Yuan Taishang elder said sorrowfully. You, what the hell? All saints? And several sage kings, too. There are also existences with surging breaths that are much more powerful than even the Saint King's chi and blood? At this moment, someone noticed that the hundreds of people sitting around Su Zi were all saints. It makes them soft on their feet, but the thought of what they had in their arms instantly turned them high and mighty again. Are you Su Zhan, king of the Su God dynasty? Exactly. Su Zhan proudly took a step forward and bellowed. Then why don't you salute when you see this great sage? Are you, Su Shan dynasty, looking for death? The Lin Yuan second supreme elder shouted. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see so many saints behind me? If you keep yakking I'll send you to meet your family's old man. Su Zhan was furious. Is this person blind? Or does he have something else to rely on? Even with an imperial weapon one wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of hundreds of saints, right? He was surprisingly a little puzzled for a moment. Not to mention any saints. Even if a great emperor is alive, the Su God dynasty will be destroyed today. I'm telling you, Jesus couldn't save you. Who's Jesus, by the way? Forget it, don't bother. I don't give a. Chapter 63, The Extremely Terrifying True Immortal's Legal Decree. The great saint from the Lin Yuan Holy Land who had just arrived was first stunned, and then his words were openly wild to the extreme. Hearing such arrogant words, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. What kind of self-confidence was it to be able to say such arrogant words? Is this man out of his mind? seeing so many saints also dare to speak out of turn? The people from the ancient void Holy Land and the netherworld Holy Land all had their souls shaken, wrapped up in a feeling of exhilaration I've never felt before. It's like wanting to just feather your nest and fly to immortality. Finally, is the reversal they've been waiting for coming? If they don't take sides now, when will they? The ancient void Saint Lord and the netherworld Saint Lord glanced at each other, both seeing stolen joy in the other's eyes. The supreme elders from the Lin Yuan Holy Land who dared to be so confident must have the bottom line. The source of that bottom might not be weaker than the heavenly emperor, or even above. After all, there was a heavenly emperor standing right behind Su Zi, the proper celestial emperor of Qingshi. This was the oldest heavenly emperor who had become famous for a very long time. The Sushan dynasty is in power, making the people suffer. What's more, I killed my clan protection divine beast for no reason, so today I, the ancient void Holy Land, along with the Lin Yuan Holy Land, will annihilate the Su divine dynasty. The ancient void Holy Lord's voice was like a loud bell as he droned aloud. I, the ethereal sanctuary, shall be as I am. The monarchs of the Sushan dynasty burned, robbed, raped and defiled young girls, and did nothing to prevent them from doing so. His crimes are too numerous to mention, and he should be exterminated. Ethereal Saint Lord's words directly caused the corners of Su Chop's mouth to tug. No, why don't you just go ahead and kill it and find a reason? Just find a reason, and make such bull excuses. The ancient void Holy Lord and the ethereal Holy Lord are knowledgeable. Since the two of you share the same thoughts as my Lin Yuan Holy Land, it's all the more important for us to unite and overthrow the Su God dynasty. The Lin Yuan Grand Teiyukai stood out with a spirited smile at this time and said, "What Senior said is very true. Earlier, the sacred Lord of Lin Yuan sent a message to us that we have already formed an unresolvable enmity with the Sushan dynasty, and now that the Sushan dynasty is so inhumane, it is only natural that the world's groups of heroes will execute them together." Ancient void Holy Land Holy Lord Gulang said with a faint smile of righteousness, "I like it when you guys look so shameless, wanting to be my allies in the Lin Yuan Holy Land. You're not good enough to fight without bloodshed? I've made it clear that if you want to live, just give enough sincerity. You want to not move a single soldier by casually echoing a few words? Do you really think I'm stupid?" Just as the ancient void Holy Lord and the ethereal Holy Lord were getting carried away, the Lin Yuan Grand Teiyukai said in a cold voice as his words changed. This was clearly wanting the two Holy Lands to hemorrhage money. Otherwise, in case the Lin Yuan Holy Land pats itself on the back and leaves with its underpinnings, two of their major powers could be in for a rude awakening. What Senior said is very true. Our two families still have to rely on the Lin Yuan Holy Land more. It's naturally impossible to make that kind of move of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. I, the ancient void Holy Land, am willing to offer an immortality pill. Garang's face was unsightly, and he only felt his heart dripping blood even as he spoke these words, but he knew that since the Lin Yuan Holy Land had put out the words, naturally, they won't make it easy for them. Besides, he didn't say give it now, not until after this is over. If the Lin Yuan Holy Land's underpinnings were really capable of killing a heavenly emperor powerhouse, then he could only endure the pain and hand over an immortality pill. That was the bottom line of their ancient void sacred land. That was a great pill that had a chance to create an emperor. If the Lin Yuan Holy Land's depths were limited to a lose-lose situation with the Su God dynasty, then he wouldn't mind a handful of sitting ducks. The light in Garang's eyes flickered. I don't have any immortality pills in the misty Holy Land, but I can give a page of great emperor scriptures to the Lin Yuan Holy Land, the ethereal Saint Lord said after a moment of contemplation. His thoughts were the same as the ancient void sacred Lord. All are old monsters who have lived for many years, not little white men. Ha! May! The Grand Taishang of Lin Yuan nodded with a cold smile. He naturally knew what the two were playing at, but the Lin Yuan Holy Land has no fear. After today, within a short period of time these holy places didn't dare to trouble them. The immortal Tao Dharma decree could only be used once, and only a few of the Taishang of their Lin Yuan Holy Land knew about it. It's not like anyone else knows about it, so maybe it can be hidden for a few 100,000 years? When that time comes and they succeed in using the immortality pill to create an emperor in the Lin Yuan Holy Land, after studying the great emperor's scriptures thoroughly, they were not afraid of flipping out. As long as we can deter them this time, their Lin Yuan Holy Land would be the true hegemon of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and many holy clans would have to make pilgrimages. At that time, it was destined to have a lot of cultivation resources sent to it in a steady stream. Heavenly Sword Sect Sword 12. Do you intend to coexist with the Su God dynasty? Grand Taishang Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Jin 12 and asked in a cold voice. I won't get involved in your feud. My Heavenly Sword Sect traditionally doesn't ally with any sects. Jin 12 said expressionlessly. Oh, good. The Lin Yuan Grand Taishang just sneered. Since he wasn't on his side, then go to hell. Su Shinchao already has a way to take death. Take my true immortal's decree. The entirety of Grand Taishan Lin Yuan turned incomparably solemn and sacred, his mouth vibrating with words. Buzz. Then the entire 4 seas and 8 wastelands were shaken, as if something was about to descend into the world. What? True immortal's decree? Garang lost his voice and exclaimed. He really hadn't expected that the Lin Yuan Holy Land would even have such a thing? It's a decree written by a true immortal. It has the power to subdue the world. Now it was used on Su Shinchao. It seemed that the immortality pill could not be retained. This time the Lin Yuan Holy Land was the real winner, and they were all losers. As the voice of the Lin Yuan Grand Taishan fell, everyone saw a green light rise up into the sky. This green light doesn't look like it has any killing power. However, it covered the entire Sushin dynasty in its entirety in an instant. Then a page of cyan-colored paper slowly rose. A vast aura came slowly from within the paper. It's strangely letting in a little bit of springtime, without the slightest sense of oppression. Lin Yuan Elder Ancestor is above. Today, my Lin Yuan Holy Land suffers the most drastic change in hundreds of millions of years. There are people who want to overthrow my Lin Yuan Holy Land and extinguish my Lin Yuan's fire seed. We request that old ancestor help us to exterminate the enemy. Lin Yuan's Grand Taishan led all of Lin Yuan's top brass all bowed and cried out respectfully. See, babbling is just too slow, and if you put it in front of someone else, he'd have let him die a few times before it was his turn to bleep. In the future, it's best to hold it in your hand and use it for whatever legal decree or something like that left behind by the Sushin dynasty. Otherwise you'll have to say a whole lot more, and then you'll get seconds before you even open your mouth. That is, they met the seat and kindly let them finish their performance. Suzy said as he looked behind him to the Su family crowd. He was truly speechless. Boom! The green-colored paper instantly changed, and the pressure of the immortal Tao directly descended on the entire imperial capital of the Su God dynasty. But everyone in the imperial capital of the Su dynasty, no matter how high or low one's cultivation level was, one could not feel this pressure that could crush the heavenly emperor. What's going on? Grand Taishan Lin Yuan looked at the paper quietly suspended above his head in some astonishment. Why is it obvious that all of them have activated the true immortal's decree? And why is nothing happening to these people? Not only Su Zi and the others, even he himself couldn't feel the slightest hint of true immortal aura. This caused the Rinpoche Grand Imperial Prince to panic. Grand Taishan, could it be that too much time has passed, causing the immortal Tao's divine splendor to be lost to the world, before you can't utilize the power? The prosperous sacred lord transmitted his voice and asked anxiously. All eyes were now focused on them in their entirety. Impossible. How could the true immortal's Dharma decree have the immortal Tao's divine splendor drain away? It's absolutely impossible that. There's something odd about the Sushin dynasty. The Rinpoche Grand Taisho looked around and finally came to a conclusion. In that case, then forcefully summon the true immortal Dharma decree. With that, Grand Taishan Lin Yuan slashed his palm and, all of a sudden, the blood gathered into lines of blood towards the true immortal's Dharma decree. The rest of the people from the Lin Yuan Holy Land saw this and slashed their palms, then hauled blood into the true immortal Dharma decree. The paper that had absorbed the blood instantly turned blood red, and then bloomed with monstrous blood light, dyeing the entire heaven and earth blood red. A streak of blood light erupted from the top of the paper, looking a different kind of bleak and beautiful. Brilliant and haunting. Scarlet-colored rays of light kept appearing, enveloping the entire imperial capital in all of them. It looked like a blood cocoon from afar. Who dares to exterminate my Lin Yuan Dao lineage? A voice then exploded in everyone's ears. Only the blood-red paper trembled as it flew. It seemed as if something horrible was about to come out of it. At this moment, not only Su Shinchao, the entire 4 seas and 8 lands were shocked into losing their colors by this terrifying fluctuation. Chapter 64, The Word Roll in the Air. Suppressing the true immortal's decree. There was an immortal Tao aura blooming behind the bloodlight. An endless immortal light filled the air. Makes you want to fly by day. A shadow then appeared above the paper. The silhouette was simply too big, almost covering the sky. It's just a shadow, though, but the tremendous sense of oppression caused all of the people present except for Su Shinchao to gasp for air. The mana in their bodies stagnated, completely unable to function. This is suppression. Suppression from a higher dimension. In front of the immortal Tao realm, they were ants. And ants that had gotten stuck in a swamp at that, only capable of being slaughtered. We pay our respects to the old ancestor. Everyone in the Lin Yuan Holy Land all bowed respectfully. What year is this? The gigantic immortal Tao void opened its mouth and asked. It is now the beginning of the Wu Gung era, and hundreds of epochs have long passed since your era. The Lin Yuan Holy Lord said respectfully. How quickly time passes. I'm surprised that this Dao has remained in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands for so many years. Who is it that dares to destroy my Lin Yuan Dao lineage? A trace of remembrance flashed in the eyes of the gigantic immortal Tao void. and then spoke. It's the Su God dynasty. I still ask the old ancestor to take action to destroy the Su God dynasty. Supreme Elder Lin Yuan couldn't wait. He only wanted to completely destroy the Su God dynasty at this moment. If the Sushin dynasty is not removed today, it will surely become a great danger in the future. Think about it. Other holy places have 1 or 2 saint kings at most, and it's still in existence whose chi and blood are decaying and about to be seeded. And what about the Sushin dynasty? The Sage King has seen 7 or 8 of them now. There were even 2 or 3 existences with a stronger aura than the Sage King, suspected to be quasi-emperor powerhouses. One of them, Su Qiankuan, the founding monarch of the Su God dynasty, had an even more powerful aura about him. It seems to be breaking through. The most crucial thing is that these people have surging chi and blood, and they look like they are in their prime. His lifespan was also still long, so we didn't know how many quasi-emperor powerhouses, as well as great emperor powerhouses, would appear in the Su God dynasty in the future. The Su God dynasty. After all this time the Su God dynasty even still exists? I had thought that once the most gifted Su Zi of the Su God dynasty died, the Su God dynasty wouldn't continue for long, but I didn't think that after so many years had passed, the Sushin dynasty has even become a climate. Back then, Su Zi was very powerful. Even I was not his opponent, but after all, heaven envies the talented. Such a man of talent can't even survive a mere emperor's tribulation. Rather, it's his disciples who have successively succeeded in crossing the threshold. There was first a look of confusion in the eyes of the gigantic immortal Dao Void, then scoffed. Do you think it's possible? I mean, is it possible that he faked his death? Su Zi asked with a smile on her lips. Absolutely impossible. Su Zi's talent is rare in the world. If the fake death is also bound to have ascended to the immortal world long ago, but the immortal world he has never appeared from the beginning to the end. How can you say such a question? You, the huge immortal Dao imaginary image was looking at Su Zi as if it was looking at. When he was about to say something else, instantly the entire silhouette froze. Su Zi, you're still alive? Are you really alive? No, you're not supposed to be Su Zi. You just have some resemblance to him, and you're his direct descendant? The gigantic immortal Dao Void was a bit puzzled and asked with an excited glint in its eyes. Doubtful because he didn't believe Su Zi was still alive. Excited because he couldn't beat Su Zi by ing him, but it's an accomplishment to over his offspring. Okay? Su Zi had abused him badly back then. It had become his heart's demon, and the immortal tribulation was almost too much for him to overcome. Ji Lin Yuan Turtle Son. It seems that your vision is no different than it was back then. It's still the same crap. Su Zi looked at Ji Lin Yuan with a teasing, somewhat disdainful look at the corners of his mouth. Boom! The entire immortal way void was struck by lightning. This familiar address. This familiar tone of voice. And what's with the nostalgia? No, not nostalgia, but anger. Monstrous anger. Su Zi, you're actually still alive. You're really still alive. Ha ha, I didn't think that someday you will die by my hand. The immortal Dao Void looked up to the sky and laughed. The body's mind demon could now be removed. When he kills Su Zi, this idea of his can go straight back to his main body. It is not certain that by that time there will be no hard demons and that the body will break through the existing realm. He didn't know what was happening to the present body either. After today, there will be no more Sushin dynasty. Su Zi, in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. You died billions of years ago. Now then die again. The words of Ji Lin Yuan's wisp of will grew colder and colder. With every word he uttered, the killing intent solidified. Until finally it even gathered monstrous killing intent. You can see the psychological damage the Suzuki did to him at the time. Until the killing intent poured out from the sky. Everyone was on the verge of suffocating from the pressure of this killing intent. And that was just for Su Zi. And they're just touching it for a fraction of a second. At this moment, Su Zi was standing at the very center of the vortex of killing intent. Only he has always been a ripple. Even if the other party was a wisp of will from a true immortal. A mere wisp of will dares to release killing intent? Get out! Su Zi first spoke calmly, then he spat out the word roll. Chapter 65 True Immortals will softens and begs for forgiveness. When the word roll was uttered, it even directly manifested a large golden character that, it smashed straight toward Ji Lin Yuan's shadow. The word roll erupted with infinite golden light, dispersing all killing intent. Su Zi, you dare to insult me. A wisp of Ji Lin Yuan's will was furious. Su Zi dared to insult him with a single word. No, words follow the law. Surprisingly, Su Zi, just what realm are you in? Why are you so strong? The blood light erupting from a strand of Ji Lin Yuan's will impacted on top of the golden roll character. Surprisingly, it didn't shake it in the slightest, which made Ji Lin Yuan feel alarmed. How could Su Zi's cultivation be so powerful? It's clearly the 4 seas and the 8 lands. As long as one became an immortal they would be rejected by the will of heaven and earth in this place, and it was simply impossible to stay here for long. This is why there are no true immortals in the four seas. Even powerful existences like the Red Dust Immortal didn't dare to easily descend to the realm. Remember, son of A, get your ass back to the main body and I'll take note of what you said today. If you want to destroy my Su God dynasty, let's see if your original body has the ability to do so. When this seed travels to the immortal realm, it will naturally go to your original body to have a talk. Su Zi didn't extinguish this will, but rather, he wanted him to bring a message to Ji Lin Yuan's original body. There's no point in killing it now and getting it over with. To make him die in waiting would be the best punishment. After all, death may not be scary, but knowing you're going to die, it's the waiting for death that's scary. It can drive people crazy. To put it mildly, Su Zi, there's no great enmity between you and me. When will we end our grievances? Seeing that I am of the same age as you, may I be spared? Ji Lin Yuan was really scared. Su Zi was surprisingly strong and outrageous. This was something he had not expected. Moreover, he didn't even dare to guess what realm Su Zi's cultivation level actually was. For the four seas may not know that, but once the moment he became immortal he clearly felt the oppression of this world's will, and he would be directly crushed to pieces if he dared to stay a second longer. He didn't understand why the world will of a world was so powerful, when it was clear that he had become an immortal. Obviously it has been long-lived. The will of the world was so powerful. Why couldn't this world produce a strong person who surpassed the heavenly emperor? He doesn't know and he doesn't understand. Anyway, he knows that true immortals who were able to stay in this realm couldn't stay for even a single breath of time at most. Unless a cultivator of this realm has just broken through, then you will be given an incense stick of time to prepare for ascension. Why does he know? Because once upon a time his being tried. After becoming an immortal, it is natural to want to return to the lower realms to be worshipped by all the spirits for the sake of pretense. As the saying goes, if practicing isn't about pretending, not for the sake of manifestation before men, that would be meaningless. But just after breaking through the world barrier he felt like he was being watched by something. It sent chills down his back. He was sure that as soon as he had entered the four seas for more than a breath of time, it will be crushed on the spot. He could only leave behind a true immortal's decree and cautioned his descendants that it could not be used until the scourge of extinction. Right now, he was just a piece of will, and his cultivation was definitely less than a tenth of a true immortal's. Otherwise the will of the world would have crushed him long ago. But Su Zi's different. He's clearly a man of his word. That was definitely beyond the true immortal realm. But why did Su Zi exist in this realm for so long? Why didn't the will of this realm care? The only explanation was that Su Zi's cultivation level had far exceeded the control range of this realm's will. The phrase is, the will of the world is afraid to care. What do you mean? What did the old ancestor just say? Asking for forgiveness? The Lin Yuan Grand Taishang asked as he looked around at the people of the Lin Yuan Holy Land with a bewildered expression. No, it can't be. It must be my ears that have just failed me. Powerful as the old ancestors, how could an ascended one beg for mercy? It's ridiculous. Lin Yuan de Tai Shang shook his head fiercely, thinking that it was his head that was out of order. Surprisingly, I'm hallucinating. But seeing that everyone in the surrounding Lin Yuan Holy Land was looking like they had seen a ghost, he realized that he wasn't hallucinating, but it was true. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand. Why? Before even going through the motions, the old ancestor of his own Holy Land started to beg for forgiveness in a low voice. Just because Su Zi said the word roll, they didn't feel any power, either. Su Zi, you're an adult. Just let me go as a fart. Ji Lin Yuan's words were whispered and his eyes flickered. One didn't even dare to look at the many stagnant people in the Lin Yuan Holy Land. Having reached his level of cultivation, his essence had already attained true immortality. The birth of A. He naturally didn't want to die. Isn't the reason for practicing for so many years to live forever? Now it's reached. And it's not easy. And it can be said that it took 9 lives to get there. Is it possible to give up immortality for the sake of the Lin Yuan Holy Land now? Impossible. As the saying goes, man for himself. Man for himself. Old ancestor. You, the many Taishangs and disciples of the Lin Yuan Holy Land were all incredulous and speechless. Chapter 66, Lin Yuan Holy Land. Finished. Get out. This time Su Zi no longer showed any mercy and directly drank. The blood-red page then directly turned into pieces under Su Zi's scolding. The huge shadow disappeared unwillingly with it. Bang! The Lin Yuan Grand Taishang and the others, all of them dropped to their knees in a state of disorientation. There was no longer the slightest gleam in their eyes. It wasn't Su Zi's power that made their hearts turn to dust. Rather, it was the callous abandonment of their founding fathers. It was tantamount to taking the last upright spine out of their hearts. Damn you! The Lin Yuan Holy Lord turned around and slapped Ji Wuhen's head without mercy, directly slapping Ji Wuhen's head into a paste in the instant before he could react. If it wasn't for Ji Wuhen's instigation, perhaps, the Lin Yuan Holy Land wouldn't have gone to extinction so quickly. Their vision of becoming the greatest power still has a chance. But it's all a pipe dream now. Their Lin Yuan Holy Land. This time, overthrown. Aoshi, I'll leave it to you next, Suzy said to Aoshi with a slight twist of her neck. It's the Lord. Celestial Emperor Qingshi said respectfully. Then I only saw Aoshi holding his hands upwards and a greenish-colored stone floated in the center of his hands. This was his original magic treasure. A heavenly emperor magic weapon. Since the Lord had explained it, he had to do it beautifully. How else could he reflect his value? Although he is a heavenly emperor, it's the ceiling of combat power in this world. But he knew that in Suzy's eyes he was an ant. Weaker than an ant. Phew! This lapis lazuli seal surged against the wind and was wrapped by the rolling gale as it smashed down in the direction of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. At this moment, the Lin Yuan Holy Land was no different from usual, and it was time to eat and drink. If you have something, put it in your heart. Look! What's that? A green-colored rock. Someone heard that whirring air-breaking sound and immediately raised their head to the sky and exclaimed in shock. What's there to see? It's just a piece of meteorite from the sky. I'll have to catch this. This is a fine material for casting an intrinsic magic treasure. Perhaps this isn't inferior to the material for casting an emperor's soldier. Some people revealed greed in their gazes. Hee, such a large piece of heavenly meteorite. You want to swallow it alone? Aren't you afraid of being propped up? Someone sneered. The clan definitely wants the big head. And the rest, naturally, is for those who can do it. They were completely oblivious to the crisis that had befallen them, and instead divided the spoils here and there. There wasn't much oppression blossoming on top of this lapis lazuli. It made all of them think it was just a piece of meteorite from the sky. This piece of meteorite fell completely within the range of their Lin Yuan Holy Land. Ha, with such a great chance. It seems that my Lin Yuan Holy Land is truly going to rise. An elder laughed out loud. Quickly open the Holy Land formation and let this meteorite fall in. I wonder what kind of material it is made of. Looking like a piece of lapis lazuli, it gives the impression of being able to smash the entire Holy Land. Ha, this time, no one can stop my Lin Yuan Holy Land from rising to power. When the Holy Lord returns he will certainly praise us greatly. There were flashes of excitement in the eyes of these elders. Humph. I'll go and perform the sleeve dry land first, and take it in before I say anything else. An elder with a powerful cultivation first snorted coldly, and then his entire body rushed up into the sky, only to see his body glowing as his majestic mana began to work, covering the entire verdant stone. Collect! His mana effortlessly wrapped the entire lapis lazuli in its entirety, and he bellowed inside his mouth. Alas! The credit that came to hand flew away. There were countless disciples who could only look up to the sky and sigh. That's not? This one is currently the most powerful existence in the Lin Yuan Holy Land. A person's cultivation can be considered the peak of a divine king, one step short of becoming a divine emperor. Now all the top brass of the Holy Land have gone out, in great numbers, and I don't know what for. It's too much for those of us who can't compete with him. Someone shook their head, words were rather low. Where are the elders? Someone wavered for a moment, looking toward the sky once again, and, not having seen the elder who flew up to the sky, he immediately asked in confusion. It's not running over the top of the blue stone, is it? Fair enough, but have you noticed that the lapis lazuli is really big? So big that I feel how it's exactly the same range as the Holy Land? Some people are puzzled, but then several figures flew away from them. Look at that look. It's as if there's a stern ghost behind him demanding his life. Alas! Fellow Daoist, what are you doing running so fast? What are you pulling me for? Let go of me now. Run for your ing life. That elder just touched the lapis lazuli. It was directly crushed into bloody mud, and not a bit of dregs could be seen. The one who was pulled back first cursed angrily but after seeing that he was not the opponent's opponent who could not break free, he roared in a sharp tone. Ha! The one who had wandered off earlier without knowing why froze right where he was. ****1. While he was frozen, the man immediately broke away from the arm that was pulling him down and instantly disappeared, dashing towards the mountain gate. No! Then there's no need to run. We still have the Holy Land Grand Formation? It's said to be a great emperor formation, he said somewhat strangely as he looked around at the fleeing figures all around him. What about the ing Great Emperor Formation? I can't even start the Great Emperor Formation. The elders responsible for opening the formation are probably fleeing the mountain gate at this moment. I don't know who among the escaped hurled a curse. It's finished. I originally thought it was a great creation, but I didn't expect it to be a great disaster. Just as the elder in charge of opening the grand formation reached the mountain entrance, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This piece of lapis lazuli just covers the mountain gate, but the outside of the gate is not covered. It's just a step away. He was actually puzzled as to why the big formation seemed to have malfunctioned all of a sudden, no matter how it was activated. No amount of prodding could turn the grand formation on. Looking at the incoming boulder that's about to fall, this elder could only take a deep look at the former clan. Then the step was about to walk out of the mountain gate. Bang! He's got nothing in front of him, obviously, but the foot he stepped out with felt like it had hit a steel plate, directly breaking his leg. This horrified him. He clearly hadn't even exerted much force. It's over. It's over. This isn't a meteorite at all. This is someone deliberately targeting the Lin Yuan Holy Land. This move is intended to overthrow it. It seems that the top brass of my Lin Yuan Holy Land have lost all their lives out there. Or else, how could anyone dare to make a move against the Lin Yuan Holy Land? I didn't join the Lin Yuan Holy Land voluntarily. Please let me live. This elder directly knelt down and shouted regardless. Now, there's no way out, so we can only survive. What if by some stroke of luck, someone else lets him live? Chapter 67, the two great sacred lands want to become subservient to the Su God dynasty? Or maybe, what if he's not an abusive person? After all, there's a reason for the injustice. It's none of his business. He's just a person in charge of the formation. I'm just an errand boy who's been here for less than 2 days. It's not at all a sincere desire to join the Lin Yuan Holy Land. Thank you, Senior, for rescuing me. Some people fell to their knees and chanted, even squeezing a few tears out of their eyes. Shameless. Someone's mouth cramped up and they just couldn't look away. He then followed suit, falling to his knees and yelling, Elder, I'm just a slave who was taken by the Lin Yuan Holy Land, and I hate them so much. Please, Elder, save me. Under the threat of death, they tried to find ways to get rid of their relationship with the Lin Yuan Holy Land. There's no way around it. When lives are at stake, they just want to live. What's wrong with them? But what responded to them was the acceleration of the lapis lazuli's rate of descent. With the rapid descent of the lapis lazuli, they were finally experiencing the feelings of that flying elder. Oppression, pain, not being able to breathe, getting close enough to realize how intense the oppression is. The entire Lin Yuan Holy Land was deadlocked by this green stone. Even the surrounding void was sealed by the lapis lazuli runes, allowing no one to enter or leave. There may be innocent people in this, but the weak have no right to decide. The strongest are honored. Therefore, there is no such thing as the right way or the devil's way in the path of immortal cultivation. They all belong to one of the great avenues. No matter which powerful being it is, he definitely walked up from a mountain of corpses to a sea of blood, hands absolutely covered in blood. The way of the devil? In fact, there are times when the devil's way is the sober way on earth. They do what they want to do. When they want to do it, they do it, and their hearts are open to it. The natural realm rises fast. Of course, only individually. No, spare me. I don't want to die yet. I still have a large amount of life left to enjoy. Upon seeing the green-colored boulder still descending, the cracks had even appeared on the body surface of many cultivators with weak cultivation levels. Like a porcelain doll about to break, blood spread from the cracks. They were so shriveled up that they could not speak at all. All that was left in his eyes was a thick aura of death and horror. What exactly did we do wrong? What kind of existence has the Holy Land actually provoked? They're desperate. Boom! The huge lapis lazuli eventually fell, leveling the entire Lin Yuan Holy Land to the ground. Not a single being is alive. So, it's just a mana formation, not a meteorite from the sky. Before dying, someone has an insight into the truth and subsequently dies. This lapis lazuli seal condensed by the lapis celestial emperor remained in the Lin Yuan Holy Land forever. According to the later great emperors, the heavenly emperor's dharma seal is as strong as it is, and even though a long time has passed, the power of the laws on it hadn't even abated much. Lin Yuan Holy Land, gone. It's all over. Numerous executives of the Lin Yuan Holy Land cast their heavenly eyes, seeing with his own eyes that his own Holy Land was suppressed by the celestial emperor of Greenstone. Not a single person escaped. Maybe there are still people from their Holy Land who are still practicing outside, but from now on, they also didn't dare to say that they were from the Lin Yuan Holy Land. The incense of the Lin Yuan Holy Land was considered to be completely cut off. What other tricks you have up your sleeve? No matter what kind of help you bring in, this seat will accompany you to the end. Su Zi looked at all the executives of the Lin Yuan Holy Land and said indifferently, since there are none left, let's get rid of them all. Su Zi spoke casually, as if slaughtering a few pigs and dogs, relaxed and cozy. Qin Shi directly struck out, causing all of these people to directly vaporize and disappear without a trace. Humph, deservedly so. I already knew how could they like this be a match for Su Shenchao. I've just intentionally shown my enemy's weakness and penetrated into the inner workings of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, trying to get some useful news for the Su God dynasty. I didn't think that Supreme Immortal Su would be so effortless, truly a model for my generation. On behalf of the ancient Void Holy Land, Gu Lang has been reduced to a subordinate sect of the Su God dynasty from now on. When the Su God dynasty says go east, the ancient Void Holy Land will definitely not dare to go west. Gu Lang first spat in the direction of the disappearing Lin Yuan Holy Land executives, then he earnestly knelt down in the direction of Su Zi and the others, his tone incomparably sincere. Those who didn't know thought that the ancient Void Holy Lord was a candid person, although Garang was 10,000 times unwilling to become a vassal of the Su God dynasty in his heart. But it was the only way to be able to survive. You have to bow down when you're under the roof. On behalf of the Netherworld Holy Land, I am also willing to become a vassal of the Su God dynasty, and will be honored by the Su God dynasty in the future. Seeing the tragic state of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, the Netherworld Holy Lord immediately knelt down and agreed, became subservient. In the future, the cultivation resources inside the Holy Land would no longer be theirs to distribute. It was very likely that any emperor scriptures, any immortality pills, would be taken away by the Su Shan dynasty. In order to stay alive, they have no choice. Moreover, they didn't have the same level of depth as the Lin Yuan Holy Land, being able to summon a true immortal void. Their two holy places hadn't produced any true immortals. Even if it had been out there, it wouldn't have done any good. When people drink out a word, the true immortal void will have to get lost. Chapter 68, Shock of the Bazaar. The cultivation resources within the ancient Void Sacred Land and the Netherworld Sacred Land can be taken at will by the Su God dynasty. Both Gu Lang and the Holy Lord of the Netherworld Holy Land thought that they had given their utmost sincerity. What good is it to destroy yourself? It would be better to turn yourself into a vassal of the Su God dynasty. To put it mildly, one could also be a hitman for the Su Shan dynasty anytime, anywhere. These can be free labor. They really couldn't think of a reason for Suzy to refuse. They also thought that Suzy would definitely accept their defection. You died, and the sanctuary of the clan where you were. Cultivation resources naturally all go to the Su God dynasty as well. Suzy was unmoved. Suzy had never been polite to such people who wanted to destroy the Su divine dynasty. No, senior, my ancient Void Holy Land still has some relations with the Dragon clan of the Eastern Sea. I hope you can spare me for the sake of the dragons, Garang said hurriedly and eagerly. His saintly augur dragon was a gift from a close friend of the Dragon clan, but all these years he's been out publicizing his catch. Oh, speaking of the dragons, have those dragons outside that forbidden land been dealt with yet? Suzy looked at Qing Shi and asked. Don't worry, Lord, everything's all taken care of. Instantaneous decapitation. It's guaranteed to be painless. Aoshi nodded unconcernedly. Mostly because the dragons were so annoying, crackling and talking. There was also a three-clawed golden dragon that was even more loaded. Even Aoshi couldn't look away. That's why he wiped out those few quasi-emperor dragons. All of them. Go on. You've been silent for so many years. It's time to flex your muscles and it's also time to show the might of the Su God dynasty. Suzy nodded to the group of saints sitting behind him. Take this with you, just in case. Suzy thought for a moment, but still casually beckoned a blade of grass on the side of the road. A golden light instantly disappeared into that blade of grass. He handed this grass to Su Qiankuan. Okay, then let's bring it. Su Qiankuan knew the terror of Suzy and took this grass solemnly. This was a roadside weed, but it would surely exert great power under Suzy's augmentation. How powerful. Su Qiankuan didn't know, but at least he could deal with the kind of immortal Dao void he had just seen. There are only so many saints here, and all the rest are heading to the ancient Void Holy Land first, then head to the Netherworld Holy Land. But remember, one person picks an opponent, but you can't get them killed, because the next one has a challenge. Su Qiankuan left behind a few saints, great saints. Taking the remaining several hundred saints with him, he headed directly to the ancient Void Holy Land. Naturally, it cannot be divided into two parts, one going to a holy place. If they encountered an immortal Dao void like today's, then they would probably have to be wiped out. Although, with so many saints appearing at the same time, in the entire 4 seas and 8 deserts were absolutely horizontal existences, but it's still safer to exterminate one holy place at a time. On this day, a storm directly swept through the entire 4 seas and 8 lands. All of the great powers all trembled with fear. Hundreds of saints popped up all of a sudden in the Su God dynasty. Who the hell isn't afraid of that? Moreover, I heard that the 4 top Holy Land sects, such as the Lin Yuan Holy Land, 3 of them were all exterminated by the Su God dynasty. There was also a Heavenly Sword sect that had dodged a bullet because it didn't get involved much in the fights between forces. But yet, he also broke his right arm and knelt down to beg for forgiveness because of what happened in the imperial capital of the Su God dynasty, Mikado. These messages were not deliberately concealed by Su Shinzhao. They exterminated the ancient Void Holy Land and the Netherworld Holy Land with great fanfare. Even the earthworms in the middle of the Holy Land were plowed out and split in half. The tactics are so ruthless that one shudders at the smell of them. The previous Sushin dynasty didn't care much about it even though all the major powers had heard about it. It was really that the Sushin dynasty was too low-key. Su Shinjiao also never said that he was close to any sect Holy Land. That's why many great powers actually didn't know much about the Sushin dynasty over the years. Most of all, they had even heard a terrible rumor. It was said that there was an immortal, a current immortal, a living immortal, inside the Sushin dynasty, because on that day, their entire 4 seas and 8 wastes clearly felt an unusual aura of. There were many great empress celestial emperors reviving over. They were all awakened by the scent. Then some old-timer who had existed for a very long time came forward and said that it was the breath of an immortal. And it was heard that some of the powerhouses among the Su God dynasty saw that someone among the Su God dynasty directly killed that immortal by drinking out the word roll. All of the great powers didn't believe it, and they began to send out scouts for confirmation almost at the same time. And finally a message that sent chills down the spine of all of them. That is, all the kings of the Su Young dynasty, except for the ones who died normally. Almost all of the rest showed up. Moreover, the weakest among them were all at the peak of the Saint Realm. The most powerful was Su Qianquan, the founding monarch of the Su God dynasty, who was in the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, it was heard that the Su God dynasty was preparing for Su Qianquan's transition to become an emperor. This news shocked all the forces. How many years has it been since there was a new emperor in the 4 seas? Although these years had entered the end of the end times, it represented an even greater scarcity of heaven and earth auras. It simply couldn't afford to support a certified great emperor. Chapter 69 Traveling to the Su Shinchao dynasty. But now the Sushin dynasty is on the verge of creating an emperor. In the past, they would have just laughed and scoffed, but put it in the present, they pressed on to doubt it. It was because they had received another piece of news that was even more powerful than the appearance of more than 200 saints. The second ruler of the Sushin dynasty, the holy monarch Su Zi, is still alive, and with a single word, he crushed and shattered the shadow left behind by the once ascended true immortal of the Lin Yuan Holy Land. What realm was that Su Zi in? No one knows. The minimum is a true immortal. Moreover, they were fearful and uneasy that this was the first time in history that a true immortal had appeared in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. In the past, true immortals appeared in history. In ancient texts, all the forces began to move the moment they received the news. They prepared all sorts of exotic treasures and brought along the greatest sincerity, and all of them sailed to the Su God dynasty. They're going on a pilgrimage. To be able to meet a true immortal once in person is enough for this life. Not only the eastern wasteland, but all the countable forces in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands all caught wind of it. Even some old monsters that have been sleeping for millions of years have awakened. He wanted to go to the Sushin dynasty to meet Su Zi and seriously inquire about the method of becoming immortal. They're so intent on becoming immortals that they don't ask questions about the world. Everything in the world is a cloud to them. They've been trapped in the heavenly emperor realm for far too long. He has been trying to understand the method of cultivating immortality but has never been able to get the hang of it. Now that the immortals are out in the world, they definitely can't sit still. An aerial view of the 4 seas can be clearly seen in the. A stream of light was bright to the extreme, all heading in one direction. It was colorful and looked quite spectacular. It was only that some people were traveling in flying boats and some people were traveling with swords. It's good that most of them are gathered in the Sushin dynasty. This way it saves them a lot of effort. In that case, I'll take care of it altogether. On the martial arts field, Su Zi had been sitting withered for several days. He hadn't slept all these hours. He had been deducing something, and now he felt the time had come. Eastern Wasteland Wuji sect. Wuji Heavenly Emperor pays his respects to Su Xian. Outside the imperial capital, the Su God dynasty, an old man with white hair was hunched over, but his voice was louder than ever. The founding ancestor of the Wuji sect? Surprisingly, he's still alive? The Wuji sect was in existence alongside the Heavenly Sword sect back in the day. Only then did the Wuji old ancestor disappear, which led to the Wuji Sword sect's gradual decline, and now it's no longer among the Holy Lands. Now that the Wuji Emperor has appeared. No, it should be the Wuji Heavenly Emperor. The Wuji Sword sect will be restored to its former glory. In the middle of a tea house in the imperial capital, memories flashed in the eyes of someone with a deep gaze looking at the Wuji Heavenly Emperor outside the imperial capital. He was also from the era of the peerless Heavenly Emperor, but unfortunately he failed to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, sealed for so many years and awakened by descendants, then hiked in after arriving at the empire. In this small tea house, it was full of extremely powerful people from various forces. The tea house boy at this time was serving them tea with trepidation. Even the treasurer of the tea house felt that he would definitely not be able to collect any money today. With so many powerful existences, not something they could mess with at all. You have to know that these are spirit teas for him. They have wonderful uses for cultivators. The shopkeeper could only sigh secretly. Quickly look, the peerless celestial emperor has come down. And he actually walked into the imperial capital on foot. Holy cow! Do even such figures have to abide by the rules of the Sugod dynasty? Some people looked at the Wuji heavenly emperor who walked in, their eyes full of incredulity. So what if it's a heavenly emperor? In the imperial capital of the Sugod dynasty, even a true immortal would have to come down and walk in, a strong man said secretly. Naturally, he didn't dare to make a big show of saying that the heavenly emperor was wrong. It was the heavenly emperor. It's the ceiling of the four seas. Look, what kind of power is that? Surprisingly, it's using a boundary-breaking flying boat. What a great deal. Some people pointed at the flying boats hovering outside the imperial capital with envy. This is a boundary-breaking flying boat. It's said to be able to transfer instantly. It's an emperor-level magic treasure, being able to travel through the universe. Moreover, it was not easy to refine a boundary-breaking flying boat, and very few forces were able to possess one. This is the logo of the Western region's departing Flame Clan. Can it be that the departing Flame Clan has also come? Someone's gaze stared with a somewhat solemn expression. Rumor has it that the Fire God is from the Lee Fire Clan, an innate deity, born as a god, being able to control all sources of fire in the world, and the Leaving Fire Clan, as descendants of the Fire God, are naturally close to fire, but that's just a rumor. What is a deity? That's an existence unrivaled under the heavens. That is an existence that dares to compete with the immortals in the sky. Someone shook their head and said, they don't believe that there's any fire god in the Lihua clan. That or else the Lihua clan would have risen to power long ago. Why is the Lee Fire Clan so powerful that they still walk into the imperial capital on foot? Some people shook their heads and didn't believe the rumors, believing them to be nothing more than blackmail. The Sun God Mountain has come to pay homage to Su Xian. Another deafening sound exploded. Almost everyone inside the tea house stood up with horror on their faces. Surprisingly, even the Sun God Mountain has come. You should know that the Sun God Mountain is a forbidden area in the southern region, on par with the ancient Forbidden Land, and it's incredibly dangerous. And it's not even clear if the him in there is a person or a ghost. Now that all of these people of the Sun God Mountain were shrouded under black robes, completely making it impossible to see their faces, the Sun God Mountain came with two of them this time, and they also entered the city on foot after arriving at the imperial capital. See, even those who come from the Forbidden Zone don't dare to travel in the air in a high-profile manner. All must abide by the rules of the Sushin dynasty. At this time in the Divine Palace, the hands of Yusha, who acted as the master of ceremonies, were so excited that they trembled. He's been receiving gifts from all the major powers, and all of these gifts are exotic treasures. The Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea sent someone to deliver 10 drops of million-year-old dragon marrow liquid. Phantom Chakra's face turned red with excitement as he shouted, hiss, the East Sea Dragon Clan has even sent someone, and their top management isn't even coming. Instead, you sent someone? Moreover, this outburst is too luxurious, isn't it? 10 drops of dragon marrow liquid right out of the gate. And it's still at the million-year level. I heard that this thing can add 50% to a cultivator's success rate in crossing the saint's tribulation. Some people are drooling with envy. This thing, in no uncertain terms, is capable of making saints. You had only a 10% chance of becoming a saint. After taking the million-year-old dragon's marrow liquid, then your chances of becoming a saint will become 60%. This was definitely something that all the major Holy Land forces would fight over. And it's something that only dragons have. And there's definitely not a lot of dragons out there. It's only a dozen drops to hold out. They didn't realize that the top brass of the Dragon Clan had been pretty much exterminated. There was only one Dragon Palace master left in the Dragon Palace, even though he was a quasi-emperor powerhouse. But he's really afraid to come out now. Even Aotian's Divine Soul Jade Tablet was extinguished. And then all of those quasi-emperors were extinguished as well. Chapter 70, the beginning of the great change in heaven and earth. How dare he go out and sneak around? Aotian was in existence in the heavenly emperor realm, and such an existence had died. You can imagine how powerful the other side is. Moreover, the Dragon Lord guessed that it might be the same immortal from the Sugod dynasty who had destroyed Aotian. That was why he had sent someone to offer 10 drops of million-year-old dragon marrow liquid in a fleshly manner. He wanted to use this to dissolve the hatred between that immortal and his dragon clan. He definitely didn't dare to resent it. He just hoped that the other party wouldn't come after him just yet. The Heavenly Sword Sect Patriarch is giving away an absolute ancient elixir. What? Surprisingly, it's an absolute ancient Dan. That was refined from an ancient Dan formula from the ancient years, and all of them are some rare materials, and it's simply impossible to find some of them now. The Phantom Chakra took the absolute ancient elixir and opened it for inspection. Instantly, an incomparable fragrance instantly filled the noses of everyone present. Smells good. I took a breath of this elixir's fragrance, surprisingly had a feeling that all the pores in my body were letting go of the soothing and incomparable feeling. Round in color, translucent with golden light, and emitting a tantalizing aroma. This is truly a supreme ancient elixir. This elixir is said to allow great emperors to recover to their peak state in an instant. Although it's not able to increase cultivation, just this one effect alone is enough to make those great emperors grab their heads. The heavenly sword sect deserves to be deep, to have even something like this. Those cultivators around them exchanged words of admiration. The Wuji sword emperor sends the Wuji emperor sword a sword. Hiss. At this time when the words of the phantom chakra had just fallen, everyone sucked in cold air. The peerless sword emperor had actually given away his own original magic weapon. Is this so poor that you don't have anything to give away? Simply gave away his sword. The Wuji sword emperor had reappeared after so many years. His cultivation must be more than just at the great emperor realm. It must have reached the realm of the heavenly emperor. The value of that one imperial sword spoke for itself. Sun God Mountain. Send a Sun God Vine. Everyone was once again shocked and their faces froze. This is the Sun God Vine. It's said to grow in the sun, and it possesses the power of the Golden Crow. It can be used to create a supremely masculine and rigid imperial weapon that will skyrocket in power. The Leaving Fire clan sends a single piece of indestructible red flame. An indestructible red flame is a kind of strange fire in heaven and earth. If fused you can transform into the Fire Emperor. This Leaf Fire clan has put in a lot of blood. This is directly equivalent to giving away a great emperor. The Leaving Fire clan is not simple. It's very likely that they really are the descendants of the deity Fire God. To be so generous, someone said with a heavy face, the clan of the Leaving Fire is really too low-key, and they're just now realizing that Surprisingly, he himself didn't understand the Leaving Fire clan at all. The Supreme Immortal declares that all the major powers will enter the hall. The Phantom Chakra's figure stood straight, although only at the God King realm, but all the forces dared not call out to him. Yusha felt that this was the pinnacle of his life. The people of all the major powers were all overjoyed after hearing what the Yusha said, hurriedly lined up one by one to enter the Golden Palace. They wouldn't dare swarm in there. It would be bad if I left a bad impression on the immortal. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw the one youth sitting high on the monarch's seat. He had a handsome face, and his eyes seemed to have the sun, moon and stars in them, so bright that people didn't dare to look directly at them. All of them knew that this was that legendary upper immortal. We bow to the Supreme Immortal. All of them all knelt down and chanted towards Suzy. All of you, get up. Suzy's words were calm, but they carried an undoubted majesty. Tell us what you came for, Suzy asked casually. He knew these people were pilgrims for one thing, but some of them must have come prepared. Witnessing the majesty of the Supreme Immortal today is truly a blessing in one's life, and life is already free of regrets. Someone with piety in their eyes paid homage towards Suzy and said, Supreme Immortal, I want to know the method of becoming immortal. The peerless heavenly emperor stood out after a moment of contemplation and bowed and bent down to Suzy and said seriously. He had been stuck in this realm for far too long, but had always been denied the mysteries of becoming an immortal. If it were in the past, this seat could guide you on a path to immortality, but not now. Even certifying a great emperor is a luxury in the age of the end. Suzy looked at the infinite sword emperor and shook his head. The Wuji sword emperor had a head of grayish-white hair with sword intent entwined all over his body, and after hearing what Suzy said, the eyes dimmed instantly. Even Suzy said that he couldn't become immortal. Could he only look up for the rest of his life? But there's going to be a heavenly opportunity in the next few days, and not just for you. All the heavenly emperors in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands have a chance to become immortal. Suzy continued. What? The Wuji sword emperor and the several heavenly emperors present all looked at Suzy with ecstatic faces and hope in their eyes. If you want to become an immortal, you naturally have to transform the aura in your body into the rules of the immortal Tao. How can there be immortal Qi in the end times? If it was in the ancient times, the Taiku period, it's natural to be able to feel the rules of the immortal Tao in heaven and earth after cultivating to the heavenly emperor realm. Though it is very little, it can be transformed and completed with the accumulation of years and years of. It's just a matter of fast and slow. The fast ones will succeed, and the slow ones will sit in the years. In the next few days, the heavenly vault will crumble, and there will be a massive influx of immortal Tao rules, at which point, the heavens and earth have changed greatly, and the aura has revived. Suzy didn't have the slightest bit of impatience. Instead, he carefully explained, he was going to leave after all, so let's consider it as a good karma for the Sushin dynasty. Whether the Su God dynasty existed or perished in the future, he would not interfere. This was the last thing he could do for the Sushin dynasty. The vault of heaven is crumbling? Everyone noticed the word. This time, the heavenly dome collapsed, targeting great emperors and above, and almost none of them were spared. But ergo, there is no need to pay any attention to it. It is something you cannot participate in. When the time comes, this seat will make its own move. Since you've come to the Su God dynasty, this seat will guarantee you a life. Suzy said faintly. Hearing Suzy say this, the various powerhouses at the bottom no longer spoke much. They know that Suzy said they couldn't get involved. Then something horrible is definitely going to happen. And this great event was directed at them, the great emperor, celestial emperors. Only those of them who had come on pilgrimage would be fine. But those who do not come on the pilgrimage may be in for a great tribulation. None of them doubted what Suzy said because he was an upper immortal. They were relieved that if they hadn't reacted so quickly, perhaps he himself will fall in the great change. Suzy said, now not only are they being sheltered, but they even have a chance to become immortal. Their trip was so rewarding. Is the little bit of exotic treasure given away still called treasure? You can become immortal. Even if it was a better gift, they'd have to get their asses in gear. Chapter 71, The Ancient Su Family in the Upper Realm. Qing Shi, today my father will first cross the tribulation to become an emperor, and you will then cross the immortal tribulation. Suzy thought he should do a double take. Su Qianquan's transmigration would not necessarily attract those people to appear and come, but maybe the Sos will show up. But if it's lapis lazuli, it's almost 100% likely to attract them. After all, they feed on ascended beings. Lapis lazuli is just a delicacy in their eyes. Yes, Lord. Although Qing Shi had doubts in his mind, he still respectfully answered. What he was puzzled about was, hadn't the Lord just said that? At the end of the end times, not to mention any immortal Tao rules, not even a trace of immortal Qi could be seen, but he believed that the Lord had heavenly powers and would be able to solve these things easily. Things turned out not to Suzy's surprise. Waiting until Su Qianquan succeeded in crossing the Emperor's tribulation, those people did not appear. Su Qianquan's Emperor's tribulation was undoubtedly terrifying in the end times, because the will of heaven and earth in the age of the end did not allow the emergence of great emperors. If you can successfully cross the threshold like this, it means that this person has the ability to go against the heavens. Su Qianquan's Emperor's tribulation had thunderclouds churning to cover the entire Su God dynasty. If it wasn't for the fact that he had one of Su Zi's innate origin power in his body, he wouldn't have been able to cross over at all. Immortal world. Su's immortal mist filled this place, and a palace was staggered and suspended in the air. Upon closer inspection, it was actually built according to a formation. In the air, there are all kinds of flying birds emitting the light of Xiaorui, looking beautiful, with a white crane with feathers like white jade, just a white crane. It was standing on the top of the mountain gulping an immortal energy, which was inhaled into its belly and spat out, and it was blossoming with immortal light all over its body. It's really extraordinary. There was a unicorn running on the ground, and with every step it seemed that the entire heaven and earth were trembling. Its limbs were as thick as pillars in the sky, and one step was enough to crush the heavenly emperor. The Qilin is one of the 10 ancient ferocious creatures with a great reputation in the outside world, but at this moment, they could only run around the periphery of the Su clan. Kirins are simply not to be found in the four seas, and even miscellaneous bloodlines are hard to see, even in the immortal realm. That was an object of contention for many great powers, not for any other reason than the fact that the Qilin possesses the strength of a red dust immortal when it reaches adulthood. If one were to cultivate them, they might not necessarily not become an existence such as an immortal king. In the deepest part of the Su clan was a huge and magnificent palace that was so high that one couldn't see the end of it. The entire palace emanated glittering light, covered with all sorts of obscure runes. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was definitely an extraordinary immortal artifact. But at this moment in the palace, there were two groups of people who were fighting each other. On top of it, there was a silhouette sitting on a high seat, and his face could not be seen. Only his entire body was seen wrapped tightly in chaotic mist, and only a pair of eyes that saw through the world were emotionless as they looked down at the two quarreling parties below. Ridiculous to the extreme. Su Qianquan is originally the young master of my Su family. Why was he relegated to the lower realms? What kind of heavenly wrath has he committed? There was a crane-haired old man in the left camp who had a shocking anger erupting from his eyes and questioned. This person was Su Zhantian, who was the Su family's grand elder. He was also Su Qianquan's most loyal supporter. It could be said that he had watched Su Qianquan grow up. Only later, he took several elders and clan disciples to the immortal ancient battlefield to fend off the invasion of foreign devils. Only now did he return to the Su family to hear that Su Qianquan had been relegated to the lower realms. How could he bear this? Su Zhantian, you are reckless. A middle-aged man on the right stood out and pointed at Su Zhantian and drank. Su Qianquan gave up the position of the Su family's young master on his own. So how could there be any talk of being depreciated? Feel free to ask the Su family about this. Su Nan said with a vicious wave of his hand. Let your mother's dog fart. Su Qianquan was originally the young master of the inner circle. He himself was a worthy candidate to succeed the young lord. And now you tell the old man that he did it of his own free will? Su Zhantian directly opened the spray. Outrageous. You old piker. How can you swear? The corners of Su Nan's mouth shivered a little as she pointed at Su Zhanweather. What kind of existence is he? He's also one of the elders of the Su family. His status won't be lower than Su Zhantian's. Cultivation is also in the same realm. Although his battle power was quite a bit worse than Su Zhantian, he was at least an elder. Who doesn't flatter him when they see him outside? Old monster. Are 1,000 years of fox you give the old man to play what chatting ah? A handful of years old. How dare you pretend to be so tender? Old man looks disgusting. Vomit. Su Zhantian pretended to vomit in disgust. What? Is what the Grand Elder said wrong? We have sacrificed our lives for the Su family. We are fighting in the front. And you are relegating the young lord of our lineage to the lower realms in the back? The Su family? Is this how they treat our lineage? Second Elder Su Xiong's words were well spoken and meant to be. The one sitting in the first place above, wrapped in chaotic mist, had his eyes downcast and, it's not at all clear whether it's happy or sad. His eyes still flashed. Just that little brat Su Wei is worthy of being the head of my Su family? I'm not convinced. Su Zhantian and the several people behind him all nodded in agreement. The Su family is a family of 10,000 years, and is incredibly strong. There are 2 main chakras alone, with more branches than you can count. Since ancient times, it has been the most talented young generation among the direct line of the main vein that is selected to be groomed to become the next head of the family. Su Qiankuan was the person jointly elected by both main veins. Moreover, Su Qiankuan's Taoist couple's origin was not simple. Oh, no matter what you guys say. Anyway, there's only one young master in the Su family now. That's suave. An old man on the right stepped forward and said with a sneer. Not bad. Su Qiankuan voluntarily gave up the position of young master. Su Wei is naturally the rightful owner. Besides, Su Qiankuan is now in the lower realms, so I'm afraid he's long since been seated. What's the point of us talking about him anymore? The right main vein, Su Jian, wanted to put things to rest and directly sit on the fact that Su Wei is the identity of the young master. You old thing. Back in the day, I knew you weren't holding back any good farts. Now it seems the old man's instincts were good. Really let your mother's dog fart? What kind of talent Su Qiankuan has? I'm sure you're well aware of it, aren't you? Even in the lower realm, that is bound to be an existence that will proudly stand out from the rest of the world. Such a supreme demon would sit down? Su Zhantian scoffed at what Su Jian said. Then who knows? What if his talent is nullified? Su Jian said with expressionless indifference. Boom! An eerie silence fell over the great hall. Su Zhantian's body cultivation then directly exploded, seemingly toppling the entire hall. I knew things weren't that simple. So it's really your lineage that did the trick. Su Zhantian's aura surged wildly as his entire body erupted with shocking killing intent. Su Jian's face changed. Su Zhantian's aura was surprisingly this strong, more than a notch stronger than back then. This is the invincible might of killing the enemy on the battlefield. If Su Zhantian insisted on killing him, he was simply no match. Although they were in the same realm, you dare to make a move in the King's Hall? Do you really think I don't exist? Just as Su Zhantian wanted to make a move, the silhouette sitting above him finally spoke. Chapter 72. Then let's split up the family. King Su, although you are the head of the family, I am not convinced. Su Zhantian arched his hand at the silhouette above him, his words still raw. He was very upset with King Su. King Su is the contemporary head of the Su family, and he was the one who nodded his head and gave his approval in the first place. Su Qiankuan is the real young master. Then they were sent to the alien demon battlefield. It was also because Su Qiankuan became the young master. That was why they were willing to lead all the supreme beings of their lineage to run to the alien demon battlefield. The purpose was to create momentum for Su Qiankuan and enhance his fame. But I didn't expect to come back to this situation. I know that you are angry and resentful in your heart, but Su Qiankuan really did voluntarily give up the position of young lord. Did they even lie to this king? King Su's words were without ripples, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. King Su, are even you going to start favoring their lineage? Su Zhantian really came under fire, directly turning you into you. It was evident how much anger he had in his heart right now. Unbridled. You're daring to disrespect King Su? Su Jian drank in a colorful manner. King Su, our lineage wants an explanation. Su Zhantian's face began to turn gloomy. The words also got tougher and tougher. He, Su Zhantian, was going to harden himself against the Su clan's immortal king today. Their lineage must have a say. This king will give you an explanation. This king will say again that Su Qiankuan voluntarily gave up his position as young master, not coerced by anyone. The high and mighty King Su still had some anger. Is that so? But that's not what Lin Xiaoran said. Su Zhantian first laughed coldly, then burst out a heavy bomb. What? Lin Xiaoran? Isn't she dead? Su Jian's face changed drastically. Then he blurted out. Oh, you guys are such big dogs. Ha! Hardly pushing my Su family's closest friend to the opposite side. If it weren't for the fact that King Lin traveled the cosmic wasteland and found a harmonization grass, Maybe some truths really do get buried in history. Su Zhantian laughed a little maniacally. Lin Xiaoran was Su Qiankuan's wife and the daughter of King Lin Song Lin of the Wangu Lin family, originally an ironclad ally of the Su family. Now, Lin Song was even preparing to take a shot at the Su family. Lin Xiaoran is Lin Song's scales, and some people who didn't know how to die dared to touch Lin Xiaoran. Lin Song would never let it go. It was only recently that Lin Xiaoran had revived and informed them of the truth of that year. So Su Zhantian was actually testing King Su from the start. It hadn't occurred to me that King Su had openly harbored Su Jian's lineage. Su Wang Su Tian was also from Su Jian's lineage, so thinking about it like this, it wasn't a big deal. King Su, is this your explanation to our lineage? Su Zhantian's words gradually calmed down. He had learned everything he wanted to know. So what do you want to do? King Su replied, and there was a chaotic aura flowing through his eyes. It made his whole being dangerous. What do I want to do? Big deal. The Su family will be divided. Su Zhantian's hands were lowered, and his words were flat, but dropped. A mediocre little boy on the scene is on an island of the sea. Instantly cooked. Oh no. Boiled over. Split the family? Su Zhantian, how dare you split the family? To split the Su family into two. You're going against the ancestral tradition. Su Jian's entire body trembled in shock. Su Zhantian dared to propose a separation? How bold is he? The Su family's main vein, since ancient times, had only two branches, and they were two branches that could not be separated. It's an ancestral tradition. Not only was it Su Jian, even Su Tian's eyes instantly narrowed. He wanted to know, what kind of backbone did Su Zhantian have? How dare he propose to split the family? The Su family is the united Su family of the past, all a bunch of little people. Su Zhantian was unrelenting in his rebuke this time. Su Zhantian, do you really think that this king doesn't dare to kill you? There was a hint of anger in Su Tian's words. Su Zhantian's words were directed at him. What did it mean? Calling him Su Tian a villain? Unworthy of being the head of their lineage? King Su is used to being high and mighty. Killing me, Su Zhantian, is certainly a handful. How can I, Su Zhantian, be so virtuous as to make the high and mighty King Su personally take action? Su Zhantian completely let go at this time. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. He's going to tough out King Su today. Su Zhantian. King Su's words already carried killing intent. The aura on his body was also beginning to crush towards Su Zhantian. This was the might of the immortal king. No one could stop it. Su Zhantian's face instantly turned pale as soon as he made contact. The pressure of an immortal king was not something he could afford, although there was only a large realm difference between them. This one great realm was the chasm, and immortal kings could easily be exterminated. It was even able to directly decapitate with just a look. King Su, are you deceiving me that there is no one in my lineage? Although Su Zhantian's face was pale and even his 7 orifices were beginning to ooze blood, his words were still crazy to the extreme. I'm just bullying you that there's no one in your lineage. What can you do to me? Su Tian's words carried boundless killing intent. A Su Zhantian dared to provoke him again and again. His crime should be punished. Good for you. Good for you. Su Tian, do you remember Su Qiankuan's father? Su Wuxie? Su Zhantian asked with a laugh up to the sky as blood seeped from his mouth and nose. Su Wuxie? Su Tian was rarely silent for a long time. That's right. Su Wuxie of my lineage. The father of Su Qiankuan. He's still alive. Su Zhantian looked straight at Su Tian and said word by word. Boom! The great hall shook as all of Su Tian's aura erupted, nearly crushing all of these powerhouses below. Su Wuxie is still alive? Where is he? Su Tian appeared directly in front of Su Zhantian the next moment, carrying his collar with killing intent. There's no need to rush. Soon he'll be coming for you. Ha ha! Su Zhantian laughed loudly, his entire person becoming more and more maniacal. Su Tian really didn't deserve to be their clan leader. This person's mind's eye is really too small, and the Su family will be heading for destruction under his leadership. Looks like you all know the truth. So what if Su Wuxie, this king, was able to kill him once back then, be able to kill him a second time now? Su Tian's ferocious look was revealed as he looked at Su Zhantian and said with his eyes slightly narrowed. Is that so? I've heard that the family head, Su Wuxie, is already in the immortal king realm. Su Tian, ready? Su Zhantian asked as he looked at Su Tian somewhat teasingly. Chapter 73, True Immortals Descend to the Realm. Arrest Su Qiankuan. Su Zhantian directly addressed Su Wuxie as the family master. It was clear that he thought Su Tian was no longer worthy of this title. Back then, this king was able to push him into the abyss at the alien demon battlefield. Nowadays, he has long ceased to be the king's opponent. He will never be seen as a rival by the king again. So what if it's the immortal king realm? This king is also an immortal king. Can he kill this king? A strong confidence erupted from Su Tian's body. How many billions of years is this? A Su Wuxia who had just broken through the immortal king realm wanted to decapitate him? That's ridiculous. Now that it's out of the way, the king doesn't mind telling you that. Not long ago Su Jian detected that the seal within Su Qianquan's body had unexpectedly broken open. Moreover, he managed to cross the heavenly emperor's tribulation. The chaotic mist on Su Tian's face at this time dispersed as much as it could, revealing a handsome face with the slightest hint of a smile on it. Su Zhantian's face did not turn happy just because of Su Tian's words. He knew that Su Tian would definitely do something. At the same time his heart tightened and, could it be that Su Tian wanted to forcefully break through the barrier of the lower realm to enter the 4 seas and 8 wastes to personally wipe out Su Qianquan? Well, that would be bad. Su Wuxia was now at the most urgent juncture and could not be disturbed at all. Besides, he couldn't find anyone. No, it won't. Su Tian cherishes his life more than anyone. The lower realms won't allow true immortals to exist. Even immortal kings wouldn't dare to go down there at will. They would suffer terrible things. Su Zhantian's heart relaxed slightly as he thought of this. Su Tian would never dare to go down to the realm. This king has already asked Su Wei to head down to the lower realms with the boundary stones. Su Tian looked at Su Zhantian, wanting to see panic in his expression. Sure enough, as soon as Su Tian's words fell, Su Zhantian's face changed drastically. What is a boundary stone? It's a magical stone that allows you to travel between any worlds. There might not be a second piece to be found in the entire immortal world. It's the bottom of the Su family. And as long as one's cultivation level was below that of a red dust immortal, one could travel to the 4 seas and the 8 deserts, and in a way that won't be noticed by the world consciousness. For the sake of Su Qianquan, you actually took out all the Su family's greatest treasures? Su Tian, how badly do you want to put Su Qianquan to death? Su Zhantian was completely desperate. Desperate? There's even more despair behind us. Both of Su Qianquan's sons are going to die. They are even more talented than Su Qianquan. Moreover, this king actually smelled a trace of the Su clan's ancient pale dome body billions of years ago. You said that since this Taikut Sangnao body is not in our Su family, could that be on Su Qianquan's heir? If this king obtains this Taikut Song dome body, immortal emperors are expected. Su Tian's eyes were filled with greed. That is the strongest battle body of the Su family. Cultivated to the fullest can fight the sky, fearless of all the enemies in the world. Unbeknownst to him, the Swire Vault battle body was nothing more than a wisp of debris from the Swire God Mountain. And Su Zi's body had an entire mountain of Swidden gods within it. As long as Su Zi was willing, he could completely evolve himself into all the physiques in the world. Su Tian, this move of yours will surely usher in the mad retaliation of the evilless family master and King Lin. It will also cause the Su family to hit rock bottom. Su Zhantian drank. He wanted to use Su Wuxia and the Lin King to suppress Su Tian so that he wouldn't do something so crazy. But where would Su Tian listen at this time? Immortal King Realm. I am invincible. King Su only responded faintly. This king has sealed their cultivation. Escort them down. This king is going to make them open their dog's eyes and take a good look. This king's choice is the right one. Su Tian snorted coldly and disappeared. Humph. Still want to split the family? Split the Su family into 2? Su Zhantian, you're really looking for in a cesspool. Su Jian stepped forward and looked down at Su Zhantian and the others with disdain. Su Tian is from their lineage. How could it be possible to hand over the young master position to someone from Su Wuxia's lineage? That's a complete fool's errand. Su Jian, you'll end up worse than me. Lin Xiaoran is also something you can pit against? You'll always be able to taste King Lin's methods in the future. Su Zhantian looked at Su Jian with a face of sympathy. Su Jian's entire body shuddered at his words. Indeed, it had been thought that after Su Qianquan had been relegated to the lower realms, a few of them had set a trap, then used Su Qianquan with Su Dao and Su Zi as bait, lured Lin Xiaoran to come and finally beat her to death. In order to be cautious, they had also begged a magic treasure from Su Tian that could conceal heavenly chances. Even if Lin Song was an immortal king powerhouse, there was no way he could have discovered it. It was thought that no one would ever find out about this incident for the rest of his life. Who knew that Lin Song had searched for the harmonization flower and forcefully gathered Lin Xiaoran's remnant soul, and it took nearly 1 billion years of warming up to recover. Now that things have been exposed, Lin Song will definitely not let them go. Take care of yourself first. Su Jian waved his hand for people to escort Su Zhantian and the others down. He himself stood in place with his face clouded over. Su Zhantian was right. Their participation in the siege of Lin Xiaoran was bound to be on top of Lin Song's must-kill list. At that time, once Su Wuxia joined forces with Lin Song, Su Tian would not necessarily strive to protect him. It's a death when it happens. He should make a life for himself. His eyes flickered as he looked in the direction where Su Tian had disappeared, and then his entire person disappeared into the Su family. Xing Shi, you go and cross the threshold. Suzy looked at the calm sky and said softly, Yes, my lord. Shi's entire body rose up and stood above the void. Everyone looked at Shi with envy. What virtue and ability does the celestial emperor of the green stone have? To have such heaven-defying fortune? To be able to be taken as a slave by the supreme immortal. Now that he was about to cross the immortal tribulation, there was no need to slowly accumulate the immortal Dao rules. They are really envious and jealous. Boo! Only to see Suzy casually pointing. The sky dome was pierced through with a single finger, and it was not able to recover. All the heavenly emperors present then had shocked faces. This was because the immortal chi visible to the naked eye surged down furiously in the direction where Shi was, until it wrapped around the entirety of Aoshi. Shi didn't dare to slow down for a moment, directly sitting in the void, his body glowing with light, and efforts were made to absorb all of this immortal energy into his body. Undergoing a metamorphosis, he introduced immortal chi into his body, slowly transforming the aura in his body into immortal chi. It's a slow process. Some heavenly emperors with demonic talent would need hundreds, even thousands of years to completely complete their metamorphosis. Slowly, perhaps for the rest of his life, he could not fully transform the aura in his body into immortal aura. Finally, you achieve the immortal body. Too slow. Suzy frowned, then pointed a finger again. A ray of light instantly disappeared into Shi's body. Shi had originally been extremely laborious, and he knew that with the abundance of immortal energy he himself was considered gifted to be able to succeed within a few hundred years. But how many centuries can the Lord wait for him? What a joke. He didn't consider himself important enough for that. Just as he was feeling powerless, feeling the immortal chi in his body was actually forcefully devouring all of the auras at an astonishing speed. Then the immortal aura covered his entire body. Chapter 74. The void collapses. Feeding on ascended ones. What are you all looking at? The overflowing immortal chi is a good thing. It's rare that it gathers like this. If it dissipates, you'll have trouble becoming immortals if you spend tens of thousands of years again. Suzy said to the peerless Sword Emperor and the other heavenly emperors. The peerless Celestial Emperor and the others instantly had great joy on their faces. Of course they saw the overflowing immortal energy, and they were tempted to sneak in and absorb a little bit of it. Well, just a little. But none of the heavenly emperors present dared to move. Without the permission of the Supreme Immortal, they wouldn't dare to do this at all. If he annoyed the Upper Immortal, the rest of the people would swarm to tear him apart without the Upper Immortal's help. Now, after getting Suzy's approval, all of them sat down on the ground and began to frantically run their body's mana and began to refine the immortal energy. It's a chance. A really big chance. And it's up to them to make it work. Suzy naturally didn't have the heart to help them break through directly. It wasn't like it would benefit him. Why don't you guys absorb this immortal energy? Suzy saw that there was a clan in the crowd that did not have anyone sitting down to absorb the immortal energy, and immediately asked. One must know that there were 3 heavenly emperors among them, but none of these people absorbed the immortal chi. Instead, they looked at Suzy with somewhat expectant faces. Reporting to the Supreme Immortal, we are from the Leaving Fire clan. This time, I came to the Sushin dynasty to pay my respects to the Supreme Immortal because I have something to ask. The leader of the Departing Fire clan was a burly and strong man with a head full of fiery red hair, named Departing Fire Kuei. He was also the current patriarch of the Departing Fire clan, cultivating at the Heavenly Emperor realm. Lihua Kuei bowed towards Suzy. This matter is too important to him, to their Lihua clan, so that's why they came. Oh, what is it? Suzy asked curiously. He was naturally able to penetrate the thoughts of the clan of the Departing Flame at a glance, but that would be too boring. We would like to know if the Fire God, the natural deity of our Leaving Fire clan, is true or not? Lihua Kuei clenched his teeth and said, so it is. Suzy was a bit pensive. The Leaving Fire clan began to ponder after seeing Suzy finish her sentence. Immediately, he felt that he should not be able to get the answer he wanted from Suzy. The Fire God does exist. He's the first cluster of innate chaotic fire essence between heaven and earth. Since its birth, being embedded in chaos, it has slowly given birth to spiritual awareness. Claiming to be an innate deity, he is able to manipulate all the fires in the world. Well, your clan of the Leaving Fire is indeed considered to be the descendants of his legacy. Only the bloodline is pitifully thin, even if it's a branch. Suzy briefly deduced to Lihua Kuei, Vulcan is actually real. Lihua Kuei's tiger eyes were filled with tears and he was so excited that he was trembling. But then the gaze dimmed again. They, the clan of the Leaving Fire, were really descended from the Fire God. And, listening to Suzy, what with the chaos? What the first fire essence born in heaven and earth? It just sounds awesome and awesome. But what does that have to do with them? They were just in existence with an incredibly thin bloodline among the Fire God's descendants. Vulcan couldn't even notice them. Just like the branches of their bloodline of the clan of the Leaving Fire. They are the main lineage, and they are high up in the... Will it go into deliberate focus on branching? The answer is clearly no. So they're just descendants who have been left behind in these 4 seas. It would be very difficult for them to see the fire god in this lifetime, or for all the clansmen of their leaving fire clan in this lifetime. Li Huakue and the other 3 heavenly emperors respectfully bowed to Su Zi. Then he sat down on the ground and began to absorb the overflowing immortal energy. The practice always goes on. Boom! A wave of immortal Tao rules erupted from within Qing Shi's body. With Su Zi's help, he condensed into an immortal body in almost no time at all, without even burning incense. Instantly become a true immortal realm. The thunderbolt is coming. Some people exclaimed in shock. This thunderbolt was absolutely terrifying. It had only just begun to brew. Surprisingly, it had already covered the entire Sugod dynasty, and it was still expanding at a terrifying speed towards all directions. The boundless thunderclouds gave a breathless and oppressive feeling. Bang! But the next moment, all the thunderclouds instantly disappeared. The originally dark sky returned to light in an instant. What happened? How did it disappear all of a sudden? Someone asked in disbelief. It couldn't be an immortal spell cast by the upper immortal, could it? The only ones who can do that are the upper immortals. Everyone thought that it was the immortal technique Su Zi had executed that had directly dispersed the thunderclouds, but only Su Zi knows that it wasn't even his doing. Rather, it is done by those who feed on ascended beings. Coming, Su Zi said faintly. Everyone had a question mark. What's coming? What's coming? Ahem. This damned lower realm. Every time I come down, I have to suffer a backlash. If it weren't for half a boundary stone, we would have been afraid that we would have just sat down and died. Every time I fantasize about how nice it would be to have a complete boundary stone, that way you don't have to suffer the backlash torture. A voice pierced through space and fell on everyone's ears. The crowd was then horrified to see thunder and lightning intertwine with each other on the void, erupting into a powerful collision. There, the void collapsed and immortal chi surged in from the collapse. Almost instantly, immortal chi enveloped the entire Sugod dynasty. Is this the chance that the Supreme Immortal spoke of? But why is my divine soul trembling and my body is going to explode in general? There were celestial emperors trembling and full of panic. This damn lower realm. There's only one that became immortal this time, after all these years. Surprisingly, there's only one true immortal? No. One true immortal is not enough to cost us that much. Go. Capture all the great emperors. All the heavenly emperors. Be quick. We can only stay for 2 incense burners. And if the immortal realm finds out, we all have to die, and then erase their memories, or there will be no food next time. 3 figures resembling gods and demons appeared at the void collapse, and the leader commanded. As soon as his words fell, the 2 silhouettes behind him instantly disappeared. You? Who are you? The peerless sword emperor's face was grave as he looked at the youth at the collapse of the void. This youth just stood there, expressionlessly glancing at the peerless sword emperor, with just a single glance. It seemed that the Wuji Sword Emperor was seeing a sea of blood directly drowning him. The indifference froze his very soul. Not bad. This place has gathered so many heavenly emperors. Not bad. It's all being transformed into immortal chi. And although the efficacy isn't as good as a true immortal, it'll do. Chapter 75, Heavenly Immortal, kneel down. And indeed, it does. What is his status in his eyes? The people of the lower world are nothing but barbarians. He scoffed at the whole 4 seas. If it weren't for the food, he wouldn't even want to set foot here. Although this was a barbarian land, which one who was able to cultivate to the point of ascension was not a son of the realm, the proud son of heaven, and a son of chi? Such a being was an absolute tonic for them. That was why they had come even at the risk of enduring being revolted by borrowing half a boundary stone. The youth just stood quietly in the void, his eyes gazing into the distance. He was waiting for the other 2 to detain all the heavenly emperors of the 4 seas and 8 deserts. As for these people below him, with him here, he wasn't worried about these people being able to escape at all. In the middle of the northern region's 100,000 mountains, a figure appeared above it without warning. This figure's eyes were like electricity able to see through illusions. TSK, surprisingly hidden in 100,000 meters of soil. Come out. This figure was clearly the true immortal who had just left the side of the youth above the Sushin dynasty. I only saw him grabbing one hand in vain, and immediately the soil below turned over and a fat relic with a glistening white body was directly ingested out of the soil by him. It was an ancient relic species with a huge body size like a mountain range, but at this moment, it was two-eyed and somewhat unbelievable. It's a heavenly emperor level powerhouse, but now without warning it was being ingested directly out of the 100,000 meter deep soil, and it struggled and raged, but to no avail. It's a bedbug in front of this person, and no one else treats it right. That's why confusion surfaced in its eyes. A special confusion. Ancient relic species like it had a long lifespan, and usually cultivated without caring about time at all. and now it felt as if it had been practicing slumber for a long time. How else can we explain that true immortals have appeared in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses? Moreover, it clearly sensed that there was actually an immortal aura permeating the space. Immortal. Immortal, spare my life. I'm just an ancient relic. Ah, I've been in seclusion and cultivation here all this time. It doesn't ever go out and mess with people it shouldn't. I implore the immortal to spare me. I have spent my life trembling as if I were walking on thin ice. Don't even dare to go out and offend anyone. The fat man's words actually had the slightest hint of crying in them. Ancient relic species? Not bad at all. Your fat white body is full of spirit protein. If it were fairy protein, it would be wonderful. Don't worry, this seed won't kill you now. This seed will bring you back to the Fey Demon domain and train you to become a true immortal. The man looked at fertile legacy with a blaze in his eyes. He truly hadn't thought that this barbaric land would still have the existence of such a good thing. The fat legacy need looks very fatty and is full of fat, but for the immortal practitioners it is definitely a rare and wonderful delicacy in the world. And not just because of its places where what looks like fat is actually stored cultivation. This is also the difference of the fertilizer. Other living beings may eat it, has a lot of wonderful use, but the fatty legacy was different. After eating it, it was able to directly transform its cultivation into its own. That's why this fat relic has been burying itself deep in the 100,000 mountains, not daring to go out, because he knows he's going to go out and meet the weak ones. Okay. When you meet a powerful direct, you become someone else's dish. The greed in the man's eyes was visible to the naked eye, but he wouldn't dare to enjoy this fat relic all by himself, and he didn't have the qualifications to do so. These things are wanted by a great man. If the big man was in a good mood, he might even reward them with a bone. If we're unlucky, we might have to eat them all. Without further ado, the man gathered up the fertilizer and headed to his next target. They were true immortals, and there were almost no celestial emperors in the 4 seas and 8 deserts that could escape their probing. Su Shin Chao. What are you looking at? The young man's afterglow saw Suzy sizing him up. That gaze was like looking at an idiot, and it irritated him. I'm asking you, what the are you looking at? Have you never seen a true immortal before? I'll show you today. The youth was probably bored and wanted to find something to do. No. The youth's hairs stood up in sweat. He looked at Suzy first, and realized that he couldn't see him through to the end. He then operated his demonic pupil and was horrified to find that he still couldn't see through it. Suzy was like being in the middle of chaos. He was obviously sitting there but his presence could not be perceived. The discovery startled the youth. Naturally, he wouldn't be enough to think this man was immortal. It was at this time that he realized that these people below, though they were afraid of him in their eyes, but without the slightest bit of awe, that in itself is very unusual. To suffer, the youth was secretly alarmed. Then, without saying a word, he collected half of the boundary stone and turned around. He now directly put away half of the boundary stone, completely disregarding the deaths of the remaining 2. Almost at the same moment, the other 2 people who came down to the realm at the same time as him were instantly and directly obliterated by the will of the world. They couldn't even scream. Disappearing along with them were those heavenly emperors who were in his pocket. All of them were attacked indiscriminately by the world consciousness. The youth was surging with immortal chi, wanting to use the boundary stone to quickly leave this realm, but he realized to his horror that no matter how much he pushed his immortal laws, he was never able to take a half step himself. Bang! The youth instantly turned around and knelt down in Suzy's direction. Yu Qian implores your excellency to be magnanimous, and I am only following orders. Yu Qian knelt down in the void, knowing that he had truly met a tough opponent today, but he couldn't understand even if he thought about it. A 4C, 8 wasteland, tiny lower barbarian land that, how could such a strong man appear? Surprisingly, he was able to disable the boundary stones. Immortal king? Impossible. Even an immortal king holding a boundary stone wouldn't dare to come to this lower land. The higher the cultivation level, the less it would be accommodated by the world consciousness. Unless it was an immortal emperor. Only immortal emperors can travel through the worlds at will. When their cultivation had reached their realm, there was almost nothing in the world that could restrain them. As soon as this thought came out, Yu Qian's body was covered in a cold sweat, and his entire body was trembling. He was terrified. The 4 seas and the 8 deserts surprisingly had an immortal emperor powerhouse traveling here in the red dust. He also happened to stumble upon it, and the key was that he had even mouthed off in front of the immortal emperor. Throughout the long history of the immortal world, perhaps he was the first existence that dared to rebuke the immortal emperor to his face. Yu Qian really wants to die hard. This broken mouth. Why not more observation? What's the situation? What's with the kneeling? Even heavenly immortal knelt down to supreme immortal Su. What exactly is his cultivation level? Some couldn't help but murmur quietly. Chapter 76, Young Master of the Su family. Here he comes. No matter what cultivation Immortal Su is, he saved our lives. The peerless Sword Emperor looked at Su Zi with gratitude in his eyes. Yes, if it wasn't for Immortal Su we people, we would really have been wiped out this time. A heavenly emperor said with a sigh. It had been thought that they were already the pinnacle of combat power in this world, but it didn't occur to me that in the end, after a lifetime of cultivation, I would turn into someone else's prey. How sad and absurd this is. They have worked hard all their lives, but in the end they are food for others. My lord! Yu Qian looked at Su Zi, who didn't show any indication, and immediately shouted in fear. He was scared, really scared. In his heart, he had already decided that Su Zi was an immortal emperor powerhouse who could travel through all walks of life at will. That's the ceiling of battle power in the immortal world. The existence of a river of time can be glimpsed. Such an existence was not something he could afford to mess with. Even the one behind him would have to deliberate carefully. So he had to kneel down and give up his condescension in order to beg for a chance of survival. What dignity is required in front of a towering immortal emperor? In fact, this seat is very reluctant to meddle in these matters. But you guys had to mess with this seat's head. Su Zi inwardly actually didn't want to pay attention to these things at all. But nay, these people descended above the Su Xin dynasty. If it were anywhere else, he wouldn't even bother. It's none of his business if you arrest whoever you like. My lord, Yu Qian is wrong. Yu Qian will never dare again. And after Yu Qian goes back to it will definitely be reported truthfully. And from now on we Fey demons will not appear in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Yu Qian bowed again and again, the inside of his mouth full of abject sincerity. He purposely used the word endowment, and he very subtly told Su Zi that there was another adult above him, and the cultivation level wasn't lower than Su Zi's. He was only following orders on this trip. He wanted to use this to make Su Zi that much more scrupulous, and as long as Su Zi was scrupulous about the people behind him, then he can live. There is no need. If I kill you, it will be enough if the lord you speak of does not come to this seat. If you come to this seat doesn't mind killing an immortal emperor. Su Zi's words were very plain, as if he was describing something that couldn't be any more normal. But in Yu Qian's eyes were all incredulity. Is Su Zi so confident? How dare he call out a true immortal emperor powerhouse? So you might as well go to hell. Su Zi had already lost interest in communicating with Yu Qian. No, my lord, don't kill me. I know many secrets of the Fey Devil. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to tell you all these secrets. Yu Qian's face was full of trepidation. He was wincing all over. He was really afraid of death. There is nothing in heaven or on earth that this seat can hide from me that I want to know. This seat is just afraid of trouble. Su Zi finished with a gentle wave of her hand. Yu Qian, still in a kneeling position, instantly vaporized. Vaporizing along with him was half a boundary stone. What others saw as a supreme treasure was not worth mentioning in Su Zi's eyes. The moment he vaporized, incomparably pure and majestic immortal Tao rules violently erupted from the location where he had disappeared. This is Yu Qian's immortal Tao rules, and after his death these immortal Tao rules feed back to this heaven and earth. The aura was also starting to revive, and under the assimilation of the immortal Qi, the quality was far better than before. In this era, there were destined to be many outstanding people and prides rising. It was also destined that many amazing existences would be born and awakened. They're going to be popping up all over the place. It was also on this day that the Wugang era came to a complete end. The major powers had a tacit agreement to call this new epoch the first year of Su Zi. Also after this day, Su Zi's idol was started to be built by all the major powers, clans, and cities. Moreover, the materials used to build it were extremely precious, and even a heavenly emperor would find it difficult to break it in a moment. It was enough to see that Su Zi's position in their hearts. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. I still underestimated the cultivation of the upper immortal. With a gentle wave of the hand, all the immortals in the heavens will be reduced to ashes. The cultivation of a superior immortal is not something we can speculate on. The peerless Sword Emperor sighed deeply. He then sat down and began to absorb the immortal Tao rules. This stuff is much more precious than immortal breath. That was the power of rules condensed from the immortal Qi in the body of a true immortal. But before they could settle down, suddenly the heavens and earth shook again. This time the vibrations were much stronger than before. Several strands of true immortal pressure instantly descended. Buzz! A large formation rose from the ground in Su Xin dynasty, forming a circle of light to ward off the true immortal pressure as much as possible. A single pulsating rune could be seen on its curtain of light, and they possessed bizarre power. Yo-ho! A mere divine dynasty even has such a large formation? A slightly surprised voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Then, 5 figures slowly solidified in the void. Boom! The moment these 5 figures appeared, a terrifying and extreme killing intent erupted from Su Qiankuan's body. Only Su Qiankuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his eyes were staring at the 5 figures in the sky. A bunch of lowly mortals. Don't you know how to kneel and bow when you see this immortal? What a bunch of lowly barbarians. Su Wei looked down from above at Su Shinchao and spat out icy cold to the extreme words from his mouth. Surprisingly to Su Wei, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear or respect in the gazes of these people as they looked at him. Instead, it was like looking at a little cutie. General gaze. Lowly mortals, are you deaf to what my young master says? A man behind Suvi stepped forward to chide. The cultivation of a true immortal then directly exploded, pressing down towards the bottom. Buzz. However, his true immortal pressure was absorbed as much as possible by the grand formation. There's not an ounce of waste. There's something odd about this big formation, Su Wei said with his eyes narrowed slightly. I wondered who it was. So it was you. You're still alive. What a surprise. Su Wei felt a strong killing intent lock him in place, and he frowned slightly. Then he saw Su Qiankuan. He hadn't expected the coordinates given by Su Tian to be so accurate. Thought it would take some effort to find Su Qiankuan. It doesn't seem to be necessary now. Yeah, I'm surprised to see you too. Su Wei, you shouldn't have come to the lower world. You could have lived a few more years, but now that you're here, you won't be able to leave. Su Qiankuan looked at Su Wei and said word for word. His own son's cultivation was so strong that he, as an old man, naturally did not carry fear. Today we will return all the humiliation of the past. He was supposed to be the young master, the next heir to the Su family, but because all of the strongest people in his lineage had gone to the alien demon battlefield to kill their enemies, it led to Su Wei and the others seizing power, with no strong people available around him, and finally forced him to come to the lower realms. Chapter 77 Heavenly Immortals, Descending to Earth. Although Su Tian did not personally appear, Su Qiankuan believed that there must have been Su Tian's authorization for Su Wei to dare this, using his two sons to blackmail him and force him to leave the Su family. Even before he left, he gave him a seal of heaven in his dantian. It kept his cultivation at the peak of Sage King, unable to advance an inch. The goal of his approach was clear. They wouldn't make a move to kill Su Qiankuan. They're going to leave Su Qiankuan to fend for himself. Su Wei even wanted to let Su Qiankuan die in despair. It was obvious that he was gifted, but he was never able to go any further than that. In the end, you can only sit down in the middle of the years full of despair. This way even if the strongest person from Su Qiankuan's lineage came back, they wouldn't be able to find anything to say. But they've made 1,000 calculations. It hadn't been calculated that Su Qiankuan, a tiny saint king, hadn't died for so long. Moreover, he had recently broken the seal of heavenly seal in his dantian, and his cultivation had even broken through the great emperor realm. Now that he saw Su Qiankuan again, Su Wei couldn't help but sigh a word of creation. Worthy of being a member of the Su family, so eye-catching and radiant wherever you go. In this barbaric land also went so far as to set up all of my Su family's great formations. Su Wei didn't care about what Su Qiankuan said and didn't take it to heart at all. To him, if he came, Su Qiankuan would be dead. He wouldn't go too far in getting angry with a dead man. He has such strong confidence. After all, he was in existence at the peak of true immortality. In the future, he would be a great person who would inherit the Su family. He attributed the arrangement of the great formation to the formation that Su Qiankuan had taken out in the Su family, not the thought of someone setting it up on their own. Are you kidding me? The highest cultivation level of people in the lower realm is only the heavenly emperor realm. Being able to set up a large formation that can resist the pressure of the immortal Tao? Suvi didn't even think in any other direction. Su Qiankuan, you don't think that a mere large formation can stop a few of this young lord's people, do you? Su Wei had a scoff on his face and looked deeply at Su Qiankuan. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Qiankuan had broken the seal of heaven, if it wasn't for the fear of Su Qiankuan's talent, he wouldn't even come to this place in person. It would be good to do so, once and for all, directly in the lower realm. Su Qiankuan and his two sons were all settled to end their worries. Hey break it for this young man, and show these barbarians what it means to be an immortal in the sky. Descend to earth. Su Wei directly instructed a big man with a large body behind him. Yes, young lord. The big man had a smirk on his face. A smirk of condescending disdain that he would let these lower realm ants take a good look at what it meant to be a true immortal today. Ha! The big man bellowed as a battle axe appeared in his palm, only to see him gently raise his battle axe up and press it down violently towards the large formation. A ray of immortal light accompanied by raging blade intent headed straight for the large formation. Because of the guardianship of the great formation, those in the formation could not feel the power of this axe at all. They even felt that this axe was average. Just like that, between the flashes of the sword light falling on top of the big formation erupted with a burst of light. The flash of blade light then slowly disappeared into thin air. The burly man's face became quite ugly. What the hell? A formation in the lower realms was able to withstand his strike? He's a true immortal. He's an immortal. Can someone from the lower realms stop him? It made him a little less confident. This must be a great formation set up by Supreme Immortal Su himself. Is it not something he can break through? A heavenly emperor sneered as he looked at Heyde, mocking inside his mouth. Black Da, what are you up to? Show me your strength. This is, after all, a formation that Su Qianquan stole from my Su family, so it must have a strong defense. Suvi chortled at Black Da. The reason they dared to strike out recklessly was because they had a complete boundary stone. They wouldn't have dared to be so reckless if it was only half a piece. Got it. Young lord. These damned lowly people of the lower realms, how dare they mock the heavenly immortals? They really deserve to die. Watch me open the sky with an axe. Heyde roared, and the immortal Dao rules boiled over. The axe in his hand erupted with radiant immeasurable light, then instantly chopped downwards. A blade aura as bright as a river of stars chopped down towards the grand formation. This time Ambassador Black went all out. With a full force strike, he was confident that he could destroy the grand formation and even wipe out everyone below. Buzz! On the large formation, there was a green-colored light that was frantically converging, blocking this terrifying blade on. What? Heyda's eyes were rounded in disbelief as he looked on, a sound of disbelief coming out of his mouth. Ka-ching! The large formation let out a crunching sound after completely blocking this terrifying blade aura. Everyone then saw that the tough and incomparable grand formation was actually covered with dense cracks like glass. It then shattered with a bang. The great formation set up by the Supreme Immortal has actually shattered. Doesn't that mean they are really powerful? It might even be more powerful than even the upper immortals. A heavenly emperor was filled with horror. Even if the Supreme Immortal is not an opponent, then I should die in front of the Supreme Immortal. If it weren't for the Supreme Immortal, we would have been captured and reduced to blood food by those people long ago. The peerless celestial emperor's words were low, but they carried a firmness. That's a good point. Even if we die, it should be us who die first. The heavenly emperor powerhouse from the Sun God Mountain also came forward with firm words. Not bad. Because of Supreme Immortal so we have been able to survive until now. Why fear death? All of these heavenly emperors who had been sheltered by Su Zi stood up, and they were prepared to go straight to their deaths. I can't imagine that a large formation casually set up using some emperor soldier level materials from the Su God dynasty could block a true immortal's full force strike. At this moment, Su Zi was however lamenting a bit. He had really set up the big formation casually at that time, and the materials were also mostly saint artifacts, with a few of them being materials for building emperor artifacts. Such a composition Su Zi believed that blocking the district's heavenly emperor was certainly possible, perhaps because he's so powerful. That's what caused this formation to be able to block a true immortal's full strength strike. Su Qianquan, do you still have the means now? Su Wei's hanging heart relaxed after seeing the large formation shatter. If they can't even break the formation with this blow, then what are they, the true immortals? At the same time he was secretly wary. Su Qianquan was actually able to arrange the grand formation into this powerful appearance. If he set up a killing formation, would he be able to behead immortals? Su Wei had to be on his guard, and at the slightest sign of trouble, he turned and ran. Anyway, the boundary stone was in his hands, and if he wanted to leave, even an immortal king powerhouse would find it difficult to stop him. Thinking about it, Suvi put her heart down again. He was cautious in nature and generally unwilling to take risks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have driven Su Qianquan away first. He then proceeded to surround Lin Xiaoran with the powerhouses of his lineage. As far as he's concerned, everyone who might spill the beans is dead. One of them, Lin Xiaoran, might just know something about their conspiracy. Chapter 78 World Destruction. Immortal Realm Collapse, 10,000 spirits overthrown. So Lin Xiaoran must die. Once Lin Xiaoran is dead, how could Su Qianquan's old husband focus on Su Qianquan's body? He will definitely focus his energy on finding the murderer who killed Lin Xiaoran. In this way, Su Qianquan was isolated and naturally suppressed by their vain. Desperate? Su Qianquan. Su Wei looked at Su Qianquan's eyes with killing intent disdainfully asked. Back then, if you hadn't been on top of me in every way, no matter what you did you were better than me. Even the position of young Master Chief you're fighting me for. Don't you know that the contemporary family head is from our lineage? And how could it be possible that this young master's position would fall by the wayside to someone else? The scowl in Suvi's eyes was clearly visible as he spoke. He was truly unwilling to do so. The Su Qianquan at that time was a rising star. He was not an opponent. And a battle in the same realm all ended in a crushing defeat. Now that the grievances in his heart were finally out of the way, he felt an unprecedented sense of euphoria. Didn't you Su Qianquan used to be quite capable? I'll have you kneeling at my feet like a dead dog later. I'll tell you even more desperate news that, well, you weren't even entitled to hear in the first place. But since you're still alive, I'll be merciful and tell you. Su Wei looked down at Su Qianquan. He had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He was looking forward to Su Qianquan's expression next. Your wife, Lin Xiaoran, after you were relegated to the lower realms. It was then that I instructed Su Jian and the others to join forces to round her up and kill her. Oh, by the way, it took us using your name to coax her out. How desperate she must have been. And, at that time, the soul was so dead. Suvi made a slurping sound under his breath, like describing an ant being abused by him. He didn't realize that after he came out Su Qianquan's lineage of Su Zhantian and the others confronted Su Tian, Lin Xiaoran didn't die, or else he wouldn't have dared to go down to the realm. Instead, they had to prepare for the stormy retaliation of the Lin family. The Lin family isn't much weaker than the Su family. As soon as these words came out, Su Qianquan's eyes instantly turned scarlet and his complexion turned pale. They were supposed to have concentric senses between husband and wife, but at that time, he was captured and sealed by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. From that point on the induction was broken, but he was clearly able to sense it when he was saved by Suzy. Obviously Lin Xiaoran is still alive. Could it be a mistake in telepathy? Su Qianquan simply didn't dare to believe it. He was unwilling to accept such an outcome. Boom! Su Zi's body erupted with destructive energy. In an instant, the entire 4 seas and 8 deserts directly crumbled apart. The entire 4 seas instantly turned into pieces. The Su Shan dynasty bore the brunt of the attack, and Su Wei and the others couldn't even send out a look of shock. Instant vaporization. However, this is just the beginning. The heavenly dome shook. The void was overthrown. It was a true mass extinction. Same time. What's going on? How is the immortal realm shaking? How did the immortal Tao rules crumble? There was an infinite amount of immortal light covering the immortal realm, and there were powerful immortal emperors reviving from their slumber. He then transformed into a ray of immortal light that shot straight up into the sky, and if he had been any slower, in an instant, they were all going to be directly crushed by this breath. His face was horrified as he looked at the entire shattered immortal realm. That's right, the fairy world crumbled. It was crumbled directly by a breath that made him tremble. This aura came extremely suddenly and exploded in an instant. The immortal world is like a piece of papier-mâché. It's been put into a shredder, instantly turned into confetti. This immortal emperor saw some balls of light which had some people wrapped inside them, and the immortal world was overthrown. But it's because of these clusters of light that these people are alive. Among these people, there were those from the Lin family, the Su family, and some lords of power. He had originally wanted to bail out the Su family, but it was simply too late to make a move. The entire immortal realm crumbled too quickly, almost in an instant. If it wasn't for his first reaction to leave the immortal continent and stand in the universe, maybe even he would be crushed instantly. He had discovered after becoming an immortal emperor that the Su family was actually related to that person. Out of kindness, he had been going out of his way to help the Su family, to make up for that year. The summit of immortality. Proud of the world. I'm already on top of the immortals. But it was surprisingly defenseless under this person's pressure. This immortal emperor's eyes flashed with excitement. What does this mean? It showed that above the immortal emperor realm, there was still a real path to follow. He looked at the shattered immortal world and could only sigh. Other than him, he hadn't seen any other immortal emperors survive. It looks like they were all shocked to death in the first place. Only he didn't realize that he had a circle of light wrapped around him. Although he was an immortal emperor and could peer into the long river of time, but an existence capable of shattering the immortal realm with just its aura. He really didn't know what exactly the other party's cultivation level was. He was pretty sure that the collapse of the immortal realm was the result of one person's chi pressure. If Master was still alive, perhaps he could have gotten a glimpse of this realm. The immortal emperor shook his head somewhat sadly. It's a pity about that white-eyed wolf. He doesn't deserve to be a big senior brother at all. When I find that path, it's going to cost you. The immortal emperor fell into silence after he finished speaking. The immortal world was considered completely finished. Where should he go next? Even though he was an immortal emperor, he couldn't restore the immortal domain. He is the immortal emperor, not the creator. The continent that fell apart he took time to still be able to reunite. But the immortal Tao rules and the divine chain of immortal Tao order collapsed. Even if he was an immortal emperor, there was nothing he could halfway do. The rules of the immortal way are generated by the divine chain of immortal order. The ability to source and refine and repair the rules of the immortal way. But now that the order God chain was directly broken, it wasn't something he could repair. The entire immortal world. Even if he had gathered all the immortal continents that had crumbled and flown out altogether, it's all a dead zone. A dead land with no aura, no immortality, no life. No more beings will be born here, and none will be able to survive here. As for any magic treasures, any immortal soldiers, they were all shattered into pieces. Just as the immortal emperor was about to leave, the next moment, something that shocked him to the core happened. only to see that the immortal realm that had just collapsed had unexpectedly entered a direct time reversal at this moment. Those broken fragments of the immortal world continent began to reconnect with each other. Then the dead also came back to life in a sudden manner. Only a flicker of confusion, a particular confusion, flashed in their eyes. It was as if I had just experienced something, but then it was as if I hadn't. The reorganization of the immortal Tao rules of the immortal world was completed in an instant. What is this? Is this turning back time? Is this creation? Chapter 79. I'm meeting the immortal emperor. I said. This immortal emperor had incredulity in his eyes. Just what kind of cultivation level could instantly overthrow an immortal realm that possessed a divine chain of order? Then the immortal world was instantly restored again, and everyone and everything all remained the same. These people don't even know what's going on. Why am I standing in the middle of nothingness? What am I doing here? In the next moment, Yifan's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Wasn't he practicing in his immortal hall? It's amazing that he didn't know what was going on during all this time. He inexplicably came standing in the middle of the void. Is it just a god's journey into the void? Sleepwalking? Alas, it's better to cultivate well. And I don't know if there's a path above Immortal Emperor left to take. Sky Wasteland. Wait for me. I will find out that way. Yifan's face was full of determination. Time flowed backwards. Even if he was an Immortal Emperor, his memory regressed in an instant. The Su family at this time. What's with the hint of confusion? What am I confused about? Su Tian sat high above the throne as he sensed that there was something wrong with his state just now. Forget it. It should be a hint of a heart demon that arises when one's cultivation reaches a bottleneck. It's imperative that we reach Immortal Emperor Yi. With his help. Even if Su Wuxie and that old thing Lin Song join forces. I'm not afraid. There was a wise light flickering in Su Tian's eyes. In fact, up to now he was a bit confused. This Immortal Emperor Yi was a rising star. But there is heavenly goodwill towards the Su family. There was absolutely no image in Su Tian's memory of Immortal Emperor Yi helping him when he was weak. He had never been able to figure out exactly why Immortal Emperor Yi had been silently helping them. He also inquired about it, but Immortal Emperor Yi said to consider it for a deceased friend. That deceased person had done him a heavenly favor, and with the deceased gone, he gave back to the Su family. He suspected that the deceased person that Immortal Emperor Yi was talking about might be one of the Su family's previous ancestors. Once Immortal Emperor Yi had also said that deceased person was called Su Zi, but the people of the Su family have no impression at all. Because Suzy was still a swaddled baby when she left the upper realm. There was no name for him then, but the Su family was shamelessly admitting that Suzy was their Su family. Immortal Emperor Yi naturally didn't think much about it. Help the Su family as much as he could within his power, including Su Tian's cultivation. It was also Immortal Emperor Yi's search for an Immortal Emperor level pill in some secret realm that allowed him to rise. Su Tian was a bit trembling at first. After all, it was an Immortal Emperor. But later on, seeing that the Immortal Emperor didn't suspect anything, he started to become greedy. This time, this Immortal King will make you come and go. You'd better come together as a team. Otherwise, how meaningless would it be to attack each of you individually? At that time, if you see that the backer behind my Su family is a current Immortal Emperor, the look on your faces will not disappoint me. I'm sure. A cruel smile crossed the corner of Su Tian's mouth. This is good. A free Immortal Emperor level fighter. It's good to not use it for nothing. He, Su Tian, had settled for Immortal Emperor Yi, and it didn't matter if Jesus came. Su Wuxie, you were lucky enough not to die back then. So what? Even if you break through the Immortal King realm, so what? If this king can overpower you for a moment, he can overpower you for a lifetime. And this time it's just right. Let you die in despair. Ha ha. Su Tian's laughter resounded through the great hall. The depths of the universe. Boom. An overwhelming fluctuation violently erupted. The surrounding large stars instantly turned into pieces. Who is it? Who the hell is it? That scent can't be faked. There was a silhouette that appeared out of nowhere. A silhouette that was immense. It seems to fill the entire universe. The moment he appeared, all the starlight around him instantly dimmed. The endless power of starlight was instantly devoured by him, causing star marks to cover the top of his silhouette. It looks like it's showing up beautifully. I am in charge of earthly affairs and heavenly immortals. But I didn't realize that now I am somewhat out of control. How can this be? The shadowy figure muttered. One of the immortal domains he was in charge of first disappeared out of thin air, disappearing to the point where he couldn't even sense it anymore. Before he could explore a bit, that immortal domain appeared again? By the time his divine soul swept through, everything in the immortal realm was as normal. The divine chain of order was still in operation. It puzzled him. It was clear that there was nothing wrong with his senses. He had a contractual sense with the immortal world he managed, and had clearly disappeared in an instant earlier. Even he couldn't sense it. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. At first he guessed that perhaps it was man-made, but then the conjecture was denied by him with a laugh. How is that possible? Even the most powerful of them in heaven and earth couldn't do such a thing. Turning back time, such a thing is impossible for anyone to do. Perhaps there are powerful beings that can walk through time and change things, but even these mighty beings of theirs, neither can go and make the river of time go back a fraction of a second. There are also some powerful people in the immortal world who attach their residual souls to a certain heaven-defying magic treasure before they die, to achieve rebirth. But they count 4. He couldn't even break through to the immortal emperor realm and wanted to use it to be reborn and reconditioned. What the hell was that all about? Strange. A puzzled look flashed in the eyes of the gigantic silhouette. Is it really possible that I'm sensing it wrong? He shook his head, and the huge silhouette slowly dispersed. A middle-aged man with a cold face appeared in the same spot. He was dressed in a wide white robe tattooed with golden lines, looking quite honorable. The 6 reincarnation eyes, to see through the world's falsehoods. A reincarnation seal appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. His eyes seemed to be evolving the heavens and deducing everything in the immortal world. But to his disappointment, even with evolutionary deduction, he could not discern a hint of something unusual. It's not right. 100 times not right. That aura is clearly something that cannot be faked. But it's not like it's man-made. Ugh. What a headache. The man stood torn in place. All this was naturally done by Suzy. After hearing Su Wei's words, the aura in his body directly went berserk. Destroyed everything. But then he retracted it, tapping his finger. And the ruined world was instantly restored as before. For with a little extrapolation, he realized that his mother was perfectly fine. In the future, it is better to keep it in check and deduce everything beforehand to understand the causes and consequences. Suzy sighed softly. He was a bit impulsive today, but he divinely traveled through the long river of time, and in the midst of it he saw the image of his mother being pitted against him. He really wanted to strike directly and directly reverse what happened in the long river of time. But come to think of it, his mother had been saved by Grandpa. He didn't do that, but he, for sure, would give Su Wei and the others a taste of what it meant to beg for death. Chapter 80, The Human Emperor's Green Mountain Seal. What? Su Qiankuan, don't you have anything you want to say? Su Wei looked at Su Qiankuan and asked. He was puzzled. Obviously the last second Su Qiankuan still looked like he wanted to eat him, but in the next second there was only disorientation in Su Qiankuan's eyes. His eyes were unfocused, like a walking corpse. It wasn't just him, but everyone else in the room, whose eyes no longer glowed. All of them were as disoriented as if they had been taken in an instant. Put. Some people went straight to the ground, their faces white and their lips trembling. This. More people were paralyzed on the ground, stuttering inside their mouths. They were obviously shocked by the previous scene and their livers were in a state of shock. The real doomsday still has a ray of life, but just now that moment, there is no life at all. They saw everything except the Empire. The Empire all vaporized. Not a single living soul survived. It's straight vaporization. Even the soil. In the vast 4 seas and 8 deserts, there was only one Sushin dynasty imperial capital left. Beyond that, it's all nothingness. They're really scared silly. What kind of cultivation is Suzy in the end? The 4 seas and the 8 seas are not even a problem. Even that high heavenly immortal was instantly vaporized. At this moment, where do they still have the mood to care about the heavenly immortals? Didn't you see that Su Shangxian was directly seconded the moment he erupted? Besides, if you're any good, you're still not a one-trick pony. My son, how dare he be as powerful as this? Su Qiankuan stared blankly at Suzy, muttering inside his mouth. Ha ha, the history of later times when it is recorded that the birth of a son should be like the son of Su. Su Qiankuan laughed up to the sky. Just now, Suzy had sent him a voice message saying that his mother was fine in the Lin family and nothing had happened to her. Su Qiankuan, are you suffering from insanity? Su Wei's brow furrowed as he was suddenly a little confused. What the hell is wrong with these people? Although those heavenly emperor powerhouses below earlier did not treat him with respect, but the fear in the eyes was there, but now the fear is all but gone. Even their occasional glances at him were indifferent, without the slightest trace of emotion. All like looking at a corpse. Such a look irritated him. Go, slaughter those heavenly emperors and give this young lord a boost. Su Wei pointed Wuji Sword Emperor and several other heavenly emperors to Blackda. Yes, young lord. In a blink of an eye, Heide landed beside the several people of the Infinite Sword Emperor. Just as he was about to strike, instantly goosebumps rose throughout his entire body. He sensed an aura of threat. He looked back, and not far away, a green-clothed middle-aged man was staring at him dead in the face. A green coat is a green stone. His originally aged face instantly changed back to his middle-aged appearance after he successfully crossed the threshold. Of course, if he wanted to he could still turn into the face of his youth, but he didn't want to do that, thinking it would be unsettling and immature. True immortal. Black Da's face changed. They hadn't really bothered to notice the presence of lapis lazuli just now. Inside their subconsciousness, it was impossible for someone who was a threat to them to appear in the lower realms. But now it appears. Not to say it was a threat to Suvi, I guess, but at least it was a threat to him. Get out! Qingshi drank with a cold face. You, a mere person who has just become an immortal in the lower realms. How dare you chide me? You're really looking for death. Haida first froze then stormed into a rage. He understands that this person's breath is unstable, and it's obvious that he's just broken through. That's why he was able to stay in the four seas. But time was running out, and he could be picked up by the immortal guiding platform at any moment. Moreover, this person had just broken through to true immortality just now, and had no immortal laws, no immortal Dao attacking techniques. The underpinnings were just too weak, and he could completely kill them in seconds. Roll or die. Qingshi didn't talk nonsense with the black majority and clasped his hands in vain. A large green stone mountain condensed between his arms. This was his original magic treasure, which had changed from a green stone seal to a green mountain seal. There was immortal light flowing from the green mountain, giving it a thick and deep feeling. The bottom line is too shallow. Suzy shook his head, then pointed out a finger. A ray of light instantly disappeared into Qingshi's body. Qingshan, who was struggling to condense the Qingshan seal, suddenly felt an additional immortal Dao technique in his mind. Moreover, he didn't even need to go to enlightenment. This gongfu directly blended with him. He learned it on his own in a flash. He knew it was given to him by his lord. Only the lord is such a meritorious participant. The human emperor's green mountain seal. This was Suzy's self-created gongfu, and at his level of cultivation, billions of gongfu were at his fingertips. Moreover, each one of them was a supreme immortal law, an existence that even immortal kings and immortal emperors would fight for. All of this was as easy for Suzy as a college student writing 1 + 1 is equal to 2. What? How is it possible? How could you have such depth? You have only just become an immortal. How do you know immortal techniques, or such a powerful attacking technique? Black Da broke his defense on the spot and cursed. It was clear that the green mountain seal that had just been condensed had immortal Dao rules flowing through it though. It could definitely crush any heavenly emperor in the 4 seas in 8 wastes. But it was still too juvenile for people like them who were born and raised in the immortal world. But the next moment this green mountain seal was emitting an aura that made his heart skip a beat. Boom! The human emperor green mountain seal in Qingshi's hand pressed down towards Black Da. Wherever the green mountain passed, the void collapsed. An endless void storm strangled towards the black grate. No! Young lord! Help me! Black Da exclaimed with a pale face as he smelled death. There was absolutely no way he could have taken that hit. Waste! Su Wei's face was cold. Although he didn't want to, he still made a move to try to save Black Da. Get out of here. You're next. Suzy glanced at Suvi, whose words seemed to have some sort of magic. Su Wei just tried to move, but the next instant his entire body was imprisoned in the void. Su Wei's eyes instantly widened, and an unbelievable look passed through his eyes. What the hell? He's actually confined? The cultivation in his body was completely immobilized, and he couldn't mobilize the immortal Dao rules at all. Even the throat couldn't make any sound. He could only look at Suzy in horror. This is the same person who just made a flippant remark and he turned into this. No! When did such a terrifying figure appear in the lower realms? This young man's cultivation was at least above that of a true immortal. At least they were all red dust immortals. But, how could there be red dust immortals in the lower realms? Can it be that they also have boundary stones? Moreover, the more he looked at Suzy, the more he felt that something looked familiar. As he watched, his soul suddenly shook. Isn't this just a few shades of Su Qianquan? This is Su Qianquan's son. Suvi roared inwardly. Chapter 81, A Point at Random. Su Qianquan becomes immortal. At this moment Su Wei, an overwhelming emotion of fear arose within him. Why? Why was the cultivation of Su Qianquan's son so powerful? Can it be that Su Qianquan also has a boundary stone? Did he bring it to the lower realm back then? Su Wei didn't know it. His mind was now a pile of mush and his whole body was in a daze. No, don't! Haida saw Su Wei standing still for a second. Thought it was Suvi who pressed on with no intention of trying to save him. His eyes were filled with resentment. He's been following Suvi for a long time, and has done a lot of unseemly things for Suvi. But now it's been mercilessly abandoned by Suvi. But he didn't even have the courage to resist in the face of Qingshi's strike. Such a powerful attacking technique. He couldn't catch it. Suvi, you shall not die. For all the unspeakable things you have done. You'll come down and stay with me after all. I'll wait for you in the Yellow Springs. Ha ha. Haida simply turned his back to Qingshi and looked at Su Wei with a sinister laugh. He had already given up resisting. Rather than watching the green mountain seal smash into him, smashing him to pieces. Why don't we turn our backs? That should make it easier to die, right? Black Da thought so. Suvi's face turned blue. What the is this talking about? Is this because he doesn't want to save? It's that he can't even move. Bang! The human emperor's green mountain seal had finally smashed onto Heida's body. It was also true that, as Black Death thought, the human emperor's green mountain seal smashed on his body really didn't feel anything, because just after making contact, his entire immortal body instantly burst into pieces. He didn't even have time to feel the pain as his immortal sense instantly shattered and disappeared into heaven and earth. As soon as he exploded, the immortal chi and immortal Tao rules within him instantly spread out. Today the immortal energy is just too rich. I feel like maybe it won't even take a couple hundred years. I'll be able to cross over and ascend. The peerless sword emperor sighed deeply. One by one, the true immortals from the upper realms blew up today. It's like feeding the world. In the past, that would have been unthinkable. The fall of an immortal. That was a great event that shook an era. But now, they are all indifferent. It can be said that after today their eyes have all been opened up. In the past, their ultimate goal was to ascend to immortality and become that person who lives forever. But today their goal has changed. It turned out that immortals could also die and be killed in seconds by more powerful existences. Immortality cultivation is about immortality, not longevity. Father, what do you want to do with this what's her name Su family young lord? Su Zi thought about it or consulted Su Qiankuan. He had said earlier that he would make Su Wei beg for life and death. Then naturally, he should be allowed to die 100 times beforehand. I want to kill this person with my own hands. I wonder if you have a way. Su Qiankuan looked at Su Zi after a moment of contemplation, his eyes full of desire. He naturally wished that he could kill Su Wei with his own hands to vent his hatred, even though his wife is still alive. But once upon a time, he must have also suffered a siege from Su Jian and the others. He didn't dare to imagine how much pain Lin Xiaoran had suffered at that time. How much of a blow has she been dealt by the unknown presence of her husband and 2 sons? Not killing Suvi was not enough to quell the anger in his heart. Of course, there was also Su Jian, Su Tian and the others. When the time comes, through and through, there will be a liquidation. None of these people can run away. He doesn't have it, but his son does. He has looked to his son. With his son in front of everything, it was time for him, the father, to take a load off. He was already disinterested in any young master position of the Su family. Naturally, don't worry, I can kill him as many times as you want. Suzy nodded. He then pinched a seal in his hand, and a light instantly bloomed. This light did not enter Su Qiankuan's body as much as it could. This is a gift from me to you, son. Suzy smiled and said to Su Qiankuan. Ha! Su Qiankuan was stunned. What the hell? In a few moments he went directly from the Great Emperor realm to the peak true immortal realm. It belongs to the same realm as Suvi. Moreover, there was no immortal tribulation at all. The true immortal realm became like this, naturally, as if it was a matter of water. And all the things in the brain blended together directly in a flash. And all sorts of cultivation epiphanies. All of them surfaced one by one. It felt as if he had cultivated it himself. At the same time, many more feats appeared in his mind. What immortal transition sutra? What immortal emperor fist? What human emperor poem? What immortal chaos method? Lots and lots. There were so many that he was a little dazzled. Just when he was about to make his choice, all of these scriptures turned into a single rune pouring into his mind as much as possible. No surprises, if there are any. These scriptures were instantly absorbed by him, melting together as if they were his arms. The point is that his talent is not affected in the slightest. Knowing that for those like him who were forced to raise their cultivation level, almost their future paths were also finished. For life, you'll just be a true immortal. But Su Qiankuan had no such drawbacks. Oh, and the grass that I gave you earlier. You can bring it out when you meet someone who can't be defeated. Su Zi again seemed to remember something and said to Su Qiankuan. Su Qiankuan's expression stared. That grass is special? Su Qiankuan asked solemnly. Suzy rarely brings up a thing twice. Anyway, Su Qiankuan hadn't heard anything that had been mentioned twice by Su Zi. This is the only time. Nothing special. Just a sword chi sealed on it. There's no way an immortal emperor could even have a hint of resistance under this sword chi. The immortal realm could be split in half. Suzy added again. Hiss. Su Qiankuan sucked in cold air. What kind of existence is an immortal emperor? That is an extremely ancient and powerful immortal cultivator. They possessed words that followed the law, and their every word and action seemed to expound on the great Tao of heaven and earth. Such an existence couldn't even defeat a blade of grass given by Suzy? This really turned Su Qiankuan's worldview upside down. He knew Suzy was strong, very strong, but there was no concept of it. Just know that when Suzy is angry, he instantly destroys the 4 seas. If you are an immortal emperor, you should be able to destroy the lower realm, right? But then to be able to instantly restore it to its original state. I wonder if immortal emperors can do that. Good. I know. Su Qiankuan, have this unicorn child. It is truly a great fortune for my Su family. No, it's a great blessing for my lineage. Su Qiankuan solemnly put that grass away. It was a big killer. It can save your life when it matters. Suvi, get your ass over here and fight. Su Qiankuan's chi was sky high. He couldn't wait. With a wave of one hand, Su Zi teleported Su Wei directly to the martial arts arena. He then casually set up another large formation. Otherwise, the aftershocks of a fight between two true immortals would be able to shock and kill an unknown number of people. Chapter 82 Fishing for People from the River of Time. How can that be? How can that be? Suvi's eyes danced wildly. He witnessed Su Zi just flick his finger. Su Qiankuan's cultivation instantly skyrocketed to the same realm as him. Moreover, the realm did not show the slightest sign of instability. It was the peak of a solid true immortal, and there is not the slightest sign of instability in his foundation. Just what realm are you in? Su Wei looked at Su Zi with a horrified face, and there was no longer any of the strategizing that he had come to do in his eyes. There was nothing but endless panic. Seeing that no one responded to him, Su Wei secretly urged the boundary stone and it was discovered that the boundary stone was actually able to be catalyzed. At that moment, his heart was greatly set. With the boundary stone in hand, the world is mine. This wave, steady. I don't care what realm you're in, but I believe you still know something about the Su family from Su Qiankuan, right? You are, at most, in the red dust immortal realm at most, so that this young lord sees you as a makeable talent. Why don't you abandon the darkness and turn to the light? With your talent, you'll be able to make a name for yourself even in the immortal realm. Moreover, my Su family's contemporary family head, Su Tian, is an immortal king powerhouse, enough to shelter you. Suvi blandly tossed an olive branch at Suzy, or even, without waiting for Su Zi and the others to reply, Su Wei spoke again after a pause, or even, this young master can recommend you to a backstage backer of my Su family. The absolute immortal emperor who has covered the immortal realm for tens of thousands of years, Tiandi. Maybe you have a chance to become his personal disciple. Su Wei couldn't believe that he, Su Zi, wasn't moved. That's an immortal emperor. Although his status was that of a young lord, he simply couldn't come into contact with an existence on the level of an immortal emperor. Everything he said was told to him by Su Tian, but it's just right to play pig in a poke now. Why? Isn't that heartwarming? Su Wei looked at Su Zi, and he realized that Su Zi still had an unperturbed look. As long as you execute Su Qiankuan now, you will be the immortal emperor's disciple. Even this young lord will have to make a great bow of respect when he sees you then. Suvi's words were full of compulsion. He couldn't believe that anyone in the world could resist such temptation. That was the immortal emperor. Becoming a disciple of the immortal emperor would enable him to walk horizontally in the immortal realm in the future. He just wanted to see a father and son in love with each other. That would be a powerful image. As for what Su Zi just said about a blade of grass being able to kill an immortal emperor powerhouse, it could split the immortal world in half, and he didn't hear it at all, because he was imprisoned in the void. He couldn't even activate the boundary stone, not to mention being able to hear them from this far away. Idiot. Suzy didn't even want to pay attention to Su Wei. Su Wei, let's not talk too much about daydreaming. Let's see it underhand. After all these years, I'd like to know how much you really weigh. Su Qiankuan was enveloped in immortal light, and his entire person had an indescribable sense of majesty. Humph, Su Qiankuan, you were able to suppress me for a moment before. Can you suppress me for a lifetime? Today, this young lord also wants to see if this forced cultivation of yours is false or not. Su Wei's entire body flowed with immortal laws, transforming into a single immortal Dao rune to guard him within. So what if your father, Su Wuxie, is a heavenly beauty? In the end, did he not die at the hands of the head of the family? It was a miserable death. No bones left. True immortal fist. Su Wei's words had just fallen. The entire person had appeared in front of Su Qiankuan. He said these words to disturb Su Qiankuan's mind. Obviously, Su Qiankuan froze in his eyes after hearing Su Wei's words. In this instant he struck out directly. He wanted to crush Su Qiankuan's dream of being a strong man with one blow. This punch carried an infinite amount of immortal light, and there were even hardened immortal Dao rules attached to its fist. This punch would be difficult for the usual peak true immortal existences to follow. Not to mention Su Qiankuan, who had wandered off. Ha ha, Su Qiankuan, go to hell. Do you really think that just because you've become a true immortal that you can arm wrestle with this young lord? You're still too young. Back then, this young lord was no match for you. But today, you have long been no match for this young lord. Looking at Su Qiankuan's near face, Su Wei scoffed loudly. At such a close distance, Su Qiankuan was simply too late to block. He was going to blow Su Qiankuan's head right off with one punch. Immortality law. Su Qiankuan felt the fatal blow from Su Wei's fist. Immediately, the body operated the immortal chaos method on its own. This immortal and indestructible chaos law could be cultivated to the extreme to be invulnerable to all laws and immortal. Only light golden lines appeared on the surface of Su Qianquan's body, which looked densely packed and wrapping his entire being tightly. Boom! Suave's punch ended up on Su Qianquan's head, but to his horror, his punch did not even break through Su Qianquan's defense. What kind of body protection immortal technique is that? How could it be so powerful? Suvi lost his voice and cried out. Today's fact was too bizarre. So bizarre that Su Wei now really wanted this to be a dream. He really wanted to wake up soon. Although it's not truly invulnerable to all laws, it can still be invincible at the same level. Su Qianquan muttered under his breath. He didn't know what level this chaos law was, but he knew that this technique was definitely a supreme technique. Cultivated to a great extent, it might really be possible to not die or perish. Becoming truly immortal is not immortality. What's next? My turn? Su Qianquan's face was expressionless. Heavenly Emperor's fist. One fist to subdue the world. This fist was radiant. It carries the power of endless destruction. The surrounding void collapsed in pieces. There was actually a strand of time debris wrapped around Su Qianquan's fist. This punch of his unexpectedly broke the limit of time directly and instantly appeared in front of Su Wei. No! Put! Su Wei just shouted out a word, and instantly his head was directly crushed. Suvi is dead. Blown away by a punch. It wasn't that Su Wei was too weak, but Su Qianquan's method was simply too advanced. The Su family, as a vanguard family, no matter what, Su Tian would not let a straw man sit in the position of the young master. It's too cheap to die like this. I told you I'd make you beg for life and death. The river of time. Now. Suzi drank low. He stood up and was seen waving one hand. Wow. The sound of the river rushing resounded. Everyone then saw an unbelievable scene. In front of Suzi was a banner. The banner wasn't long, just a circle around Suzi. The banner was surprisingly densely patterned. And it's the same pattern they've just experienced. All of them are stationary in their patterns. Only Suzi flicked the pattern and the banner followed the rotation. Finally Suzi stops a second before Suvi dies. He only saw him put his hand into the scroll, and then lifted it with force. Su Wei was directly lifted out of the middle of the long river of time scroll by him. Chapter 83, Torturing Suvi. What kind of tactic is this? There were still 3 people left who had followed Su Wei to the lower realm, and all of them were shaking like chaff. Such tactics are simply unheard of, unseen and appalling. Not even history has recorded such a powerful tool. Surprisingly, it was able to bring back people who had died from the middle of the river of time. Such a tactic was enough to astound the world, enough to cause immortal emperors to lose their colors in unison. What kind of people are they messing with? Didn't I die? Was it all a dream? Su Wei was pulled out of the river of time by Su Zi, and there was still a trace of confusion in his eyes. His memories were forcefully infused by Suzi. Was it all a dream? But how can a dream be so real? I feel like my head still hurts a little right now. Suvi stroked his head, feeling his brain ache. Su Qianquan, back then you were. Without waiting for Su Wei to open his mouth and finish, Su Qianquan directly killed. Human Emperor Palm. A palm to suppress all beings. Su Qianquan, you. Su Wei's face changed greatly, not thinking that Su Qianquan would not give him a chance to speak. He also wanted to say that Su Wuxie's death had messed up Su Qianquan square. Then he directly struck out and killed Su Qianquan with a single blow. In that case, even the red dust immortal shouldn't be able to react, right? When the time came, he would directly catalyze the boundary stone and leave in style. But that's not the right script for this. Su Qianquan didn't even listen to what he said. And the Heavenly Emperor's fist is over. It's become the Human Emperor's palm, isn't it? Su Wei just felt how so familiar? True immortal fist. When Su Wei saw Su Qianquan's palm killing him, he directly urged his body's cultivation to fight hard with Su Qianquan. He was convinced that it had just been a hallucination, a dream, and the weird golden lines on Su Qianquan's body in the dream were too scary. He couldn't even break Su Qianquan's defense with his full strength punch. Bang! A palm and a fist collided together, creating ripples in the void. Su Qianquan's Human Emperor palm directly broke apart Su Wei's true immortal fist with a destructive force. Suvi screamed miserably. This was because his fist was instantly worn down by the Human Emperor's palm. Then came his arm, the whole thing vaporizing instantly. He was horrified, but with that came deep despair. It was because he realized that he unexpectedly couldn't catalyze the boundary stone. Bang! Suave's entire body exploded right off the bat from the slap. Su Zi's face was unperturbed as he reached out his hand to slowly pull the scroll of the long river of time apart. Suvi was pulled out again. His memories were still being forcefully infused by Suzi. What the hell is going on? Am I stuck in a dream within a dream? SSSH. That pain is something I really don't want to go through again. Su Wei came back to his senses, and a strong color of fear flashed in his eyes. Go! Suvi didn't want to say anything else this time. He felt like he couldn't say anything else. He directly activated the boundary stone and prepared to leave this weird place. He no longer had any thoughts of fighting Su Qiankuan, but the next thing he knew, his face fell. The boundary stone was surprisingly unable to catalyze it. No matter how much he poured his immortal energy into it, the boundary stone stood still. It's over. It's over. It wasn't a dream. It was real. Su Qiankuan. In the end, what is the hatred and what is the grudge? Not just killed your wife. Isn't it enough that you killed me twice? Su Wei roared with red eyes towards Su Qiankuan. Enough? Not enough. Killing you 100 times wouldn't be too much. You really deserve to die. But back then you said that if I left, I wouldn't hurt the people around me. And what happened? So you deserve to die. You deserve to die in endless torture. Su Qiankuan gritted his teeth. Here's the knife. Su Qiankuan roared. Then he only saw a round moon scimitar appear in his hand as he flipped his hand. This was Su Qiankuan's original weapon, which had been warmed up in his dantian. Now naturally, it has also become an immortal weapon, a blade to destroy the world. Chop! Su Qiankuan didn't give Su Wei half a chance to catch his breath. A sword slashed across the sky like a heavenly sword across the sky, splitting all of space into two halves. Ah! The Immortal King's Scripture! Su Wei yelled up to the sky as the Immortal King's scriptures emerged and covered his entire body. This time he had a chance to cast it. These Immortal King's scriptures guarded him within them, giving his entire being a hint of a special Tao. Swish! But then, his entire body was sliced in half horizontally. The Immortal King's scripture was instantly worn down by the blade chi. This time, I won't let you die like that. Su Qiankuan held the round moon scimitar and slowly paced in front of Su Wei. The tip of the knife sliced through the ground with an ear-splitting sound. For Suvi, that was the catalyst. His immortal body was broken by Su Qiankuan's sword, and his cultivation is rapidly fading. The most horrifying thing was that below the waist was chopped off by Su Qiankuan, and blood flowed all over the place. His wounds had a powerful force of rules preventing him from recovering. There was no way for him to recover from his injuries. He could only watch Su Qiankuan walk towards him step by step. Su Qiankuan, I was wrong. I repent. I admit my mistake. I kowtow and beg you to give me a way out. Su Wei lay on the ground, feeling his cultivation gradually disappearing, looking at Su Qiankuan with a pleading face. He didn't want to die. He was an immortal. His lifespan was endless, and he still had a lot of time to waste. There are many other fairies who have stepped astray waiting to be rescued by him. Don't worry, at least for now. You'll be alive again when you die. It won't take long. I feel your hands are too cheap to waste your hands. The round moon scimitar in Su Qiankuan's hand swung down towards Su Wei's only arm after he finished speaking. Su Wei's only remaining arm was directly chopped off. Su Qiankuan, please, 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 let me go. Okay. I'm not going to be the young master of the Su family. I'll let you have it. No. The position of the young master of the Su family was originally yours. It is I who am shameless. I am not a thing. Please, spare me. Su Wei's eyes were filled with hope for survival. I see the hope of survival in your eyes, and I'm offended that. I don't want you to have any hope of survival, so scrap your eyes. Su Qiankuan directly stabbed the round moon scimitar into Su Wei's eyes. The monstrous anger in his heart was only slightly calmed. His father, Su Wuxie, died tragically under Su Tian. Su Tian is also going to be liquidated. Ah, Su Qiankuan, you killed me. You killed me. You gave me a pain. Su Wei's eyes had turned into two bloody holes, dripping blood uncontrollably. The whole thing looked incredibly miserable. Put. Su Qiankuan chopped off his head with a single slash. Suvi had a relieved smile on his face. What a relief for him at last. Well, do we still need to bring him back to life? Su Zi looked at Su Qiankuan, who seemed to be somewhat intolerant, and looked at him and asked. Phew. Make him mortal, and never able to cultivate, I suppose. It's more torturous this way than killing him, Su Qiankuan said as he put away the round moon scimitar. Chapter 84, Forbidden Existence, Suzi's predecessor. Indeed, a high and mighty true immortal would have lived forever. Suddenly it turned him into a mortal who couldn't cultivate. The huge contrast was enough to make him ache. Wow! Suzi nodded, and it was a cheap shot for Suvi to do so. Suzi then opened the river of time once again. Just as he was about to pull Suvi out of it, suddenly the river at the end of the long river of time began to churn. A golden light converged at the end of the river of time, forming a huge eyeball. Who is it? Who is disturbing the order of the long river of time? The voice gave off a feeling that was filled with a pale and ancient feeling. It seemed to be coming from far, far away, giving a feeling of longevity. You have interfered with the order of the long river of time several times, and deserve divine punishment. This voice was cold and unfeeling. as if it was articulating the will of heaven and earth. That huge golden eyeball's eyes looked coldly and indifferently straight at Suzy. Who are you? This seat has no intention of interfering and disrupting. It's just that things happen for a reason entirely. Suzy was completely giving the other party enough face. He's also making a serious statement of his own. But the other party obviously didn't give him face and directly interrupted what he was going to say next. I don't care what it is you've done to disrupt the river of time several times over. When you do something wrong, you have to recognize the punishment. God's punishment to come. He was cold and unfeeling. He was like a machine that only knew how to carry out orders. Cold and impersonal. Okay, is it true that if you resurrect someone once, you have to accept divine punishment once? Suzy nodded her head in agreement with a quick nod. He did disrupt the long river of time. There's no denying that. Humph. The order of the long river of time does not allow outside interference. Do you want a second time? Be able to survive this divine punishment before you say there's a next time. The pale voice was tinged with coldness. Kind of funny. Suzy was instantly pulled into an unknown space. It looked like the so-called administrator of this long stretch of time had pulled him over. Is he afraid that the fluctuation of the divine punishment will affect the world? Or is he afraid that the divine punishment will directly destroy all the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands? Suzy surveyed the surroundings. Well, there were bodies of various species all around. Some broken arms and some broken legs. Almost none of the bodies were intact anyway. These corpses were all skinned and broken, and their souls were silent. But their bodies have existed here for I don't know how many years. At a glance, it was clear that he must have been struck to death by this so-called divine punishment. Their cultivation was extremely powerful in their lifetime. Even the remnants of his body after death had a feeling of power over the world. But even though they were as powerful as they were, they ended up dying here. By order of the heavenly Tao, I am in charge of the long river of time, and I am the god of the long river of time. Today, there are human cultivators disturbing the long river of time. And 2 divine punishments are hereby sent down to receive life, and death on the contrary. The magnificent voice exploded in the middle of the dark space. Suzy then saw a purple divine thunder fall from the sky without the slightest bit of brewing at all. It just came straight down. Well, the power is truly remarkable. Suzy nodded, expressing his approval of the divine thunder's power. This kind of thunder, which looks as thick as a tree, but only requires a mere hint that, so much thinner than a hairline, it could instantly blow up a group of immortal emperors. The divine lightning fell on Suzy's body, and Suzy also felt his body tingling and especially comfortable. Boom! The first divine thunderbolt hadn't even completely fallen yet, and the second one descended directly. So what? Is there any more? If not, this seat will leave. Suzy gently shook, and instantly, the divine thunder transformed into strands of electricity shooting out in all directions. This divine punishment could only feel a little bit of tingling to him. Who the hell are you to be so powerful? The ancient voice asked in a half-hearted silence. That's not your concern. Just do your own thing. Right. You chop another one. I've got to pull one out later. Suzy shouted towards the dark space. These words directly gave the god in charge of the river of time dry silence. Ugh. That's just it. That's just it. That's just one time. And it won't happen again. The god of the long river of time sighed helplessly. That's not necessarily true. Let's go. Suzy waved her hand and turned to disappear. How could there be such an existence in the world? And how did I not discover it in the long river of time before? There will be a next time? Even if it were me. There's nothing more to be done with him. Alas! The god of the long river of time sighed deeply. After Suzy left, the god of the long river of time immediately flipped through the long river of time. He wanted to see traces of Suzy's existence from within the river of time. All things in heaven and earth. No one can transcend and jump out of the river of time. Since there is this person in the world, this person must have appeared in the course of time. Such an existence will definitely reveal traces even if it's covered by heavenly chances. The god of the long river of time then began to watch Suzy's life. I can't believe the god of the river of time was filled with horror. He saw an incredible scene in the middle of the river of time. Suzy turned out to be a reborn. That was certainly not enough to appall him. What horrified him was Suzy's identity in his previous life. He didn't even dare to open his mouth to speak his name out. That kind of existence needed to be feared. That such existences have actually appeared. Having been at their peak in the previous life, it's one of the most powerful existences in the world. But such existences actually all chose to be reborn and recultivate. What happened back then? The god of the long river of time didn't dare to continue thinking about it any further. He was afraid that a horrible great karma would befall him. When he looked toward the river of time again, boom! A blurry figure broke free of the river of time and raised its eyes to him. Put! The god of the long river of time instantly flew out backwards, spewing blood in large gulps inside his mouth. He looked horrified. and he knew that it was because his prying eyes had caused this one's former body to be upset that it was a warning to him. This one was so terrifying to the extreme that he was able to break free of the river of time. But why did he have to be reborn and retrained? Hiss! The god of the long river of time was instantly covered in sweat. A hard cold shiver ran through his body. He didn't dare to think about it any further. To think about it any further would be touching some kind of taboo. He felt as if there was some kind of great karma coming down from the underworld. A karma that he could not bear. I'd better do my part, and the rest. Leave it to the Time Lord to get his head around it. The god of the long river of time shook his head, emptying his mind of thoughts. An existence like that was not something that he, a deity, could recklessly speculate about. Anyway, even if the sky falls, there's always a big one in front of it. It doesn't matter if I turn a blind eye. The words of the god of the long river of time slowly faded away until they were gone. Chapter 85, The Misery of Suvi. As soon as Suzy appeared, Su Qianquan immediately stepped forward and looked at Suzy worriedly. Is it because of the resurrection of Suvi? It didn't hurt much, did it? Su Qianquan blamed himself a little. These things were all because of him. It turned out to be a way for Suzy to suffer all the consequences. Don't worry, this divine punishment doesn't pose a single threat to me. Suzy smiled and told Su Qianquan to relax. He also saw a glimmer of it in the middle of the river of time. He never thought about his birth. Now that I think about it, my own past life was really a figure at the top of the heap. Suzy didn't want to think about it too much. It was as good as it got. He was Suzy now. No one else. Suzy slowly opened the time river. Once again, Suvi was pulled out. This time the god of the long river of time didn't show up. The end of the long river of time appears somewhat calm. But Su Wei had just returned to his senses, instantly falling to his knees. He was literally in a state of liver and gall. He's scared. Really scared. It's not enough to feel like you're dying. Like you're being tortured before you die. After death, they will be resurrected to be tortured again. This feeling is really worse than death. So he chose to just kneel. Su Qianquan, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I apologize for my previous behavior for you. I kowtow to you. I know I won't live, but please give me a pain in the ass. Please make it happen. Suvi knelt down, just thumping his head. There was no trace of resentment on his face. For him, it was better to die in pain rather than be tortured. Devils, they are devils. I can't take it anymore. The ones who went down with Su Wei shouted madly. Their nerves were rattled to see Suvi being tortured repeatedly, dying and pulling out to die again. It's simply more demonic than the devil. My lord, we were wrong. Oh, we were really wrong. We've done a lot of hurtful things over the years following Suvi. It was forced on us by Suvi, but we enjoyed it. We implore your honor's sanction. The three of them knelt in the void, all of them reverently facing in Suzi's direction. They didn't dare to commit suicide. A scene from Suvi was still imprinted in their minds. They were afraid that Suzy would be unhappy and directly abuse and resurrect them. Resurrect them and abuse them again. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to handle such a cycle. So they can only hope for less torture. Send them to the world of mortals, where they will not be able to cultivate for the rest of their lives. Suzy's words followed the law, and as soon as his words fell, Su Wei and a few others showed ecstasy on their faces. They don't have to suffer anymore. A world of mortals is a world of mortals. Although they couldn't cultivate, their cultivation was there, and they were able to live a good life in the mortal world, and make himself king. Think what? This seed is for you to become mortal and spend the rest of your lives in a mortal kingdom. Life and death you are all able to taste. Suzy's words just fell. The three people in the sky suddenly fell from the sky like dumplings. They were not dropped dead at this moment in Suzy's deliberate, but they all became mortal. A common mortal. My cultivation? No, my cultivation is gone. Wouldn't that mean that in 100 years we'd be in our graves? Turned to dust? Perhaps it won't be 100 years before mortals hear of any sickness or disease. Alas, it's better to be a mortal than to be repeatedly abused, right? They kind of accepted that. Suzy waved his hand and instantly moved them to the mortal realm. Young lord, earlier it was just for the sake of staying alive. I still hope that you can be an honorable man. One of the three said to Su Wei with a fawning smile. Oh, no harm done. He thinks he can torture me like that? Unbeknownst to us, we are all able to return to the top simply by virtue of the immortal laws in our minds. Moreover, the Su family will definitely pour out their clan strength to look for me. We'll still be able to return to the immortal realm when the time comes. So when we get back, I'll keep a low profile. Don't mess with him again. Suvi whispered. He then revolved his immortal technique, wanting to start recultivating. But surprisingly, he couldn't even sense the Dantian. Not to mention the fact that he couldn't sense any Dantian. Even the immortal laws in his mind gradually blurred, finally forgetting completely. No way. Su Wei looked horrified and yelled. In an instant, All the spells he had ever seen cultivated were all forgotten cleanly. Can't think of a single word. It's over. It's completely over. Not only Su Wei, but also his 3 followers, all of them were desperate. So what do we do now? One of Su Wei's followers asked anxiously. What to do? What to do? What the hell do you say? Are you all pig brains? Su Wei also fumed at this time, pointing at the 3 of them and cursing angrily. Suvi, you're the one who said you had a fat job coming down to the world. And what happened? It's already a godsend to be able to retrieve a life. It's all because of you, Suvi. The 3 pointed at Su Wei with righteous indignation. Why didn't you guys say anything when your damn old man bestowed you with cultivation resources? Don't forget, I am the young master of the Su family. One of these days the Sus are going to come and find me. I'll remember everything you guys say when the time comes. Su Wei's eyes blossomed with a cold aura as he looked at these 3 slaves who had once served him. Yes, I'm sorry, young Su. We were also blinded by the rush. Yes, you forgive us, Mr. Su. It's because we were in a hurry. It's reasonable to say that with young Su's status, it's almost a certainty that he'll be picked up and returned to the Su family in the future. The 3 men started taking turns kissing ass again. I'm hungry. You guys go find me some immortal dew to drink. Su Wei rubbed his rumbling stomach and instructed the trio. Young Su, we're in the mortal realm now. Where can we find immortal dew? The 3 of them immediately revealed bitter faces and said, buy buns, hot meat buns. They're made from the meat of a first-order beast, the spirit tiger. It can polish a martial artist's muscles and bones. Just then a big, burly man was hawking on the street. The 4 who smelled it drooled. Young Su, why don't we go eat 2 buns? The 3 immediately suggested to Suvi. Although Su Wei was disgusted, he walked with them towards the Baozi store down the street. A few guests, some buns? The burly man saw that a few people were dressed in extraordinary clothes and hurriedly greeted them. Get 4 drawers of buns. Quick! Suvi opened his mouth and drank. His tone was condescending. Okay, sir, you wait. When the burly man saw Su Wei's compelling temperament, his tone was like that of a male son of one of those big families, nodding his head at the moment, only to see him wrapping the 4 drawers of buns in oil paper extremely quickly and handing them to the 4 people. When I think about it, where did we immortals need this kind of mortal food? Chapter 86, Greeting Et. Nowadays it's kind of like a tiger being bullied by a dog. The 4 of them wolfed down their food while saying disdainfully, 4 more drawers. The 4 of them devoured the food and were immediately overwhelmed by the mortal food they had never eaten before. Yes. The lanky man felt bad when he watched a few people devouring their food. Several guests. A total of 8 drawers of buns. 100 spirit dollars. The burly man said with a nod of his head. What spirit element? I've never heard of it. This young master casually instructs you a few times. You will all benefit. Suvi remained in a lofty position. No money? You guys want to get a free meal? The lanky man's tone instantly changed and became dangerous. He was never a good man, and now he wants to do some business. Say goodbye to your past self once and for all. Mother ********. Why is it so hard to be a good person for once? The burly man, touching the scar on his head, said somewhat obscurely. Dare to eat my king's meal, even if the king of heaven comes today, nor can I let you leave in one piece. The burly man slowly drew a knife from under the bunk. *****, I thought it was going to be a big fight, but I didn't realize it was really just ordinary people. What bad luck. The cow's skin is blown to the sky. What immortal awe. Of what stuff? Of what class? And dare to eat my bully food. The burly man looked at the 4 people lying in a pool of blood and wailing, spat a mouthful of saliva and said disdainfully, all 4 men had their legs chopped off, and from now on they would have to reach out and beg. Or maybe they won't even live to see tomorrow. Who knows? No one sympathizes with them in the streets where people come and go. More disdain. With indifference. After all, even though it was the mortal world, it was also honored by martial arts, and the weak had no say. At the same time, the Su family. Family master. I have something important to report. Su Jian hurriedly walked into the great hall with urgency in his words. Didn't I tell you that Tarzan is not a man who doesn't change his countenance and doesn't skip a beat? What's with the fidgety way of doing things? Su Tian opened his eyes without a ripple somewhat unpleasantly. Although the Su Jian was in the red dust immortal realm, he was still a bit unsteady after all. It couldn't be compared to Su Zhantian and the others. Even if that old thing Su Wuxia and Lin Song come, this king won't be false. What other emergencies could you have? Seeing the slight displeasure in Su Tian's eyes, Su Jian hurriedly confessed. Family master, it's not really that I'm in a hurry, but after the young master goes to the lower realm, the immortal jade god sign suddenly went out. Before Su Jian could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Su Tian. Extinguished? It can't be, can it? He has the boundary stone in his hand. That's because this king trusted him before handing over the supreme jewel boundary stone to his hands. Even an immortal emperor powerhouse would need to expend a lot of effort if they wanted to obstruct it. Su Tian frowned and said, "Doesn't that mean that he's dead and the boundary stone is nowhere to be found?" Su Tian's face was a bit unsightly. No, family master. It's his immortal jade divine sign that suddenly went out. Then for a few moments it comes back on, then goes out again, then comes back on, then goes out again, then comes back on, and then now it's lit up again. Only there's no difference between it and not being lit up. It's simply bleak. We also made a point of checking his immortal jade divine plaque, but we didn't find it broken. Su Jian finished in one breath. Next time you speak, don't pause. Su Tian's face was a bit ugly, but then he fell back into contemplation. It goes out and comes back on? Lights up and goes out? What is this? Being reborn? A stroke of luck? Don't rule it out, and it's a big possibility. Suggesting that Suvi is caught up in a bizarre metamorphosis of sorts. The breath was suddenly strong and weak, but it was possible to make the immortal jade divine plaque light up and darken. Don't worry about it. When Suvi comes back, tell him to meet me, Su Tian said softly. If Su Wei had really obtained a great fortune and chance against the heavens, then, I can't say he'll do it himself. After all, there are those who can. He was able to make Suvi a young master or a dead dog. Old thief Su Tian, roll out. Get out. Get out. Suddenly, immortal light erupted, and the sound coming from outside shook the great hall. Immortal king powerhouses. Or two. Oh no. How did they get here so fast? I haven't even stood in line yet. Su Jian instantly changed his face. In the sky above the Su family, Su Wuxie, who was wearing a black robe and had a cold face, looked down at the bottom. Beside him was a middle-aged elegant man, Lin Song. At this time, Lin Song's eyes were also on fire, and his eyes contained monstrous anger and murderous aura. It seemed to be drowning the entire Su family. For those of you who didn't participate in the matter between Su Qinkun and Lin Xiaoran, remember that you're from the Su family's direct lineage. Live today. The rest of you, kill without mercy. Su Wuxie's eyes bloomed with a cold aura. How dare you bully his own son like that while he's away? Do you really think he won't kill? Everyone in the Su family all trembled with fear as they looked at the two figures in the air with pale faces. The immortal king's aura was unconcealed. Immortal light rushed to the sky. The aura on Su Wuxie's body was even more bizarre and incomparable. The immortal light that was emitted surprisingly all took on the color of ebony light. At a glance, it was clear that Su Wuxie had taken the path of entering the devil. Ha ha, brother innocent. Haven't seen you for many years. How are you doing? A loud laugh came from the middle of the hall as Su Tian flew out laughing. Su Tian, you villain. Back then, this seat remembered that you were a member of Su's family who kindly saved your life in the alien demon battlefield. But I didn't expect you to secretly harm this seat, and plundered all of this seat's chances. In the end, he even took advantage of this seat's inattention and knocked this seat down into the foreign demon abyss. Su Wuxie's body was covered in dark light wrapped around the entire person like a god or devil. Since ancient times, great opportunities have been won by those who can. So what does that mean? It means that you, Su Wuxie, have no connection with the great chance. How can this be blamed on this seat? Su Tian didn't have the slightest bit of embarrassment. Instead, he spoke with great righteousness. Cultivation matters. How can we say take away? At best, it's borrowing. But whether or not you pay it back, that's a different story. After all, I borrowed it by virtue of my skill. So why should I return it? Su Tian showed his shameless side. But it's not unreasonable for him to say that whoever has the biggest fist has the most sense. If morality can be used as a constraint, then what's the point of practicing immortality? It doesn't matter. Su Tian, you will die today. Pick your dog's head. Lin San's black hair was spread out, and the immortal light in his eyes pierced through everything. Oh, it's not certain who will die and who will live. Su Tian greets immortal Emperor Yi. Su Tian laughed out loud, then bent down toward the void and arched his hand respectfully. Immortal Emperor. Su Wuxie and Lin Sang both changed their faces in unison. This Su Tian, was he even able to invite an immortal emperor? How in the world did Su Tian do that? Immortal emperors controlled a side of the immortal realm, and were the well-deserved ceiling of the immortal realm's war power. Chapter 87, The Truth. A flash of immortal light appeared, and a young man stood with his hands on his head, appearing in front of the crowd. He was flat and didn't look like an immortal emperor powerhouse at all, but the shards of the great Tao surrounding him could not be faked. He's just standing there almost into the Tao, and the whole world is revolving around him. Su family head Su Tian pays his respects to immortal Emperor Yi. Su Tian bent down 90 degrees and respectfully said. He lowered his head, a smug smile crossing the corners of his mouth. The Su family has the backing of the immortal emperor. No, it's him who has the backing of the immortal emperor. He walks sideways in the immortal realm. These two are intent on destroying my Su family. I implore Immortal Emperor to take action to put the two to death. Su Tian once again bowed deeply. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He had just stood in the void already to understand something. This Su Tian's way of doing things was far from him. He has always been open and honest and will not do anything for a little something. Su Tian's approach gave him a bit of a chill. He sheltered the Su family not for Su Tian, but for the entire Su family. He also wanted to make his master's former family glorious. It was only then that he picked out a Su Tian in the middle of the huge Su family. Wanted Su Tian to inherit his master's will. But Su Tian was too much of a disappointment to him. If he had known, he shouldn't have given the Immortal Emperor pill to Su Tian in the first place, allowing him to become an immortal king. Between you two, who is the Su family proper? Yi Fan ignored Su Tian and instead looked at Su Wuxia and asked, there are two direct lines of the Su family, one of which is my lineage, and the other is Su Tian's lineage. The successive generations of Su clan family heads have been chosen from our two lineages. Originally, my son, Su Qiankuan, was the next head of the Su family, but it was relegated to the lower realms by this Su Tian villain. Su Wuxia could not hide the anger in his heart. So what if Immortal Emperor? If the Immortal Emperor wanted to help Su Tian, then he, Su Wuxia, had nothing to say. The big deal is just death. He was a man who had died once. Was he afraid of dying again? It was just a pity that Su Tian didn't die before him. Unbridled. What are you babbling about? Su Wuxia? This king is the Su family's family head. The young master of the Su family is whoever this king says to give it to. As for Su Qiankuan, it is true that he was the young master I set out to be in the first place. But it is he himself who does not want to be the young lord of this hookup. It was he who took the initiative to ask to travel to the lower realms. This king didn't force it. Su Tian retorted without turning red in the face. Su Qiankuan? Why is this name so familiar? Yi Fan was puzzled to hear the name Su Qiankuan muttered. Su Tian's face jumped tremendously when he heard this. No way. No way. The timing is just right. Yi Fan is the one who ascended from the four seas. The time he ascended, Su Qiankuan had already been relegated to the lower realms. But nowadays, Yi Fan is somewhat familiar, which is a very bad omen. Could it be that Yi Fan was a close friend of Su Qiankuan in the lower realm? If that was really the case, Yi Fan probably wouldn't have helped him. His heart was in turmoil at the thought that Yi Fan wouldn't help him. Things were already going in a direction that was beyond his expectations. I should have known to directly strike out and fight with Su Wuxia before. At that time, Yi Fan saw it designated to directly help him exterminate the two Su Wuxia. Are you saying Su Qiankuan is your son? Yi Fan looked at Su Wuxia seriously and asked. He was incredibly serious in this moment. To suffer. Su Tian's face changed in and out. That's right. Su Qiankuan is my son. The Su family members present all know that. Su Wuxia replied with some confusion. Then do you know who Su Qiankuan's son is? Yi Fan asked again. Qiankuan's oldest son was named Su Dao, and his youngest son was unknown. At that time, I was assassinated by Su Tian before I had the chance to return from the alien demon battlefield. Su Wuxia's eyes were a bit dull. His two grandchildren, neither of whom he had ever met. Yi Fan was still unsure if this Su Qiankuan was the same person as the one in the lower world. After he became an immortal emperor, he once had a glimpse of the long river of time, but it was always a search for Suzy. Lord Immortal Emperor, don't be fooled by this sinister villain. Su Qiankuan came down to the realm voluntarily. Although, in the lower realms you have an old relationship with him, it is still a matter of opinion whether it is the same person or not. Su Tian said carefully. Is this man your son? Yi Fan thought about it and with a wave of his arm, Su Qiankuan's portrait appeared in front of Su Wuxia. Yeah, it's Drika's. Can't go wrong. That's my wonderful son-in-law. Su Wuxia and Lin Sang both nodded their heads. Ugh, I was wrong to begin with. Yi Fan sighed. Immortal Emperor. Su Tian immediately let out a shriek. You're right. Suzy is indeed a member of your Su family, but it's not your Su family's ancestor, but Su Qiankuan's youngest son. What Yi Fan said made Su Wuxia and Lin Sang feel a bit puzzled, but it was deafening in Su Tian's mind. It's over. Paper can't hold fire after all. How did he know that Su Zi was Su Qiankuan's son? Was it for Su Zi that Yi Fan had been helping the Su family all these years? Just how much this Suzy has done him a favor. Su Tian couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Lord Immortal Emperor, my lineage of the Su family is the authentic one. Please kill this man, to correct the prestige of my Su family. Su Tian himself didn't even know what he was expressing. All he knew was that if he didn't do something, today was the day he would die. In front of an immortal emperor, he was simply powerless to fight back. Oh, I've done a lot for your Su family over the years. Always thought Suzy was in your lineage, but it didn't occur to me that it came close to being a disaster. Do you realize that if I hadn't come earlier and heard these conversations, Maybe I'll regret it for the rest of my life? Yifan's face was devoid of joy and sorrow as he spoke softly. Su Tian's face turned pale. Just what kind of person is this Su Zi? How could he make an immortal emperor be like this? For an immortal emperor to be willing to go to such an extent for the sake of a person from the lower realms, it's really puzzling. Although Su Tian's heart was full of unbelief, the facts were right in front of him. Su Zi, he's Su Qianquan's second son. He's got a talent that shines through the ages. Anyway, even if it's me, it can only be expected. If he's still alive, his cultivation is definitely more than the immortal emperor realm. Seeing the doubts of Su Wuxia and Lin Song, Yifan opened his mouth to narrate. What? Su Zi is Su Qianquan's son. It's over. Su Tian had a lifeless face. He had thought of many possibilities, but the only one he hadn't thought of was that Su Zi was actually related to Su Qianquan, or Su Qianquan's second son. What? My grandson? How did he not? Su Wuxia's words were all tinged with a tremor. My grandson? Why is he gone? Chapter 88. Su Zi is the immortal emperor's master? Lin Song's tiger eyes were filled with tears. This was his own grandson. He only had one daughter, and he was doting on Lin Xiaoran. For Lin Xiaoran's son is naturally also loved tightly. But today I heard such bad news. Su Zi has never tasted a single defeat in his life, and has pressed down the various heavenly prides who can't lift their heads. He is like a god, unrivaled and unchallenged. One punch across the board crushed the Jedi heavenly pride, unable to lift his head. A palm is even more oppressive that the older generation doesn't dare to fight against it. But, in the end, he still sat down under the emperor's tribulation. Yifan said with a sigh. Su Zi was a leader in the midst of his life, and he had deep feelings for him. He even thought of Su Zi as his father. Su Zi once said that he was Su Zi's youngest disciple. At the age of 10, he followed Su Zi to travel the mountains. It was only when he was 30 that Su Zi let him leave and practice on his own. Years later, when he heard the bad news coming out of the Sushan dynasty, his entire being was in a trance for the rest of his life. Spiritual decadence. It took decades to adjust. He wanted to cultivate immortality. He wanted to become the most powerful immortal. This might make it possible to perform immortal means and bring Su Zi back to life. But to his despair, after so many years of crazy training, he finally became an immortal emperor. But the immortal emperor's means simply couldn't do anything to resurrect a person. So he begged to the great disciple of Su Zi, Tian Wu. He could never forget what Sky Wasteland said that day. Those words also became a thorn in his side. More than anything, it was a goal that spurred him forward. So, he must find out that path. And he'll give Sky Wasteland a good look. Even without his heavenly wasteland, he could still do everything. Sitting down? No, it can't be. How could a generation of supreme celestial pride be seated by a calamity? Su Wuxia took a few steps backward, muttering under his breath. Alas, your obsession is so deep that you are still at the immortal emperor realm even now. You're deep enough that it's logical to have transcended out long ago, but you've always had an obsession in your heart. Just then, a sigh rang out. Everyone looked around to see where the hell they were talking. Only Yifan was trembling with excitement. It's him. It's his voice. There's no mistaking it. It's his voice. It was a voice he was all too familiar with. Every time he was hurt, this familiar voice would appear to encourage him and support him. It has brought him one step at a time to where he is now. Su Zi appeared in the void with Su Qianquan and Qing Shi. Qianquan. Su Wuxia saw Su Qianquan at a glance and his lips were shivering as he spoke. Father. Su Qianquan saw his father, who had been away for many years, and had a million words in his heart. But at this point it was impossible to say. How could it be? How could you possibly come back alive? And still at the peak of true immortality. Su Tian was like seeing a ghost as he pointed at Su Qianquan. Surprised? It's a pity. I've come up. But Su Wei and his lapdogs are permanently left in the lower realms. Su Qianquan shook his head and said, How the hell is Su Vi doing? Su Tian asked with a gloomy face. He guessed wrong. Su Wei was not blessed with a great chance, a great fortune. Instead, they were left in the lower realms, and since they didn't die, they were wasted. Originally, he had wanted to snatch Su Wei's great chance to see if he could go further, become that supreme immortal emperor powerhouse. Everything is always a dream. Su Vi, who was burdened with the World Stone, was wasted and turned into a mortal. The World Stone naturally went nowhere. Not to mention that right now he, Su Tian, was facing the threat of death. Even if he wasn't facing the threat of death, he couldn't do the stupid thing of raising his clan to save Su Vi either. The boundary stones are lost. The big deal is not to go to the lower world, right? After he became an immortal emperor, the world was so big, where couldn't he go? Now all of this has become a dream. Bang! Master, you, indeed, are still alive. Disciple fought so hard about you. What left everyone dumbfounded was that immortal Emperor Yifan had directly knelt down. Hiss! The immortal emperor's master? Surprisingly, there is such a layer of relationship in it. It seems that the heavens are going to kill me. Su Tian's face instantly became disheveled. Today, he categorically had no life to speak of. Not even a chance to put up a fight. A struggle. Hachi, all these years, it's been hard on you. Su Zi looked at Yi Fan's soft words, and a rare touch of softness unexpectedly appeared in her eyes. Disciple is not bitter. Disciple just misses you a lot. Yi Fan giggled. The master had returned, and the trace of obsession in his heart instantly dissipated. He would not allow anyone to denigrate his senior, not even his eldest brother. Eldest master, eldest brother. When Yi Fan looked at Su Zi and wanted to say something else, he was directly interrupted by Su Zi waving his hand. There is no harm. Everything for the teacher has long known. This matter, you do not need to care more. There is a teacher to deal with. Su Zi's expression was ghostly. There was nothing in the universe of heaven and earth that he didn't know, nor can anything be hidden from him. Yes. Yi Fan stood directly behind Su Zi after he respectfully finished speaking. From now on, he wasn't the master of any immortal hall. He was just a little follower. And you don't need to. You have your path to follow. Without the obsession in your heart, that path naturally appears. As Su Zi's words just fell, a void portal appeared in front of Yi Fan. The void portal opens up, and there's absolutely nothing to be seen in the chaos inside. It was like an ordinary portal. No breath could be felt. Go, I believe it won't be long before the master sees you. Until then, the master has a few more things to take care of. Su Zi said to Yi Fan with a smile. Master. Yi Fan was quite reluctant to give up, but he knew that Su Zi had Su Zi's plans. Moreover, Su Tian was not a match for Su Zi at all right now. So naturally, he could not threaten Su Zi. Master, I'm sorry, in the past I thought you had sat down and thought of sheltering the Su family, but I didn't realize it didn't shelter your lineage. Instead, it sheltered to this villain's lineage. The hallowed generation of immortal emperors was actually at a loss for words at this moment, like a child who had done something wrong. Go, and if you meet Sky Wasteland after you arrive, bring a message to Master. The devourer will eventually devour himself. Yi Fan carefully noted down what Su Zi said. He trusted Su Zi unconditionally anyway. What Su Zi says is what Su Zi says. My disciple has made a note that if I see my eldest brother again, I will definitely relay Master's words to him as they are. Master, disciple will leave first. Although Yi Fan was unwilling to let go, he knew that he was too far away from his master. To close the distance, you have to keep climbing upwards. Immortal Emperor, just the starting point. He was also convinced that it wouldn't be long before he could see his master again. Chapter 89, Half a Life in the Drift. Not meeting the right owner. Yi Fan turned around and looked at Su Zi rather reluctantly. This being who was like a father in his heart. Hachi, above the immortal emperor is transcendence, transcending the 5 elements and the 6 paths. But there's always order in this world. No matter what level you're on, there's always a him dead ahead of you. They are the enforcers, the executors of the world, who patrol the world in place of the heavenly Tao. So, you want to be unbound, then you have to keep moving forward. Forward, and forward. Just when you think you've reached the end of the line, you look back and see that there might be something unexpected. Su Zi meaningfully taught Yi Fan. This youngest disciple of his was extremely talented and had a heart of gold. Proper guidance will be like a light to show him the way. Cheer up. You're the weakest cultivator amongst your several elder brothers and sisters. Of course, you may not be the most gifted, but you're definitely not the least gifted either. Shao Qi is immortal in flesh, but his achievements today are the strongest among the 8 of you. There are times when talent and special physical qualities can make a person's achievements infinitely higher, but it's definitely not the only measure of being powerful, nor is it a measure of one's ability to make it to the end. Su Zi said seriously to Yi Fan. The disciple is taught. Yi Fan thought seriously and deeply. He felt that his master was mentioning something to him, but he was never able to catch that ray of inspiration. Go. Beyond the immortal realm is the great immortal domain. That's where there are as many powerful people as there are. It's also the place where you can be most sharpened. Your senior brothers and sisters, they are all in the great immortal domain. Report for Master when you see them. Su Zi gently waved her hand. Yes, Master. With a deep bow, Yi Fan turned around and plunged into the void portal and disappeared. Immortal Emperor? Actually a disciple of Su Qianquan's son? Su Tian's eyes were full of dullness and disbelief. He thought of many possibilities, but the only thing that did not occur to him was that Su Qianquan's son had actually taught an immortal emperor. Moreover, the immortal emperor had treated him with quite a bit of respect. How deep is the duo's master-disciple bond? But with immortal Emperor Ye's departure, Su Tian's face appeared ecstatic. Once the immortal emperor was gone, his survival rate rubbed off. Without an immortal emperor to suppress him, Who else in the world could forcefully leave him behind? He didn't believe that a Suzy who had just ascended could forcefully leave him behind. Suzy's cultivation was nothing more than the true immortal realm at the top, though he couldn't see through it. Even he thought Suzy was mortal, but he didn't think that was possible. No wonder Su Wei had been defeated and descended to the lower realms. Su Qianquan was already at the peak of the true immortal realm. He knew about Su Qianquan's talent, or else he wouldn't have gone and put some kind of heaven-sealing seal on him. Seal his dantian now. He wasn't surprised at all that Su Wei lost to Su Qianquan at the same realm. It's not even a quantum of existence. You will never be able to become the Su family proper. As long as this king doesn't die, you will never be recognized by the Su family. Su Tian looked at Su Zi and the others with a cold smile on his face. In a great battle between immortal kings, it would be difficult to distinguish a winner without a few months. It was even harder to leave an immortal king behind. Therefore, Su Tian was not afraid at all. At this point, he still had a breezy demeanor, because he pressed on with no concern for his own safety. Su Jian pays his respects to Su family head Su Wuxie. At this time, Su Jian, who was on the side, saw that Su Tian had lost his great power. Decidedly, he bowed down in the direction of Su Wuxie. He knew that Su Tian could only escape from today onwards. Since they were fleeing, it was naturally impossible to take them along as a burden. That being the case, he simply chose to become a wallflower and fall on whichever side the wind blew. This villain, Su Tian, coerced us to do his bidding. Even more so, we were told to drive my Su family's #1 heavenly pride, Su Qianquan, to the lower realms. What's more, we were allowed to devise a way to lure the Lin family's eldest miss here, set up an ambush, and finally, in the end, wipe out the Lin family's eldest miss. Although I am under the command of this shameless villain Su Tian, my heart has always been on your side. Every time I thought about it over the years, I couldn't sleep at night. Tossing and turning, Su Jian fell to his knees in tears, as if he had suffered a great injustice. It's almost as if it makes you sad to hear and cry. But please don't worry, family master. Su Zhantian and the other elders have all been released by me. For now they are completely safe. These are my Su family's brawn. For the sake of the Su family's reputation, do not hesitate to kill your enemies for billions of years in the alien demon battlefield. Su Jian said rather emotionally. It's true, the walls are falling down. Su Tian sighed a little. He had actually expected it. How could these people of the Su family return to their hearts? Especially from his lineage. There are countless hookups. Some days he wondered about that. Why can't people in his lineage work together? Work together? Where else would there be any Su Wuxie's lineage? Unbeknownst to him, the root cause lies in himself. He himself is a man who will do anything to get what he wants. How can the people under him be the purest and the best? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Su Jian, you're also considered an existence of my Su family's patriarchal level. How do you want to die? This king satisfies you. Su Tian looked at Su Jian's expressionless face and his words were calm. But the more this happened, the more fear flourished within Su Jian. He knew that Su Tian was going to make a move on him. His only chance of survival lay in Su Wuxie's body. As long as Su Wuxie protects him, then with the shock of two immortal kings, even Su Tian didn't dare to do it easily. Family master. The shameless villain Su Tian even dared to commit murder in front of you. Although Su Jian is not talented, this is tantamount to slapping your face. This Su Tian is completely not putting you in his eyes. I, Su Jian, have never met a clear master in my life, and I walk on thin ice, trembling with fear and trembling, due to the obscene power of Su Tian's villain. The sword had no choice but to listen and recognize it. The sword's life is not worth mentioning. Today Su Tian villain want to kill me or not, death by 1,000 cuts or not. The sword also recognizes it. Everything the sword does is only to let the family master see the sword's heart of sincerity. After Su Jian heard Su Tian's words to kill him, he was not half afraid. Instead, there was a slight sense of anticipation. He's not a pervert. He's just using this time to show his loyalty. He was about to cry from himself. He didn't believe that Su Wuxie would be indifferent. He firmly believed that the moment Su Tian moved himself, Su Wuxie would definitely step in to save him. Even if he doesn't make a move, he'll move his mouth to bail him out. Well, he was convinced. Chapter 90, the immortal world split in half. Su Wuxie, you want to protect him? Su Tian looked at Su Wuxie and asked with some curiosity. Su Jian thought correctly. If Su Wuxie really wanted to protect Su Jian, Su Tian really couldn't lay his hands on him. It was really difficult to try to make a move to exterminate someone in front of two immortal kings. Feel free, this kind of trashy goods, my lineage doesn't need it, but you won't be able to leave today either. Su Wuxie and Lin Song formed an angle with each other, surrounding Su Tian in the center. As long as Su Tian stormed out, or Su Tian fled, they would be able to intercept him at the first opportunity. Today, Su Tian will die. New grudges and old grudges together. Dying once is not enough. This time Suzy's words pulled everyone's gaze over. Grandson. Su Wuxie's gaze towards Suzy suddenly softened. He and this little grandson had never met. Back then, he had thought about going back to visit when he was in the alien demon battlefield. Moreover, he had obtained an extremely rare immortal king-level great medicine. Wanted to give it to this little grandson who was just born. In the future, this little grandson's accomplishments would be at least a red dust immortal. But before he could return, he was assassinated by Su Tian and had the great medicine taken from him. That's a billion years of waiting. By the time he saw his little grandson again, he was 100 million years old. There was so much he wanted to tell them, but it was surprisingly a little hard to say at once. Grandpa, hello, I'm Suzy. Oh yeah, my brother Su Dao is still in the lower realm because he wants to train alone. I've calculated that the time of his ascension should be in 100 years. When the time comes, you guys remember to pick up the slack, Suzy said after a moment of contemplation. Good. After this matter, you father and son must go to my Lin family. Your mother misses you a lot. Lin Song was instantly in a good mood when he saw that both of his grandsons were fine. He had been searching for a way to resurrect Lin Xiaoran all these years, and had no time to care about anything else, and there was no way for him to care. Only by resurrecting Lin Xiaoran could we find out what really happened back then. ZZ is right. Dying once is not enough to quell the anger. Su Qiankuan also opened his mouth, words filled with killing intent. Liquidation. From this moment on, this shameless villain. If you don't kill me, I'll kill him. Su Qiankuan looked at Su Jian. Words were full of icy cold killing intent. He was one of the men who surrounded Ren. Su Jian must die. Su Jian was first startled, then turned calm. A peak true immortal trying to kill him. A red dust immortal? What are you thinking? Are you kidding? Even if he stood still and let Su Qiankuan blast him, Su Qiankuan couldn't even make him lose half a fluff. That's the difference in realms. In the history of the immortal realm, it had yet to be heard of any peerless celestial pride blasting red dust immortals with the true immortal realm. This is completely two levels. No matter how talented you are, martial arts wizard, as long as you're in the true immortal realm, then the red dust immortal destroying you is as simple as a joke. Crossing realms? Think farts eat. You're still possible in the mortal world, never in the immortal world. This was Su Jian's bottom line. Kill you once first. Su Qiankuan naturally knew that he was no match for Su Jian, but he has a big killer in his hands. What do you mean? Kill me once? If you kill me once, can't you kill me a second time? Funny. Su Jian almost laughed outright, but he didn't dare. After all, Su Wuxie was still there watching. Even Su Wuxie, Lin Song, Su Tian and the others thought that Su Qiankuan was in a hurry and said the wrong thing. It was not taken to heart. Then only a weed appeared in Su Qiankuan's hand. Well, similar to dogwood. The dogwoods are swaying in the wind, and they look very fragile. It seemed like it could be snapped by the wind at any moment. Put. Su Jian couldn't help it after all, and directly burst out laughing, but he quickly put away his smile after seeing the ill will in the eyes of Su Wuxie and the others. But the face was gradually reddening. Only as Su Jian's immortal law surged, his face instantly returned to normal. Are you kidding? Seeing that solemn look on your face did startle me, but didn't think to take out a weed straight away? It's probably to give this elder a leg up. Well, later, no matter what the power of this grass is, I must act like I'm seriously injured. After all, if you give steps, you have to take them. This is the future young lord. We can't offend him now. Su Jian thought so. Seeing Su Qiankuan take out the grass that he had given, Su Zi really wanted to say that it was unnecessary, right? But thought better of it. This is, after all, revenge for my mother. A little waste is a little waste. This, however, could kill a lot of people. Forget it. Father has only just returned to the immortal realm. It's better to make fewer killings. Suzy shook her head and secretly pinched an incantation without anyone noticing. Su Jian, you deserve to die. Today is the day you die. Su Qiankuan raised the dog's tail grass in his hand and slashed down hard towards Su Jian. Ha! Yes. I'll be damned. Su Jian nodded his head as frantically as if he were pounding garlic. What a mouthful to admit that you really deserve to die. Acting, naturally, you have to be more serious and careful. But next, his face changed instantly. The dog's tail grass emanated exterminating sword intent from above, and a wisp of breath leaked out. It directly chafed his body with pressure. What is that? How can it be so terrible? Su Jian's eyes looked at the dog's tail grass and Su Qiankuan's hand in horror, but no one answered him. All of them were all stunned by this saber intent. Su Jian was instantly overwhelmed by the blade intent. Not just Su Jian. The entire Su family was split in half by the blade intent. No, the blade intent is still spreading. No, it's too big. It was so big that it instantly split the entire immortal world in half. If it wasn't for the Su family pinching a spell to move away all the living beings along the path of the blade intent, the blade would have gone down. There are hundreds of millions of dead under the sword. Is this, indeed, humanly possible? The composure on Su Tian's face could no longer be seen. In its place was a deep sense of trepidation. This knife, not to mention Su Jian, even he could not carry it. There is no place to hide. How could Su Qianquan have this terrifyingly great killing weapon? Even if an immortal emperor powerhouse came, they'd have to leave dead, right? It's a ING exterminator. Earlier, he was still calmly able to easily leave from the hands of the two immortal kings, even if the other side presents a hand. That's why he can sit openly on his throne and play with them. For a moment he just felt like a pinprick. He realized he was so stupid. So irredeemably stupid. He should have left in the beginning when Immortal Emperor Yi didn't make a move. What kind of superiority complex do you have to display? Now I guess I can't even leave if I wanted to. Same time, deep in the immortal universe. Boom! Who is it? Again! And how did the immortal world lose contact again? This time the immortal Tao Order divine chain has been cut in half. Chapter 91, Request from the God of the Long River of Time. How come it's back as good as new? A trace of confusion flashed through the figure's eyes. Can it be that the cultivation has gone awry recently, causing the mind to become unstable? That's why this happened? Alas! It's just a matter of returning to the great immortal domain first. The once-in-a-billion-years great immortal domain trial is about to begin. The figure said the whole thing and directly disappeared. The immortal realm that had been split in half was instantly restored to its original state by Susie's interference. Buzz! The rules of time surrounded Susie, and a circle of light rapidly reorganized. A picture of the middle of the long river of time surrounded him. He then found Su Jian's drawing, reached out and grabbed it, yanking Su Jian out of it. After a short period of confusion, Su Jian came to his senses. Bang! Family master! I was wrong. Although Su Jian had an unforgivable mistake. But Su Jian's heart is only for the Su family. I beg you to give me a chance. Su Jian still had a strong look of fear in his eyes. The kind of fear that only someone who has experienced death can understand. Su Jian understood that there was a great power on Su Wuxie's side. It was able to kill him instantly and revive him. This kind of existence is unheard of and unseen. Even after so many years in the immortal world, he hadn't even seen or heard of anyone who could pull the dead out of the middle of the river of time. This time he experienced it firsthand. It wasn't just him. The entire Su Tian on the side was paralyzed on the throne. Such a tactic. Even immortal emperors couldn't do it. Doesn't that mean that this Susie is stronger than an immortal emperor? Who is it? Who the hell is it again? Day in and day out. It's okay for someone in the lower realms to interfere with the river of time. How is it that even someone in the immortal world is able to interfere with the river of time now? Is it because I'm still awake? The waves of time at the end of the long river of time were so great that they covered the sky. This time he must teach these people a lesson. Do you really think that anyone would dare to stir up the rules of the river of time? It seems the world has forgotten to follow the rules. Let them relive it today. It's him Su Zi. This person is too ambitious. He even dares to interfere with the long river of time. I also request that your excellency make a move to exterminate him. Su Tian, who was on the side, almost jumped straight up in excitement. He pointed at Susie with great excitement. My lord, and these men, all of them are his kinsmen's families, and they are all in league with him. Everything he did was for his family, so they deserve to die too. Su Tian felt the hope of his return to life appear. It's really a mountain with no way out and a village with flowers in the dark. This feeling of hope emerging after reaching the Jedi is just too damn good. Not only that, but also Su Jian. My lord, they of the Su family have been too ruthless, killing people, and to bring people back to life and then kill them all over again. Such tactics are simply appalling, and the crime is horrendous. I implore your excellency to do right by the sword. Su Jian wept and cried to the god of the long river of time. He naturally didn't know what cultivation level the god of the long river of time was. But to be able to be in the middle of the long river of time and in charge of it, one would think that their cultivation would not be too bad. As for whether or not he could get through Su Tian's level after living through it, he didn't want to imagine too much right now. He just wanted to survive first. Survive. And everything has a chance. Everything is bull ***** if you don't survive. More and more wanton. The lower realms are just as well. I am no match for. It's amazing that someone would want to challenge my authority now. I'd like to see who gave you the courage. At the end of the long river of time, a huge golden eyeball appeared to look at Su Zi. The same seemed to break time and space, and wherever it passed space avoided retreating in time entwined. Buzz! The moment the huge eyeball saw Suzy, the entire eyeball shook. Why again? You. Huge eyeballs with questions, with emotion, with incredulity. That's right, it's me again. More divine punishment? This seat also knows that destroying the order of the long river of time. So don't worry, this seat willingly accepts divine punishment. A great deal. A great deal. As long as you are happy, and in the future, when I meet something irreversible in my, and I'd like to ask for your help. The huge eyeballs lowered their posture in a rare manner. There was a deep glow in those eyes, as if they had seen a glimpse of the future. You want to transcend the long river of time? Don't want to be trapped here for the rest of your life? With just a glance, Suzy saw through his thoughts. Even the god of the long river of time cannot escape the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Suzy shook her head inside. You? How do you know? The huge eyeballs carried a strong sense of shock. Immediately after saying the word you changed your name to you. Being around time all the time would drive a person crazy. Boom! The giant eyeball had just finished saying this, and in an instant, black clouds rolled and gathered above the river of time. Extinction black thunder! The giant eyeball exclaimed. He said something he shouldn't have said, and heaven sent down a punishment. This world-destroying black lightning, if it struck him, even if he didn't die, he would have to retrain for trillions of years. Get out! Suzy opened her mouth to chortle. His words follow the law. As soon as the word came out, the black clouds collapsed as if nothing had ever appeared. Worthy of being, at one time, the most powerful few in the heavens and earth, with the ability to repel the heavens. Huge eyeball exclamation. The heavenly Tao couldn't do anything about these people. So why did this person choose to retrain? It's still a secret that tickles the heart. This is considered a gift from this seat to return the unsplit god's punishment with you. Your claim is known to this seat, and when the time comes, if this seat is interested, it will give you a hand. Suzy looked at the giant eyeball and said lightly. He didn't commit directly, because in this life, he was a lazy character and generally didn't actively look for things to do. I am here to pay my respects. The god of the long river of time was ecstatic. To be able to make a single connection with such a being, the possibility of him jumping out of time is then infinitely magnified. But you must beware. Today's extinction black thunder is not simple. He may have found out about your presence and will certainly not stop there. The god of the long river of time spoke cryptically. He didn't dare to say directly who he was coming from, but could only say this. Suzy has the power to repel the heavens, but he doesn't. In his presence, one's only option is to die. There's no harm in it. If he dares to show up to deal with me, I'll dare to tell the sun and the moon to change the sky. Suzy's words were flat, but they were filled with a great majesty. Even the god of the long river of time was shaken, but he didn't even dare to answer. The subject was not one he could take up. He's not at a high enough level. An existence like that could be detected by the other party even with a couple of casual discussions. You go about your business. I'll leave you to it. Chapter 92. Once a young master, turned into a beggar. The god of the long river of time disappeared. Only the dumbfounded Su Tian, Su Jian and the others remained. They couldn't figure out how they were still chatting even if they tried. They couldn't understand what was being said between the two though. But what they could be sure of was that this so-called god of the long river of time had a request for Suzy. This had to make them all go into a tizzy. Surprisingly, even such an existence was begging for Suzy. What cultivation level should this Suzy be? Su Tian here slumped in his chair. Send you to Suvi. Suzy watched as a ray of light crossed Su Jian's hand. In an instant, Su Jian felt that within his body, the immortal Tao rules were actually frantically flowing away. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to stop the dissipation of the immortal Tao rules. Almost in a moment's effort his cultivation plummeted. No, you can't do this to me. I'm an elder of the Su family. I've done great things for the Su family too. Fear appeared in Su Jian's eyes as he shouted in terror. The collapse of his cultivation could be more terrifying than having him die. Su Jian was also a talent, able to utilize the words wallflower and shameless to the fullest extent. Go to the land of mortals and keep Suvi company. After all, he is your young lord. After Su Zi finished speaking, he directly moved Su Jian to Su Wei's side. At this time, Su Wei and his 3 dog legs or fluffy face and eyes as beggars on the roadside. All 4 of them had no legs. Having been chopped off by the burly man from before, they were sprawled neatly on the side of the road, the whole lot of them dying. In front of them was a broken porcelain bowl. These days they rely on this found porcelain bowl to hang on to their breath. After all, there were always people with good hearts who couldn't help but give a few spirit dollars when they saw their miserable state. They can always shiver a couple of mouthfuls of cold hog food, too. It's hard to swallow, but it's not like you're going to starve to death. They all had a strong hope in their hearts. The people of the Su family will come to pick them up. So even after having their legs chopped off, the 3 doglegs remained loyal to Su Wei. They knew that whether they could return to the immortal world depended on Su Wei. If someone comes to pick up Suvi, if Suvi puts in a word for them, even if they didn't receive them back to the immortal realm, they could at least let them live a good life. No more begging on the street. This kind of life is totally something that I didn't dare to imagine before. A true immortal begging for food on the side of the road? I don't know how many people are going to die laughing if this gets out. Young lord, I still have some food here, so pad your mouth first. One of these doglegs carefully fished out a piece of already rancid ebony steamed bread from his bosom and handed it to Su Wei. It was a ration he'd been storing for days. He can't even bring himself to eat it. Why are the buns black? Totally just being touched and groped by him, stroked when he wanted to, and licked on his fingers. Just shag of flavor. Over time, white buns become black buns. It's still you kid who's on the right track. When the Su family comes, this young lord will definitely bring you along. Su Wei nodded in satisfaction and reached out to take the ebony bun. Only the strong smell of saliva coming from the top of the ebony bun made him frown slightly, but he took it into his mouth anyway. Hiccup! Suvi burped in satisfaction, completely unaware of the extra person at his side. The man looked left and right after a brief moment of confusion. He pinched his nose in disgust when he saw that he was surrounded by 4 beggars. Almost subconsciously, he exerted his immortal law to make these 4 beggars directly void, but it took him a moment to come back to his senses. He was wasted. Long. At this moment, one of Su Wei's side dog legs pointed behind Su Wei, shivering and unable to speak. He was full of excitement and anticipation. Long? What kind of stuff are you talking about? Suvi frowned a little disgruntledly and chortled. He had just eaten his fill now, and was reminiscing about his past life of unparalleled freedom in the immortal world. It was a bad mood to be interrupted at this point. He craned his neck. Saw Su Jian. Elder Su Jian. Suvi made a surprised sound. Elder Su Jian. You're here to pick me up, aren't you? Ha ha. I knew it. I'm the young master of the Su family. How could the Su family abandon me to my fate? Su Wei looked at his 3 lapdogs with his head held high like a victorious rooster. Yes, the young lord is right. Young lord, you have a magnificent appearance and amazing talent. How could the Su family possibly give up on you? No, the Su family actually sent Elder Su Jian to come and greet you. They really do attach the utmost importance to you. Young lord, you must put in a good word for us. The 3 leg-breaking doglegs moved through the pain and all surrounded Su Wei's face. Hope erupted in their eyes after all. That strong hope. Of course they themselves knew that. How could the Su family possibly want them as invalids? It was also even less likely that they would be given any more cultivation resources. But of course, whether they could cultivate or not was still a matter of opinion. They now only hoped that the Su family would just give them a good end, like healing their broken leg and giving them a little bit of treasure along the way. At least these things allow them to eat and drink in the future. Humph. Don't worry. When this young lord opens his mouth, Elder Su Jian will still listen. At least it will be able to restore your broken leg on the spot. Suvi said, tilting his head high and proud. Su Jian was at first horrified that he had become mortal. Moreover, all of the immortal laws in his mind had been erased, and he couldn't remember a single word. Also, his dantian was gone. He couldn't sense it. It means that it's impossible for them to cultivate in their lifetime. Just as he was losing his mind, he suddenly heard someone call his name. He looked in the direction the voice came from. 4 dwarfs. The leader of the group was none other than Suvi. At this time, Su Wei was pudgy, but still tried to look somewhat imposing. Suvi? Su Jian shouted tentatively. Cough cough. It is precisely this young master. Elder Su Jian. Are you here to bring this young master back to the clan? Su Wei backed his hands and tilted his head to look at Su Jian. Words seemed calm but with a tremor. He was really fed up with staying in this mortal world. He was not going to stay a moment longer. By the way, they are all wasted, and they may be brought back, after all, it's also made a contribution for my Su family. Suvi had a directive tone, but seeing Su Jian just looking at him like that, he didn't answer. His heart sank at the moment. Can't it be that the Su family is here for the boundary stone, not to take him away? However, the boundary stone was long gone from him. Well, this young lord will step back one more time and heal our legs and feel free to give them a bit of unwanted immortal herbs and leave the 3 of them right here in the mortal realm. It's a good way to keep them safe for the rest of their lives. 2. Chapter 93, Want to eat again? Itchy legs? Then cut it. Even the immortal herbs that they could not look at belonged to the absolute immortal medicines that everyone fought over in the mortal realm. Leaving a little would be enough for a few of them to have no worries in the future. Do you think, maybe? Su Jian indifferently asked back. Su Wei's face was completely gloomy. Good. Then we won't take them back. Give this young lord the chance to heal his leg first. Su Wei looked at Su Jian's indifference, and finally gritted his teeth and directly gave up on the 3 doglegs. The 3 showed despair after hearing Su Wei's words. Sure enough, How could the Su family accept a bunch of scraps like them? They are nothing more than household servants in the Su family. Look, young lord, you did say you would take me away. I'm giving you the only buns I have. The houseboy who had given Su-wei a black steamed bun looked at Su-wei with begging in his eyes. They didn't even dare to show the slightest bit of killing intent. You have to know that it was Elder Su Jian, the top powerhouse among the red dust immortals. They wouldn't dare show the slightest bit of disrespect. Su Jian's eyes were icy cold. All of this could be said to be caused by Su Tian and Su Wei. If it wasn't for Su Tian ordering the siege of Lin Xiaoran and Su Wei secretly planning everything, why are they here now? It's all their fault. Su Jian felt that he was not wrong. He was the executor of the order, not the issuer of the order, so he's an accessory at best. So he resented Suvi in his heart. Oh, and you want to go back? You're thinking about farts to eat? I all want to go back. Who the is going to take me back? Su Jian carried Su Wei's neck and spat, spraying Su Wei's face with saliva. I want to get you killed right now. Ahem. Su Wei was almost suffocated by Su Jian's chokehold. Luckily, he was a bit younger than Su Jian and made a strong effort to break free. Otherwise, he would really be directly choked to death by Su Jian. Humph. It's cheaper to get you killed like this. Seeing as how you haven't even had a proper meal since you became mortal? Let me, Su Jian, discipline you today. Don't be in a hurry. There will be a long time to come. I'll take my time with you. After Su Jian finished speaking, he walked towards the roadside Baozi store. Don't miss it if you're passing by. Buns wrapped in fresh deep-sea scaly dragon meat, which strengthens your chi and blood. It is a great choice for martial artists. The lanky man was still hawking at the bakery. Give this seat 10 buns. Su Jian walked directly to the front of the Baozi store and said in a domineering manner. Alright customer, 10 jiaolong meat buns. You take good. The burly man looked at Su Jian's extraordinary clothes and hurriedly fawned and smiled as he wrapped up 10 buns and handed them to Su Jian. Su Jian was visibly shaken as he smelled the aroma of the buns. All he ate in the immortal realm was immortal birds, and all he drank was jade dew. Ever eaten mortal food? He looked with a hint of resistance, but the inside of his stomach was protesting. He then closed his eyes and took a bite. Instantly his demeanor changed. This auger bun is fragrant in the mouth. Smooth but not greasy. Soft and sweet. Simply delicious. As he ate, he turned his gaze to Suvi and the others. That look was as arrogant as it could be. Su Wei and the others froze, then silently lowered their heads. They were croaking with hunger, but they didn't want to trade their hands for another meal of buns. What? You guys don't want to eat? Seeing the 4 people lowering their heads, Su Jian asked with some confusion. He had meant to crave the 4, and then had the 4 get down on their knees and lick his shoes. When the time comes, maybe he'll give the 4 of them a bun in a moment of weakness? Split one between 4 people, so at least one person will be able to get a bite. But at this point the 4 were not looking at him at all. It puzzled him greatly. Hello customer, 10 buns are 2 drawers. The total is 50 spirit dollars. The burly man looked at Su Jian and nodded. It's not easy for him to run a legitimate business. He had decided to completely wash his hands of all those things that hurt the world. That's why his buns are priced reasonably. Many people rave about his buns. Spirit element? What spirit element? Su Jian asked rhetorically with an obvious blank stare. The lanky man's complexion instantly darkened. This is the second time since he opened his business that he has encountered a bully. The first time was when 4 people ate bully food and he cut off their legs, currently begging not far from his bakery. Now for the second time. They all look like well-dressed people, not like people without money. You ate my bun. Don't you want to pay? The burly man's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping. Ah, yes. I have a piece of immortal realm crystals here. How about exchanging 100 buns for you? Su Jian looked at the burly man and asked. Ha? Do you take me for an immortal realm crystals? Where in the world is there an immortal realm? Even if there is an immortal realm, you a person who can't even afford to eat would have that kind of supreme treasure? The burly man didn't believe what Su Jian said at all. Really? Just look at it. Su Jian hurriedly waved his hand, stating that what he said was true. Well, then I'll see if you have it or not. The burly man sneered, holding his shoulders as he gazed at Su Jian. Su Jian hurriedly pulled out his left and right, but he was never able to take out the immortal crystals. A cold sweat gradually began to break out on his forehead. This big man had a stout figure and his face knew at a glance that he was not a good person. There was a faint fury on his body, and at a glance, he knew that he was not to be messed with. If he were in his prime, this kind of person wouldn't even be an ant in his eyes. But now, before him himself was the mole. What? Can't get it out? The lanky man loosened his arms around his bladder. Slowly, he drew a large, blood-stained knife out from underneath the bunting store. Son of a Suvi punked me. Su Jian's face paled as his heart continued to hurl curses. Were they need to give any money for food in the immortal world? He forgot about it for a moment. Seeing the large sword with bloodstains, Su Jian immediately fell to his knees. His face held back. He was a heavenly immortal, but now he was humiliatingly kneeling down to a mortal. It's all about lives. The heavenly fairy kneels to the mortal. If anyone else knew about this incident, they would be afraid to laugh until they got cramps. In the end, it will also go down hard in history and be stigmatized for billions of years. I'm sorry, please leave me alone. I'll wash your dishes and scrub your plate. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. There were tears in Su Jian's eyes. This was too suffocating, but he had to do it in order to stay alive. Washing dishes and scrubbing plates? No need, the burly man said coldly. Then a blade light flashed. Ah! Su Jian planted himself in a pool of blood. Go and make company with them. The burly man looked at Su Jian, who had lost his legs, and pointed at the 4 Suwei people and said indifferently, if there are a few more kingpin eaters, will I be the head of the beggars gang? The burly man looked at the Suwei 4 not far away and muttered under his breath. Chapter 94, Su Tian, without me you guys could have achieved what you have now? Son of a, you guys purposely punked me? Su Jian endured the pain from the broken places of his legs and moved to Su Wei's side, gritting his teeth in hatred. Elder, it's not a good idea to talk nonsense. You're the one who wanted to eat it, and you even want to show off. It's not my fault. Suvi shook his head in contempt. Originally, he thought that Su Jian had come to pick him up, but he didn't expect Su Jian to be wasted as well. It seems that Su Zi has gone to the immortal world Su clan. Maybe it won't be long before Su Tian comes too. This time, Su Wei had completely given up hope. All the things they had done to Su Qiankuan's family over the years, Su Tian was definitely not spared either. A lot of people in the Su family will be involved. It looked like it wouldn't be long before many of their lineage would be coming down to accompany them. The Su family and their lineage will also change from the Vanguard family to the mortal realm beggars Su family, unable to cultivate. They are even worse than pigs and dogs. In the past, they didn't have to care about anything except for some cultivation talent. What's missing? The Su family will naturally send down. Suffice it to say that all of them have no skill, except begging. They really don't know what they can do. Meanwhile, the immortal realm Su family, Su Tian sat paralyzed on the throne, his eyes cloudy at this time. The whole thing was as if it were sick. He knew that today, he might end up just like Su Jian, or perhaps even worse than Su Jian. Suzi's tactics are just too terrifying. It was so horrible that he couldn't bear to think about how to get out of this place. All is futile in the face of absolute strength. You guys do it. Su Tian sat up straight from his throne, his back straight. He was an immortal king, and even in death, he had to straighten his spine. This is the pride of an immortal king. Although he was shameless, at this point, he had a fearless spirit. Want to die that easy? It's not that easy. Su Wuxia opened his mouth, his face covered in coldness. What Su Tian had done, dying 100 times was not enough. Su Wuxia would not let him die so simply. At least enough torture to banish him to the mortal realm. Su Wuxia, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Back then, I pushed you off the deep end because of a moment of greed, but I didn't torture you. And aren't you still alive and well? And Lin Xiaoran, didn't she come back to life after failing to kill her? And Su Qiankuan, didn't he come back in one piece? And didn't both his sons come back safe and sound? Su Tian ordered all of Su Zi's several people in one breath. He thinks that even if he's guilty as charged, but none of these people he was going to kill and wanted to kill died. They're all still alive. I have to say it's ironic. Each one he thought was certain death, but it just so happened that each one showed up alive, and each of their appearances was unexpected to him. First, it was Su Wuxia, who was pushed down the abyss and was lucky enough not to die. Surprisingly, he had also acquired a supreme demonic skill, and his entire person was like an ancient demon king, with a demonic aura that rushed to the heavens. Lin Xiaoran had thought it was too dead to die. As a result, it turned out that this old thing, Lin Song, wandered between universes. Hardly had he found the precious and incomparable Hito flower. This harmonization flower was something that even immortal emperor powerhouses would fight over. In the end, the Hito flower was used to save Lin Xiaoran. Su Qiankuan had his Dantian sealed, and his cultivation could only stay at the Sage King realm for the rest of his life. He was relegated to the lower realm for so many years, but he didn't die. Don't you think it's ridiculous? It was completely impossible for a Sage King's lifespan to last 100 million years. But people just didn't die and came back as peak true immortal cultivation. Su Wuxia, to say 1,000 words, your family should be thanking me. After all, if it wasn't for me, could your family have gotten to where it is now? You and I should still be able to become immortal kings. But what about your son? Alright, I admit that he's very talented, and the true immortal realm is a handful. But what about your son's son? Will he have that kind of fulfillment? Would he receive an immortal emperor as a disciple? Su Wuxia. Not only do I have no faults, but I have merits. Because of me, I made your family. Su Tian's words were extremely loud and clear. That makes some sense. Suzy nodded in agreement. What Su Tian said was not without reason, right? I'm a great credit to you guys. When Su Tian saw Suzy nodding his head, his face was instantly overjoyed. This speech he himself thought was very reasonable, and it seemed that he was not 10 deaths away from death. Instead, it's turned into 9 deaths, but it's better to have hope than no hope at all, right? Well, it makes perfect sense. So we've decided to. Let's make you experience what happened to us. 2. Maybe it's a great chance for you. 2. Provided, that is, without dying. Suzy nodded thoughtfully. Boom! With a wave of Suzy's hand, everyone present only felt the sky spinning. It only lasted for a moment, and everyone's eyes all narrowed slightly. They had unexpectedly appeared in the alien demon battlefield in an instant. Su Tian's face paled. He clearly remembered that the dark, bottomless abyss in front of him was the place where he pushed Su Wuxie down. There, the devil's aura covers the sky. Just the demonic chi that surged up seemed to be able to corrode all living beings in general. That place where the alien demon immortal emperor is said to have fallen. There are several alien demon kings guarding inside. Whether it is true or not is unknown. But what was known was that even immortal emperors were not willing to go down there. There are horrors inside. There was a great terror inside. Perhaps the fallen alien demon emperor. Why else would there be several otherworldly demon kings guarding this place? Are you going to jump yourself? Or are we going to give you a hand? Suzy turned his head to look at Su Tian and asked. You don't have to get hurt if you jump yourself. But if we help you, it's doubtful you'll make it down alive. Of course, if you're unlucky, in case you're the son of luck, that jump might just make you whole. In which case you'd still be alive. Suzy looked at the hesitant Su Tian and said again. Suzy has a good point. What if Su Tian's luck was against the heavens and he got some kind of treasure down there? All of a sudden, he became an immortal emperor powerhouse. Of course, Suzy only said that there might be a chance of survival by jumping. But after going down, if he didn't die, then Suzy would have to help him out. And that's just the first way to die. There were several more waiting for Su Tian in the back. Can't afford to put it off here for long. Chapter 95, Strange Soil. Su Tian's face paled. Even if he is now an immortal king-level powerhouse. But at this time, it was more profound to feel the gusts of palpitating breath emanating from the bottom of the abyss. He thought to himself that he wasn't as lucky as Su Wuxie, going down and coming up alive. He looked at the abyss where the demonic aura was rushing into the sky, and he was a bit intimidated in his heart. But as soon as he thought of Suzy's methods, he instantly clenched his teeth and closed his eyes and jumped straight down. Just after jumping down, Su Tian regretted it. He was shocked to realize that he couldn't even move in the air. Moreover, the immortal Tao rules in his body looked like they had solidified, and he couldn't mobilize them even a little bit. His body plummeted. What the hell kind of place is this? Surprisingly, even the cultivation of the immortal king realm is sealed and suppressed, and even the scope of the 6 senses has been reduced. Feeling the constant whimpering in his ears, the mournful sound of the Su Tian only felt goosebumps rising all over his body. It was better that he had his cultivation in place, but he's like a mortal. Now, that feeling of helplessness he was experiencing for the first time in his life. The feeling is truly overwhelming and overwhelming. To Su Tian's relief, apart from the thrilling sounds that kept coming from all around, there was no substantial damage. He was at least an immortal king's physical body, and this kind of evil spirits couldn't even get close to him. There was no telling how much time had passed in the darkness of the descent. Boom! Only a violent explosion could be heard. This is really too much for him. Su Qiankuan looked at the huge picture Suzy had made and said with some irritation, "What are you panicking about? It's just the beginning. You think you're safe when you land? In truth, the danger is just beginning." Su Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Su Tian, who had just smashed on the ground in the middle of the screen, and said, he was just like Su Tian in the beginning, and he smashed right into the ground. It smashed the ground in a big crater. Although their cultivation could not be used, they were at least immortal bodies. This kind of free fall couldn't even do half the damage to them, but it was a real use of God's luck to get out again by myself. I just don't know if Su Tian has the luck. The cultivation works? Su Tian climbed out of the deep pit, his face flashing with surprise. This way, he wouldn't have to be afraid. It's really hard to be mortal. What kind of dirt is this? How come it's reddish brown? Su Tian discovered the weirdness after regaining his cultivation. It's amazing how all the land here is reddish brown. He had originally guessed that it was because this place was where the Fey Demon King was. It must have been soaked in blood, but then he denied it. There is an otherworldly fragrance that emanates from above this soil. It seemed that if you took one puff, you would be able to fly to immortality. It makes you want to take root in the place when you smell it, and indeed it does. This was because Su Tian realized that his feet, at the moment, were sprouting some meat buds. And these buds of flesh looked tender but it was able to pierce his immortal king's treasure boots right through. It's like the roots of a tree, and it looks weird as hell. And as soon as those blood-red flesh buds touched the soil, they began to grow crazily towards the inside of the soil. Su Tian's face changed drastically. He felt that the cultivation within his body was actually losing madly. His cultivation was madly channeled towards the soil along these flesh buds. Boom! Su Tian's cultivation erupted, and a direct immortal light chopped at his feet, and the soil tumbled over. Those flesh buds were also instantly chopped off. Hiss! Su Tian felt pain that surpassed normal people, and these flesh buds were like they were originally one with him. When you chop it off, it's like chopping off your right or left hand. He finally did know why the color of the soil here was reddish-brown. It's because the soil here has absorbed too much essence of the immortal way. It causes this whole soil to turn into a big drug. It was only that those of them couldn't absorb it, and only the existence within this could do so. Jie, why are you all so stupid? It's obvious from the outside that this place is a Jedi, but you people had to come in and find out. Have times changed, or are you people just filled with inside your heads? Sharp laughter resounded around the darkness, waking Su Tian from his contemplation. It was several laughing voices, and Su Tian was surrounded by them. The most terrifying thing is that there is an inexplicable power of rules here. Even if he is an immortal king, his immortal sense couldn't detect much farther. He simply couldn't detect how many altered demon kings were in the darkness. The cultivation of these speakers was on the same level of existence as him. Su Tian turned around without stopping. He moved towards where he had fallen. He wasn't going to think about whether or not he could use the immortal Dao rules in that place now. He only had one thought now. Get the hell out of here. But the power of the rules here was just too restrictive for him. He simply couldn't directly tear open the spatial passage. His speed was limited, and the voices in his ears became like shadows. Immortal King Curse! Su Tian bellowed. His body then violently erupted with an extremely bright immortal light. This is the Immortal King's Curse seal. Using his own blood as a guide, you can instantly maximize your potential. For example, the current Su Tian was originally at the peak of the Immortal King realm, but after using the Immortal King spell seal, the Immortal Dao rules in his body suddenly bombarded out directly like a waterfall. His cultivation level could be said to have touched the edge of the Immortal Emperor realm at this moment, but only just on the edge. But it was perfectly adequate for his current situation. With Su Tian's outburst, his surging and majestic immortal Dao rules washed away all the demonic chi around him. It was surprising that he couldn't get close to Su Tian for a moment. This incantation seal may seem powerful, but it will also bring him irreparable injuries to his origin. He'll never be able to take another inch in his life if he doesn't die or get wasted. In front of the huge screen, Suzy explained to the crowd. It was clear that he was the youngest of all, but at this moment, he was like an elder. Now that he has touched a hint of the rules of the Immortal Emperor realm, this is also the power of the Immortal King's spell seal, being able to forcibly raise one's realm. For this little bit of realm, the power is incomparably powerful, against a couple of alien demon kings, though not so much as to kill each other, but it's still easy to clean up each other if you want to. But then, this king's spell, if it doesn't make up for the loss of essence and blood, then he'll never be able to cast it a second time in his life. Do you guys think he'll choose to fight or flee? Suzy asked with interest. Su Tian's nature has doomed him to be weak and incompetent. And escape is already a foregone conclusion. Su Wuxia knew Su Tian's person very well. Almost as soon as his words fell, everyone saw Su Tian turn around and run after he really erupted. Chapter 96. Do you believe me when I say it was a misunderstanding? Answer correctly. That's how Su Tian's character is. Just bullying the soft and fearing the hard. Except I'm curious. Is he afraid of the Fey Lord? Or is he afraid of me? Suzy was indeed curious about this. Moreover, Su Tian hadn't gone towards the core area of the abyss at all. Just by encountering a few altered demon kings of the same realm as him, he was scared less. It's reasonable to assume that it's Su Tian who's afraid of Suzy. But now he was darting toward the spot where he had fallen. What Su Tian thought in his heart was that Suzy had said that if you can get up there alive after coming down, you have a chance of survival. Now that he was down, he was going to go up right away. And he had fulfilled the conditions Suzy had spoken of. It's not good to be this easy. Suzy carried his hands behind his back and lightly snapped his fingers. Boo! An invisible ripple instantly enveloped the entire abyss. That rushing demonic aura was also instantly pressed back. He came down and just ran away? Several unbelievable voices rang out behind Su Tian. Why did Su Tian come down? Wasn't it to find the treasure? That just came down and ran away? And it's still burning your own origin essence blood. What's the point of this? Is it possible that he is really as sick in the head as they say? The dawn is ahead. A light of hope flashed in Su Tian's eyes when he saw the crater he had smashed. He had long since left the shadowy altered demon king far behind after burning his origin essence blood. At this moment, his is pounding. What you, Su Wuxie, have done, I, Su Tian, can do the same. You are able to walk out of this demonic abyss unharmed, and I can do the same, though you were entered by the red dust fairy. But that's all worthless trivia. Cultivation aside, are they experiencing something different? It must be exactly the same. Su Tian was incredibly excited. He realized that he had reached the location of the deep pit. Surprisingly, his cultivation had not been sealed up. This meant that the seals in this place were only capable of sealing immortal kings and cultivations below them. He was now just a hair beyond the immortal king realm in a sense. It was this glimmer that allowed his cultivation to no longer be suppressed by the seal. Ha ha, old man go also. You guys still chasing a bunch of trash. Really think I'm? You guys come after me if you're capable. One of you chased out, I'll kill one of you. It's all my men out there. Instead, Su Tian was in no hurry at this time, slowly ascending while cursing at the several black shadows that were chasing after him. Damn it, why didn't you just take him down and seal him up in the first place? That was an immortal king. Using him as a feeder could be much better than those so-called sons of Qi in the lower realms. In the darkness, an exasperated voice came out. By the way, why haven't the people who traveled to the lower realms to capture the sons of Qi returned this time? They didn't take that blood food and enjoy it themselves, did they? Do they dare? And, do you really not know? Or do you pretend not to know? All of their demon jade god tags have been shattered long ago. They're dead. What? How did they die in the lower realm? Wasn't there half a boundary stone? It's probably because the boundary stones weren't able to shelter them this time. Several voices kept exchanging words. They had given up chasing Su Tian. They are here for a great thing. They can't leave here, or billions of years of scheming will be ruined. Ha, I'll run away. You guys chase me, I'll fly with my wings. Come on, you guys come after this master. When Su Tian saw a few of their figures emerge and stop chasing him, he immediately turned on taunting mode. He is truly damned. You must not fall into my hands, or I will tear your mouth out. A pitch-black figure appeared at the location of the deep pit where Su Tian smashed down. His gaze was dead on Su Tian, who was rising. Ha! In your hands? In your next life, you black bastard, Su Tian directly said with contempt. Ah, I'll show you one day what woe is me. Su Tian's words exasperated the 5 altered demon kings to the point of wow. You don't wow me. You think you're going to be able to scare me if you wow me? That's not going to drop. Su Tian made a rather indebted expression. Ha ha, I wonder what Su Tian's expression will be when he realizes he can't get out later. Those Fey demon kings will surely make him want to die. Su Qianquan let out a big laugh as he looked at the screen. You think you're an immortal emperor? What's with the wah-wah? I come and go as I please. You bite me? Well, I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. Bye. After Su Tian finished speaking, he directly moved towards the top. Bang! Just as he was about to reach the top, he suddenly bumped into something. The hit was a dizzying one. He looked at the top of his head in horror. There was nothing, but with a hand. Hiss! Su Tian sucked in cold air. How did an invisible barrier appear here? Susie, didn't you say I'd have a way to live as long as I came up alive? And you didn't keep your word. In an instant, Su Tian knew who had moved, and immediately broke into a rage. But then he subconsciously looked down. All 5 figures heard the sound and came towards him. It's over. Su Tian only felt his eyes go black. How much it hurts to curse just now. How much it will most likely hurt later. He's the one who almost cursed them to the point of vomiting blood. If he fell into their hands, Su Tian felt his soul trembling just thinking about it. Even worse, he felt the immortal king's curse he had cast begin to weaken. It wouldn't take more than a few moments for it to dissipate completely. At that point, he would fall straight down, and it will become a toy to be played with at will in the hands of the alien demon lord. Run! Why don't you run? 5 foreign devil king appeared in Su Tian not far away, mouth inside, although frivolous, but never dared to get too close, because it's just too close to the top. They were worried that this was a plot by Su Tian. Wait for them to rush up and then take them out in one fell swoop. Didn't Su Tian just say that down there? It's full of his people up there. And most critically, they clearly sensed that there were 2 immortal king-level existences above them. If they had laid out a big formation ahead of time, they might have waited for them to drill into it. Ha ha, that what? You guys don't have to see me off. I'll be leaving soon. So what? Do you guys believe me when I say it was just a misunderstanding? Su Tian revealed an awkward smile and said to the 5 alien demon kings, Big brother, be careful. I'm afraid there's a scam. One of the alien demon kings wanted to go there, but was stopped by another alien demon king next to him. They were still pondering where exactly Su Tian's bottom line came from. 3 immortal kings want to take down 5 of them? Chapter 97, Why can't we become immortal demon emperors? Su Tian watched as the 5 immortal kings didn't dare to approach, and fear arose in his heart as he rejoiced. Suzy is trying to bring him to his death, just based on what he just said to the king of the Fey Devils. If he falls into the hands of these people, it would simply be unthinkable to imagine how miserable he would end up, and he had already begun to feel the effects of the immortal king's curse begin to wane. If he didn't go up, he was afraid that his cultivation would be suppressed again and he would fall straight down. Su Wuxi, Su Qiankuan, Su Zi, I was wrong. If you guys want to kill or die, you guys let me up first. Okay, please, I'll make it right. Su Tian couldn't care about anything else at this point and directly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. When these words came out, those few otherworldly demon kings were even more astonished. What is this person talking about? They don't understand a thing. This is the Devil's Abyss. It's hard to believe that there's someone else reigning supreme here? Since when did we need to get someone else's permission to leave the Demon Abyss? Have times really changed? Don't worry, even if you die, this seat will be able to revive you and then die again. Su Zi's voice reached Su Tian's ears. Su Tian instantly felt like the sky was going to collapse. I had known Suzy's tactics, but there was always a glimmer of hope in my heart. Now that hope is directly buried, die and come back to life? Are you kidding me? Even my emperor would not dare to speak words so contrary to the peace of heaven. Even my emperor needs us to bring him back to life. It's only because my emperor didn't die through to be resurrected. If he died through to be resurrected, what the hell? A muttering sound came from inside the mouth of an alien demon king. Caution! The alien demon king on the side hurriedly reminded him to be careful in what he said and did. That was the demon emperor. His methods were beyond imagination, and his ruthlessness was even more unmatched, just by virtue of what was just said. If the demon emperor awoke and heard it, they would all have to die. Su Wuxie, I really know I'm wrong. I'll do whatever you guys want me to do from now on, okay? I shall henceforth. Nay, this line of mine shall henceforth be at your service. Don't dare half retort. Will you let me off the hook this time? Su Tian pleaded. He had already felt that his cultivation had begun to rapidly overflow away, and it wouldn't be long before he was about to fall again. The 5 altered demon kings still didn't dare to make a move. They looked at Su Tian with a guarded expression. Who was Su Tian begging? Didn't he say it was all his people out there? What's going on? Su Wuxie, I hate you. I hate your whole family. Finally, as soon as Su Tian's cultivation fell to the immortal king realm, the immortal Tao rules on his body immediately solidified. He also instantly fell directly headfirst. What's going on? Can anyone tell me? The 5 altered demon kings looked at each other in disbelief, but they couldn't figure it out. Humph. For the sake of my emperor's revival without the slightest hindrance. The second. Why don't you go up and see what's going on? The oldest of the 5 looked at the second after a moment of contemplation and said, Big brother, although I'm the second, I'm not a douchebag. Can't you always treat me like a cutie? Look at. The second had one eye on the oldest and one eye on the ground. A look of defiance. Is this the penis taking over the high ground again intellectually? The oldest 3 looked incredulously at the oldest 2 mouth tsk. Oh, I'm the one with the most intelligence within the 5 of us. The wise eyes of the penis that. It made the rest of the 4 feel really intellectual any way they looked at it. Alright, the second and third go up and check it out. And the 3 of us that are left, go and rip his mouth off. Doing what I say is my style. The boss grinned, the inside of his mouth full of sharp teeth. With me, no surprises. The second's eyes rolled in agreement, but Lausan had a constipated look on his face. There are 2 immortal kings on the other side. In case if they set up some kind of killing formation in advance, then they're probably done for. Although he didn't want to go, he agreed. After all, someone always has to go up there. The big deal is to get the dick up there first and see what happens. What's going on? Why is it blocked? The oldest 2, the oldest 3, appeared at the location where Su Tian was just now. It was also just like Su Tian, directly hitting on top of an invisible shield. It made them blush. Boom! The black immortal Tao rules surged wildly, like a raging storm bombarding the invisible barrier as much as possible. They couldn't even see the slightest fluctuation arising from above. Bad. We've become fish in a barrel. The older 2's intelligent eyes said solemnly, if they can't get out, can the people outside the face get in? It would be a bad thing if the people outside couldn't get in either. The constant stream of cultivators' cultivation they needed was incorporated into the soil below. Because there was a big grave in there. Inside the grave is buried the emperor of their clan. Unlike the immortal emperor, he was a demon emperor that was a bit stronger than the immortal emperor. That soil could be called burial soil. No one but the demon emperor could absorb the immortal Tao essence within. Now that a large portion of the burial ground has been completed, it's just a matter of finishing touches. But they can't get out, and the sons and daughters outside can't get in. Then where do we get the rest of the Xanadu essence? That's a lot of questions. Amir Su Tian. Although he was an immortal king-level existence, but feeding the demon emperor is still several Su Tians short. With heavy hearts they turned and disappeared into the darkness. At this moment, Su Tian's entire mouth was torn in half. It was so bloody that you could faintly see the ghastly white bones inside. It looks rather intimidating. How did you guys move so fast? You guys tore his mouth off. How else are we going to ask something? The second's intellect stood on high ground again and opened his mouth to ask. Big brother, up there I don't know who sealed us above the devil's abyss. Now we can't even get out. Moreover, the combined efforts of the second and I have failed to make the slightest reaction. It looks more like the tactics of an immortal emperor, the oldest said worriedly to the oldest. What? Is it hard to believe that someone from above did this? There are immortal emperor-level existences among them? But that's not right. Since they have the presence of an immortal emperor, why don't they just charge down? Something didn't feel right about the boss. Though even if the immortal emperor came, they weren't afraid. The demon emperor had left a backhand. It was to prevent immortal emperors from coming in strong and blasting them. Can it be that an immortal emperor has sensed our movements? That's why they sealed us here, not letting us resurrect the demon emperor? The boss gave what he thought was the correct answer after thinking for a long time. It does seem to be the case. In this case, the demon emperor doesn't have enough sustenance, and his resurrection is a long way off. The boss sighed. Boss, everyone can be a demon emperor. We've been guarding this for billions and billions of years. I'm really tired. An inexplicable blow danced in the oldest two eyes. Chapter 98, The road is wide. Just to torture Su Tian. Penis. The boss aggravated his tone. Big brother. This time I agree with what Lao Er said. The silent fourth stepped forward and said in a low voice. Ergo has a point. The oldest five also stepped forward to agree with what the second had said. Big brother. You are really too foolish. You should have a longer vision. How much have we paid for the demon emperor? With just one word from him. We've been watching over this place for billions and billions of years. All these years we've been running around. Have we ever lived a day for ourselves? Brother, we want to live for ourselves. The IQ-bearing penis was speaking quite solemnly this time. Is he stupid? Not stupid. He's just long and stupid. Yes, billions and billions of years. How many billions and billions of years can life be? Well, I admit, we'll have many more billions and billions of years. But so long that, is it worth it for us to do this? Once the demon emperor comes out, no matter if it's the immortal demon region or the immortal realm, it will have to be in chaos. Are we still acting as punching bags at that point? Big brother, I'm tired. I just want to practice cultivation, swim in the mountains, and find a magic couple to love each other. Don't want to get involved in the struggle anymore. Lao San said yearningly. The demon emperor's ambition is to conquer the immortal realm. But has he ever conquered it once? To speak of conquest? Which time has he succeeded? No. Not once. Every time, when we are about to succeed, a terrifying existence suddenly appears out of nowhere. Then beat him to death. Do the math yourself. How many times has the demon emperor died? Which time wasn't we the ones who took the trouble to bring him back? Do you believe it or not? This time even if he is resurrected, he will have to die again. Old Four's eyes seem to see through everything. Indeed, whether in the history of the immortal world, or the immortal and demon realms, the devil emperor has died many times. Not once has the immortal world been completely conquered. It's just a little bit closer every time. It was that little bit that became his final swan song. Instead of resurrecting the demon emperor, it was actually the rebirth of a new divine soul within the demon emperor's body. He inherited the will of the demon emperor. Berserk, killing and crazy. This was the real reason why the demon emperor had been resurrected again and again. His consciousness is dead, but the torso was never burned. What's so good about the demon emperor? Shouting and killing every day. If you ask me, why don't we pull him out of his grave and absorb the power of the rules from him? If we become demon emperors, let's just directly sign a peaceful coexistence contract with the immortal world. How nice to be a loose and happy Fey Devil from now on. Old Five's eyes were filled with yearning. Su Tian on the side couldn't believe it. He couldn't even believe his ears. What is it that these devils are saying? How dare you want to wash your hands of the world? They're about to stop the demon emperor's resurrection. What? This is trying to get a good job. Guys, why don't you listen to my little brother? Su Tian looked at the 5 altered demon kings and used his divine soul to communicate with them. What are you trying to say? The boss looked at Su Tian and asked with some displeasure. The words of the second, third, fourth, and fifth were making his heart pound. Now it was interrupted all of a sudden, much to his displeasure. So what? If you guys are going to be golden and never work against the fairy world again, then I, my little brother, would like to act as a messenger for all of you. I will convey your words to the immortal emperors as they are. At that time, I believe that the immortal and demon realm and the immortal realm will reach a peaceful coexistence that, from their intermarriage to prosperity. Su Tian said fawningly, there is some truth in that. The boss nodded. But it's about time you said what those people up there are. Is one of them really an immortal emperor powerhouse? Boss pointed at the top of the demon abyss and asked seriously. Harm. They're all from my Su family. Ah. Only there are 2 immortal kings that, an existence that surpasses immortal emperors. Su Tian didn't dare to hide anything, and immediately gave a direct account. Hiss. An existence beyond the immortal emperor? The 5 altered demon kings looked at each other with some shock. One must know that at his peak, the demon emperor only surpassed the immortal emperor by just a hair. It was this hint that almost allowed him to hang on to all the great immortal emperors. Now the immortal realm had actually seen an existence that surpassed the immortal emperor. Isn't that destined to be useless even if the demon emperor is resurrected? And die all over again? And, this time the death might just be a real death, never to be resurrected. At the thought, the boss's eyes firm up. Since you're destined to die, then don't resurrect, the boss said quietly in his mind. You go. Then he turned around and said to Su Tian again. Since there was an existence above that surpassed immortal emperors, it was an existence that they couldn't afford to mess with, and they were all from the Su family. He didn't dare to touch Su Tian now. Su Tian was overjoyed. It's still a surprise. He originally thought that he would suffer inhuman torture, but he did not expect that the other party would simply let him go, although his mouth was torn in half. Wait, you can't leave. Just as Su Tian nodded and turned around, ready to leave, he was suddenly stopped by Lao Er. What are you doing this for, Junior? The boss looked puzzled. Boss, something is very wrong in this. If he's a member of the Su family, then why did he jump down and seek his own death? Didn't he say that the Su family has an existence beyond immortal emperors? Then why didn't he come down to save him? Okay, let's put those aside for now, even if we don't save him. But it's not so bad as to seal the entire demon abyss, right? Doesn't that just set him up to die? The oldest 2 immediately calmed the remaining 4 with a flurry of analysis. The second one is worthy of his intellect. That's quite a point to make. Before, don't I remember a guy also named Su coming here? It's only that guy's good luck that he found the demon emperor's scriptures. That's why we didn't give him a hard time and let him go. That guy's been tortured up front. Y'all, could it be that the guy's family wants him to experience what he suffered in the first place? The second analyzed again. Su Tian, I remember. That red dust immortal who fell down kept saying inside her mouth. Su Tian, if I don't die this time, I will definitely tell you to go up to heaven and down to earth. He's Su Tian, the Su Tian that the red dust immortal with the surname Su spoke of. So that's how it is, so that everything can be right. Since that's the case, naturally we can't let that lord down. A sense of inexplicable excitement flashed in the boss's eyes. He felt their path go wide. All of this is really thanks to Lao Er. If it wasn't for the penis, we wouldn't have been able to tell the true amount of bends and turns. Chapter 99, Su Tian, who was cut into human sticks. Yes, second brother is worthy of being the wise man amongst the few of us. The oldest 3 also said with emotion. If it weren't for penis, these guys wouldn't have thought of that. Instead of an existence beyond immortal emperors making a feud, it would be better to let this one see their sincerity. Since that one wanted to torture Su Tian, then they would do so. It also prepares the parties to sign a non-aggression clause later. They don't have much interest in the fairy world. No, to be precise, they had little interest in conquering the immortal world. They don't have much ambition. As for people, they have already become magic immortals, with endless lifespans and immortality. Why do you have to fight for it? Marry a lovely wife. Take a few concubines. That's not good, right? Is there anything more wonderful than that? Not for a couple of the older ones. Anyway, they were tired of following the demon emperor. Either you're killing someone or you're on your way to killing someone. And there's no telling when you're going to die. The entire Su Tian on the side was as if he had lost his life. He didn't think that this man with great wisdom has guessed everything. This was undoubtedly the heaviest blow he had ever received. He no longer knew how to beg for mercy. Since the other party had guessed it, everything he did would be in vain. Let's power up together and first wear out his immortal king body, turning him into a mortal body. The boss immediately made a joint seal with the 4 of them, and the demonic chi in their bodies exploded out as much as they could. After becoming an immortal king, one would cast the immortal king body. It's a body of rules. Strong people of the same realm were generally very difficult to exterminate each other in a short period of time. The immortal king body was a hindrance. That was why they had to go all out to break Su Tian's immortal king body. The 5 demonic chi that had almost condensed into substance instantly wrapped Su Tian in it. This was the rule power of the 5 alien demon kings, and their power instantly skyrocketed when they struck at the same time. Su Tian was in a period of weakness at this time. This was a side effect after using the Immortal King mantra, so he pressed on with no way to resist. He could only let the five of them's rule power crazily wear down his Immortal King body. Ah! Su Tian looked up to the sky and yelled in pain. His Immortal King body was disintegrating, the power of the rules was collapsing, and his cultivation was flowing even faster. The pain Su Tian felt was tantamount to appealing pain. The pain almost made him faint, but at this point he was dreaming even if he wanted to faint. This was because the five Fey Demon Kings were not only disintegrating his Immortal King body, they were also targeting his divine soul. As the old saying goes, physical pain is still bearable, but the pain in God's soul really makes you want to cry. Soul suppression. The boss alien demon king bellowed. A vertical eye then appeared from the center of his brow. With no eyeballs, there was just a darkness, but it was this darkness that gave the feeling of being able to engulf the mind. Boom! From his vertical eye a dark light flashed and instantly disappeared into Su Tian's sea of consciousness. The shrunken version of Su Tian in the sea of consciousness was sitting in meditation. His hands took on an orchid shape resting casually on his legs. The moment the dark light intruded, the shrunken version of Su Tian instantly opened his eyes. Two extremely sharp sword chi burst out from his eyes. Get out! The shrunken version of Su Tian was quite majestic, with a bellowing cry like thunder. The two sword chi then chopped down directly towards the crow's light. Put! The sound of blood and flesh melting away rang out. The aurora was like it had encountered something terrible. Originally the size of a fist, in a split second it had actually shrunk and been ablated by a tenth. Chaotic ancient flat sky sword chi. The shrunken version in Su Tian's sea of consciousness then clenched his hand with the sword technique. He only saw his right index and middle fingers together, pointing towards the boss's divine soul. A terrifying sword intent erupted from the shrunken version of Su Tian's hand. The boss was really not expecting Su Tian's divine soul to be this powerful. This was a technique that had majorly cultivated the divine soul, and it was also majorly offensive. Quickly help me. This person's divine soul is simply too powerful. The boss immediately hissed in a low voice when he felt that terrifying sword intent. Boom! The four dark divine souls unexpectedly drilled into Su Tian's sea of consciousness at the same time. Facing these invaders, Su Tian could not defend himself at all. The boss was right. His divine soul technique mainly cultivated offensive techniques. The defense really isn't that great. Otherwise, the boss's divine soul wouldn't be able to enter his sea of consciousness. The five divine souls instantly mingled together to form a huge shield. Su Tian's sword chi chopped down on top of the shield. Surprisingly, it only made it vibrate a little, not being able to directly shatter him. The combined strikes of the five of us have long since been perfected, so let your attacks be unparalleled. Nor can it break our combined attack technique. Demon King Divine Spear. The boss bellowed. Instantly, their intermingled divine souls instantly squirmed and transformed into a black lance. The tip of the long spear was surprisingly continuously gulping the spear's aura. Even Su Tian's sea of consciousness began to distort. This long spear was like a spear of annihilation, blooming with a terrifying aura of annihilation. Chaotic ancient flat sky sword chi. Su Tian once again used his strongest attacking technique, trying to break the combined attack of the five. The long spear and the Ping Tian sword chi instantly collided together. Buzz! The moment the two came into contact, a terrifying explosion directly exploded in Su Tian's sea of consciousness. Ah! Su Tian covered his head with both hands. With this level of attack, cracks appeared in his sea of consciousness. He had a splitting headache and just felt like his whole head was going to explode. What made him even more desperate was that the little Su Tian in the sea of consciousness was transparent and dull. This was the result after the divine soul had suffered a heavy blow. His cultivation was even more in tatters. Throw him into the soil and let him be the sustenance. The boss said directly. This is really too cheap for him. Why don't we cut off his 5 limbs and cut him into sticks? The second shook his head to indicate that this was a bad idea. It's not enough to die to satisfy the one. Okay, let's do what the second said. The remaining 4, carry out the demon emperor's corpse. Let's take him down first while the newly born spirit within him is still unable to manipulate the demon emperor's corpse. The boss gave direct orders. Yes, the boss took the 3 men forward to dig the grave, and the task of dismembering Su Tian fell directly on the oldest 2. No, don't, spare me, I'm a Su. There's an existence beyond the immortal emperor in the Su family. If you really kill me, how will you answer to him then? Su Tian's words were hoarse. He doesn't care if any of this works now. Shout first. As expected, after hearing Su Tian's words, the oldest 2 clearly had a halting movement, but then a small smile appeared on his face. Seeing Lao Er reveal a smile, Su Tian only felt himself grow hairy inside. If that one really cares about you, just by the fact that we just tortured your soul so much, and he won't leave us alone. Chapter 100, Su Tian's lineage. All relegated to mortal status. Then since it's death either way, I might as well torture you to death and we'll have company on the way to hell. Are you right? Lao Er's eyes that were full of wisdom looked at Su Tian. No, you can't. Have you ever thought of a possibility? Is that because they want to grind me? That's why they let me come down alone and won't let me go up. It's just a bet that you won't dare to kill me. You kill me, and all 5 of you will die. Su Tian shouted at the top of his voice. Oh, the second just responded with a faint word, only to see him slowly fumble out a small dagger from his arms and crouch in front of Su Tian. Although this dagger is an immortal artifact, in the past it couldn't even break through your immortal king body. But right now, it's a chipper baby in front of you. Let's see. Which arm would be better to unload on you first? Oh, let's remove the 5th limb first. There's no use for you to keep it anyway. Lao Er used his dagger to gesticulate at Su Tian's, finally resting the dagger on Su Tian's 5th limb. As his movement stopped, Su Tian's entire body suddenly shivered. It's brutal. These foreign devils are just too brutal. His whole being was now without the slightest thought. It's all dead anyway. Put. Blood splattered and a column of blood gushed out. Ah! Su Tian screamed miserably. It's a pain that no one else can experience. This pain is a pain that goes deep into the soul, to the bone. Su Tian's face was ashen, and the intense pain made his entire body jerk. He couldn't mobilize his cultivation right now, so he was as mortal as he was right now, only able to bear the intense pain. Remove your fingers one by one first. That must taste good. A constant slurping sound came from the inside of the dick's mouth that was creepy. Su Tian, in particular, felt like his entire body was going into shock. Ah! Lao Er sliced Su Tian's thumb off with a slow cut. The pain of cutting his fingers is still bearable for Su Tian, but when Lao Er sliced off all 10 of his fingers, he still rolled his eyes in pain. It's that feeling that you're about to pass out, but you never do. It made Su Tian twitch and wince all over. They've gone wide. In front of the huge screen, Suzy said in admiration as he looked at the image of Su Tian screaming miserably. The world had its own development, and Suzy would not deliberately change it. Originally, he wasn't going to kill these people. Now that this is the case, he's even less likely to kill. As Su Tian was dismembered, he screamed miserably as the soil below slowly drained his body of cultivation essence and blood. His whole being also became part of the soil. Boom! Suzy gently waved his hand, and the cover above the demon abyss instantly disappeared, and the demonic aura once again rose to the sky. Bang! The instant the transparent cover disappeared, 5 figures neatly fell to their knees in front of the Su family's crowd. The 5 great protectors under the former demon emperor's seat pay their respects to your excellency. The 5 alien demon kings shouted in unison. They extinguished the newly born spirit within the demon emperor's body, absorbing all of the demon emperor's rule power. Even though none of them had made a breakthrough, yet it had touched the edge of the immortal emperor realm. Becoming a demon emperor in the future was almost a nail in the coffin. They didn't know which one was the lord, so they knelt down in front of all of them. This seat agrees to your non-aggression clause, but first you have to make an oath of the heavenly Tao. Suzy looked at the 5 people in front of him and directly agreed with what they had said earlier. The heavenly Tao oath was still binding on them, but it was useless to Suzy. We hereby make a heavenly oath that we will not invade the immortal realm from now on. Never set foot in the immortal realm for the rest of your life, and if you violate this oath, your god will be destroyed. The 5 men shouted solemnly. No sooner had their words left their mouths than something seemed to appear from their heavenly. Then it quickly disappeared into thin air. Suzy knew that this was a heavenly oath, and once sworn to, one had to abide by it. Otherwise the heavenly Tao will obliterate it. The long river of time scroll reappeared. Suzy directly lifted Su Tian out. Su Tian's gaze was dull, his eyes were lifeless, and his entire body was somewhat insane. What kind of means is this? To be able to resurrect someone in an instant? All 5 Fey Demon Kings were scared and lost their colors. This kind of tactic is simply unheard of and unseen. The immortal realm had actually seen an existence like this. It's just horrible. They were beyond blessed. Fortunately, he was resourceful enough to immediately make a heavenly Tao oath. There's such a character in the immortal world, not to mention the demon emperor. 100 or 1,000 more demon emperors would have to die, and it's the kind that's impossible to resurrect. What a wise and great choice they've made. Otherwise, once the demon emperor revived, he would have to go and attack the immortal realm again. Wouldn't this one just blow his brains out and they'd all be dead? As they rejoiced, they all set their eyes on the oldest 2. How could they have had a better tomorrow if the second hadn't brought it up and the second had guessed everything? Finally, it's time to stop fighting and killing. The second felt the complexity, gratitude, excitement, and respect in the gazes of several people. His slightly bent back couldn't help but stiffen a few points. As the former head of the Su family, such a heart is not as good as Su Wei's. Suzy shook her head. Never mind. Send you to be reunited with Suvi. Suzy's words follow the law. As soon as he spoke, The immortal Dao rules on Su Wei's body instantly disintegrated. His cultivation also instantly disappeared into nothingness. He went straight from immortal king to mortal. Then he was sent directly to the mortal world by Suzy. It's the same familiar street, the same familiar bakery. Only this time, along with Su Tian, there were also all the people from Su Tian's lineage who were relegated. That's right, all of them, including the elderly and infirm. Suzy has always been ruthless and understands what a wildfire can do. The reasoning behind the spring breeze. He was naturally fearless, but his parents and relatives are still in the immortal world. He always leaves, so all of these people were made mortal by him. They can also practice, but they need help. As long as that person's cultivation exceeded Suzy's, he could help them rejoin the immortal realm. We've really fallen on several lifetimes of bad luck. What you, Su Tian, did. I can't believe you're making all of us suffer the consequences. A shrill woman's voice rang out next to the bakery. Yes, it's all his fault. If he hadn't dealt with the Su Wuxia lineage, how would we be like this? It's really ridiculous. Now that you've become an ant that you once looked down on, it's over. I can't stand it. Going from having an endless lifespan to having a lifespan of only a few decades. I'll just jump off a cliff when I'm full. No, even if we die. Su Tian must die before us. Chapter 101, the Su family beats up Su Tian. That's right. Now that everyone doesn't have cultivation, who still thinks he's the head of the family? Get him. Someone bellowed. Okay, beat him up. Beat the out of him. He's the one who turned us into these damn mortals. Everyone, with a word from you and a word from me, looked furious as they rushed up to punch and kick Su Tian a bit. Su Tian looked sad as he could only drop to the ground to protect his head with his arms. Even then he was beaten and bloodied. There was not the slightest gleam in his eyes. There was just a grayness. The people in his lineage only know how to resent him. Have they forgotten that since he became the head of the family, are the cultivation resources within the family all tilted toward them? Wasn't it his credit that they were able to have that level of cultivation? His goodness is not remembered at all. The crowd tired of the fight and rubbed their croaking stomachs. It's done. Let's eat first. It has been proposed. Unbeknownst to them, the moment they turned to leave, intense killing intent erupted in Su Tian's eyes. Everything they had was from him, Su Tian, but now these people are taking all their hate out on him. At the first opportunity, he would raise the butcher's knife in his hand and slash at them without hesitation. He tried to stand up through the excruciating pain in his body. Hiss, but it felt like it hurt wherever I touched, and I lowered my head to realize that my finger arm was broken. This made the hatred in his heart even more piqued. At this time Su Tian hid the killing intent in his eyes and limped towards the Baozi store. There's only one bakery here. The rest are some kind of herb seller, or whatever sells so-called spells. So naturally the first thing they saw was the bakery. At this time, the door of the Baozi store is surrounded by 5 pimply-faced beggars. They had now been taken in by the lanky man. Let them beg a short distance on either side of the bakery, so that someone comes to buy buns there or some kind-hearted people may give them a lot of reward money. This way the lanky man had an extra income. It's not a dream to go to the top of your life from there. Su Wei, look if that's Su Tian? Su Jian's cloudy eyes instantly brightened at the sight of the limping Su Jian. On the side, Su Wei's face was yellow and thin, and it was obvious at a glance that he didn't eat much every day nowadays. Severe nutritional deficiencies. He was jiggling up and down with his broken china bowl held out listlessly. Pray that people passing by will give a little. Otherwise, a whipping is designated for the evening. After hearing what Su Jian said, Su Wei was first stunned before reacting. Wasn't Su Tian the head of the Su family in the upper realm? It's only been a few days, but it's like a lifetime ago. Life had smoothed out his edges and he was no longer arrogant. You can only lower your head in order to live. Oh, Su Wei glanced at Su Tian with numb eyes and didn't have any special expression. How could he care about others when he was about to die himself? Perhaps the moment Su Jian came down, Su Wei already knew what would happen to Su Tian. Or maybe, he had brought himself down to a little man inside the dust. All of them, none of them had anything to do with him. He was no longer the young master of the Su family, much less the boss of a few doglegs. Even the former lapdogs used to beat and scold him. He was now thinking about how to please the people passing by, so that he would be able to get some more spirit dollars. Just ask for more money so you can eat at night. This way to live. Seeing that Su Wei didn't say anything, Su Jian also touched his nose resentfully and stopped talking. He saw so many people from the Su family coming down, and on closer inspection, not so many people were coming down. Instead, it's all down. It's good that the Su family is a vanguard family. However, in order to ensure the purity of the bloodline, there were very few direct descendants of the Su family's main lineage. The rest are all slaves and servants. When Su Jian saw Su Tian heading this way again, he immediately lowered his head down. He didn't want to be seen by Su Tian. so as not to make Sutian suspicious of how they broke their legs. If we don't go to the buns then, how will we keep him company? He oppressed the pit once Sutian. Sutian always felt that those few beggars were somewhat familiar. He was about to go over and take a closer look when he was attracted by the voice of the owner of the bakery. Several guests. There aren't many buns left. The lanky man grinned as he took out all the remaining buns. Hand it to the group of Su family members outside. Don't grab it. Don't grab it, hey. Score a point. Score a point all the way. The lanky man's mouth fell open with laughter. I didn't expect business to be so hot today. A whole day's worth of buns were sold out in no time. But the next moment he was in deep thought. The way these people eat. The way they talk. What they talk about. How the hell is it exactly the same as those beggars from earlier? What an immortal. What a relegation. What a mess. But the big difference is that, hearing these words of talk, the burly big man's face gradually became gloomy. He no longer wanted to be evil himself. He wanted to be converted. But nah, one by one. These people are joking with him. Chapter 102, Su's family. All of them have broken legs. Had to force him to go back to his old ways and take up the butcher's knife. Although the burly man had a rough guess in his mind, he didn't make the first move. What if he guessed wrong? So he was going to give these guys a chance. That, gentlemen, this store is a small business. 25 spirit dollars for a drawer of buns. In all, each of you ate one bun, but it was 30 drawers. This money? The burly man revealed a naive smile, then rubbed his thumb and index middle finger to gesture to the crowd. Money? What money? I haven't heard of any money since I was a kid. What a spirit element or whatever. How ing dare you ask us for money? Do you have any ing idea who we are? Do you ing know that I can kill you 10,000 times if I blow on it? An arrogant and domineering youth among the Su family crowd pointed at the burly man's nose and cursed. Seriously. For a moment the lanky man was really subdued by this young man. Could this young man really be from some great power? If that's the case, he really can't afford to mess with it. After all, he was just a small martial artist. You can only bow down in front of the big powers. He saw that these people were indeed imposing, with an air of superiority. He was more careful and cautious. Even he was ready to ask to send all these people away without money. Big deal. Just let those beggars order more and recoup their losses. That's right. A member of my Su family has to pay for food? What a joke. A beautiful woman said disdainfully as she pointed at the burly man. Speaking of which, you filthy griffins of the lower realms don't even know. Eating one of your buns. That's a blessing. If it were usual, even if you were to come begging for my lady on 3 knees, this lady doesn't even look at it. The beautiful lady sneered again. Yes, yes, yes. The burly man's face flushed red, and bean-sized beads of sweat trickled down from his forehead. He was really a little scared, and he couldn't see through these people's cultivation at all. Either they were all mortal, or they were all more powerful than him. He was really panicking a bit now. My lords, these buns are even a small offering for you all, where money is needed. Just eat your fill. My lords, the burly man said as he kept nodding his head. You know you're wrong now? Then why don't you hurry up and go steam some more buns for us to eat? The beautiful woman chided. She stood tall, angling her slender white neck like a noble swan. Humph, my immortal realm Su family has to pay to go out to eat? Saying that out loud is laughable. When the beautiful woman saw that the stout man was about to walk into the inner room to start steaming the buns respectfully, instantly, he snorted out a laugh. It was hearing her words that made the lanky man stop in his tracks. Turning around with an ugly face, he looked at the Su family's crowd. What? Why don't you get your ass out there and steam the buns? The beautiful woman loudly chided in dissatisfaction. You're from the immortal realm Su family? The lanky man wanted to ask for clarification. Yes, didn't my lady say so? Lowly mortals like you. It's not going to know the gold content of the Su family in the immortal world, the beautiful woman said triumphantly. So, you know Su Wei, Su Jian and the others? The burly man's face hardened as he walked over to where the buns were placed and placed his hands under the table. Ha! Looks like you've seen them before. Not bad. We're all from the Su family. The unruly youth stood out and looked down at the burly man and said, Oh, then I knew it. It's really a bunch of freeloaders. But it's a good thing you just said more. Otherwise I would have let you guys go. Damn. It's hard to be nice. Rushing up to deliver one after the other. The lanky man touched the scar on his head, and swearing words came out from inside his mouth. Unbridled. You lowly mortal. What are you talking about? Someone from the Su family stood out and chided. What for? Today, I'll let you all taste the sharpness of my old man's blade. The burly man drew out his long knife with tainted blood amidst the disdainful gazes of the Su family. His grandmother's bear. After today, I will never sell buns again. I'm going to set up a gang. Let's call it the Beggars Gang. All of you go out and beg for money. If you can't come to spiritual Yuan by begging every day, You'll just wait to endure the pain of skin and flesh. The burly man with a sword rushed into the crowd of the Su family, as if he were slicing vegetables and chopping melons. Cut off all these people's legs and feet. The Su family was shocked and terrified. Isn't this man honestly going to steam their buns? What's with the blink of an eye and the knives? They were scared out of their wits. It was only at this moment that they finally realized the fact that they had truly become mortal, handless mortals. In front of a martial master, they couldn't even run away. Wails, screams, and pleas for mercy kept coming out from inside the bakery. Su Jian shrunk his head, a hint of quickness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 103, The Upper Immortal. Even immortal king powerhouses had been relegated down and were treated the same as him. What could he possibly be upset about? What's done is done. Beg well. Strive to be able to have a steamed bun to eat in the evening, as a way to congratulate the Su family members on their relegation. The sound coming from the bakery drew passers-by who couldn't stop looking inside. A number of people covered their mouths and ran out. It's like a hell on earth inside, all with chopped off legs. The blood was in rivers, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. Stop it! Stop it! When the lanky man walked up to Su Tian hastily reached out and yelled, I didn't eat your family's buns. I didn't share any of them. Su Tian hurriedly said it. He really didn't share any of it. He was the last to come. And how could those who beat him up share his buns? The burly man slowly lowered his large sword. It was true that Su Tian didn't eat his buns, so he wasn't going to make a move. There's no reason to make a move on someone. After all, although Su Tian was also a member of the Su family, the lanky man sulked for a moment and walked quickly into the inner room. Phew! Su Tian let out a vicious sigh of relief. Luckily, the man still makes so little sense. Otherwise he's going to break his leg today. Su Tian then coldly looked at the Su family members who were lying on the ground and wailing. There was no mercy in his eyes. There was just endless cold. Serves you right. If it wasn't the wrong place, he really wanted to lean back and laugh, as a means of venting the bitterness in his heart. Su Tian turned back and looked deeply at the frozen in place. After the beautiful woman who was at a loss for words, she was ready to leave the place. Hey, where are you going? There's one bun left here. Here you go. The burly man said to Su Tian with a naive smile on his face. He then handed the steaming bun in his hand to Su Tian. Su Tian was first stunned. This man, he's still strangely good. Su Tian thought in his heart. Thank you, boss. A great favor is not appreciated. When Su is rich in the future, I will surely come to repay the favor of today's bun. Su Tian said solemnly as he took the bun. Ha ha, say it again. Say it again. Eat it, it'll get cold and won't taste good. You just can't eat it. The burly man shook his head and smiled broadly. Then Mr. Su will accept the honor. Su Tian swallowed and stuffed the bun into his mouth. Clank! A sound of a sword being sheathed rang out. A blade on then flashed past Su Tian's leg. The bun that had just been stuffed into his mouth tumbled to the floor, soaked in blood. Su Tian planted himself on the ground, and his legs were severed by a slash. He couldn't believe that the big man who had been smiling nervously a second before was looking at him with a blank face. You didn't eat it just now, but now you put it in your mouth. So you did. I know you don't have any money, so I decided for you to cut off both your legs as payment. The burly man said coldly. He's not a nice guy. Su Tian lost a lot of blood resulting in a pale face. It didn't occur to him that he would one day be played by a mole. After today, all of you go to the streets and beg for food. It's a minimum of 10 spirit dollars a day, or I will show you just how cruel my methods really are. The burly man said indifferently as he looked at the Su family members who were lying on the ground and wailing. He then walked straight towards the beautiful woman. Didn't you say that your Su family is high and mighty? Didn't you say that your Su family is immortal? Immortal? Why don't you kill me? I'm so scared. The burly big man said while speaking towards the beautiful woman. You stay back. Where was a trace of the superior's aura left in the beautiful woman at this time? There is nothing left but endless fear. Of the Su family, she was the only one still standing intact. Aren't you a mouthful of lowly mortals? Aren't you condescending? The burly man shook the long knife in his hand and he directly slashed down as he passed by a youth. Put! That unruly youth who had stood out at the beginning to scold the lanky man was instantly split in half. Blood spurted and red and white flowed from his stomach. Don't come over! Don't come over! Don't kill me! Do whatever you want me to do. The moment the beautiful woman saw the split body, she directly collapsed. I've worked so hard in this life for so many years, and I'm not even close to enjoying it. Today the breeze is yo-yo, the sun is just right, and I want to go to the immortals. You're some kind of Wangusu family. You're all immortals. Immortals must taste 1,000 times more wonderful than the mortal world. What do you say? The burly man looked at the beautiful woman with a hint of a smile on his face. Yes, whatever you, as long as you, don't kill me, ask me to do. The beautiful woman lowered that noble head, and a flash of whiteness passed by. "So do you know what to do?" the burly man asked, pointing underneath him. The beautiful woman's face was pale, and she was trembling all over. But still, he forced his courage to walk up to the lanky man. She slowly crouched down. Chapter 104, The Last Thing in the Immortal World. "All spread out and come to me one at a time to collect a broken china bowl. Your mission today is to get me 10 spirit dollars or more per person. Or don't blame me for being merciless." The burly man wrapped one hand around the beautiful woman and said to the crowd as he kept probing into it. Su Tian's face was gray. Originally, he wanted to find these Su family members to vent his anger. As a result, he was now also having his legs chopped off. It was also included in the ranks of the Beggars Association. He'll never get another chance at revenge in this life. He can only be a begging beggar for the rest of his life, with no possibility of turning over a new leaf. Now that there is one more thing in the immortal realm, I will head to the great immortal domain after I'm done. Su Zi in the middle of the Su family said to his father in person. "Leaving so soon? Our families have been together for less than a month." Lin Xiaoran was filled with reluctance when she heard that Suzy was leaving. She was filled with joy to see this second son, and hearing that the eldest son was now safe, and had the amulet given by Suzy. It won't take much longer to ascend to the immortal world. The husband is safely back again. Right now she just felt like the happiest person in the world. But now Suzy is leaving. She was upset, but she also knew Suzy had her own things to do. She couldn't be a stumbling block on Suzy's path to success. The thing Suzy was talking about was naturally the Lin Yuan honored one that he had encountered when he was in the lower realms. It had to be said that Lin Yuan was smart. After that will of his returned to his body, he then knew what was going on. He was annoyed at himself for being so ****TTY at the time. Surprisingly, he left a true immortal Dharma decree for the Lin Yuan Holy Land, leading up to running into the pervert that is Suzy. He even let this wisp of his will return to his body and then told him that Suzy was coming to him. It was literally killing him more than killing him. Ever since he learned that Suzy had faked her death, he had understood. After all this time Suzy was definitely a terrifying and incomparable existence. He couldn't afford to mess with it at all. That's why waiting for death is the worst. He was on edge all day at first, just afraid that Suzy would just kill him one day. The whole back end has lost a lot of weight. It's hard for anyone to eat and sleep. By the end of the day he was even more anxious and felt like he was depressed as a whole. In the end, he simply gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, directly turning around and plunging into the Fey Demon domain. Luckily, he was rewarded by a great man in the Fey Devil region. That big shot was a big name in the foreign demon region. It is rumored to be the guards of the former demon emperor. In the foreign devil region that was a resounding presence. That was when Lin Yuan finally let go of his heart. Even if Su Zi's cultivation was heavenly, that was absolutely impossible to be that person's opponent. Because that one is the real king of the foreign devils. It was the immortal king level of existence that the immortal world referred to. The current Lin Yuan wasn't afraid at all. And he didn't believe Su Zi dared to come to the Fey Demon domain to kill him at all. The altered demon region was a place that even immortal king powerhouses didn't dare to go deep into. A Su Zi, no matter how gifted he is, it was also impossible to cultivate to the realm of an immortal king or even an immortal emperor in a short period of time. At most, the red dust immortal realm was already considered to be the limit that Lin Yuan had estimated. My king, the day Lord Demon Emperor is resurrected is the day the immortal realm is destroyed. Lin Yuan looked at the words of an alien demon king in front of him with an excited face. He knew that this king was one of the demon emperor's most loyal henchmen. They have also been burdened with the responsibility of resurrecting the demon emperor. Boom. The oldest two sitting above him instantly blushed at the words. 2 rays of dark light burst out from his eyes, instantly bombarded Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan flew out backwards on the spot, spraying blood from his mouth. This time is just a lesson. Next time you dare to mention invading the immortal world, your life the king will take. The oldest two's words were filled with killing intent. The fact that several of their brothers were able to obtain their current creation was all due to that one's fulfillment. Moreover, they had made a heavenly oath that they would not be allowed to take half a step into the immortal realm in this life. The word immortal realm was a taboo existence in his eyes. Lin Yuan covered himself at his chest and looked at the Fey Demon King with a pale face. His eyes were full of incredulity. Weren't these several Fey Demon Kings once most eager to attack the immortal world? How did it come to this now? Can't even mention it. Lin Yuan didn't understand. Couldn't figure it out at all. No one will be able to mention the word immortal world in the future. Demon Emperor? The Devil Emperor is dead. There will be no more Demon Emperor from now on. Of course, in the future, our Fey Demon clan will also live in harmony with the people of the immortal world. When these words came out, Lin Yuan was immediately startled. You're in the north? We're at peace? Then what am I doing with the foreign devils? Isn't it just that the two sides are hostile? My lord, never. The people of the immortal realm are extremely cunning. It must be a trap they used. It was because I couldn't endure the despicable shamelessness of the people of the immortal realm in the first place that I chose to defect to you. Lin Yuan was unwilling and wanted to try to change his second's impression of the immortal world. Without further ado, this time this seat has returned to dissolve your. From now on this seat is all alone. The second one is a longing for freedom. He came back to disband his men, not willing to fight anymore. As for later, if a new demon emperor appears to attack the immortal world, then it's none of his business. He wouldn't go anyway, not for the rest of his life, to the immortal world. He wants to be a foreign devil who is at large in heaven and earth. Ha! Lin Yuan froze. He really hadn't expected that a hallowed Fey Demon King would want to dissolve the forces under him. What about him? Without the shelter of the altered Demon King, if Suzy found him, wouldn't he be dead? My king, I actually defected to the Fey Demon realm because I met someone in the immortal realm who wanted to kill me. He's despicable to the core, using a fraudulent death to make people think he's dead. In reality, he practiced in secret, and as soon as he was born, he let loose all over the world that he wanted to kill me. Please do the same for me. Lin Yuan ignored the injuries on his body and directly fell to his knees to plead. If this one didn't help him, he really wouldn't be able to find anyone to help him for a while. In case Suzy killed him at this time, he would be finished. Don't worry, this is the foreign demon region, and people from the immortal realm won't come over easily. This seat has said that it won't be traveling to the immortal realm, so it can't help you. Unless, of course, that person is now in the realm of the Fey, and for the sake of your best efforts, this seat would consider helping you out. The second said, shaking his head. Oh, really? Then you can do it now. A voice came, instantly making the second's heart jump. The voice was all too familiar. The brothers can remember nothing, but it was important to keep Suzy's voice in mind along with his looks. The voice was definitely Suzy's voice. Chapter 105, First Visit to the Great Immortal Region. Bang! Before Suzy appeared, he only saw the oldest two straighten up and fall to his knees. He pressed his head dead against the ground, shivering all over. Greetings, my lord. The second's words trembled, like he had encountered some terrifying presence. Seeing Lao Er in such a posture, Lin Yuan didn't dare to slack off. Hastily, he followed his second's example and dropped to his knees to put his head dead against the ground. Why are you on your knees? Aren't you going to help him? Aren't you going to make a move? I'm the one who's going to kill him, so you can do it. Suzy's figure appeared on the throne, looking curiously at the second old man who was trembling all over and said, I wouldn't dare. I didn't know that the person he offended was a lord, and if I had known that surely I will personally strike to take him down and send him to his excellency for punishment. The second didn't dare to lift his head up in fear. On the contrary, it was Lin Yuan, whose face turned pale after hearing Suzy's words, who raised his head to look at Suzy. At this look, his entire body froze. Surprisingly, it was Suzy. He was completely paralyzed. How could Suzy be so strong? Surprisingly, even the heterodyne king had to kneel down to greet him. Didn't you say you were going to step in and help him once as long as he was in the Fey Demon realm? Are you sure you don't want to make a move? Suzy asked again. My lord, even if you gave me 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to take a shot at you. Earlier I was blinded by this man and that's why I said what I said. I implore your honor to let me live. The second's words trembled. He hated to slap himself twice. It's good to come back and disband the handlers. Originally, what was said was just a scene. How could I have known that that person had really appeared in the Fey Demon region? Even less so, that person was actually Suzy. I should have known he should have asked for the other man's name in the first place. Even though he didn't know Suzy's name, he knew that Suzy's surname was Suo. That condition alone is enough. If he had known that the other party's surname was Su, he would have absolutely refused with sharp words. He now shuddered when he heard the word Su family. Get lost. This matter has nothing to do with you. This is an old grudge between this seat and him. Suzy waved her hand impatiently. Many thanks, my lord. Many thanks. The oldest two cried tears of joy and quickly kowtowed in gratitude. Then standing up and bowing his head deeply, he slowly backed away. Phew! After exiting he exhaled a deep, cloudy breath, feeling the sweat on his face. Never again should I get involved in these things. So close that I'm really dead. The second one still had a look of fear on his face. It was a close call. This is the second time he's come back from the dead. He would make sure to check out the other party when he decided to find a demonic couple in the future. Have you messed with the Su family? These are prerequisites. Suzy, I was wrong. Please spare me for once. Will you? Lin Yuan used all his strength to support himself and kept kowtowing to Suzy to admit his mistake. There was no great enmity between us, but you had to be It's fine for you to be, but the one will you left behind also dares to speak words about destroying the Su divine dynasty. Do you think it's a crime to seek death? Su Zi's was indeed not wrong. This was all Lin Yuan's own fault. Originally, Lin Yuan could have lived. Yes, I'm the guilty one. I'm just a little person, so you can just let me go like a fart. I'll never do it again. I'll find a deep forest. It's out of this world for the rest of my life. Lin Yuan begged bitterly. That will was what he had left behind in the Lin Yuan Holy Land. There was even some hostility towards Su Zi left behind on purpose. After all, Su Zi had pressed him to lift his head back then. This was what led to the matter of that will wanting to exterminate Su Zi. I'll stop torturing you. And in the next life, be good. Su Zi felt tasteless at once and waved his hand to directly make Lin Yuan instantly disintegrate. The great immortal domain. A paradise for the strong and powerful. It's time to go see those sinful disciples. You're all still alive in this great world. That's great. We'll have to settle the score one by one. It's only interesting. You've been so used to being high and mighty. I'm afraid it's been years since you've experienced what it means to be afraid. But soon this seat will be coming for you. Su Zi's gaze looked as if he had seen through the heavens. His gaze ghostly. Once in 100 million years. The great immortal domain trials. Such a grand occasion. How could this seat not participate? After Su Zi finished speaking, a brilliant light shone on his body. This pillar of light was like a time and space passage, directly wrapping him in an instant and disappearing. The great immortal domain. The entire great immortal domain was divided into tens of thousands of large domains. The power of the rules here was unknown, how much more powerful than the immortal world. With the space here, even a normal immortal emperor powerhouse would have a hard time making the void shatter. It was enough to see the terror of the power of the great immortal domain's rules. Immortal emperors weren't even considered to be the most powerful, but today the entire great immortal domain was all abuzz. Forces large and small were preparing for the once-in-a-billion-years trial. This trial was a very ancient legacy of the great immortal domain. It is a joint effort led by many major powers. All forces, large and small, can participate. Yet there is one important condition. That is, one must be in the top 10 of that one domain competition in order to participate in the final trial. There is no age requirement, but there is a realm requirement. The strongest person in a battle of the same realm, whether you are old or young, as long as you are the strongest in your same realm, you are qualified to participate in the trials of the entire great immortal domain. A domain here could be far bigger than the immortal world. There are 10 realms in total, and the strongest of the 10 realms will be able to participate in the trial. There's even a chance to be spotted by a superpower and taken in as a disciple. That's when it's going to fly. It was important to know that those superpowers usually didn't take on disciples easily. There's never been any talk of opening up a mountain and taking on disciples, either. They all go out and travel, and when they see someone's talent, they take them back. They don't open their doors to disciples on a large scale. The disciples they take in are all mature and stable. This is the way to continue the splendor of a great power's legacy. What outer disciples? Inner disciples? All of them. As long as it was in their sights, it was a shut-in disciple. The core of the core. They treat every disciple the same. But there is a cruel rule that you can rob. It is also limited to the same realm. Of course, the restriction here is that the higher cultivation level is not allowed to bully the smaller lower realms. Only those with low cultivation can rob those with high cultivation. Provided you can grab it and make it work. Otherwise, forget it in this life, but be careful in the next. This is the reason why these great powers have been able to stay at the head of the table. Chapter 106, Cultivation is not about fighting and killing. It's about human feelings. The group of heroes and the pride of the heavens gather together. And the winner gets to listen to the true words of the great Tao. This time, I will let the world know my true name. In a certain large domain, a young man with eyes like electricity and wings on his back walked out from a divine mountain. The divine mountain behind him after he left it unexpectedly exploded. Look, that's the Wing clan's pride of heaven. Wing Rufeng. Someone recognized Wing Rufeng and immediately shouted in surprise. The Winged clan. In this great domain are the top great clans, and although their bodies resemble those of the human race, but look down on the human race. Considering the human race to be only the lowest of the low, they are of the noble bloodline of the gods. Someone of the clan whispered. The great immortal domain was divided into tens of thousands of great domains, and the great domain where the winged race was located was the divine wind great domain. So what? Nowadays, the topmost great power among the great immortal domains, but most of them are human. Someone said with a disdainful face. Humph, do you guys think I'm deaf? How dare a lowly human race talk about me? Tsubasa Ruffing stopped in his tracks, his gaze peering out at the few people who had just spoken. The words were cold and unfeeling, as if they were 1,000 years of cold ice. Tsubasa Ruffing's words caused a few people to tremble. They knew that Wing Rufeng was very strong, and that this person was extremely conceited and very murderous. Winged as a wind. I am. Someone amongst the several people stepped forward to declare their identity, wanting to use this to make Wing Rufeng jealous. Boom! Tsubasa Roughing raised one hand high, then a bright light converged in his hand. A divine lance of wind appeared in his hand. It wasn't a weapon, but was condensed from the winds of heaven and earth. He didn't even give the man a chance to speak and directly threw the lance in his hand. This long spear carried unparalleled killing power, instantly piercing through several people directly. A dead man has no qualifications to make me stop, even if you have a background and power behind you. After all, dead people don't give out information. Without even looking at the several people who were killed, Wing Rufeng turned around and was about to leave, but then he stopped. Not far behind him a young man seemed to be looking for something. Tsubasa Roughing frowned slightly. Why hadn't he realized there was someone else here earlier? When did this person show up here? And did he see himself kill someone? Killing people? He doesn't care at all. But if there's a big power behind this guy, and he'll feel like a pain in the ass, that's totally giving yourself a hard time. Buzz. Tsubasa Roughing did not speak, but indifferently coalesced his lance once again. It directly exploded towards that youth. He was the first of the younger generation of the Winged Clan. His natural talent was astonishing, and at a young age, he had already crushed some of the older generation's powerhouses to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. He totally has the power to kill people at random. He didn't even intend to look at it after he threw it. In his thoughts, this person must die. But to his surprise, the lance hadn't even touched the youth. It was instantly dissipated into nothingness. Strong man? Wing Rufeng, eyes slightly condensed, looking at the youth not far away, gently said. But he had no fear. Behind him was the premier major power, the Winged Clan, backing him up. There was still no one he couldn't afford to mess with in the Divine Wind region. Count your blessings. Tsubasa Roughing snorted coldly from his mouth, then took a step forward to leave. He's just so glib. Knowing that the other party was a powerful person, still dared to be so condescending, proving that he really didn't have the other side in his sights. What do you want? Tsubasa Roughing's face instantly sank when he was just about to leave. The youth appeared in front of him at an unknown time. The speed was unbelievably fast. He knew that this person must be a strong one, but he didn't panic in the slightest. He had enough backbone, to the point where he was even counter-questioning Suzy. Suzy had a question mark on her face. Is it possible that this one is the landlord's stupid son? Are all cultivators nowadays just talented and don't need brains? That kind of is said. You want to kill me for no reason. I blocked your way and you ask me back what for? For a time directly to Suzy Hole will not. Forget it. Not doing anything. Just killing you. Suzy had lost interest in talking to the cutie. The interest in conversation was simply tasteless. Don't you dare. I am from the Winged Clan. Do you know the Winged Clan? Who in the Divine Wind Great Region dares not give face to my Winged Clan? With a lowly, humble human like you? Wing Rufeng directly drank while his face changed drastically. Which direction are the wings in? You pointed out to me. Suzy felt 100 times more bored and inquired about the wings like the wind. Ha ha, you dirtbag. You're not from the Divine Wind region, are you? Otherwise, how could you not know where my Winged Clan is? My Winged Clan is one of the top great powers in the Divine Wind region. So now you kneel down and apologize to me, and become my servant, and I will consider sparing your life. Tsubasa Roughing looked down at Suzy with a condescending and unbeatable face. Have you no brain? You point me in the direction of. I'm also curious to know if there's a winged race or not. This seed even wonders how you cultivated your immortal emperor realm? Suzy was getting a little impatient. That's me over there. Wing Rufeng coldly snorted and pointed in the direction where the Wing Clan was. But without waiting for him to finish, he was shocked to see Suzy casually throw a punch in that direction. It wasn't Suzy's punch that shocked him. Instead, the space in front of his fist exploded after he threw that punch. On the other side of the void, it was clearly the location of the Winged Clan. This punch had actually directly broken the boundaries of time and space of the Great Domain. How powerful should this person be then? At the very least, they must be at the level of those old monsters of the Winged Clan. The sun was shining and the weather was just right for the wings at this time. A few big shots are gathering for tea. I have to say, Wing Rufeng is a rare and proud son of heaven. There's nothing to say about his cultivation. The sky is the limit. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work for people. I've told him that cultivation isn't about fighting and killing. It's about human feelings, but he just won't listen. A Winged Clan elder shook his head and sighed. There's no need to worry too much. When he hits the wall at some point, he'll naturally change. Another clan elder said with a smile. Also, even if he touches the wall, absolutely no one would dare to kill him. Here in the, that's what we Winged Clan are. Who dares to touch him? A clan elder raised his thumb and smiled. Ha ha, that's extremely true. Extremely true. A few people looked at each other instantly and laughed. Suddenly several people felt a frightening aura appear on their side of the winged clan. They were shocked and turned towards the direction where the frightening aura was coming from. Chapter 107, Little 7 Nangonyu. They saw the void explode there. A huge fist came crashing down towards them. The frightening aura that made them all suffocate came from above this fist. They even saw through the shattered space the other end of the winged roughing who stood dazed in the void. Seeing Wing Rufeng, they understood everything in an instant. Everything is a wing like wind screw up. The clan elder who said earlier that Wing Rufeng would change if he hit a few walls. His face was as ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly. The fist looked to be slowly slamming towards them. It's actually really slow too. So slow that even immortal emperors felt like they could easily dodge it. But it didn't matter if it was the Wing clan elder at this moment, or the rest of the Wing clan. They all stood still and couldn't move a muscle. This punch directly blocked all of space and time. If I had known, I should have let him learn what it means to be a human being in the first place. Otherwise, why would my winged clan be here? Some clan elders cried out with their eyes dulled. What can they do? Even though they were all renowned powerhouses in the Divine Wind region. But at this point, it was extremely difficult for them to even move a finger. Where did this powerful man come from? Only a few large domains in the center region of the Great Immortal Domain had such an existence, right? And how did Wing Rufeng get into trouble with such an existence? They don't know, and they won't know anymore. Under this fist, everything shatters. Tsubasa Rufeng's lips were trembling. He watched his pack crumble little by little before his eyes. All of this is what he brought to the wings. If he hadn't been so reckless, why would the winged clan have ended up like this? Bang! Tsubasa Rufeng instantly collapsed to the ground. Put! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out from the mouth of Wings like wind. It's his heart's blood. His chi and blood attacked his heart in an instant, and his cultivation was instantly nullified. His chi and blood instantly decayed and his hair unexpectedly turned gray rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Essence, chi, and God. All three of them surprisingly dissipated at the same time. Self-inflicted evil. Suzy snorted coldly and turned to leave. Self-inflicted. Not to be lived. Not to be lived. Wing Rufeng muttered inside his mouth. Then there was no more gleam in his eyes. Only his eyes would never close on their own again. I didn't think that after 100 million years, you would have already reached such a realm. How is the mortal body not a being that accommodates all the physical qualities of the world? Suzy took one step to disillusionment, and his feet did it in one step across the great domain. Below him a group of people were fighting furiously. Instead of a fierce battle, it was more like one person against a group of people. Nangonyu, why don't you keep running? You escape and we chase. You can't fly even with your wings. Ha ha. The leader was a young man in white. He stood on the periphery and laughed. Humph. Skyfall sword. If you have the ability to fight with this ant, do you even have the courage to fight? Nangonyu fought dozens of people back and forth, creating a ripple in the void. Nangonyu, it's useless to show off your tongue. Want to fight me? Are you qualified for this? The Skyfall sword said with disdain. As long as you hand over the Venerable One's inheritance, I can give you a chance to be my concubine. The Heavenly Waterfall sword looked at Nangonyu's exquisite body, and his eyes flashed with a hint of greed. Why don't you take a look at that pussy of yours? You're not good enough for me? Nangonyu's words were quite spirited. She had just received the legacy of an honored one from within this secret realm. She had a chance to strike first in the Saint Ruler realm. Realm divisions, Martial Apprentice, Martial Artist, Samurai, Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, Martial Sovereign, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Zun, Venerable, Void Tao, Chopping Me, Transporting One, Supreme, Celestial God, Divine King, Divine Emperor, Saints, Great Saints, Saintly Kings, Quasi-Emperors, Great Emperors, True Immortals, Red Dust Immortals, Immortal Kings, Immortal Emperors, Immortal Monarchs, Immortal Venerables, Saintly Juniors, Zuns, Grand Venerables, and Deities. Humph. Give face. Skyfall Sword's face was gloomy. He hated it when people made fun of his looks. Looks are hard on him. As the saying goes, there are no ugly women in cultivation. This applies just as much to the men as it does to the men. But the Skyfall Sword was because of the cultivation technique, resulting in a pitted and strangely ugly face. That's what he cares about the most. Capture her alive for me. I'll show her what cruelty means. Skyfall Sword drank. Boom. This place was full of all kinds of functional feats and magical powers, and Nangonyu was somewhat unable to hold on. The Skyfall Sword was at the same Saint Ruler realm as her, but he was a peak Saint Ruler, while Nangonyu was merely an early Saint Ruler. Of the 10 people who surrounded her, at least 5 of them were early and mid-Saint Ruler existences. She was really tired of it. What's wrong with you being with me? What's the point of dishonoring you? I'm at the peak of Saint Ruler cultivation. This time, we will definitely be able to get the first place in the same realm of the great domain. In the future, it's unknown if they will travel to the central region or even be accepted as disciples. Besides, I have the heavenly family behind me. I can also introduce you to a Saint Exalt as your master. The heavenly waterfall sword looked at Nangonyu as she gradually became unsupportable and opened her mouth. Ah shucks, even if all the men in the world were dead, this ant would never look at you more than once, because one look at you will make this auntie Nana sick to her stomach and she won't be able to eat for thousands of years. Nangonyu had a few more scars on her body, but she was still quite spirited. Auntie's master, there is only one person in the whole world. No one in the world is half as good as him. Nangonyu was a bit weak, but her words were still strong to the extreme. Only, master, this time, I'm afraid that little Seven will really have to come and accompany you. Little Seven is incompetent, thinking that cultivating to the extreme will resurrect you. But who knew that one hill was higher than the next? One hill after another. Seven is tired, really tired. Seven really misses the days when she could hide behind her master. Nothing to do, nothing to think about. How nice to be carefree. Nangonyu exerted all her strength and swung the 10 powerhouses away, saying silently in her heart. You could even see the crystals flashing in her eyes. At this moment in time, she was incredibly homesick for her master. She was physically and mentally exhausted and scarred. She lifted her head, ready for the final battle. This time, she couldn't go all the way back. She would use forbidden feats and die with them. But suddenly, she was in a daze. She saw the figure that her heart had been longing for billions of years was now looking at her from above with a smile on her face. It is true that people are capable of seeing something beautiful, or people, before they die. Nangonyu knew it was a hallucination she had before she died. How great would this all be if it were true? If there really is an afterlife, I must find you, but you can't be my master anymore. I'm going to be your. Chapter 108 Master, you're still alive. You little girl, what do you want? Is it hard to believe that you still want to be my master? Before Nangonyu could finish her words, she was directly interrupted by Suzy. Master, you're actually still alive? Nangonyu was first stunned, then her face reddened with excitement. Nangonyu, what are you barking at? This is the secret realm of honored ones. Powerful people above saint rulers can't enter. Could it be that you are hallucinating because you know you will die today? And what a master you are. But I've heard about it. That's just a mortal from the lower realms of the immortal world. That's all. And what do you say about no one in the world being half as good as him? Sure enough, the lowly are born with lowly blood flowing inside their veins. The heavenly waterfall sword looked towards the direction where Nangonyu's line of sight was. There was nothing. It was empty. This Nangonyu was afraid that she had fantasized before she died. No, Nangonyu can't die. She must be captured alive. I haven't enjoyed her yet. And the venerable one's legacy, which I must obtain today. Otherwise it's hard to be number one in the same realm ranking. The Skyfall sword made up its mind in an instant. He's going to strike. With so many of their powerhouses, plus him, a peak saint ruler, being able to take down Nangonyu as fast as possible. Could it be that I'm really hallucinating from missing my master too much? Nangonyu rubbed her eyes vigorously to look at Suzy again. Suzy was still there, looking at her with a gentle smile on her face. Yikes! Nangonyu suddenly screamed, startling Skyfall sword and the others. They then saw Nangonyu's entire body rise up in the air. Stop her! She's trying to escape. Skyfall sword's face was gloomy. He knew. This was the trickery that Nangonyu had used. Throwing out the master, trying to get their attention, then take advantage of their moment of trance to immediately flee. Sure enough, women's mouths can't be trusted. Nangonyu didn't care about that much as she darted towards Suzy. Even if it's fake she'll admit it. Even if she dies. Anyway, to be able to see the man she had been thinking about for billions of years in these last moments, she had no regrets. Su Young had always been her soulmate. If she hadn't had that faith to hold her up, she would have been out of it long ago. She was a mortal body, with no special physique or special bloodline. Step by step on your own. After Suzy came to the great immortal domain, the first person he looked for was Nangonyu, this little girl who followed him back then. Nowadays, however, they have also fallen into a beautiful country. When Nangonyu rushed in front of Suzy, Nangonyu stopped in her tracks. She reached out her hand as if she wanted to touch the youth in front of her, but never dared to, because she was afraid it was a dream. The moment she touches it, it instantly becomes a bubble that shatters. So she hesitated, but the hope in her eyes was even better. Boom! At this time, all of a sudden, several attacking techniques slammed towards her. Every single one of them was terrifying. Can't you even give me a little time to meet with my master? Did you guys have to shatter my last bit of hope? You, all of you, deserve to die. Nangonyu's pretty face was chilled. and she drank with gritted teeth word by word. Boom! In an instant, her aura changed drastically. The whole person was as cold as 10,000 years of ice, making everyone shudder. Her cultivation level was skyrocketing like crazy. Almost the next instant it was about to directly break through the Saint Ruler to become a Saint Exalt. This was a secret technique she used, capable of forcibly raising a large rank. But the side effects were also irreversible. After using it, her foundation was shattered and she had no hope of cultivating in this life. All of those attacking techniques were instantly disintegrated. She was like an ice-cold goddess of the 9 heavens descending to the earth, and her entire person gave off a feeling that was not to be blasphemed. No good. Quick! Get out of here! Skyfall Sword's face changed wildly. He wanted to catch them alive because he didn't want to force Nangonyu to this point, but it didn't occur to me that for the sake of a mere illusion, Nangonyu had directly gone berserk. Even he did not dare to harden himself against the Nangonyu at this moment. The only way to escape is to run for your life. Well, you're trying to damage your own foundation. Susie's words were as soft as a spring breeze. The furious aura on Nangonyu's body was instantly smoothed out. Master, you're really still alive. Nangonyu felt the meridians and roots that he had shattered earlier using the secret method. Surprisingly, it was instantly restored as before. Immediately, he exclaimed in surprise, like a little kid meeting his dearest and favorite person. The expression was complex, first ecstatic, then aggravated. Stop it all. Looking at the fleeing Skyfall Sword and the others, Susie said softly. Susie's words had just fallen. The Skyfall Sword and the others who had just left in a hurry instantly stood still. What's going on? A powerful existence has entered the exalted Forbidden Land? The Skyfall Sword said with a shocked expression. No matter how much he struggled, he was never able to move a bit. His gaze then looked in Nangonyu's direction. He is? Skyfall Sword's face changed drastically. Earlier he couldn't see Susie at all. Only Nangonyu could see Susie. Now that he was able to see Susie, he was shocked that Nangonyu had actually said the truth. She really did have a master teacher, but her master is just a person from the lower realm of the immortal world. How can it be so powerful? Without making a sound, without a sound, he was able to enter the exalted secret realm. You have to know that in a secret realm like this, if an exalted being came in, this secret world will collapse instantly. All the chances inside would also be instantly reduced to pieces. If those existences beyond Saint Rulers came in, they would be instantly obliterated by the power of the rules inside. That's why those powerhouses that surpassed Saint Rulers couldn't come in. Moreover, each time the secret realm opened, it was only a short time to burn incense. Now they had spent hundreds of days inside this secret realm. The secret world can only go out now, not in. So the question is, how in the world did this young man get in here? This person's cultivation definitely exceeded the exalted realm, and was most likely a great exalted. What does it mean to be an honored one? An existence that can command a large domain is an exalted one. To be able to command 100 domains is to be a great exalted one. An exalted one was already a supreme existence, and a great exalted one was even more divine. Now he's run into it. Moreover, he wanted to kill the disciple of this great exalted one. My lord, I know I'm wrong. I didn't realize she was your disciple, and if I did, we wouldn't dare treat her like that. It's me who has the eyes to recognize and Tai. I hope that your excellency will forgive me this time for the sake of my heavenly family. The Skyfall Sword rolled its eyes and kept begging for mercy. Meanwhile, move out of the heavenly home. Although the heavenly family didn't have any great exalted ones, there were 2 exalted ones. He just hoped that Suzy could forgive him this time for the sake of the heavenly family's honored one. He didn't dare to threaten Suzy, he just hoped that the other party would spare him. Chapter 109, I'm a little girl. 7. All of these people, all of them will be given to you to deal with. You can do whatever you want, Suzy said with a smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked at Nangonyu. That naturally makes them all unable to be men in the future. How dare they covet this aunt's stunning looks? They already have the way of the eunuch. Nangonyu said ferociously as she revealed 2 small crystal-clear tiger teeth. This moment returned her to her true nature. According to the plot, shouldn't you have said that you're going to fight in the same realm? Or is it that the shame of today will be returned 10-fold and 100-fold in the coming day? Suzy froze, then asked with some curiosity. A proud daughter of heaven like Nangonyu, the future is bound to be a path of invincibility of its own. People like them have a vendetta against themselves. Even if they had a powerful master, they would grow up on their own before taking revenge. And their masters don't bother with them intentionally. You could say it's basically free range. And some of the masters even let slip that if you lose or die in a battle at the same realm, for the teacher will not speak either. I don't want my master to be so powerful. In the future, I'll just follow my master's lead and be a well-behaved disciple. It would be nice if we could succeed in getting to the top. Nangonyu said playfully. Suzy's head was full of questions. Don't worry about those details, Master. Anyway, my cultivation is so powerful. As long as I don't make a mistake, I won't die. Life, it's all about playing and being invincible. Cultivation is fine. Just casually cultivate. There's no need to be serious. Nangongyu spoke very easily. She didn't want to cultivate right now. They such a cultivation. A retreat eyes closed and open easily is 10,000 years. Even hundreds of thousands of years. She didn't want that. She wanted to see her own master every day. I don't want to open my eyes and hear bad news. Bah! No! I don't want to open my eyes and not see my master. Okay. Su Tian only thought that it was because Nangongyu was tired of cultivating madly all these years and was tired. So want to take a break and rest. None of this of course mattered to Suzy. He was fully capable of sheltering his disciples. His disciples were no longer the ones who needed to experience rashness back then. They have their own path to follow. Suzy wasn't going to intervene. Nor would they be forced to cultivate. In the end, I am afraid it will backfire. And the heavenly wasteland is an example. Master, it's great that you're still alive. Nangongyu stared straight at Suzy with an inexplicable meaning in her eyes that. Suzy's scalp went numb from watching. If I don't live, is it any wonder that you're looking forward to your master? Me? Actually dying back then? Suzy was speechless. Nangongyu immediately patted her red lips and said in a hurry. Master, why did you fake your death back then? Master, couldn't you have told me back then and then you faked your death? Master, why didn't you come to me? To us first when you came alive? Master, do I have a master mother? Where is my master mother? Master, now can you go ahead and take care of them? Suzy pointed at the Skyfall sword and the others, directly interrupting the chattering Nangongyu. He had quite a headache. They're all small matters. How can they be as important as master? Nangongyu said this, but still, he took a step towards Skyfall sword and the others with his straight and slender long legs. She instantly put away her small woman posture, and became cold again as she looked at the heavenly waterfall sword and the others. Nangongyu, I was wrong. Will you let me go? The heavenly waterfall sword looked at Nangongyu, who seemed to have changed in an instant, and hurriedly opened her mouth. He had never seen Nangongyu smile once before. Not even once did I see it. Now that he saw it, that smile made heaven and earth lose their colors. The sun and the moon. Only that smile wasn't for him. It was for her young master. This iceberg-like woman had a day to melt. Now you know you're wrong? What did you do? You know what? Today is the happiest day since I ascended since the great immortal realm. Master, that omnipotent godlike handsome and extraordinary man is finally back. So I'm gonna make your deaths a little more painful. To celebrate the fact that I am now a man with a master again. Nangongyu revealed two small tiger teeth and said with a smile. Only this smile caused the heavenly waterfall sword to feel a sudden chill. Earlier he had said that Nangongyu hadn't smiled at him once, but now immediately smiled at him. Only, the smile was as impish as a. It gave him goosebumps. The smile was still nice, but it was, well, unnerving. Nangongyu, let me go. I'll give you whatever you want. Feel free to mention cultivation resources or anything else. The Skyfall sword was truly panicked. He knew that whether he could survive or not all depended on Nangongyu. Her master really doted on her. As long as Nangongyu opens her mouth, that godlike handsome man that Nangongyu spoke of would definitely let him go. There is no need. I lack something. My master will surely give it to me. So you might as well enjoy yourself. Nangongyu had a haughty look on her face. A dagger appeared in her hand. She raised her dagger to slash down, but it stopped instantly. Is this going to look bad? If it's crossed out, wouldn't that be what I'd see? Then if I see it, won't I be unclean? No, absolutely not. I can't look at this filth. Nangongyu instantly associated a lot of things and hastily shook her head. Unless it's the master's. Oops, what was I thinking? Nangongyu's pretty face was scarlet. Hastily shaking his head, he threw all these thoughts out of his mind. The idea is just too shameful. Nangongyu quietly glanced at Suzy, only to see Suzy was looking at her curiously, and all of a sudden she was shy. Suzy had a curious look on her face. What's with this 7? Why did you stop when you were about to do it? Why does your face look green, white, and red at the same time? It's like the ceiling of the face-changing world. Never mind. Who told this ant to be naturally good-natured? This time, I'll keep my hands to myself. Nangongyu put away the dagger in her hand, patted her jade hand and said, Thank you. The Skyfall sword instantly breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could say anything else, only to see Nangongyu directly throw the dagger she had just put away to Suzy. It's better to let master do it. After all, I'm just a tender little woman. Can't do any of this bloody stuff. Chapter 110, 3 birds with 1 stone. Skyfall sword? Suzy? Suzy felt rather speechless. How did you get such a disciple? What are you doing? This is Using Master as your punching bag, are you? Suzy was speechless. You're the best. Master, you're the best master under the sky. My disciple is just a weak woman. How can you bear to let me, a weak woman, be stained with blood? Nangonyu clasped her hands around Suzy's arm and shook. Feeling the otherworldly sensation coming from his arm, Suzy's old face flushed. Without moving, he pulled his arm out of Nangonyu's embrace. So how do you want to torture them? Suzy looked at the pampered Nangonyu, somewhat unable to bear it. Master, look after yourself, any way you want. Nangonyu felt that she should maintain a ladylike demeanor. Wasn't he too rough earlier when he said he was going to make them unmanly? Will it leave a bad impression on the master? She was rather torn. Since he dared to try to slight you, Master naturally made him incapable of doing so. These people, none of them can escape. So let's waste their 5 limbs. Let them be cripples from now on. Well, that's not good. Wildfire can't be burned. Then let their cultivation never advance an inch again. Cultivation gets weaker every day until you become mortal. Every time Suzy uttered a punishment, the Skyfall sword trembled a few points. By the end of the day, it was so bad that they just peed themselves. This person's methods are truly vicious to the extreme, and he should be one of the great devils of the great immortal domain today. Shoo! Suzy's words had just fallen. A few cracking sounds rang out. The heavenly waterfall sword and the other 11 people immediately saw 11 sword chi chopping down towards them. Put! Blood splattered continuously, and a lump of flesh was directly churned by the sword chi. The sword chi left a terrifying force of rules in their wounds. These rule forces will prevent the recovery of their wounds. It will make them experience this biting pain every now and then. Unless an existence with a cultivation level exceeding Suzy's restores him. Otherwise it is unlikely to be able to recover for the rest of your life. How? My sea of consciousness. My dantian actually cracked. Someone yelled in horror. A wisp of rule power from that sword chi directly cracked their sea of consciousness and dantian. Not broken, but broken all just a matter of time. From now on, their cultivation would dissipate in a steady stream every day, and they will never be able to practice again. You demon! Demon! Someone looked at the year-old screaming in horror. They really broke down. Physical mutilation is still acceptable to them, but the crippling of the dantian and the sea of consciousness would be the most fatal blow to them. Killing and killing is nothing more than that, is it? Someone's eyes dimmed. How many heavenly materials and treasures had it taken for them to become this level of existence? That's how much chance and chi was seized. Again, that's how much time it took them. I didn't expect to go back to the old days. They are as good as dead. Are you satisfied with this punishment? 7. Suzy turned her head to look at Nangonyu to solicit her opinion. Everything is at Master's disposal. Nangonyu wore a smile. She was satisfied as hell. It wasn't satisfaction that Suzy had wasted all those people. Rather, he was satisfied that Suzy would really go ahead and waste these people for her. Although the means are quite brutal. But she likes it. A stream of light flashed in the sky not far away. That's someone flying past with a sword. Suzy hadn't cared. But at this time he seemed to have some heart. He looked at the stream of light. Black and white colors churning in his eyes. A Taiji Bagua was formed. His mind was suddenly clear. Everything was completely invisible in his eyes. Is it also a reborn person? Suzy muttered inside his mouth as he looked at the stream of light, though not shedding the slightest breath. But that resentment hidden in the heart cannot escape the seat's senses. Suzy's eyes narrowed slightly. This person's cultivation level was not high. It was just that of a peak saint ruler. Previously, Suzy had discovered this person meditating and cultivating on a mountain peak in the distance. Everything in this secret realm was invisible in his eyes. He naturally wouldn't deliberately pay attention to anyone else other than Nangonyu. Now he saw a glimpse of it. Interesting, so interesting. Suzy suddenly smiled and said to Nangonyu with a smile, Master, what are you talking about that's interesting? Nangonyu felt her head full of questions and looked at Suzy with some curiosity. You silly ninny. You've been set up by someone else and you still don't realize it. Suzy reached out and nudged Nangonyu's clean white head and shook her head. I'm just being set up in a trap by someone. Isn't it just these people from Skyfall Sword? Nangonyu's face gradually became grave as well. She knew that Suzy would never be without a point. There are other people involved in this. And most likely, including the Skyfall Sword had been designed by that person. What's that guy trying to do? Sit back and watch the tigers fight? Snipes and snipes? Quite possibly. That person knew her extremely well, and even knew that she was harboring secret techniques. When it really came down to the last moment, she would definitely use a secret method to die with the Skyfall Sword and the others. Even if they can't die together, at least both sides must be wasted. At this time, the man in the shadows stepped forward. Wouldn't that really be all in the bag all the time? At this point in time it could be said that all of them could be taken down effortlessly. Or perhaps, the other side was on to her? Use this trap to make another heroic save? It had to be said that Nan Gongyu was very smart and clever. In just a moment she thought of the two most likely possibilities. Of course that doesn't rule out any revenge-seeking or anything. She was more convinced it was the first two. Master, who is that man? Nan Gongyu calmly inquired. She didn't have an ounce of anger. Anger would only blind her, not keep her mind clear. This will only kill her faster. So all these years, even if I wanted to kill again, even if I was angry, she was able to keep her mind clear. And that's what brought her back from the dead countless times. Before, I didn't deliberately pay attention to the people here, but just now that stream of light that, and yet, it makes me feel that this is not a simple matter. Then the master pinched his fingers, and everything was clear about the causes and consequences. Su Zi said with a wave of his arm, and a picture instantly appeared in front of Nan Gongyu. Nan Gongyu knew that her own family was powerful, but she hadn't expected to be so powerful. Casually pinch your fingers and see the cause and effect. With a single wave of your hand, you can capture images from any point in time between heaven and earth. Such tactics are simply appalling. Chapter 11 Master, I want to kill someone. At this point in time, the secret perimeter, a figure stood in place. With an ugly face, he looked in the direction where Su Zi was. How could this happen? A full 10,000 years ahead. Shouldn't he be in the immortal realm at this time? The youth Tang Hao said with a serious expression. I've spent thousands of years trying to plan this. Originally able to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Now it's all been ruined by Su Zi. Back then I was lucky enough to be reborn. This time I will definitely make you a mass traitor. Let's give you a taste, too, of what it means to be in pain. Tang Hao's face was covered in icy killing intent. Today's Su Zi's realm is at most at the peak of Saint Ruler, and in his last life, he was gifted with great talent. There is no enemy among the same realm. Give me a little more time, and I'll leave you far behind. And when I do, it's not up to me to torture you however I want. Tang Hao withdrew his gaze. He thought to himself that Su Zi hadn't noticed him when he had just left the mountain and flown away. And he himself did not show the slightest bit of hostility or killing intent. He believed that Su Zi would naturally not notice him. In your last life, Nan Gongyu was your beloved disciple, along with a few of your other disciples. Thought you'd be interested in loving each other, or even, to kill you with your love interest. Think you'll want to die, Tang Hao said with a sneer in his heart. Humph. When I find that old grandpa great exalted one, that's when my Tang Hao will rise. Moreover, this secret realm is but one more shocking secret that no one can know except me. Tang Hao finished speaking and headed straight toward an unknown place in the secret realm. This place has the legacy of the great exalted one. That's right, it's the great exalted one. The world thought that this was the secret realm of the honored ones. Unbeknownst to them, the venerable one was just a cover. And this was actually the secret realm of the great venerable one. After the venerable died, his body was transformed into a secret realm and his divine soul was forcibly refined by a great venerable. That was why the remnant soul of this great exalted one was able to hide in this secret realm. Surprisingly, it's Tang Hao. Nan Gongyu's face showed a hint of disbelief when she saw that the person in the picture was actually Tang Hao. This person turned out to be the one who had helped her repeatedly. In an instant Nan Gongyu understood everything. Many times it was when she was in the most dire straits that Tang Hao stepped forward and saved her several times. It didn't occur to me that all of this was an illusion, and Tang Hao was the person behind it. Nan Gongyu did not know that Tang Hao was trying to deal with Su Zi. She thought that Tang Hao must have done this for her. Tang Hao actually coveted her beauty, which made Nan Gongyu furious. On the one hand, I want to win you over and take you down when the time is right. Su Zi also nodded in recognition of what Nan Gongyu said. The second aspect is trying to use you against me. Su Zi's words had just finished, and instantly Nan Gongyu's pretty face turned cold. Su Zi was an absolute no-go area in her heart. A reverse scale. No one shall desecrate the Suzuki. But now someone wanted to use her against Su Zi? That's a really ridiculous idea. She regarded Su Zi as more important than her own life. So how could she deal with Su Zi? She didn't even think about why Tang Hao knew Su Zi at this time? Didn't Su Zi just come to this realm? How could Tang Hao have a grudge against Su Zi? These were all automatically filtered by Nan Gongyu. Anyway, she believed 100% of what her master said. It turned out that Tang Hao had done all this just to win her favor and then take her down. Finally used her against Su Zi. This person's mind was so vicious that he came up with such a poisonous plan. It made the killing intent in Nan Gongyu's heart skyrocket. Thirdly, he is also trying to get back at those who clashed with you. 3 birds with 1 stone. Just right. As Su Zi's words just fell, Nan Gongyu fell into reminiscence. If she remembered correctly, the heavenly waterfall sword did have a grudge against Tang Hao. Relying on his big family and background, Skyfall sword had humiliated Tang Hao more than once. Tang Hao also had a reason to take revenge on Skyfall sword and the others. If it wasn't for Su Zi, This handful of 3 birds with 1 stone was really flawless. But Tang Hao had miscalculated one thing. That was Susie's position in Nangong Yu's heart. No one can shake it. Master, I want to kill someone. Nangong Yu looked at Suzy very seriously and said word by word. Although she was an early saint ruler, she wasn't the least bit afraid of the peak saint ruler Tang Hao. There's no harm in it. The district is just a small figure that can be destroyed with your hands. Suzy said it lightly. And indeed it was as he expected. He had already seen Tang Hao's past life clearly. To him, Tang Hao was really an insignificant little person. There's no rush to kill him. He's still got some use. The main reason was that Tang Hao had an old friend behind him. Only now Tang Hao hadn't yet discovered him. But Tang Hao will find him soon. When the time came, Suzy would naturally have to meet the two of them. When the time came, Tang Hao would never be able to turn over again. Suzy certainly wouldn't spend time looking for that old friend. That would be a waste of time for him. After all, he too had almost become a dead soul under Suzy in his previous life. It was only a fluke that survived. Are you going to participate in any more Great Realm battles? If you want to participate, Master can protect your path for you. Suzy felt that Nangong Yu should be participating in the grand competition. This is the path that Heaven's Pride must take. This is also a way to gather one's own invincible momentum, breaking out from amongst the thousands of absolute demons. It's something they're bound to go through. Only then will they go longer and become stronger. Don't want to participate. I'd rather go to the so-called Middle Kingdom to have a look around. It's said that that's where the real prosperity is, where there are as many Zunis as dogs, and great Zunis walk everywhere. Nangong Yu had a longing face. Now that Master is back, she really didn't want to participate in any of the Great Realm's 10 realms competitions anymore. You're right. The Central Domain is indeed the most prosperous place. That place used to belong to the same independent as the other great domains. But then, there were superpowers that fused hundreds and thousands of great domains together. The Middle Great Region, thus famous. Moreover, the fortune and chance of hundreds of great domains converging together is even more astounding. That's why so many powerhouses beyond the pinnacle appeared behind the Middle Great Region. Suzy explained for Nangong Yu. Master, you still haven't told me. Where is Master Mother? Do I have a Master Mother or not? Nangong Yu's words caused Suzy to freeze. That's a big jump in conversation, isn't it? What kind of leap of faith is that? Your master, I, have just awakened less than half a year ago, and this sleep is 100 million years. Where to find some master's wife? Suzy was speechless. Chapter 112, Master. I want to challenge my soft spot. That's great. Doesn't that mean? Nangong Yu's face was red with excitement, but after noticing Suzy's strange look he immediately stopped what he was about to say. Master, this person Tang Hao cannot be kept. He must be killed. This person is too sinister. Nangong Yu returned to her proper color. At this moment, her killing intent towards Tang Hao was already at its peak. Her heart could not rest until this person was removed. She would never allow anyone to affect her relationship with Suzy. Not even a potential threat. Okay, then it'll take a little longer for you to get out of the way. Suzy had originally thought that if Nangong Yu wanted to participate in the Great Domain trial, then he would shield her for a while, then directly lead her to the Central Great Region. You know that the entire Great Immortal Region, except for the Middle Great Region, all of the remaining Great Domains were to compete in the 10 realms. The first place winners of the 10 Great Realms of each Great Realm will be received into the Middle Great Realm. At that time, the real trial opens. It is said that those who can make it to the end will be given a complete avenue. That's a big road. To break the shackles of heaven and earth, the Great Tao was essential. As long as one masters a complete Tao, at that time, even if it is the heavenly Tao, neither will pose much of a threat. Then again, his disciples, even if they don't participate in any great domain competitions, also eligible for direct advancement. Face is not given by others. It is fought by oneself. Master, some of them say that I've come so far in a mortal body that I've already taken over the heavens, but the end of my path is the peak of Saint Ruler. Master, is a special physique really that important? Am I really stuck being a Saint Ruler for the rest of my life? Nangong Yu was taken by Suzy on her way to find Tang Hao. Nangong Yu couldn't help but ask the doubts in her heart. Isn't that a phrase you've been hearing from the four corners of the earth until now? What's the result? The end? Didn't you prove what they said wrong by your own practical actions? Suzy didn't answer directly, but instead asked Nangong Yu to think back to the voices of skepticism she had received over the years. Indeed, when she was in the 4 seas, it was said that she was nothing more than a mortal body. It's just a matter of having a good master. But how far can a mortal body go? Some people said that at most, she would only be able to go as far as the Divine King realm at the very top, but she ascended with a mortal body. Hardened. There was more skepticism after the ascension to the immortal world. It was because she hadn't transformed her mortal body into an immortal body composed of immortal Tao rules. Still a mortal body, though just as long-lived, but faced with more skepticism. Some say she will stop at true immortality. However, she was the first existence in the history of the immortal world to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm. No one can hope to do the same. Now that he had reached the great immortal region, there were still people who questioned and disdained him. Mortal bodies aren't bad. The world has a misunderstanding of mortal bodies, even those who cannot cultivate. It's just that I didn't cultivate the right gong methods and didn't meet the right guidance. The world says that talent and special physique determine your height. Yes, having these can indeed enable you to advance by leaps and bounds on the path of cultivation. It was even called a genius, a heavenly pride, a demon. But there are times when they are blocked from the path of cultivation by their own special physique. The cap on people like that is dead on, because he has already reached the highest achievement in realm of his kind of physique. Suzy explained to Nangonyu without reservation. Nangonyu, however, was the first time she had heard such a refreshingly uncluttered explanation. I felt blessed, as if something had vaguely crossed my mind. Oops, no good, it's going to grow a brain. Suddenly, Nangonyu covered her head with both hands in a more screaming manner. Bang! Suzy was speechless and directly rewarded Nangonyu with a popping chestnut. Master, what are you doing? Just kidding, Nangonyu muttered as she covered the place where she was hit by Su's bullet. Boom! But in the next instant, Nangonyu unexpectedly made a direct breakthrough and became a mid-saint ruler. Mortal bodies, no limits. Suzy said these words with an unmistakable seriousness. Of course, it's not as if all mortal bodies in the world are able to cultivate and are able to do so without limitations. This thing, it relies on perseverance and persistence, and most importantly, a famous teacher to guide you. Just as your mortal body, cultivated to this realm now, it has taken on the shape of a body that embraces everything in the world. Now, as long as you want, you can completely transform your own mortal body into a special physique, such as chaos body, supreme body, holy body, innate Tao body, etc. Suzy's words seemed to be like a magic voice to the ears. It made Nangonyu straighten up and reveal a look of disbelief. Is her current mortal body that powerful? Surprisingly, it can be transformed into a special body for everything in the world, just like the one Suzy had just cited as examples. Those were the top special physiques in the world. And there's a battle bonus. To be honest, Nangonyu had a heartbeat for a moment, but soon she shook her head. Almost fell for it myself, especially when she saw Suzy looking at herself with a smile on her face. Nangonyu knew that this was another test Suzy put herself through. Luckily, she wasn't confused by these dazzling special physiques. Master Teacher would surely have to tell the benefits of a mortal body next. That would be a shame. Suzy shook her head regretfully. The most powerful existences between heaven and earth can all have special physiques. Suzy sighed. Ha? No? Nangonyu was dumbfounded. Shouldn't Suzy be praising her for not being confused? Then name the heavenly benefits of a mortal body. How about it? Is your heart moved yet? Master can help you achieve the swift ancient body. Chaos in the world. Suzy said solemnly that there were only 2 or 3 swift ancient bodies. Every single one of them is an existence that shakes the world. Such an existence was able to achieve the pinnacle. Seeing Suzy's face suddenly serious, Nangonyu did not dare to playfully laugh. Senior, I don't think it's necessary. I feel that my current physique is quite good. Nangonyu also responded solemnly and seriously. Ha ha, congratulations on passing the examination for your master. Not bad. You really didn't let your master down. Suzy laughed out loud. He really didn't want Nangonyu to be seduced by these vain things. This disciple, the 7th in line, but it was the most powerful existence among the 8 disciples. It was also one of Suzy's most gratifying disciples at the moment. Ha, master, you're so annoying. Is this what you're using to test the little girl? What little woman could not stand such a test? Don't you dare test me a little on my soft spot. I'd like to challenge my soft spot too. Nangonyu looked at Suzy in a revitalized manner. Soft spot? You have a soft spot? What's your soft spot? Suzy laughed and shook her head. Being with his disciples did make him happy. Chapter 113, the cry is silent but deafening. This feeling though after hundreds of millions of years. For his disciples it was 100 million years that passed. For Suzy, it was really nothing more than a nap. It seems like yesterday. You have successfully withstood the test, and now you don't have to transform into any physique. When your cultivation surpasses that of a saint ruler, your mortal body will contain all special physical qualities. When the time comes, you can convert whatever you want. Suzy looked at Nangonyu and said very seriously. What? There's such a thing? Nangonyu was shocked. It did shock her to the core. She'd never heard of such a thing. Even the superpowers don't know about this. This matter, if leaked out, would definitely break everyone's perception. Mortal body cultivators could only be considered oddballs. Not enough to break those people's inherent perceptions, even those like Nangonyu, even if they had gotten first place in the great domain Saint Ruler realm. It's probably hard to get the approval of those big powers. Being able to transform into any physique in the world at any time would cause a tsunami if word got out. The prerequisite, of course, is that it has to be guided by a master teacher? Otherwise, you don't even know that how do you go about transforming? What the transformation is again? You don't know, Suzy said again. It's really terrifying as hell. Nangonyu smacked her lips. This is it. On the other side, Tang Hao rushed to the location of a small dirt bag full of joy. This is the place where the great man lay in state. This man was ferocious and ruthless in life. Even a remnant of consciousness left behind after being killed devoured the remnant of the exalted one's consciousness, wanting to be still and wait for the opportunity to be resurrected. Although he still had a remnant of consciousness that hadn't dissipated, Tang Hao had something on him to deal with. This person was also very clever, burying himself in the outskirts of the exalted secret realm. There's not an inch of grass here. It's barren. Some of the cultivators who came in to look for opportunities had a hard time staying here. Tang Hao in his previous life naturally didn't know about this place either. All because this place was discovered by a youth, who was later taken over by, discovered by the great power behind the youth. Therefore, Tang Hao realized that the original Zunsher secret realm did not only have the inheritance of Zunsher, there is also the legacy of a great venerable, the inheritance of a great exalted one. This is definitely a great opportunity. Tang Hao looked around and saw that no one was here. Quickly, he plowed a man-high hole in the small mound of dirt and dove right in. As he went in, the earth bag he had dug up outside was instantly restored to its original state. He had just entered, and in the spot where he had just stood, the two of them, Suzy and Nangonyu, slowly appeared. The hole that had been closed by Tang Hao also appeared. Master, wait here. Let me go and get that insidious thing killed. Nangonyu rolled up her sleeves and was about to head inside, but she was pulled by Suzy's hand on her white wrist. Master, what are you doing? I'm embarrassed in public. Feeling the warmth coming from Suzy's hands, Nangonyu instantly blushed. Even if you want to hold hands, it's not the right time. Forget it, master. You do it. Nangonyu had a red face and closed her eyes with an expression that she didn't care. What's going on inside that little brain of yours? I told you not to kill him. He's still somewhat useful. Killing him would be cheap. Might as well torture him, Suzy said breathlessly. What? Pants down and that's what you're telling me? Nangonyu was greatly speechless. What a rebellious teacher. Nangonyu turned around and entered the small dirt bag with a fling. Really? People are only in the middle stage of Saint Ruler. That Tang Hao was in peak Saint Ruler cultivation. Stinky master, not considering my safety and telling me not to kill Tang Hao? Am I that powerful? Nangonyu muttered as she walked. Her mind was going crazy. Why did Tang Hao, this old, choose such a deserted place? This place doesn't have any inherited treasures or any cultivation resources at a glance. However, Tang Hao was such a shady person. He must have some unseen secrets when he came here. It's just as well. This time, let's do a mantis catching a cicada and a yellow bird in the back. Ahem. Nangonyu cleared her throat. A trickle of blood trickled from the corner of her own mouth. It was still only after she bit her tongue herself. Old pain in the ass. Acting? Who wouldn't? She, Nangonyu, was bound to act very well, and would have absolutely no problem winning a Deuxième Domaine Oscar. At this moment, Tang Hao had already walked to the deepest part. There indeed a burial chamber appeared. The crypt looked Spartan and would make one think that the owner must have been average in life. But still, Tang Hao was instantly energized. But he knew that this person's insidiousness was not below his own. This person was doing this completely on purpose to make people's minds relax and even lose their guard. This would increase the success rate of the takeover by a large margin. The crypt was really simple, with only a coffin, a small wooden table, and a chair. What was inside the coffin, Tang Hao didn't know, but he knew that on top of that small wooden table, there was the great exalted one's heavenly feats. That's the real heavenly work, and that's what this great honored one has. It was the basis of his ability to become a great exalted one. Tang Hao didn't feel unbelievable. The legacy of a great exalted heavenly skill was just placed there silently, like a trap. It's actually a trap in itself, because that great exalted celestial skill was a heavenly trap. That remnant of that great exalted one's consciousness was hidden within it. Utilizing the special nature of the gong method had been warming up its residual consciousness inside, though not able to restore some of his residual consciousness. Yet it would also allow his residual consciousness to stop dissipating and be able to stay that way. It doesn't slowly dry up and end up literally dying. The rest is nothing. Not even a bottle of elixir. How stingy. Not even a single elixir. Tang Hao said with a face full of disgust as he looked at the gongfu on the table. Tang Hao did dislike it. There's nothing but kung fu. And even the coffin is empty. Just as Tang Hao's words fell, the gongfu on the table moved imperceptibly. Son of a, what a standoff! My ing soul is destroyed, my body is shattered, and escaping a wisp of residual soul is already a great fortune. Even then it was still the residual consciousness attached to the gongfu that managed to escape. And bringing elixirs? My life is at stake. I'll take you. With, amidst the secret books of feats on the table, a silent cry, though silent, but it was deafening. Chapter 114, The Li family of the divine race in the central great region. You thousand dagger son of a. You wait for me. When I take you over I will definitely make your divine soul feel good. Think of how majestic my grand venerable Yuan Heoji was back in the day? Now to be ridiculed by a little doll with no hair. However, none of this matters. After this father recovers, he will make the Li family pay. Yuan Heoji's eyes flashed with mad hatred. His current appearance is all thanks to the Li family. But fortunately, their Yuan family had also slaughtered their Li family's stray young master, Li Jun. The tactics are disgraceful though. Moreover, it is rumored that that stray young master of the Li family, Li Jun, had once worshipped masters in the 4 seas and the 8 wildernesses. This made the faces of the people of the Li family disgraceful, even though they were very reluctant to let Li Jun move into the Li family. However, there was no way around it. Jun Li's father was the Li family's most powerful person and the Li family's contemporary family head. The fact that he hadn't been by Li Jun's side since he was a child had caused the head of the Li family to dote on Li Jun. The head of the Li family also had only one son, Li Jun, and had not given birth to a second one in all these years. It could almost be said that he was spoiling Li Jun to the point of outrageousness. Not only the head of the Li family, but also the father of the head of the Li family. Although it hadn't appeared for nearly 100 million years, no one dared to underestimate it. The Li family, in the central great region that was a large family that ranked high. The Yuan family was not weak, but it was inferior. What he didn't know was that the Yuan clan was facing heavenly trouble at this time. As for the reason, it is naturally because of Li Jun's death. People change all the time, but the master is willing to go ahead and trust you for once. Suzy, who was outside the small hillock, sighed to the sky. His 8 disciples have nowhere to hide in his eyes. What kind of mind he knew all by himself, but he could only give a sigh. After all, people have their own aspirations. Kuda, the Yuabi clan, old thief Yuan, give back my son's life. Over the Yuan clan. A man wearing silver-white battle armor holding a golden lance looked down at the Yuan clan below and bellowed. This man was very young, but the killing intent in his eyes was like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens. He carried a monstrous killing intent on his body, and his silver-white battle armor was bloodstained above. It's not hard to see that he's just been through a bloody battle that. The bloodstains on it were not sure if they were his own or the enemy's. The golden-colored spear in his hand was blindingly bright, seemingly illuminating the entire universe. How did Li Candle Sky, the head of the Li family, dare to kill on my Yuan clan? Countless powerful people among the Yuan clan said with horrified faces as they looked at the dominating figure in the void. Although they said so, they didn't dare to make a direct move. Not to mention how powerful Li Candle Heaven's cultivation was, they were no match. Let's say that the Li family is an ancient divine race. The magnitude of its power was such that even the Yuan family had to retreat. Li Candle Heaven, how dare you kill in front of my Yuan clan's door? If you don't give me a statement today, never leave in peace. An old voice in the middle of the Yuan clan droned. Pass on this seat's order that Li Candle Sky, the head of the Li family, has gone against the grain, blatantly disregarding the ancient covenant and bullying no one from my Yuan clan. His crime should be punished. Buzz. The old voice came out surprisingly with a brilliant avenue majesty. As soon as these words were uttered, heaven and earth changed color, and a golden decree coalesced out of thin air. There is only one word: execution on it. Although there was only one word, it emitted a radiant light that made this heaven and earth lose color. The power of a deity. Yuan Xiong, you old thing. Is that all you're capable of? Bullying no one in my Li family? Put. The golden decree has just appeared. A middle-aged man then appeared beside Li Candle Heaven and said gently. As soon as the man's words fell, the golden legal decree directly died out of thin air. This middle-aged man had his hands behind his back, and he had an invincible grandeur. Though he had his hands behind his back, his whole had an indefinable air of. In particular, there were actually 2 balls of divine fire leaping within his eyes. Those with weak cultivation would have to sit down on the spot with just a little glance. It was as if his eyes contained the rules of endless years. Li Daoran, even you have come out. Does your Li family really want to break the ancient covenant? The pale voice in the Yuan clan once again came out and drank. Only this time the voice was slightly frightened, and one could hear his scorn for Li Daoran. Doesn't your Yuan clan want an explanation? This seat is the explanation. Li Daoran said softly as he looked at the Yuan clan below. As of today, One person from the Yuan clan will come out and this seat will kill one. After today, for hundreds of millions of years, if anyone from the Yuan clan dares to take a step out of the Yuan family, they will be executed. This word is heard by the gods and demons of heaven and earth. Li Daoran directly drank. After he finished speaking, a mysterious secret power seemed to flow all around him. It didn't go into heaven and earth in an instant. Li Daoran, you dare to openly violate the ancient covenant. Your Li family dares to be like this. The man from the Yuan clan finally couldn't sit still and bellowed. He didn't dare to show himself because he was no match for Li Daoran, and as long as he stayed within the clan, Li Daoran couldn't do anything about him. Because their Yuan clan had been passed down for so many years, there was always some underlying strength added. Ancient covenant? Chuckle. Li Daoran said with a snort. Laozi's grandson was forced to die by you old undead. What does Laozi care about the ancient covenant? Bull ****** ancient covenant. To hell with it. Li Daoran directly drank. Boom. He had just finished saying these words, but heaven and earth seemed to shake. Prickle. A toothsome sound appeared in the void. The sound of order chains rubbing and shaking. Shoo. The void breaks open. At that moment, an order god chain with a glistening light directly pierced towards Li Daoran. Jia. Li Daoran. You dare to waste the ancient covenant. Now I'd like to see how you escape the divine chain of order. The pale voice in the middle of the Yuan clan once again rang out with a smile. Your grandson has committed a monstrous blood rage, going so far as to suck the blood of millions of people to strengthen his body. Such evil to the core should not exist in the world, and should be destroyed. This seat said. Bull ***** ancient covenant. Get the hell out of here. Li Daoran's eyes narrowed slightly as he pushed out with a horizontal slap. This slap seemed simple, but it contained the supreme principle of heaven and earth and possessed supreme power. Under everyone's unbelievable gazes, the divine chain of order unexpectedly snapped taut by inches. How could you? The pale voice was completely stunned and speechless. The Yuan clan was only the first, and this seat knows that there are others involved. None of you will escape my grandson's revenge. It's really true that my Li family hasn't come out for billions of years, and this world is afraid that they've forgotten that my Li family was once a divine race. Chapter 115, Entering the Devil. Li Daoran said softly. When these words came out, heaven and earth were shocked. The Li family, which had been silent for hundreds of millions of years, would set off monstrous waves throughout the Middle Great region. Li Candidate wanted to say something, but it seemed that he had received a voice transmission from Li Daoran. His heart, which had suffered so much, seemed to be somehow comforted. Li Daoran's voice then appeared in Li Candelaria's mind. Junior never died, and the soul jade simplex rekindled its light after being extinguished. After hearing these words, Li Candleheaven felt slightly relieved. I just wonder where his son is now. Li Daoran didn't leave, but just sat quietly in the sky above the Yuan clan. He was true to his word, and if one of the Yuan clan came out, he would kill one of them. If you dare to touch their Li family's young master, then let's see how many lives the Yuan clan has to fill. The Li family, today's fame is sky high. It made monstrous waves in the Middle Great region, a large remote domain. Well, hiss. A voice that sucked in cold air resounded inside a dilapidated thatched hut. A young man's face was pale, frowning in pain as he opened his eyes. He was covered in tattered robes, and there was even quite a bit of bloodstains on his body. But strangely enough his body didn't appear to have a scratch on it. I can't believe I'm not dead. Enduring the excruciating pain in his body, he said, Yuan clan, Shaking Light clan, and Sacred Tomb Mountain, you all wait for me. Li Jun gritted his teeth and drank. These people of great power had even teamed up to lay down a great formation in the middle of the secret realm in an attempt to kill him. He also slandered him for practicing the blood demon technique. That's a killing formation, and it's heard that it's a great formation carved by the hand of a saint ruler level powerhouse. Its might was enough to make heaven and earth change color. It was a good thing that in that secret realm, only cultivators below the saint ruler realm could go in. Otherwise, he might not really be able to live. Devil? Oh, what a big hat. Since you all say that I am a devil, after today, I will completely transform into a devil. Li Jun's eyes narrowed slightly as he drank in his heart. Sure enough, it's useless to believe in anyone. It's better to believe in yourself. Master? Oh, it's all long been many years since the deceased, and should have been forgotten long ago. After all, one must always look ahead. From now on, I'm just the young master of the Li clan, not some native of the Four Seas, even less of a disciple of anyone. The Li family is my background, my foundation. Li Jun's pupils were filled with demonic aura. It was that thing left behind by the old ancestors of the Li family that saved me? Li Jun reached out and touched his neck, where there had originally been a dragon jade pendant, but now there was only one divine chain. and the jade pendant on top of the divine chain was nowhere to be seen. Ugh, looks broken, Li Jun said with a sigh. That jade pendant was left behind by an old ancestor of the Li family, and it contained a huge divine essence. Wearing it on your body enhances enlightenment, etc. Most notably, a small guardian array was inscribed in it. To say it's a gem would be an understatement. But then Li Jun was shocked. This was because a merit law had unexpectedly appeared in his mind. He didn't even know when this technique appeared in his mind. It was unbelievable to him that there was a supreme technique named Heaven Swallowing and Earth Devouring Demonic Technique. The great completion of the Devouring Heaven and Devouring Earth demonic skill can even devour heaven and earth. And nothing can be swallowed and nothing can be killed. This kind of is overbearing to the extreme of the devil, absorbing other people's cultivation essence blood and so on constantly strengthen their own body. Let your cultivation level break through continuously. This was much more advanced than any blood demon technique. The most frightening thing is that there is no such thing as a bottleneck in this technique. As long as it keeps devouring, it will be able to stay strong. Li Jun's eyes were soaring. Is this the cycle of karma? He's been vilified as a demon, and now he's just tried to be one. As a result, a supreme demonic skill emerged directly. The higher his cultivation level was, the more vigorous his chi and blood was. Then after he devoured it, he would gain a large amount of blood chi. He would be able to advance quickly. A breath of fresh air. Not dead or dying. This gongfu's out of nowhere. Li Jun thought that it was one of the treasures that he had gotten in the secret realm at that time. It appeared in his mind only after it was tainted with his essence blood. Humph. Li Jun snorted coldly. He was directly about to take a step out of the ramshackle thatched hut. He didn't know why he was here, but it doesn't matter. Right now, he only wanted to kill people and suck the chi and blood of others to strengthen his body. Squeak. Boom. An icy cold killing intent blossomed in Li Jun's eyes, instantly looking towards the door. Yikes. You're awake. The battered wooden door was pushed open and making a creaking sound, then walked in a small child dressed in dirty clothes, looked at Li Jun and said. The child, who looked no more than about 10 years old, was carrying a basin of fresh water in his hand. This little kid is all dirty. His hair is a mess and he's barefoot, but with incredibly bright eyes. I wonder how much chi and blood we'll get from sucking him up. Li Jun collected his killing intent and looked at the small child in front of him, who was like a beggar, and said inwardly, Brother, you're hurt so badly. Don't move, and then we'll clean your wound. Childish words surrounded Li Jun, making him hesitate. Next the small child walked directly to Li Jun's bedside and squatted down to begin gently wiping and cleaning his wounds. How come there are no more wounds? Anne murmured with some confusion. She saw Li Jun lying motionless on the riverbank while she was fetching water from the river. At that time, Li Jun was still alive. It took her a lot of effort to get Li Kuan to where she lived on her own. She remembers that this man had so many horrible wounds on his body. It's a miracle such a person is even alive. As Anne looked down in wonderment. Li Jun's palm slowly lifted up against Anne's small head. Then it slowly landed on Anne's head. The 10-year-old Anne was yellow and thin. She looked at Li Jun curiously. She didn't understand why Li Kuan's eyes were changing constantly. A trace of intolerance flashed across Li Jun's face. But the next moment, demonic chi instantly covered his eyes. If you can't even bear to kill a small child, how will you devour those millions of living beings in the future? Li Jun gasped for air, inwardly heavenly. Finally decided to get down to it. Boom! A deep vortex appeared in Li Jun's palm, and instantly felt like she was going to die immediately. She didn't understand that she had saved this big brother. But why did this big brother want to kill her? Buzz! Boom! But all of a sudden a burst of intense golden light suddenly erupted from Anne's body. In an instant, Li Jun was crushed out. Li Jun looked at Anne with a horrified face. His eyes were bright and darting in disbelief. He couldn't understand why. All of a sudden, a weak little kid with no cultivation whatsoever, suddenly it unexpectedly erupted to send him all crashing away. Moreover, the golden light on Anne's body did not disappear, guarding her firmly.